Phase 1 was a nice palate cleanser. We got a little taste of the international competition, but today, the Salt Lake City Major can begin in earnest because the best teams in the world now take the international stage. FaZe Clan, back-to-back world champions, fend off a challenge from JJ Blast and Five Fears, one of the newest teams on the block. Hot and Cold, just dropped by M80, joins Wildcard in the fight against Team Falcons. And G2, with Stompin competing in his first international event on American soil, start the day against Dark Zero. 16 best of ones, 2 streams, day 3 starts now.
Two absolute juggernauts here await us for match number 1 of the first day of phase number 2. Over the last 2 days, we saw 4 teams make it out of phase 1 and make it into the Swiss phase, which is now upon us. And today is going to be a pretty fast day. Lots of best of ones, no teams going home, no teams qualifying, but lots of really good high-octane siege.
Yeah, so much action to come through today, Parker. We've got A stream and B stream, 8 matches each. That's 16 total for the math nerds out there, so plenty of action. And every team will be in action twice, once for round 1 in Swiss and then once for round 2. So you'll get to watch your favorites play at least 2 times, no matter who you want to support. Here's the bracket for you. I know it looks complicated, but it's really not that bad. Everybody starts at the top. They're all on the same footing, 0-0 record. If you win, you're playing other teams who won. If you lose, you're playing other teams who have lost. If you win 3 times, congrats, you'll make it to main stage. If you lose 3 times, I'm sorry, you're headed home.
We've already had to say goodbye to a bunch of teams in phase number 1. But again, today is not a sad day. Today is a day of celebrating. Celebrating Great Siege, celebrating the second phase of the Salt Lake City Major, and celebrating what we're going to see on not just 1, but 2 streams. That's right. All of phase 1 over the last 48 hours conducted on a single stream. We have now branched out, and our very first game starting over on the B stream will be the Australians. And I will say, there is 1 Kiwi on the team. I know this because I got a slightly annoyed DM saying this is Kiwi erasure. I do apologize. As we are Canadians, we are used to people just saying Americans or North Americans and not giving us credit. I will give you credit here. So Enterprise will go up against Ninjas in Pajamas. These are all really strong, really good teams that will be playing a lot of APAC teams on the B stream. So if that is your jam, go on over. I think Ace and Dez are starting off the stream over there, so you can hear their beautiful British voices. But for us, Jesse, we're going to be doing Dark Zero G2 before launching into Falcons Wildcard after this.
Yeah, NA versus EU. That's always what we love to see, isn't it, Parker? For the English-speaking audience, at the very least, we've got some killer games to kick things off here on the A stream. So I can't wait to get things started. Dark Zero up against G2 for our opening matchup. That's going to be spicy.
Oh, absolutely. DZ started the group stage in NAL kickoff undefeated. And there were people saying, maybe a bit too prematurely, they're going to win the entire major. Well, if there's another team that people think the same of, it's their opponents in G2. While we talk about the stakes here at the match, let's look at where we actually will play. It is a best of 1, so only a single map will ultimately be played, and it's going to be on Bank. So a single map played today. These are all best of 1s. It's going to be a shootout. Potentially 7 rounds, and we're on to map number 2 if these teams dominate out the gate. But given the pedigree of DZ and G2, I don't think that's likely to happen.
Yeah, Bank a fun map to come out here, Parker. It's not a map G2 have shown throughout all of kickoff. They played it a bit back at SI, but obviously that was a bit of a different roster, and they also didn't do very well. A 1-2 record of the 6th Invitational. Dark Zero 1 play in kickoff, a 7-1 win versus Wildcard. So also not a lot of footage shown there. It's clear both teams want to bring out a bit of a secret weapon for this tough first-round matchup.
Absolutely, and if you didn't watch much of kickoff, the look of Dark Zero is totally different. The only person that has stayed on this team is NJR. The rest of the team assembled from M80, that's Kino, and then 3 players from that old Space Station gaming roster, plus their coach of Callout as well. G2 grabbed one of those former SSG players in Benjamaster and also picked up a player that maybe some people might not know. His name is Shaiko.
Oh, I think I've heard of him.
I've heard of him once or twice.
Yeah, something like that. Going to be some really big names facing off inside of this lobby. Of course, the massive gun skill on both sides is going to be a big thing to focus on. We all are excited to see Stomp, and of course, going up against his home region. There he is, middle on the left. Excited to see him in action on LAN for the first time in a little bit. It's been a couple of months, and I know everyone on G2 is excited to showcase this new roster on an international stage.
Rode all the way here from Dallas, Texas on horseback.
Yes.
Now, look, I own a map. And you and I are both fans of GeoGuessr, but I can tell you right now, I have no idea how long it would take by horseback to get here from Texas. I imagine quite a while.
Well, Parker, it should be pretty exciting to see how he kicks things off, of course, against this Dark Zero team. Also thrilled to kick things off on Bank. We'll jump right into the matchup now as we get ready to load on in. 81%
that
for
cannot
G2.
Be right. There's no way that's right.
North America's not woken up yet to go to the polls, clearly, because the fans are backing the Europeans. It'll be a masterclass on Bank between these two heavyweights, Parker, and we'll jump right into the op ban phase.
All right, what are we thinking here? Dark Zero on attack, G2 on defense. Jesse, you're the numbers guy.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is always, do you ban Ace Habana? Do you take away those ranged hard breachers? Back in the day, it was really the only option for bank attacking bans, but we've seen teams really move away from that recently. Monty's been a big ban here. Ying's been a big ban. Glaz, Capitao. There's really a lot of options. I think the meta has really opened up to creativity for these two squads, and it will be Grim, so we're not going to see that double hard breach ban coming through from G2. Dark Zero, of course, starting with the Kaid. Mira would be our expected second ban, but Clash wouldn't be unexpected either. It's a Bandit. Okay, you don't see a lot of Kaid Bandit bans just because, you know, usually you talk about that Kaid being used down in the basement and stopping those hatches from being opened up, but Bandit does see play, of course, on that top floor. Elevator wall being closed up is probably the main place you'll see Bandit played, but not today as Dark Zero take it off the board.
Quite an unusual one. But I do like to see the electrification bans get removed. It was our good friend Bikini Boat who actually talked about optimizing operator bans for the map, and he very specifically talked about a Kaid and Bandit ban on Clubhouse, not here on Bank. But I do think there is something to be learned for the casual viewers who watch this game as to why certain teams will remove certain operators. Grim is one of the most played attackers across every single map. Every team plays Grim. He is very, very strong right now.
10 seconds left.
He's a nuisance op. He's annoying. He's able to work in entry fashion. He's able to work in post-plant fashions. He's great for pinching roamers. There are really not a lot of poor applications for a Grim, and of course Monty is Monty. You don't really need to talk too much about how strong that operator is, especially when you've got Kino on Dark Zero.
Wow, DZ again, they played this map versus Wildcard back during kickoff, and their attacks were amazing. They went 5-1 on their attacking half, Parker, and that was really coming off some strong pushes on the primary bomb sites. The only site they lost was Staff Room and Open Area, and that's exactly where G2 have decided to kick things off in this matchup versus Dark Zero. Maybe a little bit of VOD review being done by Ramalho and the coaching staff on G2. Cameraman, of course, a big impact on that team behind the scenes as well. So going to be excited to see how they try to lock things down. Heavy top floor roam from Shaiko and Alamau, but the rest of these players more content to just roam around that mid floor. With Mira and Azami available, you don't need to dedicate so many bodies up above.
No, of course. And another thing that's missing from Dark Zero's lineup is those typical intel operators, Deimos, Dokkaebi, Solid Snake. On an open area defense, you usually know where the defenders are going to be. They're going to play quite static. They know where the Azami is. They knew where Doki was. Doki, the very first kill, and Shaiko's looking for something. He gets full almost a second playing over by Stock Trading. Off they'll go, and the ace of NJR taking down Shaiko is just so nasty. Kino gets Dark Zero on the board, but the damage has been done. 3 players of DZ already removed. And we're not even at the halfway point of round 1.
NJR is going to want that one back. His first round here at the Major not going exactly how he planned. It's never easy clearing Shaiko out of stock, but that time in particular, he had an opportunity. Saw the player, had the pings, but Shaiko's just a little bit too good there. Leaves J9O and Kino in a really difficult spot. They're very isolated, and you can see the pings are very strong from G2. They know J9O is coming up from the basement.
They had intel on all this stuff. So again, it goes back to the point of why do you bring those intel ops if you know their overall positioning? And Dark Zero didn't struggle on information, Jesse. You pointed it out. They struggled on the kill department.
Yeah.
You can know where they are. You can use a death mark. You can use a Dokkaebi call. And guess what? If you don't land your shots, it's game over. Just like round number 1, Benjamaster and Shaiko will get the final 2 kills. That's a 3K for the new Frenchman on the side of G2, and they are off to the races.
Really strong start coming out from the confidence-inspiring G2. I mean, really good stuff from Shaiko, of course. Little 3K roaming up inside of stock, but a couple of those early fights as well, just not going their way on the side of Dark Zero. It was Newers on the sledge, the opening death. I think he was still outside the building, just on the north side, outside the CEO windows. Really wish we got a good view of him going down, but ended up dying to Doki from a position of inside of Archive. So one of those vert plays that didn't exactly go his way. There was some chat going through text chat right after that with some question marks from G2 as well, but in the end, I think that bomb site rotate as well maybe caught them a little bit.
You're being very kind to what was actually said. Doki said some swear words about Newers and what Newers was doing, but things that we can't repeat here on the broadcast.
Yeah.
One thing that has been quite common across Phase 1 and now is immediately starting in Phase 2 is the trash talk between the teams.
Yeah.
The teams are all on a familiar enough basis where they are engaging in a little bit of text tomfoolery. It is nice to see, even in incredibly important matches, not make or break just yet, but it is good to see that the teams are able to keep a good mental about themselves. I mean, it was G2 doing most of the talking. They won the round, so I mean, that's typically how it goes. But for DZ, they got to lock in, because while DZ dominated the first phase of kickoff, they showed some very serious struggles. And there was a period of time where some people became skeptical of whether DZ would even be one of the top 4 teams making it out of the NAL kickoff.
Well, this might be an explosive start to the round. It's no top floor presence from G2, but they've got 4 roamers here on the mid floor, and if they want to get active, they absolutely can go into some contests here. Of course, the open area hatch is open, so they can go for a bit of a drop down if they need to. That security is available to them, but really, with Doki's position inside of Cafeteria, with Benja being a little bit more aggressive as well, they've got players lurking around who could cause damage if DZ go too quickly and don't drone their corners.
Nitro Cell lined up and ready, blue being held. Again, this is a pugilism lineup from Dark Zero. They've got a read on somebody over towards staff area. All those DMRs in hand are great at breaking the walls open. The DMRs obviously hit like a truck, but they're also much better at caliber-based destruction. Doki is oh so close. He's so patient. Tracking the Ying through the wall. It's an ugly fight. NJR is there to save J90's bacon, and Dark Zero will get the leadoff pick in round 2.
They had no idea he was there, but somehow Doki's not able to walk away with a kill. Still good time waste coming out from G2. They lose their Azami. That will hurt, but this is a strong bomb site for Anchors. They can sit 4v5 in sight and still feel quite confident. Stompin will be the guy on blue stairs trying to lock that area down. Usually you'll see the smoke out here, but Warden can be quite confident as well. Watch out for Zach, because he can go for some really scary swings if you're not ready.
Gonna follow up now as there goes the nade. It bounces off of Stompin as he backs away. 3 separate players lined up. Good coordination. That Echo drone knocking the shield away. Stompin capitalizing off of that. An anticipatory shot onto the door. Here's the Candelas go off, but DZ's focus is elsewhere with a minute left.
Really nice little coordination from Stompin and Alamau, the captain and the young gun on G2. Now that evens the numbers, and time does not favor the North Americans. They're going to have to find a way to get this plant down. They've got lots of tools. Candelas from J90, crossbow bolts from Faults. They've got everything they need, but they have to be coordinated.
And look at this, G2 still so aggressive. NJR takes down Shaiko. Newers on the board. Alimau trades that one right back. The advantage at this moment for Dark Zero with 30 seconds left. NJR dropped. Fultz shooting away at the legs of Benjamaster, former teammates. Now it's all up to Alimau to clutch out. He's still got the yokai drones in place, but nowhere near close enough to deal with that defuse kit. DZ like their objectives. They had a very high plant rate in the NAL kickoff. Fultz, not usually the one to do it. It's been Kino, but he's dead, so Fultz will get the job done. A nice swing by Fultz. Alimau reads that one perfectly. Now it's Newers and Carl in a 1v1. Tucked away in the corner. Alimau's found 2 so far this round. Impact out to get the attention of Newers, but Newers will give him absolutely nothing. No, he's hugging that B-bomb chassis as the bullets whiz on by. Newers' position known. Alimau fighting for his life. Time going off, and you just can't get past Newers. Oh, so good on attack. DZ will tie the game.
Great round from Carl there, Parker, but it's just not quite enough in the 1v1. The young gun of Newers, he does not make mistakes often, and he is so sharp when he needs to be. Really was, from start to finish, I think one of the most important players in that round, because while that push from Dark Zero was largely coming in from the back, you saw them dropping in through gold. They had players dropping elevators. Stompin actually made a bit of an aggressive play. After getting that kill onto Kino, he pushed up towards the top floor, started to flank in towards Archives, and you see it in the kill feed. Newers shut down that flank from Stompin. So despite some really smart moves from G2 that I think a lot of teams wouldn't have expected, DZ were ready for it. They were watching. Newers, I believe, finishes that round with a big 3-piece coming out. So very nice to come through from Newers. And Dark Zero tie us up at 1.
Not used to seeing Ali Mao in these clutch positions, but he's just as good of an anchor as you can get. Ali Mao, I know his fans will always say this guy never takes anything seriously, but when he needs to dial in, he can. Don't forget that he is a major champion, so he's playing at a major.
Well, it's kind of awesome to see, like, the coordination. Like, Alamau plus Stompin feels like such an unlikely duo, right? Because you got this quiet young guy, Stompin, who's so talented, but maybe not so brash as an individual. And then Alamau is just, he's a clown, you know, he's a loud guy, but he's also incredibly smart. And so when they put their skill set together, it actually works so well. And maybe you don't think of them as two that would go well together, but really in the server, it shines.
Sequential breaching activated.
Ali Mao and Doki have both been on this roster for a long, long time, Jesse. A lot of people, when they think of G2, they might think of Pengu, you might think of Fabian. I mean, maybe you think of these guys, a lot of people now might think of Stompin. But in all actuality, Ali Mao and Doki have been on this roster longer than any other player. They're coming up on 4 years. They'll be celebrating that 4-year tenure on G2 at this event. So I understand that for old heads, you will think of guys like Goga, all them, but no, almost 4 years now for Ali Mao and Doki. World champions, of course, winning that 2023 SI in Montreal, the final SI that we've had in Montreal. Might go back there at some point, but honestly, they have made a really lasting legacy, and while success has maybe not been as often as it was on that older roster, Siege is far more competitive. This team has still been able to make events, so they're still able to compete at the top.
Really excited to see what the plan is here for Dark Zero. They haven't really taken map control, Parker. They're just really playing around the windows. They've got pressure on the skylight as well. Faults with the fuse kit out here on Rappel. You'll see this position quite often, but usually it's not the player with kits. Jane, I know on the Habana actually going to open up the walls from down outside the trading window, so they've got a couple different angles at that, and once the angle gets made, now Faults can rotate over. So whether they want to bring this kit in through the windows or whether they want to go in through top square, they've got a couple of different options. I believe NJR has made the breach in top square, so with lots of hard breach, Dark Zero have many angles open, and the smokes are coming through, so this could signal and execute 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, very quick to the punch. Newers dropped. There was some damage done to Shaiko earlier on. He will get the last laugh in that engagement, and G2 will find their second opening pick so far through 3 rounds. The Blackbeard now in the midst of the site. Kino showing off his prowess on these shield rolls. Down goes J90. He's having a miserable start here at 0-3 for the highest rated player on this team. That's just simply not good enough. G2 will lose Ali Mao as Fultz gets the kill. Has to peel off the defuse kit now. Gets mobbed by these defenders in sight. Benja will take down Fultz. Now it's Kino and NJR to pick up the pieces. The Yokai drone still in play. Stompin sitting on that gadget. Where is Shaiko? There he is. Back to the bomb site he goes. And Stompin will get the final kill. G2 answers back, and they will wrestle the lead away from DZ.
Yeah, nice little defense, Parker. They're not overextending into those big threats, right? You talked about Kino inside the bomb site. Obviously, Faults we highlighted rotating over on the Capitao. They didn't highlight any of those players on G2. Instead, they worked their peripheries. They tried to find picks elsewhere where the push was not focused on. You watched Shaiko go down those main stairs to pick off Newers for his second opening death through these first 3 rounds. You saw that long angle pick onto J90, who was trying to enter in through lobby side, while most of the distractions were coming in through the main windows and were focused over on square. It was those isolated players on Dark Zero that G2 were able to hone in on and take down before they could really have an impact that I thought was quite proficient coming out from these defenders. You know, they're not getting tripped up by what Dark Zero want them to focus on. They're finding opportunities to work that man advantage around the utility being brought by DZ.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
DZ's lineup being relatively static in the operators that they bring. It's been the same carousel as they've tossed around this Blackbeard, this Capitao, Ying, and Hibana. 3 of those operators showing up in pretty much every single round so far. There has not been a big difference in that lineup. Can't say the same for this G2 team, as G2 has tossed around certain operators. This will be the first time that we see a Wamai on the board, second time that we see a Fenrir. Thorn obviously very strong, good on a map like Bank. Heard it in one of the timeouts taken by the teams yesterday that it's very good for early kill pressure, but is also an annoying op that acts as an intel operator. I know that that's not the primary focus of somebody like Thorn, but when the Razor Bloom goes off, you know somebody is in the proximity.
Going to be going back down to the bottom floor now, Parker. So G2 not trying to keep the same rotation. Open area will be available to them as it was in round 1, but switching things up, keeping DZ on their toes. You saw a couple of op switches, most notably Newers jumping off of that Nook over to the Deimos. Such an incredible Deimos player Newers is, one of his favorite operators. Going to be exciting to see how he plays with this. Snake is his most played op through kickoff, but of course we know how good Deimos can be as well. You were just highlighting those information operators earlier in this game, and finally now, one being brought out by Dark Zero. The Roam, I think a little bit more passive coming out from G2. Doki, I should say, not having so much success ratting inside a cafeteria last time, so he reins things in, back down towards the basement. You do still have Shaiko in elevators. Benja, of course, here in open area too. Might be wanting to get aggressive, but with this hatch open, he's probably just going to shoot a couple drones and fall back.
Very critical of teams that play these unsupported style of roams. And I mean, Benjamaster is not fully unsupported, but he doesn't have anybody within reach. I guess the closest looks to be Alimau, but with the hatch open, there you go. He can immediately fall off. So nothing really putting him in harm's way here. This top floor control now has gone so swiftly. Oh my.
Nice.
Terrible start for Jack so far. 0-4 is well below what he's capable of. And for a guy who is usually one of the two main entries on this team, that's going to hurt for Dark Zero.
Yeah, that's a really big pick. You mentioned it last year and a half. Those two players, teammates, now enemies in the server. But NJR gets one back. Stompin actually dies very early, top of those server stairs. That's an uncharacteristic death coming out from Zach. And then Faults, another one. Answers back onto his former teammates. So a really nice kind of couple of kills coming through. G2 had that advantage in the palm of their hands, Parker, but they get a little over aggressive in two different areas of the map, and they completely give it up.
One of the things that I've always worried about with this G2 team is that there's no shortage of confidence. If we want to say it diplomatically. And there are times where G2 seems to overplay their hand and overpeak. They have tons of talent to bail themselves out, and Doki might have just started that as he picks up his second kill so far in this map.
I don't know if they knew Doki was back there. It's a bit of an over-eager drop from Kino. He's not supported with his teammates, and because they didn't have that information, it gets very scary. You've got to deal with Doki now, but with these Wamai magnets, even the Capital bolts won't save you.
Now go the Magnets, still holding this position. Jesse, look at how much time he's wasting, though. There's under 30 seconds left. You've yet to flush him out. You cannot get the defuse kit down if you do not have server control. Doki will eat you for lunch. There's Shaiko with one, Doki another, and DZ are bottoming out, leaving NJR on the hatch all by his lonesome. I admire the attempt. It's not going to go anywhere.
No, this one's done.
You're doing this at this point just for the gram, right? Alimau the final kill, 3 separate players involved in the 3 final kills, and G2 will extend their lead.
Way better round from Doki on that bottom floor bomb site. Hits him with the Z's after that one because he's just getting a little sleepy down in the basement. And I mean, you compare his first bottom floor defense to his second, right? The first time, he's going to rat inside and, you know, he doesn't really find much of an impact. And then the second time he goes down in server, that rat spot works out. They don't spot him. And so he has such a huge impact. No time, really, for Dark Zero to spot him out. And it's going to prompt this tack timeout to come through from Callout. Now, if you weren't watching Phase 1, we unfortunately don't have the ability to listen in here, but we will be listening in after round 6 for the halftime timeout. So get ready for that. We will get to listen to Callout's sweet, soothing voice soon enough. I think the alarm bell's ringing a bit, though. Parker down 3-1 now.
I want to know what's going on with J90. I know that we're gonna focus on him a little bit, but he enters as the 3rd highest rated player after all of NAL kickoff was done. He had the 2nd highest cost of any player in the NAL kickoff. Cost, of course, standing for kills, objectives, survives, or trades. He's doing very, very poorly here. He has an EPS of 33, and his cost is 25%. Now, in comparison to what we saw during kickoff, his EPS was 123, a full 90 points higher than what he's at now, and his cost was at 73%, almost 50% above where he's at this current point in time. Now, granted, it is just the 4th round, But if things are going bad, you're almost like, look at G2 at 3 rounds, Jesse. They're almost halfway done if they keep this up.
Yeah.
So you're running out of time for J9O to find it, and he has not been providing anything of value to this team.
It's really tough for J9O too, because you go back to that Space Station roster that he was on for years, and he really played that kind of support flex, right, alongside Faults as that support duo. But then when you add guys like Kino and NJR, the support roles get a little crowded. So J9O has taken on a much more aggressive playstyle here on the Dark Zero team, kind of playing that flex entry alongside Newers, and it's been a bit of a tough transition. Again, in kickoff, he was excellent. Actually 12-4 on his attacking entries. Really, really strong in the early game, but hasn't been able to be as involved. So you're right, I want to see more out of J9O. We know how talented he is as an individual, but hasn't been able to showcase it just yet against G2. They'll continue their site rotation. Open area returns once again, so this is going to be an opportunity for DZ to adapt. They should know this bomb site's coming.
They haven't really blown up their composition too much, so operator lineup on the side of DZ remaining very similar. We will see just the second Flores and the first IQ, and that in large part is a response to the amount of information being brought from this G2 lineup. G2 really isn't doing anything poorly. If you're wondering why we're talking so much about Dark Zero, it's because there's not much to say about G2. G2 has been playing exceptionally well, and the only times when rounds have gotten scary, outside of obviously the victory that Dark Zero had back in round number 2, was G2 getting too confident. It wasn't like they were making foundational mistakes.
No, G2 have been excellent. Shaiko, of course, really big round number 1. He's been consistent on the frags. Doki, a big moment last round. This top floor looks very similar to what they're used to. No more Azami. Of course, DZ banned that out, so Shaiko moves over to the Thorn instead. But this Miro window, it was a problem for them previously. It's going to be a problem once again. They have Habana, which I assume is going to be maybe an opportunity here. They've also got the Capitao.
This is silly.
Oh, no. They
this
have
is so
no
silly.
idea Alamau is doing this.
This is unbelievably silly. We are in Silly Town. Come on.
3.
1. A second, maybe?
If this was 2 years ago, he jumps out.
Carl, you can't do that.
Okay.
Raise your hand if you thought Stompin' would be bottom frag on G2.
Hey,
J9O breaks his goose egg, Jesse. Kills Benjamaster, former teammates, and we're back to a 4v4 with a minute to go. Alimau finds another Stompin' now also on the board. Fultz and Newer's last 2 alive. Diffuse Kit has been dropped. Will need to be retrieved by Dark Zero, but I don't even think there's enough time. Fultz is now buried at the hands of Shaiko, and Doki also in on the action. Was that a team ace? No, Alimau I think got 2 kills.
Alimau got 2.
Alimau got 2 kills. That's just the way it goes, I guess. What an impressive round. What more is there to say? You call a timeout, and that was really just not what we see from DZ. This is more playoff kickoff DZ and not group stage kickoff DZ.
Yeah, I'm concerned for the North Americans here, Parker. I mean, you call your attack timeout, and it's the most dominant round we've seen from G2 all tournament. This is their first game, so it's maybe not as crazy. But still, it's a really dominant round. It comes off with some aggression from Alamau. It's a nice swing from Stompin' down the bottom floor. I mean, you know how good the trade game is on G2 because there's always a kill coming back. Jack gets a kill, but immediately traded back by Stompin' on that top floor. When Alamau gets a kill, there's nothing. He just gets a second kill a little bit later on those windows. It doesn't feel like DZ are able to respond quite quickly enough. And that's kind of the thing with attacking on Siege, Parker. You have to either be winning your initial gunfights or you have to be good on the trades. And right now, Dark Zero aren't good enough on either. G2 have been far better in both categories.
I gave DZ a little bit of cover and fire back in round number 1 with their lineup, right? Saying, oh, they don't need those intel operators, right?
Sure.
They have been running this same similar lineup the whole time. And now what the major Achilles heel of Dark Zero has been is G2's roam.
Yeah.
Time and time again, G2 is killing you, and you seem to have no awareness of their position. Now, in round number 1, that was not the case. Round number 2, that wasn't the case. Rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, very much been the case. DZ is a system team. I get it. Callout has an idea. But no Deimos? No Dokkaebi? No Snake? No Lion? No Jungle? J9O plays Lion quite regularly. They could easily slot that in, but I guess they see their system and they want to keep playing it even if it's not working.
Yeah, it's very strange to see none of those banned out either coming from Dark Zero, but they clearly want to bring this hard breach. Like there's other utility that they want to bring instead. I get that. It's going to be tough. I like the IQ here for sure. Like, you can counter out some of these yokai cams. You can spot out those thorn gadgets. There's a lot of value you can get from that, but they need to be able to hunt down these players and get these kills. A 5-1 half after, again, their last time on Bank was also a 5-1 half, but they were successfully winning on the attack. I mean, you can't be going through with that consistently. There's got to be some kind of response from Dark Zero. Otherwise, it'll be G2 running away with this game, and still the information clearly favoring G2.
You have Newers on IQ down in blue. He's not even using his gadget. I mean, hey, congratulations. You killed Stobman. That's a pretty good entry.
Sure.
But the value that G2 is getting from this gadgetry is huge, and the IQ is not even a part of figuring it out. You know, a safe thing to do for IQ, get on the roof, see where the yokai drones are, then clear second floor and go on down. I mean, I guess you've gotten rid of the Echo. So the yokai drones are not as important, but still you do need to wonder why this operator is being used this way, and if, the question remains, can it be used to more success for DC?
Yeah, the death from Stompin, not ideal, frankly. Didn't have to go for that swing, but you're up 4-1, you're feeling confident. Sometimes you got to take gambles like that. This push from Dark Zero, by the way, it seems like it was coming more lobby side early. They've still got some pressure over there, but the window pressure exists as well. NJR over on this side, and it's Kino to fall next. Nice little swing from Shaiko outside of stock. He's been loving this position today.
Yeah, Shaiko's been roaming with complete impunity, and oh my goodness, if he'd won that long-range engagement on a J9O, that would have been something else, but still outside of the building for the most part. DZ will swing in at least the next 15 seconds. They've got Diffuse Kit in the hands of Fultz. There's no denying this Monty ban, by the way, is really throwing this team off its step, and Kino is hurting because of it. There's more damage being done now over by Shaiko as he's policing that square stair doorway. Down goes Fultz, but not before Benja had died as well. A 3v3 with a little under 30 seconds to go. Looks like they might coalesce, come together, work this bomb site. Doki now taking some damage. Dark Zero are desperate for this round, not keen to end up with a 5-1 deficit. Alimau dies, Doki trades it back, and it's now up to Shaiko to clutch out. I mean, this is a very favorable position. Running out of time! Oh my god, a jump scare from Newer. Shaiko dies. DZ will at least get one more, and the first half will go away 4-2 with G2 in control.
So winnable. Unfortunately, they didn't have that Diffuse Kit, but it's not quite enough. They stay alive in this matchup. Let's listen to the coaches for halftime.
Yeah, I forgot about.
Listen, though, if we go back to attack and overtime, Bulker, their open area scheme's not changing. They're sending 2 guys top, and they have nobody fucking Trump side. We need to just fucking take our time and clear those guys. Like, we go back there.
Heard.
That's all it is. It's one guy that plays stock, one guy that plays Jan. All you gotta do is open up fucking stock, force the guy out, put pressure on the Jan side, then just clear them, and just take our time with it. It's literally that simple.
So where was everyone else if we got all like the Hori gaps?
They had 3 down. You can ask them. Like I saw, there was 3 down. There's only 2 up, and we decided to go Hori on them. That's what I'm saying. Like, just unless we see something different. If we don't see anything different, then fucking obviously just clear them if it's 2. If they do like a fucking 32 where they got 3 top, then you look for Hori. But in general, just look to keep clear on that.
Heard.
On defense, too, let's not overthink it here. On the attack, so like we were fucking being a little too hesitant on some things. Just fucking play the game. We already know the game plan. AD already talked to us about it.
That.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we did Japanese before, right?
Yeah.
All right, we can do Portuguese this time.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
If you want, we can also like home clear and play for the kills. Okay? Just use the bird, remember this.
Then I can do horizontal, or also second round I thought I can do also Spada push, because I did that fast central on the windows against them.
Spada push you can't do against them because they play elevator, okay? They play elevator to hold like Spada.
Yeah, but on the second round I just go up and kill.
Yeah, keep in mind that like also like is what I say, like I'm very traumatized because of the open area split, but it can also work against them because they are very reactive and like they play like kind of crazy top floor, okay?
For open area, you're saying?
Yeah, for open area. Like,
but like,
I think the best one is horizontal.
What position do you wanna do? Because we changed so much in split.
In the split?
Oh, yeah,
I'm electric.
Electric, printer, lobby, Shaiko stock, Benja, rappel.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, perfect guys. Like, bank, our home. Let's finish 7-2.
Yeah, let's just chill.
So
They're terrible, bro. They're just baiting. Holy shit.
Every round I have like 10 seconds left.
I know, bro.
Could have
So
one run
fun.
so easy, bro.
Definitely a different vibe between those 2 teams. Dark Zero screaming in Portuguese, and then we switch back and Ramal calmly explaining the strats, calmly explaining what they want to do. Classic between these squads. It's kind of interesting, Parker. We highlighted at the start of this game how little bank both these teams have played this season. G2 have not played it at all. This is their first time showcasing it. Dark Zero, a single 7-1 matchup versus Wildcard. But they both seem to have quite a bit of information on what the other team likes to do.
Yep.
I would wonder if they've scrimmed each other on bank. It kind of feels like they have.
It's possible.
Based on that tag timeout.
I mean, Ramalho also said bank, it's our home.
Yeah, yeah.
Granted, you don't need to play it during kickoff. Kickoff was short.
Absolutely.
And you will, like, there were a lot of teams that qualified for kickoff playing 3 maps. 4 maps. There were a lot of teams. I went back and I looked through it, and there were very few teams that played over 5 maps during kickoff, right?
Different maps.
So just focus. So different maps. So like focus on Clubhouse, focus on Bank, focus on Lair, focus on Fortress. Maybe you have a Nighthaven Labs in back pocket. There you go. There's your map pool. So for a lot of these teams, if you have a large map pool, if you are a team like G2 who might honestly be able to play 6 maps, 7 maps, I didn't do that deliberately. You can easily afford to hide 1 or 2 of your more confident and comfortable maps. And I think G2 has very good reason to be confident here on Bank. They have played very effectively. And the 2 rounds that were won by Dark, I will say round 2 by Dark Zero was pretty good. Even round 6 was a scramble. And that was more of just, it seemed like a miscommunication. If Newers isn't in that spot, if Scheichel plays that a little bit slower, you know. Sure. Probably ends up being a 5-1. But there's enough confidence there on the side of G2 that they feel like they can close this one out as a 7-2 scoreline. We will see if that comes to pass as we get underway with our first round of the second half.
Well, Kaid has gone unbanned on Bank, which again, in professional play, is quite rare to see. It's immediately being brought out by Fault, wants to keep those hatches closed, and I'm always nervous when I don't see Kaid getting banned out because sometimes that means teams will struggle with the hatches. But Alamao's immediately jumped on the Thatcher. They're expecting this. There's no gap from G2. They didn't make a huge blunder here, which I feel like we see far too often with teams not able to open up those hatches, but shouldn't be an issue this time around. Not 100% sure where Faults has put those claws. Didn't look like there was one on the server hatch there, unless it's already been cleaned up by Benja on the Twitch. Looks like there might be one on the small office hatch to give them a little bit more safety around the map, and then perhaps another one lobby will be the other. Indeed, it will be. So you'll kind of know where some of those hatches are likely to stay closed. They're okay giving up server. They're okay if that hatch gets open because they've got util here.
Immediately seeing the Deimos and Snake makes me think, okay, well, they will be able to cut through these roamers very quickly. They've done that. This pace already from G2, quite brisk. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and they are already knocking on the door of this bottom floor bomb site. They've got Thatcher as well on the board, which is a bit of a rarity, Jesse, so
counts as a Kaid.
Absolutely, and you even touched on that when you said about the Kaid ban, but just reinforcing these points and positions for those that might not have been listening. I do like the Tachanka pick a lot from Dark Zero, but when we saw the basement attacks from Dark Zero, there wasn't a lot of that typical rigmarole that happens, the usual Goyo, the smoke, the Tachanka, etc. This is much more standard for DZ, and they're playing almost DZ's lineup on both attack and defense. Seems like it was a couple metas ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's very passive from Dark Zero. This is the more traditional way to hold this bomb site. Quite different, you're right, from how G2 wanted to play it. Do G2 now on the attack want to play into their hand? Are they going to go server and play that waiting game? I feel like against all these Nitros and against the Tachanka, it's probably not their best move. They could try to go down main, go down elevators. Then you got to deal with some of these other electric claws, so it gets complicated. Don't have the best utility for executes, right? Shaiiko and Doki, more roam clear operators. So if they're going to go for a traditional plant here, they've got to be clean on this plant. They've got to find a way to shut down NJR.
And now we're talking about that rigmarole, and it is rigging and it is remoling here as NJR is trying to stop the entry through the main doorway in that small wall that's been opened up. Now, the flames from Tachanka do damage, not as much as you think. There goes Kino to Doki, looking for the backstab. Folt shuts him down. Still long range. Benjamaster now dies. There goes Stompin', and this is a lockout right now on defense for Dark Zero, the most dominant round from the North Americans we've seen, and they have closed the gap between themselves and G2. 1 round separates them. DZ take the first round of the second half.
Textbook Bank basement defense, Parker. It's old school. It's not a strat that'll catch anyone off guard, but it works so well for a reason. And I love how all the utility came together there, Parker. Because they had the electric claw on the lobby hatch and on the small office hatch, it made it really difficult for G2 to justify going for a back hit. Without that lobby hatch open, without being able to drop in a gold, it wasn't super viable to go to the other side of the bomb site. So they did just have to commit to the server execute. And there was a great idea from Doki. He says, these guys are all going to have C4s in their hands. Let me walk in. That's a brilliant idea. But Stompin' unable to get that plant down because the Tachanka play was so good from NJR. Faults had his gun up. Wasn't caught with the C4 in hand as his teammate was. So really nice defensive setup from Dark Zero. A lot of players, even the best players in the world, will mess up that Tachanka play down on Bank basement. It is tough to bank those Shamika launchers in the exact positions you need to deny all the plant spots, but if there is anyone in the world who's proficient enough, who is consistent enough to be trusted to single-handedly deny that plant, it's NJR, and he was perfect in round 7.
Now, with that, I do want to remind everybody tuning in that while I know you're probably here for Shaiko and Stomp, but it may be some of the other people in here, that there is a B stream that is ongoing at the moment. The Australian-New Zealand team of Enterprise is currently playing up against the Brazilian team of Ninjas in Pajamas. So if you want to watch both at the same time, I implore you to do so. If you enjoy our dulcet tones, then stay here and listen to us. But I can tell you, I'm not going to reveal the scoreline, but their matchup, at least from what I see, is just as competitive as this one, so you're treated to at least 2 very good games.
We've got Alma walking in on the Nook. This is a fun strategy, Parker. We've seen this before from players. It's a rare op, but this is kind of how you see it played. Walks right up these lobby stairs. They have no clue he's here.
Almost like the operator was designed to do that, Jesse. Oh, this could be quite a rude awakening. He's got Kino dead to rights, and he saw him for but a second. He's getting droned in. That must have been perspective, and that must have been his, that must have been his FOV. Because on our screen, we saw the smoke for a second.
Yes.
But on his, depending on what resolution he plays on, he might not have.
Yeah.
That is good news for Dark Zero, as they're able to get away and not suffer the wrath of the sneaky Danish op.
Yeah, he could have gotten a couple kills there because Newers was in the elevator, ended up just sneaking right past him. The player in janitor, as you mentioned it, drops just in time. The main stairs guy, I mean, all 3 roamers nearly got caught by Alamau, but all of them just escaped with their lives. And now, sure, you're approaching the site, but this is not as important of a setup because there's beepers here. They'll hear you.
He lost his active drone. He'll walk in. There's no way. There's no way. How does he do it? There was too much sound, I imagine, for Dark Zero not to hear those beepers. The smoke will go out. Alimau still alive, trying to flush the smoke out of position. Carl takes down a second Doki with yet another, and it's all up to Foltz. The start to the second half for Dark Zero looked so good, Jesse, and it has fallen to pieces here in this 8th round. G2 quite eager to regain their 2-round lead. It's all up to Foltz to clutch this one out. Foltz, to his credit, much better on defense than he is on attack, but nobody on DZ good on that defensive round. A flawless win in round 8 as G2 goes back up by 2 rounds.
Incredible one from Alamau. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he gets away with these plays. Walks straight through the beepers. They should hear him, but there's no response to come out from Dark Zero. Just peeks the Chonka prone on the hatch. I mean, that's a freebie come through from Carl. Beautiful nade play in the midst of that. Gets the final for a triple. Absolutely fantastic play coming out from Alamau. Let's watch it again. I mean, you got to question NJR a little bit in that position. Should have had the information. This is just a brilliant shot. And then he finds the final frag as well. Fault's weakened by Shaiko as he gets the final kill through the hatch. Big play coming out from Alamau. The second player in history, by the way, to qualify to 10 majors. This is his 10th. Only Cyber was able to do it faster.
That's really quite crazy. And now, for that stat, for those that are actually keeping track, we do not consider 6 Invitational as a major. It is an S tier or S plus tier event, however you want to qualify it for yourself. We are strictly speaking things that end in the word major.
Yes.
Paris, major. Yes. Mexico, major. Copenhagen, major. 6 Invitational? Not 6 Invitational, major.
No, sir.
Not correct. So, lots of tenure here from these players, and again, Alimau and Doki. Oh my goodness. Newers almost finds both of them. The 2 longest serving members of G2's Rainbow 16 in the history of their Rainbow 6 roster.
Yep.
Almost both die, and Alimau is not used to top fragging on the team, but here he is with 9 kills at half HP. Might be a little harder for him, especially on Blitz, to rack up more in this round, but that's a rough start for G2.
Nearly 8 years of G2 experience between Doki and Alamau, so you're right. They've been here a long time between the 2 of them. I like that aggression from Newers. You know, this game is not going your way. It's been out of hand almost since the very beginning. Try to mix things up, you know, try to catch them off guard. You didn't get a kill, but you've weakened them both significantly. With Kino on the smoke, with a Nitro Cell being played by both Newers and Faltz, that really can matter late into the round. Here comes a smoke, not from Kino, but just to enable this rappel in through top square. Bomb site is on the top floor here, so start to watch out for what this push is going to look like from G2. If they've got top square control, if they can breach it with stomping on that thermite, likely we're going to see a plant coming in just through that angle.
Good Val Cams now giving intel for Dark Zero. They'd smoked off Stompin' in his position, but they know exactly where he is, and there are the pings. Dokkaebi will knock them off. This is very well timed by G2, and it answers back. Stompin' had an idea about this, and we'll get the exothermic charge off. Back onto Cams they will go. No IQ present for G2 to assist them in this endeavor, so they will just have to find those Cams. Providing they even know there's a Valkyrie on the board, Jesse, they might not.
Yeah, I mean, Kino and J9O are on these cams, so it's 2 players dedicated to just giving information to the teammates. As the first Candela comes in, that might force players off. Indeed, J9O does jump back, but these cams aren't being shot. This information is going to be active the entire round.
This is so good. And it puts Stompin in a really rough position, but amidst the smoke, Alimau is getting diffused, kid down. He has to get off his position. No, there he goes to the gas. Kino hops off the Valk cam just in the nick of time, and it's his gadget that does all the work. Dark Zero finds the first 2 picks. They haven't lost much on the side of DZ. And now in the lobby, Fultz guns Doki down, cuts him off of a wire. Shaiko worried for his own safety as he's only feet away. Stompin still existing in this square portion of the map. Unable to get that exothermic charge off more than once. Still got 2 in pocket. He and Shaiko now side by side. Viewers down. That's the first person on Dark Zero in the ground. 30 seconds to go. And they will come to blows. There goes Stompin. Fultz, a huge round. And Kino as well. All of the kills between those 2 players, the 2 supports of DZ, will give them the round win.
Really nice play coming out. Of course, the Valk cams from Fultz, so important in that round as well. So it's not just the frags, but it's the utility as well from the captain of Dark Zero. Really massive round coming out from him. I also want to give more credit to Newers. I mentioned it right at the start of that round. Goes for a spawn peek, deals a bunch of damage to Alimau. And how does Alimau go down? He's trying to plant, and a Toxic Babe knocks him off and downs and gets the kill. That early damage from the spawn peek is what brings his HP low enough for the Toxic Babe to finally get that frag. So from start to finish, those aggressive moves that maybe didn't immediately result in a man advantage for Dark Zero eventually got there. And here's that nice little swing from Fultz. He was so active down on that bottom floor. Sometimes you'll see IGLs play things quite passively, sit as the full anchors inside the bomb site. Fultz has long been an active IGL, and he plays that position so incredibly well.
Mr. Numbers Man?
Yes, sir?
Give me Fultz's defense numbers, please.
Parker, Fultz's defense have been very good compared to his offensive numbers. He's got a 149 defense KDR through kickoff compared to just a .76 on the attack. So double, essentially, how many kills
you
he's
said
getting.
the numbers backwards. You're supposed to say 6-7, not 7-6, Jesse.
Okay,
I
Parker.
feel like you've just ripped a hole in the time-space continuum.
You're too old for this, Parker. You're too old for this.
Do you know how you kill lame jokes? You get old people like me to start using them. The moment that my dad said the words "book it," when we were like, you know, and I don't know, you might be too young for this, but he used to say like,
what do you mean book it?
Let's book it. It means like, let's get out of here.
Okay, yeah.
And my dad started saying it, and I was like, this is no longer cool. You no longer say it. So now that I say 6-7, Jesse.
I apologize to all the 15-year-old Stompin' fans watching. I'm trying to contain it as much as I can.
Probably just a wave of unk and cringe in chat. That's what I'm guessing. So .76 on attack, almost a double difference in how well he does defending. And I mean, that round was a great example of that. His utility was really good, but his play was smart, and that was because G2 didn't drone out the lobby. Now he'll be reunited with that Valkyrie op. And Kino also picking up a couple kills. That leaves J9O, their highest rated performer through kickoff, at the bottom right now. J9O, if memory serves me correctly, despite SSG struggles at Paris, J9O was still pretty good. So having him underperform here, not ideal. NJR, the longest serving member of this Dark Zero team, will get kill number 1. Fultz continuing in the exact same spot, Jesse. Inside the lobby, he'll take care of Benjamaster. Shaiko, the only one able to muster anything for G2 in the first minute.
Yeah, tough. I think the information not quite all there for G2. They've got Alma, of course, creeping through Dirt Tunnel, but these roamers have been such a big problem, and he can't really affect that much. Stompin' as well, inside Garage. You've got all these different players on G2 who are approaching the bomb site from underground, and they just can't have an impact on Fultz roaming inside of lobby.
Oh, no. Alamau's patience right now might be rewarded, almost getting J9O. You know he's going to want that one back. Nades will go out as Stompin' has his claws in Garage. Alimau, not too far removed, inside a server. He's got Shaiko there with him now as well. They are looking to pinch this A portion of the bomb site, and very wisely, Dark Zero has fallen back. This is a very slow round, Jesse. Still over a minute to go as G2 starts to get set up, looking for an A site execute.
Bit awkward. You've got to use the breaching charge, and Shaiko is on a sliver of HP, so if anything tickles him here, he's going to go down, but that's not the case. Gets the breach off successfully, and Alimau can try to plant. There are 2 impacts being held by Dark Zero at the moment, though, Parker. This Osa shield is dead to rights.
And they're going to attempt that. Wait it out. There he goes. No immediate follow-up. Second Talon Shield now in hand for Osa. This rhythm on the bottom floor, oh so huge. They've managed to push Stompin out of his position. Alimao now still has some coverage, but there's nobody watching. Shaiko takes care of Fultz. Carl will attempt again. J9O living on borrowed time. He has to be a little careful about the engagements he takes. Kino goes up. Can he shut Alimao down? Not in the nick of time. He does get the kill. Shaiko trades it right back. The Frenchman looking for a 4K. He and Stompin will fight for it, but it'll be a 4K for the Frenchman. G2 move to map point.
What an execute. Shaiko so good on almost no health that entire round. Plays perfectly around the plant. Alimao amazing as well there to get that defuse kit down just behind the Osa shield. I didn't think it was going to be doable because they had those impact grenades, and the first one was good, but he had a backup in his pocket, and you just weren't fast enough, Kino, to get there. He managed to kill the shield, but it was too little, too late. If he is there a split second faster, this whole round flips on its head, but Shaiko's cover is immaculate. He does not lose a fight throughout this one, 4 straight, and he plays so well in that position. Dapped up by Ramalho, and that'll be match point for G2. 2 opportunities to go up 1-0 in Swiss.
This will be a long day. 8 best of ones here on Stream A. 8 best of ones over on Stream B. Enterprise versus Ninjas in Pajamas currently playing on the B stream, providing that matchup has not concluded. We are not actively watching it. We are just getting updates as the day goes on. After this bout, it will be Wildcard doing battle against
the Falcons.
Falcons making their way in from Phase 1, and the former Falcons player of Shaiko looking like he might walk away with a victory here on his new team. Falcons surviving Phase 1. They picked up Joom, and they are looking to fly high.
Yeah, Shaiko's not going to be feeling too bad about being dropped with his performance now on G2. I mean, really nice, 13-5. Was the second best attacking player throughout kickoff. Only Reaps from the APL was putting up better numbers than Shaiko on the offense. So it's been really impressive to see him continue that trend. Was great on the defense today too. Not saying he wasn't, but top to bottom playing a full game here for G2. Now on the Demos. Alimao back on the Nook. Maybe his favorite operator today. Made a bit of a tweet about this operator. Said his old main. And now he's been caught out. That camera detection, it doesn't matter. They've spotted him through the floor.
The jig is up at that point. You've still got a good gun in hand, and you can still maybe hide for half of the round and hope they forgot about you, Teehee. I don't think Dark Zero will maybe do that. So now Alimao and Shaiko arm in arm inside of the lobby, searching for one of these players just within striking distance of the bomb site. Open area needs top floor control. Are G2 just going for a direct site hit? It does not look like it is a full clear up top.
Yeah, they're not really concerned with top floor at all, Parker. And if they do make their way over towards square, they try to get a plant inside cafeteria, you can do it without top control. But importantly, they've got that pressure, right? The long angle's up above.
Oh my goodness. Benjamaster had an idea of NJR's position, but he loses the duel. Not a single point of damage done to NJR. NJR moments ago had tossed a Valkyrie camera into that teller's portion of the map to try and gain information on Alimao. That allows one of these defenders to sit and wait, but they might have the information, but Alimao's outside the building. He and Shaiko with 2 kills. Dark Zero struck first, now trailing in numbers, and it will continue to get worse, Jesse. J9O with a desperation kill. He and Fultz will need to clutch out this round, or it's curtains on the very first game here in the Swiss bracket for DZ. G2 hoping to start their day up 1-0. They've got to find 2 more. Fultz has excelled in the second half of the map. J9O has had a bit of a tough go of it. Fultz has his hands full. Looking for something as defuse kit goes down. J9O will now join him inside of open area, but they have seeded that staff break room portion of the map. They might be trapped in this spot, and I gotta like G2's chances when it comes to long-range engagements. Shaiko's just so damn good. He seals the deal, and G2 will take the map.
Does it ever get boring, Shaiko, of being the best player in every lobby you enter? I can't imagine it does. A massive game from the newest player on G2. Really good top-to-bottom gameplay coming out. They controlled this one against Dark Zero, never found their footing, never got into this game, and the Europeans continue their winning streak. That's 6 straight maps now through kickoff and the major.
Incredible stuff from G2. I know there's going to be much cause for celebration here, and many will be talking about their chances, widely considered by so many to be one of the favorites at this event. That matchup against Dark Zero will give nobody pause. Absolute dominance, not really a weak link on the side of G2. Great performance from everybody. Their roles so well, and it was a pretty easy first map for the European team.
Yeah, and Benja, you know he's going to feel a bit bad about that one. His former teammates getting put down, but someone had to win. I'm sure you'll hear the love now as they enter and go for the dap-ups. Again, only the first round in Swiss, right? There are plenty more games to play. Dark Zero will have their more opportunities to make it through, but we've still got a long day ahead of us, Parker.
We absolutely do. Wildcard Falcons up next.
G2 take down Dark Zero to start round 1 of the Swiss here in Phase 2. Doki, it's no secret that you and Dark Zero are both heavily favored to win Salt Lake City. I think that's been a lot of the conversation. You've taken down a big opponent here. It's a big deal so far.
Okay. I wouldn't say Dark Zero were the favourites to win the tournament, in my opinion. I think it was one of the easier games for us to open up the tournament with, so I was happy we weren't put up against a stronger opponent. Ramalio's laughing at me. He thinks I'm incorrect. But yeah, it was a good match, good prep done by the coaches, and Benjamaster, he was on their team before, so he has all their infos.
Yeah, you had a little bit of opposing knowledge there. We also saw an unusual, a defensive-sided bank almost, not what we are typically used to seeing. What was different about this matchup?
I think like with some of the bands, like Monty Band, pardon me, like Monty Band, it's pretty difficult sometimes they attack. But the hard breachers are open, so yeah, I mean, should have got more attacks, I guess, by DZ, but I mean, we're just peeking everything and killing everybody, so what can you do?
Awesome, thanks, Doki. G2 with a great start to the Swiss.
A long day ahead of us, a long day ahead of for the teams as well, not just us in production, but we're already here for our second matchup of the day, not map. Matchup, because we're going to keep rolling with these best of ones all day on both this stream and on the B stream. Enterprise versus Ninjas in Pajamas was the match that just concluded over there. I'm not going to spoil the results. They will be starting their second matchup in just a second. But before we tell you to go to the B stream, stay here because Falcons Wildcard is going to be, at worst, a very interesting game.
Yeah, another NA versus EU matchup. Of course, lots of storylines here, but we go to Chalet. This will be the first time Falcons played Chalet all season, so a bit of a hidden map for them. Wildcard, very common. Twice now, a close win and a close loss through kickoff.
Chalet will be the map we play on after this break. Sit tight. We'll be right back. Well, we did a little bit of talking about what our expectations are for this matchup because Wildcard isn't entirely here.
Yeah.
For those of you that haven't followed either on social media or heard us talk about it on the broadcast, Adrian was playing out of Canada during the NAL kickoff and has been unable to secure a U.S. visa, which has been a common refrain, unfortunately, so far through this event. We've had entire teams knocked out due to visa issues, etc. So the best that Wildcard could do in their minds was grab a player who was unexpectedly dropped from his roster only about 7 months from winning a major. They picked up Hot and Cold as he was benched by M80, technically not dropped, but no longer on the active roster. And Spiker did an interview where he said he was a little surprised that Houghton was dropped, or benched rather. We will make a distinction here, but is excited to have him on the team.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a big opportunity to come through for a wild card. If there was any player that you could get to fill in for Adrian's role, it's probably
Joom is huge! Oh my goodness!
Okay, well, Doom the Giant coming in for Shaiko, going to be important to see. And no doubt, this is going to be a tough matchup, I think, particularly for the Wildcard guys, not only coming with a sub, but playing against the team that have got second place the last 3 straight majors. They will be favorites to go through this Swiss phase, despite some of the struggles that they've had throughout the kickoff, and even a little bit, we saw some shaky moments in phase 1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people had in their UB predictions, which, by the way, I think the Swiss one is now closed, so you might have missed the boat on that one. In order to, you know, try to reopen it, just spam !charm in chat. I'm sure that'll get it back open. Sorry, mods. But yeah, I mean, Falcons were the worst rated team in the EML to make it here.
Yep.
Which, when you look at the teams that qualified, is a little confusing, right? You never really would have Falcons below VP and certainly below Twisted Minds in the depth chart, but that's the way it worked out. And there was some shakiness, but they played Shopify Rebellion, they clawed back that second map, and they ended up emerging as one of the 2 top bracket teams, but there were obvious problems.
And, you know, they're not the only team that struggled through kickoff. Wildcard themselves started really weak in that opening phase through the North America League. They were struggling. They're actually the only team to qualify to Salt Lake City Major with a negative round win percentage. They've lost more rounds than they won because they got kind of slammed in the group stage, but they picked it up for playoffs. They still secured 2nd seed out of North America, just behind 5 Fierce to get here. Of course, that was with Adrian playing under their roster, and their hope is to get Adrian back. His visa is still pending. He hasn't been denied, so they would like to get him in at some point in this tournament. But for now, of course, playing with hot and cold. They've had their struggles this season adapting to their new roster change, bringing Adrian in. Now they need to adapt once again with Adrian out.
And the thing is that Houghton is obviously a magnificent player.
No doubt.
He's a multi-time major champion. He can slot in just about wherever he wants. You know, there's a period of time where he got shuffled off of some teams, maybe unceremoniously, got picked up by another org, and then flourished even in different roles than he was used to playing. You know, the big one was Mirage. He got kind of a second life on Mirage, played that buck, played an entry fragger. He had some of the best stats. Then he gets moved over to Space Station, and yada, yada, yada. The rest is history. So Hot and Cold is a great player, but he doesn't know the system. He doesn't know the strats, and he might not know Adrian's role. He's far more comfortable playing Spiker's role. So Wildcard will absolutely take a step back, which is a bit unfortunate because, as you said, they struggled in the groups, but then they picked it up. They had some really scrappy best of 3s to actually make it here, and now they might be, you know, stepping back a little bit farther again.
Yeah, I mean, Edward Gaming was the perfect example of, like, you can't just sub in a great player and become a great team. Noah was an excellent player throughout his entire last couple of years on Team Secret, but despite joining that Team Edward squad, they still got grouped back in phase 1. They are not here in the Swiss phase. So it doesn't mean just because you picked up a great player as a substitute that they're immediately going to be able to gel with the rest of the team. Now, everybody on this team speaks the same language, so that's a big bonus. That will help quite a bit, but even still, it's not going to be easy. Hot and Cold has said he's got a history of proving teams wrong after they drop him. He's hoping to do so again, now proving M80 wrong, and we'll see if he can do it here in the server versus the Falcons. We'll see if he has to prove you guys wrong, and indeed, 81% of you backing the Falcons. Haven't we learned that it's not safe to bet against Wildcard?
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard always seems to be counted out domestically, internationally, etc. One of the statistical best North American teams over the last calendar year. Wildcard are hoping for another top 4 berth at a major. The thing is that if they do get Adrian back, you need to be in a position where you are not facing elimination early. So, if not against Falcons, then in their next match today, Wildcard will need a victory or else they will be facing an 0-2 elimination matchup.
We'll get right into the operator bans. We expect an Azami always on Chalet. Such a common ban to see come through from the defenders. From the attack, you can see Ying quite often, Grim quite often, Glaz quite often. Dokkaebi as well can definitely be an op that causes some trouble for the defenders, so going to make that roam clear a little bit difficult. I wonder if they're going to pair it with a second intel operator, a Snake, a Deimos. That would be kind of my read on seeing a Dokkaebi ban immediately, and indeed, there goes the Snake. Probably the 2 best roam clearing operators specifically on Chalet, because Deimos often thrives on a more vertical map, whereas Chalet is spread around quite more horizontally. So I like that ban coming out from Wildcard.
Yeah, it's quite great. It's a good one from them. And I like to see the Skinnergizing here going on as well. We talk about it just tongue-in-cheek from time to time when teams don't always have their operator cards perfectly aligned. For those of you that have not heard us hype up the B stream, our good British friends Ace and Dez are currently putting their voices to some all technically APAC, because technically one of them is a CNL team, but I mean, I'm a North American. There's only one part of the world. It's North American, and everything else is APAC. That includes Team Falcons. They're also APAC. All gamers. The CNL team, the top-rated CNL team, is currently going up against Weibo Gaming. That is on the B stream right now. You can watch both at the same time, or you can stick here, go on over there, do whatever you'd like. It is really up to you. The B stream will be active for many of the next few days, so you will have wall-to-wall siege. What are you laughing at?
I just watching Kansan on the cam, just spectating users fail his drone jump over and over, then he just gives up, goes back down the games. It's like, it's one thing if like we catch it on the stream, but your opponent's just watching you fail the jump. It's, I don't know, it's a little goofy.
We've all done that, where it's just after the third time, you're like, Jesus Christ, why won't this work? Drone will go elsewhere.
Yes. Well, already a really early entry to the building, Parker. Less than 30 seconds deep, and LeakyFact already entering inside of games, now inside a bar. He will make himself known, caught on default cam, and now singing with that DMR. The 417 is quite loud, and they'll hear him over towards that side of the map. Very heavy extension up towards the top floor from Wildcard. It's not a surprise to see them go kitchen first. It's one of their favorite bomb sites. It's actually their most played site. I mentioned it during the map vetoes, but they played this twice throughout kickoff, an 8-7 win versus M80 and a 7-5 loss versus Dark Zero. So there's quite a lot of footage out there about how Wildcard like to play this map. But of course, they've changed multiple things up. Their operators a bit different from what we're used to seeing. Kansan on this Valkyrie already getting good impact and not something we've seen from them before.
Ooh. Baby Shark eliminating Solitov. Uses on the window. We'll trade that one right back. It's a fun day for Baby Shark, isn't it?
It is, Parker. I mean, 21 years old as of yesterday. It's a big birthday here in the United States. He spent it taking photos and videos for Media Day, so not exactly how he maybe wanted to spend it, but there's more on his mind. Wants to have a big impact and gets the first frag of this match.
And Spiker sees the Blackbeard of Joom walk on in. There goes LeakyFact to Bay. Secret Weapon 94 on the board. One thing that Joom provides for this team is flexibility on fragging rolls, and he will ride the Blackbeard on in. There's always been depth on this Falcons team. It has not just been the Shaiko show, and we are seeing now what it looks like when you don't have Shaiko on this squad. Hot and Cold's first kill on Wildcard will come, and it takes down Brede, leaving Falcons in a deficit. 3 players still standing for Wildcard, 2 for Falcons. Plenty of time left. Kansan now gunning down Usus. Give Spiker a kill. Give Spiker the kill. And then it's a team ace. Just do it. Give it to Spiker. Oh, goodbye, Kansan. Joom trapped in this corner. You don't want to aggress too much on a Blackbeard or things like that will happen. Hot and Cold now getting shot at through the wall. He's still surviving. Spiker down below because that's where the bomb site is. Diffuse kit will need to be retrieved. This is so tough for Joom, Jesse. I don't have much hope if I'm Falcons.
If it was anybody else, I'd agree, Parker, but Joom's got a history in these tough spots.
That's true. He's in the bomb site. Will likely put the shield on his back, attempt the defuse plant, and a response will come in. Spiker just playing time. Bullet bouncing above the head of Joom. Up he goes. Joom is still alive. How did Wildcard allow him to do this? The 2 remaining players from Wildcard need to go. They're running out of time. Spiker will get the job done. A team ace for Wildcard. And an easy counter disable will follow. Wildcard up 1-0.
A little too close for comfort. I can't lie, Parker. The last time Joom played an international match on this stage before coming to Utah, of course, was that SI Grand Finals, and we all watched Fortress. Maybe the single best clutch performance from one player I have ever seen. Scary with him in the 1v3. You could sense there was a little bit of miscoordination maybe coming out from the guys on Wildcard. I mean, they had 2 players up above. Hot and Cold, one of them, not really able to work with the team to be able to get that clean trade. It's a Blackbeard. They had him pinched on 2 sides. In theory, that is a situation where you expect the defense to be able to clean things up easily. Got way too close for comfort, but Spiker is an incredible young IGL. He hits those shots when he has to and bails the team out. Gets them their first win on the board.
A brief tech issue. It looked like something was happening with Hot and Cold as the admins had wandered on over, but we are right back in the action. It will be a long day, so buckle up if you are hoping to get whatever skins are being offered by watching, then continue to watch. Just make sure you just make sure that you leave the stream open with the sound on so it's actually counting towards those hours. I was in chat yesterday when we weren't casting because, of course, I want the stuff too. And would you believe it, people were very upset with how dominant some of the games were yesterday. Oh, my skin, my charms, my skin. You wanted Los to end up getting steamrolled by 4 angry men and 1 semi-docile man. Did not obviously happen. I'm sorry for all of you, but enjoy the madness. That will follow today's set of games. Wildcard with the info bans, so Falcons will have to make do with just a Deimos, maybe a Lion if he should be used. Deimos, though, being brought by Solitov, so that will enable them to find where these defenders are. And on a map like Chalet, yeah, it's not as big as Bank. Yeah, it's not as big as Clubhouse. It's not as big as Lair, but you can still suffer through some tricky roams here, so bringing Intel Ops to do that, mighty important.
FaZe hiding on the Clash through the prep phase here, Parker. It's not a brand new operator for him, and they'll immediately spot it on the drones. He's mostly avoided any hard counters to the Clash. There's, of course, the Capitao being brought by Bride, which can be a little bit scary with those fire bolts. And in theory, if he plays on a soft floor, Saltov down below can be a good counter as well. But we'll have to see. There's no Nomad coming out here. There's no, like, Zofia or a ton of grenades or explosives. So he will have a decent opportunity to exist here inside of Office, especially if he wants to exist outside on the balcony. Playing the blue stairs right now, and it's going to stop a little bit of that early pressure coming in through the kind of library side of the map. Falcons wanting to get this below control, it seems. There's nobody roaming down here other than Spiker, so if they can clean him up, they'll have a really good opportunity to work the vert from down below and have a nice little angle to put pressure on the defenders.
They've used all those death marks still in pocket, and he's slowly figuring out who wants to be target number 1. It will be Spiker, playing over by the dining room portion of this map. He has to get past the Valkyrie of Kansan. No, never mind. That's Bay. It's the Clash in that position. I'm bamboozled by the silhouettes. First kill will come out, and I mean, what a great target and what a great player. Now Spiker on the board as well. These attacks from Falcons falling way short.
I believe Bay lost his shield in that engagement, though, Parker. The nade cleared it, so he gets a kill, but now he's left with just the SMG. His best weapon not available to him any longer. Still in such a powerful position. Makes Joom really nervous to try to push up to this hallway. This shield will likely stay up, too, because they've got nothing to clear it other than just the Selmas.
Deployable shield back in hand for the smoke. That was a mid-season change, and the flush out on a Baby Shark was good, but they missed the opportunities. He crossed the window by Piano. Have to imagine Falcons coordinated so that they could pick him off, but it does not come to pass. And now Joom will look for something else, a golden opportunity, and he gets the birthday boy. That's the first pick for Falcons. I guess technically yesterday was his birthday, but we'll call him the birthday boy today because he didn't play a single game. The vault in from Joom. Hot goes huge. 2 kills for the sub. Bay will send us away, and Wildcard up by 2.
Really nice little defense coming out there, and I have to give credit to Bay, Parker. What a round on the Clash. You saw the big threat was down below. They were worried about Spiker on the Mozzie. They had the Deimos to try to hunt him down. Specifically, Wildcard banned out those intel operators. They banned the Dokkaebi. They banned the Snake. Why? Because they wanted to allow off-site roamers to be able to exist with a little bit more freedom, to not be immediately found out and pressured. They bring the one tool they still have. They bring the Deimos. They track that. They track the Mozzie down below the site. And what happens? Bay drops his shield and just goes for a big swing. Sure, lost his shield, but who cares? Killed one of the best players on all of Team Falcons. Really makes that impact get felt. Opens the door for Matt then to come through hot and cold, fire on those breaches, creates that crossfire, creates that pinch down towards blue stairs, and it's just an immaculate defense. Julio clearly not happy with how this has gone so far. Calls attack timeout after just 2 rounds.
A very early timeout by Falcon standards, so obviously cause for concern here, and they have just not looked like themselves. Historically, this has been a pretty okay map for Team Falcons, but while the numbers for the map overall are not the best, the attacking numbers, Jesse, are terrific. Since the Munich Major ended, Falcons have a 61% win rate attacking on Chalet. They have come up empty-handed on both accounts so far. And again, no slight to Wildcard, but Wildcard is not fighting at full strength here.
Right.
If there ever was a golden opportunity handed for Falcons to win their map, it's this one. You're playing down a man on Wildcard. Hot and Cold is terrific, and he's right now tying the overall kill lead on the team with Bay, but it's still a far cry from playing with Adrian. So
yeah.
if Falcons are starting off weak against a team that is down a player, and Falcons are historically very good attacking on Chalet, there's trouble brewing, and Julio has figured that one out. And hopefully for Falcons fans, they will sort it out pretty quickly.
Looking for a big round here out of Looking Back. I know he's not an incredibly active operator running this Sens, but he was a really struggled player back when they played against Wildcard over in the major, right? Back during SI, I should say. That was a group stage matchup, and it was one of Looking Back's worst games of the season. Was lowest rated player, ended up going just, unfortunately, 16-26 in that best of 3. Starts this one out 0-2. He's an incredibly talented captain for the Falcons. We know how good his gunplay can be, so excited to see what he can do. Looks like just a library side clear coming out from the Falcons to start this third round.
Razor Bloom goes off, so information there for this wildcard team as now they sit far back. Still one Razor Bloom in pocket for Baby Shark. He's outside of the building. This could be a quick one from Falcons, Jesse. It seems to be that they want to be quick to the punch. Dumping tons of utility towards that chimney wall. Bay will have to dance around all of those nades. Look at the gadgetry expended by Falcons, and Bay has maybe lost 10 HP. He's still holding on to this position. He still has the Black Mirror in front of him.
It's tough. You didn't really bring any Mira counters. There's no Habana, there's no Ash, there's no Kali. Not that you probably should bring a Kali, but you know, there are answers to this operator, and they just weren't brought here, so it kind of poses this awkward challenge from Falcons. You saw the Electric Claw being set up over towards Spiker's position in office as well. He's got it just behind him here in this spot, so clearing from the solar side is really difficult as well. No matter which way you slice it, the util's very strong from Wildcard.
Another nade goes off, and there's the drop from the Sens. Spiker misses the opportunity there. He's got a Razor Bloom for follow-up. The Sens vaults in and goes for a direct engagement. The Razor Bloom could very well kill him. And there we go. Job is done by Spiker. Razor Bloom goes off all on its own. Again, opening picks for Wildcard. A tale as old as time so far. Spiker trapped in the corner, no way to go, but Baby Shark has the cross. Down goes Usis. Brede, the only one with a kill so far in this round. Now, granted, it was onto the smoke of Hot and Cold. That's a high priority target, but Hot had already used those gas canisters earlier in the round. So all you're lacking is another player with a shotgun and an SMG. Wildcard slows 4 bodies up with 35 seconds.
This has been a disaster, Parker. I don't know how you bail yourselves out of this. You got to win some big fights, and Saltov starts it off with 1.
Spiker was in a rough spot. Brede finds one, almost has another on the Baby Shark. Outnumbered 2-1. Solotov, the Turkish Terror, he's got to figure things out. He's running out of time. He'll pick up the defuse kit. Wildcard did allow Falcons to get the diffuser planted in the previous round. I do not think they are going to give the same grace to Solotov, as now he's expended half of what remains of his time. Good patience from Wildcard. Baby Shark holding the door. 4K for the Frenchman. Hey, we said the exact same thing about Shaiko. 3-0 start for Wildcard.
Yeah, massive turnaround from Baby Shark. I'll remind you, if you didn't catch the kickoff, he really didn't have the best start to the season. Spoke about it a lot on social media. Talked about how he really wasn't playing to his own standards, and we kind of pointed that out as well. Struggled a bit in the group stage for Wildcard. I think found his footing in the kickoff playoffs. Was a big reason why Wildcard were able to make it to that grand finals, finish second overall inside of North America, and it's clear here on the big stage, here on LAN, this is where he thrives. Such an important piece of the puzzle when Wildcard went to Munich, when Wildcard went to Paris, when they had all of that international success. Baby Shark was a huge reason why, and I'm glad we're seeing that again here against the Falcons. For the European side, the European team, I should say, I'm a little confused. You know, this is a team that is historically amazing at problem solving. They'll see a defense set up and they'll bring the tools to counter it. They'll shut it down immediately from the beginning. But you look at that top floor defense and it just feels like Falcons don't know how to approach it. I mean, they saw Spiker's position just inside of office, and Lickback still jumped in the piano window, not firing that spot first, constantly being watched by Spiker. It's just a bit sloppy. Then we're not used to seeing this from Falcons. Something the European casters have highlighted, this has not been a clean stage from the Falcons. They limped into this major in that 4th spot. They got through that first phase as well to get here into the Swiss, but it's clear this team is not the same squad that we've seen go back-to-back-to-back grand finals.
I mean, when you lose a player of Shaiko's caliber, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But Shaiko, through many events, especially the harder events and the harder matchups, he wasn't their best statistical player. Leaky Fac, oftentimes best rating, best KD. Solotov, oftentimes best KD, best rating. So yes, you bring a guy like Joom, who you saw the damage he could do on Team Secret onto the team. Obviously, he's not going to play the same, and he does play a different style than Shaiko. But surely it should not have resulted in this much of a fall-off. It is good to see Baby Shark bouncing back as he's now taken the crown. 4 kills on Wildcard through these 3 rounds. Baby Shark had a really miserable kickoff, Jesse. 7th worst KD out of 50 players. 11th worst EPS out of 50 players. Internationally, he tends to do well. He was credited for a lot of the reason why they had their success at SI. You just paid him that credit. Lots of teams did as well. Baby Shark being able to bounce back and level up on LAN will do so well for Wildcard.
Well, we're playing all 4 sites today, Parker. The bottom floor of Chalet, a rarity in Pro Siege, but it comes through from Wildcard, and it comes right after a 2-brow ban, which is surprising as well, because this is basically the only operator that Bay plays on this bomb site. But instead, swapped over to the Mira. It's not a bad replacement by any means. You can kind of keep those walls shut, give yourself some powerful angles, especially if they're pushing over towards the snowmobile side. Early shot. He doesn't need much, and a sliver is all it takes to find the head of Solotov. Bay, a great start today.
Oh my goodness. 4 rounds and 4 first bloods for Wildcard. They have a perfect translation rate on that one as they've been able to win time and time again. They're hoping to go 4 for 4. Bay will find yet another. The Gunners on Wildcard having absolutely no issue finding their marks. Falcons, you said they limped in here? Well, they're limping through every single one of these rounds, Jesse.
Yeah, it's going to be a precipice of a world tour, all 4 bomb sites under the belt for Wildcard if they can close out this 5v3 advantage. What's the game plan from Falcons? They can get this wall open in towards Wine. One of those bandit batteries got cleared out. That's going to be good enough, but this plant is oh so scary. If Licketback goes down, things could be bad.
And it's just a dead drop. And dead being the key word, hot and cold with the final 2, making his mark known. This is a game where he wants some revenge to be served. Prime time on the A stream. Houghton and the rest of the team putting in some serious work, but yet again, it was Weapon 94. Bay getting the job done. A perfect 4-0 start for Wildcard.
Well, is it not identical to the top floor defense from round 2, Parker? It's Bay getting active in the early game, finding those entry frags for Wildcard, starting them off on the right foot, and then hot and cold inside the site, going for big swings, pressuring Falcons right when they want to execute, to close things out cleanly from Wildcard. This shot was so incredible coming out. Jacob Dowling from Quincy, Illinois. Really big stuff. Just his 4th international event, by the way. A year and a bit ago, he had never played on LAN before, and now, after qualifying to 3 events last season, makes it to the first of the events of the year this season. He's just been phenomenal, top to bottom.
Hey, Hot and Cold's wearing the unwanted jersey.
That's a throwback. I like it.
Hot and Cold with 5 kills now. Baby Shark and Bay all tying up that metric. Falcons really suffering through. Leaky Fax still held off the scoreboard. Uses and Solotov a single kill apiece. It's really fallen on their hardest support of Bride as he's leading the way with 3 kills, but a lot of those have been in what's called garbage time, impactless frags, where you end up getting kills because they overcommit. When they have numbers, you get 1 or 2 kills, but it's no way, shape, or form affecting the round.
Yeah.
And you ultimately lose, so kudos to Bride for at least trying, but things are really grim here for this Falcon squad.
Yeah, not an uncommon spot from Bride. The only player here in kickoff to not have a single attacking opening pick. That's just because of his role, right? He does not get into those early engagements. Technically, Guards also doesn't have one, but he hasn't played Professional Siege so far this season, so I'm not going to count that.
Is Guards even playing?
Guards is playing here for Twisted Minds, yes. But he wasn't playing for them during kickoff.
That's
He's
right.
subbing in for his twin brother, Dove, due to personal issues. Licky Fact back on the sends this time around. Of course, things get a little messy on the site rotation after you go all 4 sites. That will down to Kitchen here on the side of Wildcard, and I'm hoping we get a bit of a better top floor clear. This has been a big issue for Falcons all game long.
Unsuccessful on their opening duels so far. Falcons have not really had much going for them in the offense category. In terms of player count, they have often trailed through all of these rounds to Wildcard, who are playing a suffocating defense. Joom reunited with his Blackbeard. They'll do something they haven't been able to do. Falcons will strike first. Solotov eliminating the Frenchman. Leaky Fac will die. Another round, no kills for EFAC as he's tossed out those ROU projectors. Bay is down for the count, as is Kansan. Hot and Cold and Spiker, the only 2 still remaining, but it's a 2v2. half the round still to go. This is anybody's game.
Two of the best IGLs in North America will have to work together in this tense situation. A 5-0 start would be disastrous for the Falcons. They're doing a good job isolating, though, Parker. They're trying to hone in on Spiker.
And they'll do just that, pressuring him inside the site. Hot and Cold will need to clutch. He sees Joom. The gun in the hands of that bandit, it does so much damage, so easy to control. Usis will be watching from above. Hot and Cold now rotating over to that kill hole. Joom pulls it off. Hot gives his position away. Just out of reach is Usis. And now in the post plant, Houghton will find the Blackbeard into a 1v1. What can Matthew Stevens do? Oh, he gets him through the floor! Is he aware, though? Hot and Cold might not have the information. There he goes, he sees it. M80, eat your heart out. Hot and Cold clutches the round, and Wildcard are still undefeated.
Old man still got it, proving everybody wrong. Massive clutch to come through. Should have been an impossible situation, a 2v1 post plant, but he plays the vert. He finds those angles. He's got the opportunity, and Falcons just shatter at the most important moment. What should have been their round? That kitchen bomb site has been so close both times, but Hot and Cold, what a clutch to come out from him. Just an incredible play. Kind of the hometown hero for Salt Lake City as well. Not from Utah or anything, but the closest player we have from hometown, from high desert California, a brisk 8-hour drive away. So really nice coming out to see from him. Watching the hatch, just the wrong angle from Usis, and that is going to be a mistake that costs him. Hot and Cold, so good under pressure.
Baby Shark was so confident that he got the down as well. The moment that Houghton did that spray, Baby Shark saw it, went over, looked for the fist bump. Houghton was still dialed in, though. Job is not done. He plays best when he's got a chip on his shoulder. Somewhere out there, Wildcard is ringing up the U.S. Embassy and saying, hey, just cancel the visa for Adrian. No, we don't need it. It's fine. He can stay. He can stay in Canada. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we're going to keep Hot and Cold. Okay, we're going to keep him here. Kansan is feeling himself. You've got to be shitting me.
Dude, these angles, the fights that they're taking on Wildcard are insane. Domination I have not seen in a very long time, Parker. Even when we had the brand new CNL teams back in Phase 1, they were not getting smacked this hard. Wildcard have full ownership over Falcons on Chalet.
Good grief. Now, obviously, Wildcard or not, Wildcard at the moment. So you can't just turn and be like, this team continues to improve. Because they are playing without one of their players.
Yeah.
But they are playing with a level of confidence that is honestly perfect for how badly Falcons are doing this. Only one opening duel has gone in their favor so far. Spiker playing this tight angle, almost gets the Maverick. He's trapped in the corner. He got a kill with the revolver all the way back in what was it, round number one.
Yeah.
Those kill holes, they work both ways, Jesse. That's a tough go of it. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do there. It would have been fun to watch.
It's wasted good time, frankly. I mean, a minute 40 left on this clock. You clear out the Kaid. Spiker was not planning on staying alive throughout this round, so not a bad spot to come out from him. Himself, quite a good Maverick player, I have to say as well, but on the wrong end of things that time around. Everybody from Wildcard falling back, not wanting to hold the top floor. They've got a little bit of pressure on the stairs, and actually, Bay's still up here as well. No, they've really held on, Parker. The Toxic Babes will continue to stall, and this top floor is not being given up.
Bay now playing up at Chimney. He's got two players within reach. Bullets bouncing off the Blackbeard shield. He's taken down EFAC. EFAC, to his credit, has found a kill.
Yep.
So everybody on the side of Falcons has struck at least once. That's something. Well, I guess it's something. Not really much, but it's something. We gotta find ways to give them credit here, Jesse.
We gotta find ways, one way or another,
A bit creative about this.
Oh boy.
Nice crossfire. Wildcard's patience and discipline on full display as Brede might be able to pick up some kills in garbage time. He will not do that. Kansan began the affair in round 6 with that spawn peek, and he will get the final kill, entry frag and exit frag, as it is a perfect first half for Wildcard.
Always count it out. Let's see what the coaches have to say during tack time, Parker.
Destroyed every single round. I'm not even joking.
That's fine, guys. Defense, we...
Let's go round by round. Just a reminder of some stuff. on gaming, like I said, they can either like push library side, everyone, or they can just like bait above and push main and push two side games window. So Josh, you're gonna play on FaZe for my right. So after you fall back, I think it's good to play Bar, no? And then you hold more like main side, and then Breeder hold side. And then for Kitchen, it's the same thing. They love to go 2 West main, 1 trophy. So Breeder, even if like they are full pushing library, if you see like a freaking Twitch clearing the stuff inside, watch out.
Yeah,
Ask someone to like watch out about the West main hold, you know, and then the whole trophy or like the opposite, okay?
Yeah. I think they might rush us over.
Yeah, I think like 6-0, they do a lot of rushes, but just be ready and you can come back, guys. Let's go, run by round, you know?
Let's go.
Let's go, Luke. Just
so don't forget about it. Another thing, guys, remember during the match, of course, like we can change the page setup, but remember, Chalet is a very cheesable map, right? If you guys need, I'm going to repair master window, hot and cold, someone open the window for him, that's it. It's a way of getting the opening kill if you needed something more aggressive.
If we want to, guys, these guys are already chalked weak, bro. We could like bait an exec the first round and just like hold their peaks.
Yeah,
like if we just bait an exec, we can just hold the runouts, or like just use half our util and just hold.
Take our time, smoke a little bit to do some sense walls, what are the blitz, pretty good. And just talk a little bit about the strategy part, remember, guys, bar bomb side, they love to do compact, maybe they're going to hold the offs, or maybe they're gonna leave offs and holding like reinforce my V. Remember the free block, we get the opening kill that guy, so make sure to start the positions, right? Hot and cold, piano window, Chacon starting the master window too, super important. We talk about the +7 and 2, that is something.
And guys, do not forget, guys, we're not respecting them. Let's continue to not respect them, guys. They're good, we know they're good, but we're so much better than them. So let's, if we got a gap, guys, let's just try to exploit the gap, guys. We got them.
For Kitchen, remember the bunker, guys, and remember to play against the bank.
So for basement.
Again, Parker, you're hearing Wildcard feels like they're just a step ahead of their opponents. Falcons, in the midst of their timeout, they say they're up 6-0. They might rush. Let's expect a rush. Let's be ready for that. What do Wildcard say? They don't say we're up 6-0, let's rush. They say we're up 6-0. Let's fake a rush execute and then hold their peaks. They are one step ahead of the game plan, just like they were through the first 6 rounds. I love the confidence from Baby Sharks just chiming in at the end there as well. One of the youngest players here at the event, but still saying we're not respecting them so far. Let's continue to not respect them. They are good, but we are better.
We got to hear Falcons talk before we went to Wildcard, and you could hear the tension and frustration across that entire team.
Yeah.
The first thing we hear out of Spiker's mouth, their mental is chalked.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely correct. Back-to-back spawn peaks in round number 6 will break anybody's mental, no matter the scoreline. And it's especially grim when now you will have to play, as Julio correctly pointed out, round by round by round, because you make one misstep, Wildcard ends up winning.
Yeah.
Right? So this Wildcard team has excelled everywhere. Falcons are averaging 2 kills a round at this point in time. With players like EFAC, Solotov, and Joom on the roster, there is no universe in which they should be getting only 2 kills per round, but this is the reality Falcons are living in.
And when you're down in a position like this, 6-0 to start the second phase of the major, you have to look to your captain. You have to look to LickyFag. And again, with him putting up the worst stats here in the lobby, he needs to be sharp regardless. He cannot let this get to his head. I'll remind you, the last time Falcons and Wildcard faced off, it was in the group stage of the 6th Invitational. Winner of that match would go on to top the group of Poppies and be #1 through their group. Wildcard won that map. It was close, but the one player who really didn't show up across all 10 was LickyFag. Lowest rated player on the team, 16 and 26. I don't know what it is against this Wildcard opponent, but he consistently struggles when playing against this organization, and he's got to be good in the second half.
And they weren't even that bad during kickoff. Solotov and EFAC were both top 10 rated players during kickoff. What has ultimately happened here? I mean, yes, they were one of the 2 teams that qualified through the upper bracket. Here we go. They said they were going to do a rush strat, or at least fake it. It's prepped and ready. A big step back from Falcons, and Wildcard are looking for a 7-0. Trying to bait it out, but it doesn't look like Falcons are taking the bait just yet. Joom will start things off. Only the second time the Falcons have gotten the very first pick. Baby Shark goes down. Joom traded out by Bay. Now Hot and Cold will go upstairs to assist his teammate. Bay looking for the backstab inside a bathroom. We're still a minute into the round.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what the plan was, right, for a Wildcard. They're going to bait some utility on the site, and then where those 2 kills come through? Master side, across the map, so far away. Credit to Joom. He gets that pick onto Baby Shark to start things off, but Bay is there for the trade. Health advantage definitely in favor of Falcons, and that's just based off of Joom's individual prowess. But look at this space. So much map control now freely given to Wildcard, all because they faked that utility on site.
You haven't flushed Zolotov out of this chimney position as he now moves over towards Library. This is a good spot for him to be in. He's got Usis there for backup as well. Reminder, Falcons only averaging 2 kills around, Jesse. They've gotten 1 so far. They've got time. Wildcard at a gambit. It did not ultimately work out. I don't know if Bay is being droned in here, but he's in a very good spot to strike.
They're on low utility, too, on the side of Wildcard. Spiker, nothing in his pocket, but Licky there's the activeness. Trades are good from Wildcard, but getting active is what you need for the Falcons.
So they fake the rush try, then they go for a full clear. Bathroom side over, hot and cold, and Spiker, arm in arm. Got to imagine a defuse kit's going to get planted here. Houghton and Spiker both had the highest amount of plants in the NAL. Kickoff! Spiker drops on Brede. We're playing Assassin's Creed inside of the lobby. Now he's positioned over in bar. He gets siege timing and taken out by Usis, who stands alone. Kansan and Houghton. Oh, how poetic it would be if Houghton was the one to drive the dagger through the hearts of Falcons. It won't be, though, as Usis gets 1 and will now have to stand tall against Wildcard's best-rated player through kickoff. Kansan within reach. Usis playing this angle. Usis surely has the drop, right? Right? He knows exactly where he is. 15 seconds. Kansan will have to go for the kill. No case to be had here. Usis still positioned, and it's an easy read as Falcons do not allow Wildcard to 7-0. But what, 60 HP on Usis is the only difference between a loss. Falcons end up winning a round, but it comes at great cost.
Really close one. Could have gone either way. Of course, Usis heavily favored in the 1v1 because he's got that whole bar to play behind, but you've got to be using that if you're the Falcons. You have to think of that as your jumping off point. 1 round at a time is what they said during that timeout, and that has to be true again here throughout rounds 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and beyond through overtime. Really well played by Usis from the bar position. That'll end up being a triple kill on the round from the young Englishman. Nice to see that coming through, to have that support for his team. It's okay if you lose a couple of bodies on the roam because everybody was getting their trade backs, right? Joom dies, but he gets 1 with him. Licky dies, but he gets 1 with him. It's that trade game. It's that constant fragging that is keeping numbers close that opens the door for the late round clutches. Falcons have to have faith in each other. You've got to trust that your early round players will find some frags and put you in a strong position. If you're an early round player, you have to trust your anchors to clutch up, and they did just that in round 7.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, if Usis and Brede are top fragging on your team, you got some problems.
Sure.
And I don't mean that because of the players. I have no doubt that those guys could excel in more forward roles. But it's like what we used to say about Fabian. We say it about Troy as well. If Fabian was top fragging on that old G2 Penta roster, that's a problem. If Troy is top fragging on any of his teams, that's a problem. These are not the ways that these players are usually used. So having your support players like Usis and Brede clutch up is great. But then take a look at the other 3 players on the roster. 2 kills for Solotov. He's 2-7. Licky 2-7. At one point, Licky was 0-5. Joom also struggling. These guys all have game-carrying and game-breaking potential. But right now, the only thing that's broke is this Falcons team. Really struggling through. There goes EFAC dying to Bay. Oh my goodness! It's a mercy killing for Falcons as they're shot out of the sky. Usis and Joom called back to the bomb site. An upside down rappel as Spiker takes out Usis. And a flawless end to Wildcard 7-1-ing Falcons.
What a game coming through from the guys on Wildcard. Bay, incredible. Hot and cold. Kansan, everyone had to show up in that game. They all did just that. A miraculous turn of events coming through from Bay. I'm checking the numbers as they update. Maybe his best statistical performance in his career. We'll wait to get that final round of data in, but it was close either way. What a performance coming out from the entry fragger and especially the substitute on Wildcard.
And the revenge tour begins. Wildcard stunning Falcons. I mean, I think there were people who very rightly assumed this would be a close match.
Yeah.
I think some people even had Falcons as the favorites to win it with the substitute coming in.
Yes.
But I would like to petition Ubisoft for me to reopen my predictions. Because I think with the Enterprise result, now the Wildcard result, there's a couple people whose brackets might be in jeopardy of getting busted.
Well, it was 80-something% voted for Falcons to win this matchup. They were the favorites. But Wildcard, they love that. Every time they come to an international
Where are they going? Where are you going?
I guess they're on the floor below the practice room. It's okay. They'll get there. Don't worry.
They're in the building next door.
Yeah, they'll make it. But every time Wildcard come to an international event, they get doubted. And every single time, they prove people wrong. We need to stop counting out this team. Just because historically they have not been the most dominant of the last couple of years, it's a new day. The scene is changing. The last year has been amazing for this young team, and it's just going to keep getting better.
I mean, I'm glad that the Falcons players are smiling, but they were out of that room really quickly, about as fast as they were out of the server. A rough one for Falcons. Wildcard off to a strong start. We got a long day ahead of us. Sit tight. We'll be back with more Siege.
Wildcard are looking good. A dominant start against Falcons to kick things off in Swiss. Spiker, we spoke yesterday. You said you're going to be playing a little looser because of the change. I mean, it looked like you guys were floating out there. Did it feel that way to you guys as well?
Yeah, I mean, we were just moving. Team play was incredible. The comms were great. There was really like no bad rounds. The only round we lost was a 2v1 that we saw the guy cross, but apparently it was a ghost that didn't actually happen. So, you know, it was a good game.
Well, Matt, we spoke also, and you said that you have this chip on your shoulder, that you're excited to put that to use. I mean, we saw that clutch from you in round 5 in the 1v2. Does it feel like that chip on your shoulder is working for you?
I mean, I won't say no. I mean, so far so good. It was a great call by, I think, Shark and Baya to say he was 1 HP. You could try to go for a floor bang, and luckily it hit. As soon as I hit him, they were screaming, "He's down, he's down." I'm like, how are you guys hearing this? Like, I don't know how they heard it, but yeah, I mean, so far it's looking good.
And anything else we got to say today?
Just wanted to say Happy Mother's Day to my very amazing mom. She's the best, and I hope she's watching. Thank you very much.
Nah, I gotta say the exact same thing. I know my mom is watching because she already texted me, so Happy Mother's Day.
Well, Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, and, well, Wildcard, they're making good use of this holiday.
Thank you so much, Jonah. If you don't know who we are, I am Crow. I'm 6 feet tall, and here's my NBA player, co-caster, John Fellow. Happy Mother's Day to our own mothers. I'm pretty sure my mom is watching. Who knows? But we are ready to make our major debut, and so is one of the next teams we're doing after that upset from Wildcard. Do we have another upset on our hands with 5 Fears versus FaZe?
I mean, we've got the best team in the world versus back-to-back world champions, so... Put that up into perspective. I think this best one will be an absolute banger, Harrison.
Absolutely. 5 Fears, of course, coming out of nowhere, just narrowly avoiding relegations last year to winning the NAL. And next we are going, and they're going to be going up against FaZe, who are the back-to-back world champs, of course, winning SI twice in a row, which hasn't been done since that Penta G2 core.
Yeah, and then 5 Fears. Not necessarily a brand new team, but one that we weren't expecting to do this well in the North American League. But with all that being said, we're going to hop in a short little break and return for this best-of-1 series between 5 Fears and FaZe Clan.
Welcome back, everyone. Like we said before the break, we just saw a crazy upset from an NA team. Can we see another as we move into 5 Fears, JJ Blastful and Forest up against the 2-time world champs, the juggernauts of FaZe Clan?
It's JJ, the captain for 5 Fears, saying that it's his team against the world and then the literal world eaters of FaZe for their first ever international matchup. It's kind of a crazy best of one that we're bound to see here. And I think in terms of how both these teams like to play, really emphasizing that plant, this is going to be an absolutely chaotic best of one series. Harrison, are you excited?
Absolutely. Not only because I hope that this will be a really cool game, but you and I have been casting JJ since he was 16, since 2019. Yeah. And again, they very narrowly avoided relegations. They were almost no longer in the NAL, made some roster moves into SI quals. They actually had Packer and Mike W on their team, who are on 1 of 30. Said that didn't work, brought Snake back, picked up Forest, who was kind of the odd man out in that 100 Thieves pickup, and then also added Fens, and they became NAL winners. On the other side, FaZe Clan, who are our back-to-back world champions, funny enough, did not even qualify for this event in the upper bracket. I think it was a little bit shocking to see them have to fight for their lives against Team Liquid, who are old Furia, in a winner-takes-all. I mean, not even, that wasn't even the qualification match. That was, what, the lower bracket or quarterfinals, I think?
Say they lost almost immediately to Fluxo W7M. They go to that lower bracket and just grind their teeth out in those best-of-3 matches, doing an incredible job against Los to not put themselves into that Phase 1 position, winning quite dominantly on both Labs and Bank, I believe it was, for that best-of-3 series. Interested to see where we'll go for our best-of-1 matchup. It'll be Nighthaven Labs that we saw earlier. I'm wondering how one-sided this will be. Funnily enough, Harrison, G2 versus Dark Zero was more one-sided, and I feel like Dark Zero was, on paper, one of the best-looking teams going into this major. Again, we talked about former JJ and Co, now 5 Fears, being a team that was in relegation or almost in relegation last NAL stage. Then they make it all the way to the top after some roster changes. So, not being at that at least 20% marker is a little bit impressive.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny vote. I mean, hey, maybe the viewers also clued into the fact
they believe in JJ.
Believe in JJ, and also clued into the fact that FaZe did not dominate in Brazil like 5 Fears did. By the way, winning NAL flawlessly. 5 Fears did not drop a single map. And now we go on to Labs. As far as preference is concerned, FaZe really do like Labs in the past year. So our cutoff is kind of Reload being the first event we're considering in the past year. FaZe are 10-6 on this map. They played it 4 times in kickoff. They won all 4 of them. They beat Los here, they beat Fluxo here, they beat BD, and they beat another team, Imperial Esports, on this map. And then on the other side, 5 Fears have not played this map since Stage 2 of last year, I believe, when they were still Envy. They did not play it at all at kickoff, and yeah, the last time they played it actually against Wildcard. They won it 7-5. So as far as recent information, VOD review for either of these 2 teams at their disposal, there's a lot more for 5 Fears to go off of than FaZe.
Love the final 2 bans as well for both FaZe and 5 Fears. You've got the mute, a lot of emphasis on info operators, so FaZe can now bring out the Dokkaebi, for example. They can run the Lion. They can't run Snake because he's been banned, but still plenty of other solid options at their disposal. Now the info game is going to be a lot easier to achieve. They've also gotten rid of the Bandit, so now you're only going to see Cade for that wall denial, and maybe Tubrow just to slow things down or assist those Cade Electro Claws. Montaigne makes a lot of sense as well. He can create a lot of space with that shield. Now you're reliant on only the Blackbeard and Blitz, which play a little bit differently. But starting out, our first round in this best of 1 series, we've got Command and servers in play for 5 Fears, having a bit of a Denari setup over by the connector position, helping the Warden extend over there. That'll be Snake, and they've got a Zombie and Smoke on this top mezzanine as well. So if IT were to be opened up, they couldn't just walk in for free. They'd have to take a little more space before actually pushing towards the bomb site itself.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I think this game is going to be so cool is we were talking a little bit before this about, you know, depending on what map they were on, if it's going to be a shield-heavy map, both teams love the objective-focused play, which means they both lean a lot into cheese, a lot into information, and a lot into shield. So the Handy Vita King versus JJ and Forest shield play is going to be really interesting. Although we don't have that in round number 1. Maybe we'll see a Blitz or a Blackbeard later on. But FaZe so far starting with breaching open. I mixed the ings. On connector, Cyber's got that open pretty easily. There's no Bandit or Mute or Cade in play, so you don't really have to worry about that. And now he's got this long sight line through the site that Forest may be interested in tussling with.
And with there being no wall denial in this round either, having both Cyber with 3 exothermic charges and KDS with those pocket breaches, you've got plenty of hard destruction to open up avenues into sight and to help deal with those extensions we highlighted in the prep phase. Now, 5 Fears have fallen back a little bit, but that's to be expected at around the minute mark. They still have tons of utility in the bomb site. Snake even setting up this nitro cell for the back electric window, but luckily KDS heard that sound cue and backs away at just the right time, making space here with the Grim canister as well, pinging information on Snake's position, allowing the rest of FaZe clan to now move forward. Here comes the Grim once again, maybe assisting Vita King and Handy with dealing with this player top Mez. The first entry in favor of FaZe as Souls will shut down Forest, but they still have to contest with the Azami here.
Handy currently taking the fight against Rival, and he wins it in Rafters. Now a 2-man lead. In comes Cyber, shotgun by Snake playing around the bomb chassis, and now the numbers are even as FaZe gets the angle on Handy. KDS stuck in the barbed wire right outside Rafters' door. But after that initial push, FaZe have been forced to fall back, and as Souls tries to make something happen, Snake still holding on to this breach. A 1-man lead for 5 Fears. KDS and Vita King separated on opposite sides of this bomb site. They'll have to try and take ones and win them. Snake taking a lot of damage from Vita King, able to back off into electrical and maybe hit a flank as the player in IT goes down. It's all down to the IGL and captain of FaZe. And 5 Fears are on the cusp of their very first international win. JJ, the man himself, will seal the deal, and 5 Fears take command.
And I gotta say, that was still such a great start for FaZe, right? You know, they take their time, about 1:30 burns off. They get the main breach opened up by IT. They push out the player extended from Com with the help of those Grim canisters, and they set up the first 2 entries. But luckily for 5 Fears, they had just enough time to fall back into sight. And one of the biggest perks of going command and server is the fact it's so tough to actually breach and get into sight. There's so many choke points and funnels that the attack has to worry about that it gave opportunities for Snake. It gave opportunities for Fens to win back that man advantage. 2 extremely necessary double kills for 5 Fears, and they close off the round with, you know, a little bit of worry in the start, but their composure towards the end of it. Now we'll go down into the basement floor bomb site here for 5 Fears with a much bigger emphasis on that roam. You've got Snake on the Solus with a shotgun to help create vert. Fens following suit on the Mozzie with his shorty. Rival probably having some Fenrir Dread Mines upstairs as well for extra info and to slow down FaZe. And now we're seeing that shield emphasis as well for FaZe because they're expecting that roam and they need tools to assist when dealing with these defenders upstairs and still having time for the execute.
I'm going to wait a second. There we go. And we have our first shield now being played. It's actually Souls on the Blackbeard. And that was actually something else we were talking about because, you know, obviously JJ and Forest, well known for their Blitz and Monty play, but Rival also hops a lot into the Blackbeard, and we were like, who else would do that on FaZe? Probably Souls, one of those other support players. So here it is. He's going to be instrumental in clearing out this roam along with Handy. They're going to be the 2 most important ops for forcing this 5 Fears roam back. We've got Fens all the way on the top floor, just kind of playing on CC stairs, helping support Forest and Snake on and Rival on the middle. The only person on site right now is JJ the Warden, and his wall is starting to be opened.
That is the one perk of not having to worry about really any wall denial. Cyber can just get these openings for free. And we've talked about the info game of FaZe already. They are more than comfortable taking that extra time in the first minute of the round to get that drone work established. So there could be a gap potentially, but it seems for now they're still focusing on this extension upstairs. Souls already dealing a bit of damage for Rival, I believe. As now FaZe as well will also have Vita King upstairs to establish this vert, so they've got 2 points of emphasis here on their attack, trying to clear out Kitchen in a timely manner as now the Boogie drones will come out, pushing back Snake into Lounge. A lot of utility being used up here by FaZe just to get their foot in the door, but it is wasting a lot of time here for 5 Fears.
almost the halfway point now. Eclipsed. Viking unable to get the spot on Snake for now as he now dips into Lounge. Still holding on to this vert. Not being challenged actively by this Ram just yet. But again, like you mentioned, this is a lot of time being wasted. Cyber getting hit by the fire extinguisher, and with the smoke coming out, gives Snake enough cover to rotate. Does he know about Cyber here? The ace looking the wrong way, and first kill goes the way of 5 Fears on this roam. Rival very quickly falls, and so does Snake. So there's 2 answered back by FaZe. They've got the man count here. There's only a minute left to now cycle onto this, onto the vert play, onto the site, and get the execute down. And you've still got Forrest here holding on this cafeteria breach, now looking to peek the Grim, gets KDS! He's down in the process. He pays for it with his life, and JJ has also fallen, leaving it all on the Mozzie. FaZe collapsing on the roam perfectly, tie the score.
And again, for 5 Fears, that early aggression, it worked out for them, but FaZe just keeping their composure, doing a great job of holding those cutoffs, stopping the rest of the defenders from 5 Fears to come back and play for that trade game. Good communication as well there from FaZe. When one person had a bit of issue like that Force 1 versus 1, there was an immediate trade there by either Handy or Souls, I believe. It almost looked like for 5 Fears with Snake getting that first entry against Cyber that FaZe wouldn't have enough time to readjust, but because everybody was in such close proximity to one another, those trades were able to favor FaZe Clan, still having the Grim for info, still having that Blackbeard as that spearhead upstairs. It was just enough to now tie us going into round number 3, where we're not going to see a reattempt of tank, but instead it's now the tertiary bomb site of storage and control room with, so far, nothing too out of the ordinary for FaZe. I almost thought we might have seen a rush trap, but there's no shields in play right now for them.
There's still 13 seconds for them to
Yeah,
decide,
anything could happen.
Remember, we never
Don't jump the gun.
Never talked about the attacker picks before they're locked in.
Yep, it's the entirely new lineup.
Although there is no shield, so you're still right. No harm, no foul. I guess they've got the Nook. I wonder where KDS is going to make his entry from. Usually, if you see a Nook, it's going to be some kind of back hit, some kind of lurk, separated from the rest of the team. 5 Fears also, again, with that, a ton of information, a lot of that going to be from Snake. So if 5 Fears rely a little bit too much on those cameras, that's where KDS is really going to feel a lot of use. Already some good info on who is upstairs. There's 2 players, Forest, Rival, or sorry, and a third, Snake, playing in servers. FaZe already had quite the roam clear last time, although a lot of it was focused on the middle floor. A lot of what was good for FaZe was being able to establish themselves on the top floor first and then work down. Now we get to see how they handle a roam where they can't really work that top down. It's going to have to be horizontal.
Really interested in seeing KDS's impact on the Nook here. There is a good chance he could end up going downstairs. Now the exothermic has gone off by Handy, maybe stopping someone like Snake from playing down below. Using those Valkyrie Black Eye cameras with a C4 could deal a lot of hurt if a plant were to go down by FaZe, and a lot of the times their attacking composition prioritizes going for that post-plant position. Now another exothermic is prepped and ready by Handy to get this IT wall opened up, and a follow suit to be Vidaking with that boogie drone. Now they've got more vert pressure right above the bomb site. Maybe they could hop in through that side window to go in for the execute, but it's still just a waiting game. FaZe need to establish more info to see how many defenders are still playing upstairs and how many defenders are also in the bomb site. If there's too much pressure here by 5 Fears, they might just need to wait before they can hit that final go button and try to go for a plant.
It does seem like they're aware of KDS's lurk right outside Snake's window. As FaZe continue to try and set up on the top floor, just gathering a lot of information. You can see Souls and Handy droning out the site. Another Ram going to come out from Vidaking to make even more vert, force JJ back even more. No one from 5 Fears still on the top floor with the exception of Rival. His wall getting aced open by Cyber. Fens will get the first pick in this round, killing the Nook lurking. But in the meantime, Souls is in the bomb site, getting the plant down, and there's nothing to stop him. Vidaking takes down JJ, and now there's 40 seconds for 5 Fears to try and work from all their off-site positions, retake upstairs, get on that bomb, and Souls is good for 2 kills in the middle of the bomb site. Snake able to get a refrag, but now it's all up to him as Cyber able to drop in from that pillar hatch into Lounge. It's all over, and FaZe see the roam presence, see how many players are off-site, and go for the plant.
Yeah, huge gap spotted there by FaZe Clan. You saw the information gathered by Cyber upstairs. He had Vidaking assist him as well, holding that vert pressure, and like you mentioned, the info for the actual bomb site. Once KDS died on that lurk as Nook, a lot of comms were given saying, hey, there's a lot of people over in my position. Maybe we can go in for this plant. FaZe jumped the gun on that, giving no time for 5 Fears to react and stop the plant. And once you've got that plant down, you've got Vert upstairs, you've got Mez control, you've got 2 people sitting outside. There is no way 5 Fears are going to come back from that position at a man disadvantage as well. I believe it was a 4 versus 3 once that plant had just gone down. So incredible info work there by FaZe, punishing 5 Fears for not having a lot of actual site pressure.
That's the kind of things that happen when you go up against the world champs. See how 5 Fears adapt now. New bans in Mira and Dokkaebi. Mira being used by 5 Fears on their on round 2 for their tank roam. They had that Mira set up inside kitchen and cafeteria. Kind of interesting that FaZe banned that, considering how well they handled it. Maybe just worried about her coming out on the other 2 sites where she's pretty strong too. It does again leave up powerful operators, like Valkyrie, like Castle. If 5 Fears end up wanting to take Cade at some point, they can. 5 Fears banning Dokkaebi, which also has been used by FaZe on that roam clear in round 2. A lot of round 2 focused bans.
It did still take them over 1 minute and 30 to clear the roam and start working those gunfights back in their favor, so maybe they just want more time to establish and execute if the round were to pan out in such a way, and no longer having to worry about that Mira, less utility used to shut it down. We so far have 5 Fears with a pretty identical lineup to the last time we saw them defending this top floor, if not almost the exact same thing. I think the only difference is instead of a Denari, they now have Valkyrie, which is being played by Forest. So far for FaZe Clan as well, they also don't have too many differences besides the lack of a Thermite. Again, no Bandit, no Mute. 5 Fears have not been playing Cage, so they can just use some soft destruction to help Cyber get this wall completely opened up by IT and still utilize the Grim and those frag grenades that now Cyber's bringing with Maverick and Souls still on the Deimos to break these Kiva barriers and probably shut down 5 Fears before they can comfortably fall back into sight, because that was also a really big thing that assisted 5 Fears. They did lose Forest up by Mez, but because Fens was able to fall back, which he was not able to this time unfortunately, it gave 5 Fears enough bodies to defend site. But this is already an early entry here for FaZe.
Yeah, KDS was opening both sides of the con breach, and Fens just walked at it like he wanted to try and catch him off guard. Obviously, did not do so. FaZe were ready for it. Down goes your Aruni. Her utility, as far as utility goes, not the biggest kill in the world. She's still got those gates up, but you're losing your one and only DMR on the defense. Which can be very powerful, especially if you're playing back in A, trying to hold on to Electrical or the Con Breach. The DMR can be very strong. 5 Fears will have to play the rest of this round a man down, as FaZe have, at least for now, completely abandoned the IT side. We've got 3 players over towards Con, Cyber, Souls, and KDS. Maybe just trying to work their way, get control by this Electrical window, which Snake very quickly shuts down, catches KDS with the bees in his hand. Souls off of that will nade over, take control of E-Box, and try to establish a foothold for his team to take Con control.
And although you've lost the Grim, you still have 4 frag grenades. There's a solid chance they can make enough space to hop in through Pillar and try to force this plant. Again, FaZe really competent in that post-plant position. 40 seconds left now. As they notice no one's playing directly by Pillar, but they know Snake is close by the doorway. They have to use their utility here to first deal with Snake, but it'll be such a tough spot with him as the Warden.
He gets another kill. Every time people challenge him around this bomb chassis, he finds kills. Souls, though, answers back onto Forest. Gas canister from JJ, last one, goes out in the E-Box, and he ends up falling. Snake, though, with yet another response, keeping his team in this round. Again, just playing around this bomb chassis. Cyber, the last man standing, picks up Case. Needs to isolate both these players. They're separated. Rival moved all the way back to Aqua, but there's only 5 seconds left. 5 Fears know how they need to play this. Even if Cyber gets one of these kills, there will be no time to get the other. The clock hits 0, and 5 Fears tie us up.
Great round there for Snake as well. You lose one of your teammates in the minute mark. That's always a tough spot to be in on the defense. You have less positions where you can have a crossfire established. And before the rest of FaZe Clan can set up to deal with E-Box, with those Grim canisters, with the frag grenades they had in that round, he looks for an early pick and gets rid of probably the most impactful operator you could have had there, KDS on the Grim. A lot of that late round info that FaZe Clan would have had with those Grim canisters is immediately gone. Snake can now rat tuck behind the bomb chassis. He's got his teammates on the opposing bomb site to hold those longer positions down. So although Souls was having a great round securing that 3K, it was just enough for 5 Fears. Again, keeping Snake alive, having that close quarter shotgun, denying the potential for a plant, and just playing for time in the final 5 seconds. of that round. Incredible work there by Snake and the rest of 5 Fears for still keeping themselves at a tied position against former world champion team FaZe.
Although both rounds they've won so far have kind of been off the back of Snake and both on command, with him playing the exact same position.
That's true.
As Warden. We just saw that round where he gets the 3K by Ebox, and round number 1, what did he do? He completely shut down the con wall push with his shotgun. So we're going to need to see more from the other members, the supporting cast of 5 Fears, like FaZe and Rival, who had incredible stages. I mean, even JJ had an incredible stage in NAL. We're going to need to see the rest of them wake up against the world champion. Again, we're going to keep saying that. The world champion roster of FaZe. You cannot afford to have any slackers when you're up against this team. And now we're back on tank. 5 Fears again with a roam, maybe not as heavy this time because they don't have the Mira to help make their positions more stalwart in kitchen and lounge. Maybe 5 Fears just kind of playing here more for drone denial and then falling back, although Snake is pushing pretty deep and setting up Vert onto tank just in case, or sorry, onto assembly just in case FaZe decide to go quick.
I think they realized too the lack of a site presence last time they attacked this bomb site. So Cyber just peeking out a little bit inside of Animus, gets rid of one of those many Vulcan packs and just creates the potential threat that 5 Fears have to keep someone by sight in case there were to be an execute early, rather than this top to bottom clear that FaZe Clan did last time this site was in play. Someone goes off by Warehouse, maybe allowing Souls to enter in from this position of the map. Instead, it seems to be a rotate instead here, maybe lurking his way into sight and hoping to get some cheeky kills here, Harrison.
Could try to pressure site at the same time that Vita King establishes Vert with the Ram. C4 will go out and miss, but Fens does not. Handy will be the first to fall in this round. Another kill on the roam for 5 Fears. They take out Striker. That could be a big utility pick depending on what he was taking. I didn't quite see what his utility was. And FaZe seem like they're not really too interested in challenging this. They're just going to have Cyber upstairs holding a position to stop a rotation by Lobby, I believe. Soul's already opening in that Animus wall, taking some damage. There's lots of players positioned here to try and stop him from getting this plant down. Forrest with a TK on defense takes out your Mozzie. Luckily, the C4 was already expended, but still, now you're, instead of a body up, in an even man count with the plant going down. No one from 5 Fears able to stop it again. Souls gets it down basically for free. Cyber holding onto Warehouse, kills Rival, trying to help his players by sight. The Solus of Snake trying to challenge his hatch, but still he's got to worry about Cyber. The positions from FaZe perfectly placed to stop this retake. Souls gets 2 from inside Animus before being traded back by Forrest, but still 3 bodies for him to find. 2 outside, 1 above. It is an impossible task, and FaZe retake the lead.
And once FaZe realized that A majority of 5 Fears' defense was still upstairs, and B, there was no Vert to stop the default plant. They just sent it. You know, Cyber can make enough coverage there with the Blackbeard shield, denying those longer angles from working kills, except, you know, Force unfortunately killing his teammate there. After that had happened, the plant goes down. 0 issues for FaZe Clan, and it's the exact same thing that we saw in Storage. You've got so many outside positions that 5 Fears can't really challenge. You still have, I believe it was Cyber there upstairs on the ace, holding for the hatch drop-off as well, so there was no flank potential either. Great teamwork by FaZe. I don't want to say cutting corners either. They, again, noticed from last time what the weak points were from 5 Fears and took advantage of it because they couldn't react in time to stop that plant or had the positions necessary to really deal with all the assets around Cyber there on the Blackbeard. Or not Cyber, it was Souls, my mistake.
Yeah, 5 Fears, I mean, one of their strongest points in the NAL was their anchor game because their refragability was so high. I think it was Grant Triple posted that graphic, and 5 Fears were like top 3 in terms of trade percentage. They're very good at playing around each other in the site, holding crosses. And sure, that's a big strength to have when you're roaming too, but when you're up against FaZe and they're picking apart your roam or altogether avoiding it, you have to kind of take that moment to reflect and say, okay, they've either destroyed our roam or ignored our roam in 2 rounds. We got to play closer to the chest, and FaZe just keep punishing for this heavy roam-style defense. And 5 Fears now back on Storage. They've got 3 players upstairs, which is better than the 4 they did last time, I guess. They've also got the Pulse to help aid this roam, so JJ's going to be able to get a lot of information. Snake has a lot of information at his disposal as well.
Could maybe attempt to be more aggressive against FaZe before they can set up. You know, again, they got the IT wall, that Vert established from the Ram Boogie drone, and then Cyber realized, oh, there's no one really playing close by to Mez or even by servers. I'll just kind of walk in here. They had so much top floor control, and once, you know, they lost KDS, that gave them tons of crucial information. They could just hit the bomb site. FaZe doing a great job of spotting the gaps and weak points on 5 Fierce's defense, and it would be a great look for them to get that 4-2 attacking split, then going into defense of Labs, where they are clinical. This is one of their favorite maps from the first stage of the kickoff, now going into the SLC Major. That boogie drone is stopped somewhat abruptly by JJ's bullets through the vert it's already established. Could maybe get some information once you see that rotate outside by the storage window, and Fens even ratting by the coat or by the cubby position, maybe hoping someone will try to lurk in from there earlier, but tons of utility destroyed now by Souls' Twitch drone, making this execute a lot easier once FaZe are prepared to hop in through that storage window, if that's where they want to plant from.
Oh, but JJ on the pulse, knows where Cyber is, takes out the IQ, and unless he's found those Valk cams from Snake, those are also going to be much harder for the attack to find. Great start from 5 Fears. You take out one of the main fraggers from FaZe. You take out a set of grenades as well if he hadn't already used them, and more importantly, your anchor in JJ is still alive, holding onto this window. KDS trying to get some utility in to try and dislodge him. Fens now playing out by the breach, could get the swing, but stopped by the air jab. KDS, though, not in a position to capitalize. Fens persists and will try and rotate, I believe, upstairs, or no, back into cubby, just in case there's a lurk from FaZe. Speaking of lurk, Souls coming in from lounge, trying to catch JJ off guard, but there's a drop from Forest as he opens the hatch and comes in from command. Souls down, 5 Fears now with a 2-man lead heading into the last 30 seconds. Handy almost killed by a Thorn gadget now, as FaZe really have nothing going for them. Vita King's going to have to try and win this one on Rafters to take something back. Rival goes down, but there's nothing for him to find on the vert as Forest kills yet another one of his teammates. KDS, case in hand, pushing through lounge as his teammate dies off screen. The captain good for 2, finally falls. 7 seconds left. KDS knows he's going to have to try and bait, and then just stick takes out one, but doesn't see Fens also sneaking his way in through warehouse, and 5 Fears recover to tie the half.
And you said it yourself, Harrison, right before the actual round began, that 5 Fears, their remedy was just play closer to the chest. What do you have JJ do in that round? You have him play directly in the bomb site. He has that
cardiac... lá de cima. Tá de boa. Todo mundo lembra que todo mundo tem que fazer aí?
Aham. Só não lembro o que você falou, porque eu tava cagando.
Você não viu?
Qual a bomba?
Nenhum. Não lembro. A gente vai fazer o quê?
Ia fazer defesa server padrão. Aí vai ser os padrões, mais ou menos.
Vamos variar mais a posição do Red, né? À toa não mudou muita coisa, não.
Aí no tanque vai ser eu variando indo pro Sagon, só que vai ser a defesa...
Só no tanque que tu vai ter que ficar marcando um pouco na elétrica lá de baixo.
Mas eu pego o goio? E barril vai fazer peitada ou recuando?
Barril vai ser
peitada verde.
Vai mudar eu. É boneco lá.
I have no idea what they were talking about.
Okay.
Maybe talking about
os comandos aí demorou?
Oh, no. Well, we can probably
defense
understand them.
Is the only reason we lost a couple rounds on defense is because we kind of took off our foot off the pedal in some of these rounds, right? Keep the snowball going on attack. I do not fucking care if we lose the round, okay? Do not play fucking scared. That was a decent split. We need a good split to win, okay? Let's get it, boys.
And listen, round by round here, guys, no zombie walking like JJ said. They're going to spawn peek. They're going to look out the windows. Don't throw your fucking life because you're not paying attention, okay? JJ says, don't fucking zombie walk. Don't zombie walk. Take our time. Clear everything with our drones. Clear everything with our util, okay? Play confident here, bro. Stop. Don't play like pussies on this attack either. It doesn't mean throw your life, but don't play like a bitch. Okay, if you guys want to swing something, tell your teammate swing it together. All right? Let's fucking get this shit. These guys are fucking pussies, bro, and they're terrible. Do not be fucking scared of them.
Keep talking. I'm almost done.
Sammy, we're so close. Sammy.
Guys, MVP has
My
you.
God, he's so
MVP
big.
has you this half, guys. You got it. MVP has you.
Show them.
MVP has you. Show them.
Alright,
What did Snake mean when he said he was close there?
Good to see the energy still up in the 5 Fears camp. Again, don't know what FaZe we're talking about. I don't speak Portuguese. Maybe talking about how, 5 Fears, again, they love to play the shields, get ready for cheese, right? A lot of Ying, a lot of Glaz from 5 Fears. And 5 Fears camp talking about, we cannot let, and to an extent I agree, right? We were talking about how, play closer to the chest, play that trade game. But at the same time, 5 Fears in those roams were letting FaZe set up. So I do agree with JJ. They're letting off the gas. You cannot let a team like FaZe set up. They're going to try and keep that momentum heading into the attack. And again, 5 Fears were one of those teams, them and DZ, in NA, at least domestically, very, very, very fast into the building to establish a foothold, and then they kind of slow down in that mid-round to gather their thoughts and get everything together before going for the final push. 5 Fears now on the attack. FaZe starting in command, as is the typical rotation, bringing the Pulse. So I imagine there's going to be some kind of downstairs support for him, maybe KDS. And I'm trying to think. Cyber has the C4, but you maybe want him bandit tricking. Souls and Smoke are obviously going to be on site, so I feel like it's probably just going to be him and Vita King, because Denari is going to be able to set up his traps and then just leave.
Guess we'll just have to wait and see for the action phase. A couple of last-minute change-ups here from 5 Fears as well. Fens rocking the Maverick, and Snake is now in played as FaZe opted to ban Grim and Blitz. So, Rival can gather a lot of critical information since a majority of players like to set up on this second floor only for command and servers. Again, big emphasis on the choke points towards site and just trying to waste a lot of that early round through connector and the IT breach. They do have KDS gathering a lot of information here by electrical, that cardiac sensor, maybe spotting the Maverick opening up this wall just slightly to look for the bandit batteries perhaps. Time being, though, for FaZe, they're just currently sitting back and waiting, maybe trying to get a cheeky C4 kill, perhaps, if anyone is still to play close off of those Maverick holes, perhaps. Also having Forest here with the secondary breach can maybe utilize some of his primary utility. Beautiful lineup by Cyber, and immediately typing K in chat. You'll love to see it there. Getting rid of the Capital there is also massive. One of your only hard breaches in this round, and you really needed those firebolts too to help clear Mez.
So that's what the Pulse was for. Not for any kind of verticality, but that he can sit in E-Box, get information on that breach, tell Cyber exactly when there's an attacker in prime position to be C4'd, and it works out for an important utility pick. And then Cyber takes down JJ as well. That's another big utility pick, the Hibana. You can see the connector wall has been open, but really nothing else beyond that. And unless 5 Fears are able to take somewhere else on the map, we might see a complete lockout.
Shocked that the secondary hard breach still went off as well, despite the C4 blowing up close by and killing Forest. Still, at least it gives 5 Fears somewhat of an angle to challenge, but again, they don't have Mez control. They still have Cyber literally sitting in IT, getting a triple kill in this round, looking for another, and he gets it on Arrival. This could be the ace for Cyber. He just has to find Fens as he now looks up towards the roof, looking to shut him down, and it won't be an ace, but could almost guarantee that FaZe will secure in their first defensive round, unless we saw a miracle worked here by Fens, and it's a tough spot to bring yourself back from. Still all these Kivas, the 3 toxic babes from Handy, information with that cardiac sensor. This might just be Fens sitting outside and talking with his teammates here as a pseudo timeout.
Yeah, that was not a good round from 5 Fears. First off, you have, I mean, you can't really, it's hard to avoid that C4 from Forest. You know, you don't necessarily know that there's active information on you, but then Cyber able to kill 2 more onto JJ and I believe it was Snake on that breach. 5 Fears, again, the tradability not there. Fens now last man standing. 1 versus 4. There's tons of utility in his way. There's smoke, there's fire, there's a Pulse constantly scanning him. There's no way he's getting out of this alive. And again, like I mentioned, it is a FaZe lockout. 1 player from 5 Fears died in the building.
Great play as well from FaZe. You know, a lot of teams will like to just let that IT wall get opened up for free, but because they had the Bandit, they could have attempted to trick it. And although we didn't see that because of the Maverick, there was tons of info, that cardiac sensor, to let Cyber play aggressive off of that main breach. The C4 kill to get rid of Forest. And at that point, you know, you've already burned about a minute and a half. You've got to pick. Why not just keep playing aggressive? You've got teammates from Mez that can play for your trade. You've got another teammate still giving you info because there was no split push by 5 Fears. They were putting all their eggs into this basket of the IT wall. So Cyber just absolutely raining terror down on 5 Fears from the main IT breach. And already a good start for them in this second half. But as 5 Fears talked about during that timeout, or not that timeout, but the halftime split, is that they don't really care if they start pushing in and just keep dying nonstop. You know, they need to keep upping the ante on that aggression and not letting FaZe get away with setting up in that early to mid round. Now, they did kind of do that just last round, but I'm sure we'll still see that aggression from 5 Fears despite the round 7 loss.
Yeah, I think the big concern is, you know, when if it happens, when does it become too much, right? Sometimes when you're constantly go, 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 you're on that gas pedal, you're feeling the momentum, it's hard to, as a team, hit the brakes. And Five Fears might be doing that right now with both Monty and Blackbeard in play from Forrest and JJ. This is what we talked about before the game. Five Fears rocked the double shield strat all kickoff, and it worked swimmingly for them, and they're going to bring it out for the first time here at the Major against FaZe in their second round on the attack. We've also got Fens on the Snake, so oh my god, that freaked me out because Snake is playing Dokkaebi. So that's going to be Fens is on Fens is on Snake the operator, whereas Snake the player is on Dokkaebi. So we've got a lot of information to help try and dislodge. Again, a heavy roam from FaZe, just like Five Fears were playing. The nade chases KDS down the staircase a little bit, but he's got some help. But Souls gets caught by Forrest's melee. Opening pick goes the way of Five Fears, and the Azami dying sub 1 minute. That is a lot of Kiva barriers that are going to die with her.
A heroic attempt from Souls to try to help his teammate who's being naded out by Forrest, but because that nade still pushed back KDS, it allowed for a quick 1-for-1 fight by Forrest, bashing Souls onto the ground, securing that entry without there being a chance of a trade here by FaZe. Still burned a decent amount of time, and this roam will still persist by them, but it is still a good pick to have and to keep both the Montaigne and the Blackbeard alive. It's such a gamble to bring 2 shields for a full top-to-bottom clear, but it's going to provide so much information and really make up for the fact that this will be a slow top-to-bottom clear from Five Fears. The Dokkaebi Logibomb call as well, giving away Cyber's position, and now they've got info from him on the bottom of that lobby staircase. I most certainly believe they'll try to hunt down Cyber before he can fall back.
He does also have a little bit of support from Handy, who spots the Blackbeard drop pillar hatch. Here comes the cavalry, though. 2 players supporting him as Five Fears make sure the rest of the map is clear before they work their way in. Do they know about Cyber tucked in behind the soda machine, though, as Handy tries to prep a C4 and catch one of these shield players off guard? There's a lot of angles for him to worry about, and he pops up, takes down Snake, now has to face down both the Monty and the Blackbeard, and it's JJ to drop the shield to get the kill. Gas pipe shot by Handy to allow himself a fallback, but Five Fears finish the roam clear. Yes, a man up, but with only 40 seconds remaining.
Tough spot to be in for FaZe. You're still at that player disadvantage. Still 1 Nitro Cell left, and maybe some Vulcan packs in sight could deny a plant. As in this position with 2 shields on the board, Five Fears really want to try and get that diffuser on the ground. Handy, maybe even sacrificing his life, playing aggressive here by Exo. Having KDS not too far behind him. Still 1 impact in pocket that could maybe dislodge Forrest and kill him because he's low on health.
Fens, kill off screen on Avita King. Handy and KDS trying to power this Blackbeard, but it's not quite working. Forrest lights both of them up as JJ gets the plant down. A worthy sacrifice from the Blackbeard player, and now KDS and Handy have to try and retake against all these players on site. The Monty, the vert being established by Rival as well, as he sends out that boogie and immediately backs off as if he has an inkling that someone is attempting to hunt him down. Handy just above that Animus hatch. Could also maybe catch Fens playing inside Animus. There's Rival going down. Fens playing this very passively. JJ back all the way in cargo. The Snake hears the drop, takes out 1, looks for the second, and Five Fears tie us up once again.
Great clear there from the entirety of Five Fears, getting info about where this initial roam is and how do we isolate these defenders so they can't play for the trade game. That is a strong point for FaZe as a whole, is working off of one another. We know that round number 7, you had Cyber with a 4K, but a lot of that was off the info from his teammate from Ebox. So not necessarily a trade game, but working together in unison to stop that initial push. This time, you've got the nades being tossed out from Aqua Stairs, isolating this Azami who tried to assist his teammate. You've got Cyber in the rat spot being literally sandwiched by 2 shields in kitchen / freezer, and then the sacrificial lamb play as well from Five Fears, putting 2 people off the bomb site to allow for that post plant. You talked about it as well, Harrison. The passivity from them. You know, you had such a great start to the round. You can afford to play a little bit further back. You can afford to burn that timer now that the diffuser has been placed on the ground. And it seems like here for FaZe Clan, maybe just some technical issues? Yes. Okay. I guess they're right. We're going into a rehost. Unfortunate.
All good, though. It'll give both teams maybe some time to collect their thoughts. FaZe Clan, I mean, still, I would call it a successful start to their half. You know, again, on command, they completely locked JJ's team out of the building. Five Fears bring out that double shield, though. They answer with a mean clear of their own. I have to imagine that after we finish this rehost and we get through round round 9 we're going to see one of those shield bans against
Probably.
5 Fears. But again, in doing so, we always talk about what should your philosophy be when it comes to operator bans, right? Do you kind of want to counter ban, again, JJ's team very good with those shields. Do you want to counter ban it? But they already have the blitz taken away, so if you take out Monty or Blackbeard, there's really only one choice. But if you do that, you leave up the Ying, the Glaz, these cheese ops that 5 Fears still love to bring and who are very, very good at lab. So do you commit to the shield bans and risk the Ying Glaz, or do you take out one of those because they're operators that no one, there's no redundancy. Glaz is the only person that can do what Glaz does. Ying is the only person that can do what Ying does. You ban a shield, there's still another one left.
Although in terms of how, I guess, aggressive you can be on other shields compared to a Blackbeard, it is kind of hard to debate that. Blitz, obviously a very aggressive shield, but you don't have that full extension that Blackbeard and Montaigne have, so it's kind of a double-edged sword. If you're too aggressive, you might get punished. If you're not aggressive enough, you can't really utilize that flash on your shield. But yeah, like you mentioned, Glaz, very powerful. 5 Fears love to play him all the time. Ying, fantastic execute operator. So if 5 Fears have that shield banned against them, they might need something like a Ying to alleviate a lot of that time crunch you tend to have when you go for a slower top-to-bottom clear. And obviously, FaZe, they're not afraid to use the full map to its potential. They had 3 to 4 roamers on that last round, and although it didn't necessarily work out for them, they still didn't have the man advantage. They burned well over 2 minutes, sacrificing 2 bodies. So if they were just a little better at having people set up in crossfires on site, that could have been a different round.
And I think that strength will work better for them if they continue their rotation and go control on round 10. Round 9. If they go control round 9, because again, you still need that upstairs presence, but then the site is right there. It's a lot easier to consolidate your roam into the anchor or play your roam closer together because you don't have to exude presence over all 3 floors. And again, FaZe, when they were able to do that on command and play around each other, it was excellent. And on tank, when you have to play all 3 floors, that's when they get isolated. So I feel like that strength is going to give 5 Fears problems even with the double shield because there's going to be so much support just right there.
Wouldn't be shocked if we have maybe an info operator banned as well. We've seen a lot of emphasis on Snake for 5 Fears. That could be something that's banned here for FaZe. And we've seen a lot of rat positions held, especially Cyber playing behind the vending machine, only going 1-for-1, but still not having as much info to detect positions like that could maybe net FaZe some extra kills. But the rehost has concluded. We're hopefully going to remain back in the game for the rest of this best of 1, 4-4 between FaZe and 5 Fears. And it will be control, Harrison. You did have a 6th sense on that, although you might have thought it was round 10.
I did forget.
A little too much premonition there.
Hey, I mean, maybe they lose it and they go back.
And they go back, dude.
On round 10. Wouldn't that be crazy?
I don't even know what I would say if that happened.
Storage control is in play, and FaZe, do have a lineup that screams, we want to play together and not allow you to enter the building. We've got Cyber on the Pulse, which we saw used really well by FaZe on round 7 to set up that Nitro. We've got traps from Thorn and Fenrir on a site like this, again, where a lot of the execute is going to be coming through either the cargo hall and into that door, in through lounge, which is just a set of doorways, in through the window. Having all those traps can really disrupt an attack. 5 Fears are looking like they want to stick the double shield. I just broke my own rule. I talked about the attackers before the timer. Hold on. 2 seconds. Okay. 5 Fears are going to be bringing the double shield setup once again to clear this top floor. FaZe actually do have a player in the basement too. I don't know if KDS is going to stay there, but sometimes, again, with 5 Fears playing the snake and the shield and stuff like that, it's certainly not a stretch to think that they would also play Deimos, who can be really powerful bottom up here. So it could be that KDS, nope, he's back. Cyber is actually the one in the basement. Okay, so KDS probably just setting up traps for him to aid him on this downstairs play with the Pulse, so that way he's got information if someone tries to move on him.
Wouldn't be shocked if they send down one of those shields maybe to deal with him as well. Forrest did a good job of clearing out that initial roam last round. Could maybe have him down below utilizing one of his bashes to get rid of Cyber and not have that threat of someone utilizing the C4. It seems like he is over in the site for right now, maybe trying to help deal with the people above towards IT. Souls playing up top by Mez as well. not going to allow for as much map control. And there it is, the C4 from sight, getting rid of Striker before they can walk into the building proper. And now for the rest of 5 Fears, looks like they're still trying to challenge Mez, but now the smoke assisting as well, utilizing those Toxic Babes and playing right beside Command and Servers to assist Souls by top Mez. Seems like there's a rotate now between Forest and Rivals. They'll try to help push in from Khan, but this attack is still so disjointed. Great crossfires there from FaZe Clan, shutting down JJ as he tried to walk into top Mez by himself. And this roam extension has been fantastic for FaZe.
I mean, you see what the idea was here for 5 Fears, right? Fens and JJ, open IT, go Rafters, while Forest and Forest and Rival attempt to pinch from connector side. But once you lose JJ's support, he needs to play that more passively. Instead, he tried to walk into the building, didn't have a lot of information to work off of, gets caught off guard by KDS, and now this con split is going to be a lot more dangerous for the attackers to push. He seems like he knows about the player in the corner, though, and Rival's good for 2. Answers back in kind and prevents 5 Fears from a terrible disadvantage. Souls makes it past the window, though. Snake's flank watch not working out for a pick. Soul's able to get back. He's getting scanned by the line, but he doesn't care because he's able to make it safely back to the bomb site. Now 5 Fears do have top control, but once again, they've only got 40 seconds left to execute.
Still having the Blackbeard, though. Could make enough space to get into sight, perhaps, to maybe force out this plant. Not a lot of utility left. Oh, what a massive kill for Forest! Looking through the vert, he spots Souls. That's the man advantage now for 5 Fears. And they could easily just use this shield to brute force their way into sight, as both Cyber and KDS are not really playing on it directly.
Yeah, that was the only guy who was directly on A, where it seems like 5 Fears want to end, but as Forest jumps on through, he gets caught by a Thorn, caught by the Thorn, and KDS is good for another as Snake cannot refrag. Rival's the last man standing, stuck between both defenders with only 4 seconds left. They're looking for the kill. Rival knows he doesn't have Case. He's got to try and make something happen, but FaZe off the back of KDS retake the lead.
And FaZe, again, incredible extension upstairs, using the Azami to make this bunker for Mezzanine, having both KDS and Souls with their Thorn, Razor Blooms, and the Toxic Babes to force out the rest of that attack upstairs. Before we even had anyone officially enter the building, it was Cyber getting that Nitro Cell kill onto Fez when he had Fens to attempt pushing in through IT. Tons of information on that cardiac sensor to get that easy entry kill. And 5 Fears just looked so disjointed on that round. They needed so much more help towards IT. It was a 1 versus 3 for JJ, and once he's gone, you lose a lot of that stopping power with the shield. Yes, you still have Forest, but it was only till the late round where he really began to activate, getting that kill through the vert. The rest of FaZe Clan, despite not having sight control, they were able to stop 5 Fears on their rotation, and KDS landing 2 nasty shots keeps his team alive off of what was a great start to that round for FaZe. Just the inability to trade there for 5 Fears was really their demise that round, Harrison.
Absolutely. And again, it was one of their biggest strengths in the NAL, and the bans have come through. Blackbeard is the target for FaZe, so they take away the double shield setup from 5 Fears, but they do, again, leave up Capitao, Glaz, Ying, should 5 Fears opt to play them. Capitao looks like he's going to be the first of those 3. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing a Ying or a Glaz. Again, when a team has such good tradability, like when you have, like with FaZe, the perfect operators to disrupt that are guys like Glaz and Ying, who can effectively cleave the site in half, prevent the defenders from seeing you while you run in and kill them. Maybe we'll see that in the future. For now, though, 5 Fears just opting for this Capitao, who's going to be good for fleshing out positions in Pillar, if that's where they want to end. Forest already opening this IT breach with no Bandit. You no longer have to worry about any wall denial.
They do still have KDS by Electrical, and Cyber as well is now in the Valkyrie, playing below on that first floor. Really, for FaZe, they've been emphasizing this info game, and I'm sure with the Nitro Cells, that can be a great combination for them, like it has been in the second half previously. More hard breach as well for 5 Fears, so maybe they'll want to split in towards Con, as they've now opened up that office window, and they could maybe utilize the Capitao with the help of these air jabs as well to make tons of space and go in for that pillar plant. Rival now officially entering the building from this top lobby side, breaking out that default cam, and then getting the Selmas active on this back wall as well. They don't have a lot of utility to deal with the Denari traps, though, so that initial contact towards Khan might be a little more challenging than you would initially expect. And again, Cyber, he's now rotated in towards Cafeteria. He could easily set up a Nitro Cell if there's info for him towards Khan.
Yeah, Snake opening that Rafters door will prompt Handy to throw out his first of 3 smoke babes. Souls fortifying his position in A, as it looks like FaZe may want to work his way through Cargo to challenge Cyber, who's right now just getting pestered by drones. Now positioned in Lounge. FaZe looks like he knows about it. Vita King, though, first kill. Rival goes down. FaZe to follow. I believe getting killed by Handy, who came down the stairs to assist his teammate. And KDS just makes things even worse for 5Fears. JJ gets his team on the board, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Sub 1 minute. C4 at least expended by KDS. It does not land. There's no more C4s on the defense, but there's still tons of work to do for 5Fears as JJ tries to take a stand in IT.
Oh, and a beautiful shot into KDS. Man count now tied up. He's got site control, and he'll look for this plant in the Capitao, utilizing the asphyxiating bolts to provide cover.
Way.
Toxic Babe comes out, but Forrest denies it. This could be the moment for 5Fears to tie up this second half once again, as it's just Cyber now in a 1 versus 2. Firebolt only blocking him off momentarily. He's able to evade it for the most part and is looking to isolate this Habana right by the diffuser. But JJ dodges him and wins the fight. That's huge for 5Fears. What a comeback. The IGL sneaking into IT and winning 2 massive frags to tie us up 5-5.
The 2 support players, the 2 callers on 5Fears, JJ and Forrest stepping up huge. You can see FaZe with such a massive advantage. They kept downstairs control, they kept upstairs control of the site, and then JJ slips his way into IT, which very clearly caught FaZe off guard, and then simple as just won his fights. Killing that player inside command itself opened up the round because Cyber was getting hunted downstairs and Handy was pulled away to support him. What an adaptation and what a mid-round play from 5Fears. Forrest being able to get to JJ before the 2 roamers were able to meet up on site is really what won 5Fears that round. And now we're tied up 5-5. 5Fears, a team who has never played a LAN event before against the world champs.
It'll be a reattempt of command as well for FaZe Clan. You know, their early round was phenomenal. They had all their bases covered. You had Vita King with that first entry. 5Fears having 0 utility to deal with that Denari, so Vita's able to play right by the blue couch, gets that 1 for 1. And then I believe the second kill was off of someone trying to assist FaZe downstairs, and oh no! What a spawn peek from Handy. Looks like 5Fears forgot about that during their intermission phase of the first half where they were prepared for the spawn peeks. Not so much anymore. Losing the Capitao first as well is so unfortunate for them. They do still have the nades and JJ on Montaigne, so they can still make a lot of space here. But, you know, that Montaigne towards the end assisting for that post plant by JJ was critical for them winning that round previously.
Yeah, crazy that they allow that to happen. Like you mentioned, after talking specifically about it during the timeout, but no more Capitao, who's a crucial utility pick, especially on the upstairs. Again, you know, like you mentioned, we saw how important Capitao was to that final 2v2. JJ running away from Rafters now. Handy able to make his way back to site with basically no punishment. KDS back on his position here inside E-Box, just continuously scanning for information. Denari's being set up everywhere, and FaZe caught off guard by Cyber close on the breach. Gives FaZe another kill, though refragged almost instantly by Forrest. The first time that Deimos is being run by the 5Fears attack. It's good for a kill. He now tries to maybe rejoin one of his teammates. JJ's taking control of Rafters, but he's very alone.
They do have Mez control, but FaZe are okay with this. They have a potential crossfire at their disposal. And Handy trying to hold on down through blue, able to shoot out that gas canister. Good for 1, but forced another immediate trade for him with the revolver. It's another 2 versus 3 position, but KDS shuts down JJ and gets rid of Forrest. Match point for FaZe Clan, as although they had some hiccups on round 10, they go back to command and have even more success than the previous round.
You can see FaZe have been on top of the game when it comes to information. Basically, every time they bring out that pulse, they're getting a pick with it. They're using it to rotate. Again, you know, calling out for Cyber to just stay close on that breach, calling out there was someone about to swing him. And 5 Fears towards the end of that round, again, they're bringing things back. Forrest gets the trade. I like the double up on the guy CCTV, but then JJ has pushed really far forward Rafters, and because it took so long to get that kill Aqua, that trade Aqua, there's really no one behind him. I mean, you saw the kill came from KDS also in Rafters, just wrapping around that corner. So maybe would have liked to see JJ wait there, but again, the bigger issue being that your Capitao got spawn peaked. FaZe have been really, really good in these early rounds. Since the half swapped, they are 4 for 5 in terms of opening picks. Just keep catching 5 Fears alone, thanks to the Valkyrie and the Pulse and all this information that they've been bringing.
Yeah, their entries in the first half weren't really one-sided, but their trades is what kind of kept them in the driver's seat for a good chunk of that first half. And now they've got the entry and the teamwork as well to make sure that for most rounds, 5 Fears aren't able to get away with robbery, except, you know, maybe excluding round number 10 command. But again, they go right back down or right back upstairs to command room and have even more success. Still finishing out this tech pause, trying to get all 10 layers or 10 players back into the lobby. In terms of sites, you know, would you rather have tank be in play here for FaZe Clan, or do you think that storage and control would be better off for them? Because 5 Fears won on tank last time after having an incredible roam clear and that Fens double kill during the post plant.
Yeah, they're hovering control storage right now, so I think they just don't want to have to change things up too much, right? Because the way they played storage control, if it wasn't for that mid-round surge from 5 Fears, it would have been a pretty easy lockout. I mean, it still came down to KDS just killing 3 people in cargo, whereas on tank, I think FaZe would have to completely change how they played that. So you're only 1 round away from winning. You might as well go with what you know or what you figure works. So I like the control storage play. As far as, I mean, you guys can't see it on stream right now, but as far as the lineup is concerned, it's, I believe, identical. Pulse, Fenrir, Thorn, or Zombie Smoke. Yeah, so it's the exact same thing. I imagine, again, they're going to play it pretty similarly with the Pulse supporting from the basement, a couple, 1 player on site, a lot of upstairs control, you know, a Zombie exuding presence in Rafters. And again, 5 Fears, if it wasn't for, because they lost, what, the first 2 picks, I think it was? I think in a row. If it wasn't for them just having this mid-round surge on the upstairs and finally getting those trade backs, the round would not have come nearly as close.
And the biggest thing for 5 Fears is, in general, their IT entries have been very poor against FaZe, and that's usually the first point of contact when you're attacking storage room as well. You know, we saw that. Fens getting blown up by a C4 from Cyber underneath him on the Pulse. You then had JJ completely on an island trying to get in through Mez. So for 5 Fears, they would also have to change their style of attack if we were to see storage and control in play again for them, which is still what FaZe are opting to go for. Maybe we'll see more of an emphasis on Aqua because 5 Fears have been doing a great job pushing in from that top Aqua doorway with the help of the shield, the help of those frag grenades, which they've still been running plenty of, especially on the Deimos in this best of 1 series. And still just trying to get all players back into the lobby. I think we're almost there at this point, Harrison, but this has been an incredible first match for us in the major. You know, we were obviously hoping for it to be a close game, but it really has felt neck and neck between 5 Fears and FaZe.
Yeah, again, it's super impressive for 5 Fears to be able to go toe-to-toe with FaZe. Obviously, though, if this ends up going to OT, it's not like kickoff where, you know, you get something out of it, you get a point. It's just straight wins and losses, so there's still a lot of work for 5 Fears to do. FaZe, on the other hand, I think FaZe have been getting caught a little bit off guard by 5 Fears. Again, last time they played, before they played, you know, their last international, you know, they were not playing against an NA team with double shields.
Yeah. So I believe with us still in the tech pause, though, I believe we have a video set up with Baby Shark that we'll have up, and hopefully when that video is over, we'll get this tech pause concluded.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Baby Shark. Happy birthday to you. Woo! You're turning what, 21?
Yeah, 21.
Any insights as a 21-year-old playing in the SLC major?
No, I'm just happy, and our goal is to win the major, so for my birthday it would be like a really good present. So yeah, I'm happy.
You're turning 21. Are you going to do anything crazy tonight? I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but gotta ask.
No, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna scream. That's it.
Scrims and grinding. Anything else you're looking forward to for this week?
No, some ranked.
Amazing.
Grinding my champ. Yeah.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Baby Shark. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Awesome. He did not like that. I don't know if Baby Shark messes with cake. I'm not gonna lie. Do French people like cake? Oh, all right, we got production in our ear saying, "Hell yeah, we do." All right, maybe it's just him. 5 Fears though taking their time out. I mean, understandable because again, during tech pauses, your coach is not allowed to talk to you, so we had to get through the tech pause first, and now their coach can go ahead and impart his wisdom. And I think probably again talking about the fact that you know what, FaZe, like we said during the half switch, they're spawn peeking. They're playing aggro because they have so much information on the defense. They're playing traps because they know that we like shields. We like to get into the building fast. How do we counter that, especially now that we don't have the double shields anymore? I think for 5 Fears, I liked the tools they were bringing before. Again, I think the Capitao would have helped a lot had he not died instantaneously.
I'll be a bit of a replay of that too. Really rubbing it in at this point for Snake. But with that being said, and the timeout now concluded, we are officially back into the matchup. It will be Control locked in for FaZe in this final round of regulation. Their lineup being a little different now. They actually have a Fenrir in play, which could be interesting. You know, there has been less emphasis on the shields from 5 Fears, but those Dread Mines still give tons of information. They're going to be slowing down 5 Fears quite a lot as well, which is a nice bonus. And, you know, still got 15 seconds. Maybe not talking about the lineup for 5 Fears just yet, but for their sake, you know, I'm hoping, again, like I mentioned during that initial tech pause, they don't put all their eggs into the basket of IT. Yes, it's an important part of the map to have control of. It really assists with clearing mez, clearing command and servers, getting Vert on one of the 2 bomb sites, and then once you go into command and server, obviously you get Vert on the other objective. But it's been such a struggle for 5 Fears just to enter that part of the map with people like Cyber landing those nitro cells from down below or directly in that room, having these multiple crossfires. 5 Fears have to adjust and add other points of contention to this top to bottom clear if they want to be successful in this round and bringing themselves to overtime.
5 Fears have, of course, spotted this player downstairs. Cyber still chilling on the pulse. C4 not used yet, so he will remain a threat in this round. I wonder if JJ maybe just establishing some phantom pressure before leaving, but he also is pulse, so he did just watch you leave. So I don't know, maybe that's going to be a hole that they use later in the round. The Thatcher also interesting. I'm wondering if maybe the Thatcher is for, I mean, obviously it'll help with the Fenrir and stuff. Maybe for the pulse, once they go for the execute, he just looks at the floor, denies the heartbeat sensor.
Could maybe use that EMP for the nitro cell as well. You get rid of that cardiac sensor. You expect him to pop that C4 out almost immediately after. I believe you also can EMP to smoke grenades, right? The Toxic Babes?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Because you used to be able to do that on Old Thatcher. Yeah. So, a lot of good counter utility potential if a plant were to go down, but that's a really big if at this point, because 5 Fears only now are beginning to open up that con wall because JJ was just moments ago in the basement applying some of that fake pressure onto the pulse downstairs. They'll maybe get this Mez window opened up as well, trying to maybe just try to force back Souls as he's still lingering here on the Azami. Plenty of Kibas in his back pocket as well, just to burn more time against the DMR and grenades. They'll probably get rid of those first initial pieces of utility. And now they've got Snake lurking here by this closet once again. I wouldn't be shocked if he just tries to run up the warehouse stairs to deal some damage. Massive entry here from Forest, and they're just going for the plan now, Harrison.
Fens does die, though. And yeah, JJ has to stop. His rival gets killed, and now top control is in the hands of FaZe. It's just Cyber walking in with the shotgun to kill JJ, and it's all just Snake. 1 versus 3 to save his team in their first ever international match. But from upstairs, Handy retaking that vert on the ramp, gets the final kill. The 2-timers will not be outdone by the young hopefuls. FaZe start 1-0.
And the aggression that 5 Fears are known and loved for will be their demise in their first round of Swiss against the back-to-back world champions of FaZe. that final round ending in a bit of a whimper for them, as although Forrest got the entry, JJ's plant potential was immediately denied because of the retake done by the upstairs defense of FaZe. I loved that sandwich onto the player up on 19. Now they can use that vert against JJ and basically just put him in a death room, so to speak. That was clinical from FaZe Clan to win that series 7-5. But I still got to commend 5 Fears, their first ever international match, and they still bring it to max regulation.
Yeah, I think losing the split upstairs that they had, allowing the Azami back into IT to take control, it was a fantastic push back from FaZe, right? 5 Fears thought they had the setup, went for the plant, and in that chaos, FaZe strike. But we are going to go to a quick break, and we will be back with the next game just after this.
FaZe Clan hold off the advance from a good-looking 5 Fears, but FaZe Clan, as always, come out on top. How do you prepare, KDS, for a team that you've never seen before? Maybe you know a player or two, but how are you able to get ready for a match like today?
So we are screening a lot against them, and we face in first step like a difficult to play against them because they are very aggressively in the scrims. So we decide to aggressively in the match. So I think this is the thing make us win the match, and we are very happy now.
Well, talk to me. How do you think your team played overall? Obviously, it was a very close game. Do you feel like you were playing your best Siege?
I think the first match, always you get like a little bit nervous because it's the first match, you know. But after the tournament is coming, I think we are being better and better. So I think this is a good start for us.
Amazing. Thank you, KDS. FaZe Clan, it did get close, but they start out with a win.
Thank you so much, Jonah. And now we look ahead to our next game, and we've got some maybe internationally, as far as history is concerned, some not quite so heavy hitters. We have Los, the 4th seed, coming out of Brazil, who, of course, went down to the lower bracket in play-ins and then qualified through there, versus CAG, hopefuls from Japan. We always love to support them. They just never make it very far. And, John, we're going to be playing a fun map.
An incredibly aggressive map of Border. I think the smallest map in the competitive pool as of right now. This could be a really interesting one, especially with the performance that we've seen from both Dark and Perez on Los in their Phase 1 run. And then CAG, also an extremely aggressive team from their region of APAC. So Harrison, I cannot wait to go in for this best of 1 series.
But you will have to wait, unfortunately, because
come on,
we
man.
got to go take a break. We will be back with the game just after a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Like we mentioned before the break, we have CAG versus Los on the docket. CAG, of course, everyone loves supporting. They are a fan favorite every event they go to, but they have not placed highly in quite some time. On the other side, we have Los qualifying through the lower bracket in Brazil, winning the play-ins also in the lower bracket. And we'll see what they can do up against CAG, two very aggressive teams on a very aggressive map.
Two of the biggest underdog teams as well. I think a lot of people going back to the SAL kickoff did not have Los on their top 4 list, or NIP for that matter as well. But Los, they had a great run on one of their matches, I believe dropping over 20 kills for Perez specifically, maybe in 25 in just one map. And he also had a great performance yesterday against 4 Angry Men. They won that series 2-0, only losing 4 rounds against them. So they are fired up and ready to take us to border against CAG. Los starting off on the attack. CAG will be defending. And actually, Harrison, I don't know if we've ever gotten the chance to cast a CAG game. Only Weibo, I think, for...
Yeah, we did Weibo at EWC. So getting to cast CAG is always very exciting. And like we mentioned, these are two very aggressive teams, right? Los, when they beat 4 Angry Men, they were basically taking every single fight they possibly could. They were swinging for the fences and out-dueling 4 Angry Men at every single turn. And they tried to do something similar against Enterprise, but Enterprise were a lot more ready for it. And I think, you know, you kind of, when you play like that, you can kind of fall into that trap where if you're trying to be hyper-aggressive, if you're playing entry denial on the defense, if you're trying to go for a lot of lurks on the attack, if the other team just kind of sits back and waits for you, you kind of fall right into their hands. That's what happens with Enterprise. It did not happen with 4 Angry Men. CAG, though, we watched some of the CAG games.
We did.
They look very different than CAGs of old. They look a lot more adaptable. Their clears are a lot more coordinated. So I'm wondering if, again, if Los continue to play this very individual, hyper swing style play style, if CAG are just going to be ready for it.
Yeah, I remember we watched their game against D plus Kia. It was during the regular play-in matches. It was a best of, no, it was a best of 3 series. It was one of the first matches of playoffs. And they won 6-0 on Bank Attack. Like, you just never see that in a game. It just goes to show how effective their trades were, how solid the entry game was. They will be starting on the defense like we had mentioned, though, with, I guess, a more laid-back lineup. They are still extending by top east with the help of those Banshees, maybe slowing down a shield if there was one in play for Los this round, but there isn't. And they've got Anaton on the Clash, so clearly they want to stop Los from getting from point A to point B for as long as humanly possible. Even having Zaka here as well to assist the Clash, tons of info being gathered.
I was putting it down.
I really was expecting Zaka just to straight up run out on this guy too to look for an early entry. That wouldn't have shocked me at all, Harrison.
Anaton, of course, being one of the first players internationally that became known as the shield guy. Like, you can see the Blitz and the Ying already being banned out. He is incredibly prevalent Blitz player in APAC. Actually, Ying was one of the operators that we saw him really cause havoc on that bank game that we were just thinking about. There was this one round where they were struggling to clear servers, so this guy just yinged down server hatch, ran at a guy in sight, killed him, and then sprinted up blue. It was pretty incredible. Anaton is continuing to just harass these players outside, forcing Perez to back up, basically making it so that Zaka can continue to take his ones against Breakdoor and against Catwalk and not have to worry about any window presence at all, which tends to be pretty crucial for clearing CC.
Looks like they're trying to hunt down Zaka as well. They've got at least Dark down below, utilizing those Deathmark trackers, even getting rid of Shu Reap initially on the entry, so a good start for Los. And because of that Clash, you can't really push out from CC Balcony, so it's taking a lot more effort from Los to secure this early round map control, but at least they've got the entry, and with Snake still alive, they can gather info to realize, hey, Zaka's currently isolated. We should try to hunt this guy down for a 5v3.
Yeah, Anaton has kind of abandoned his post by that wall. You also have Dafo just outside the sandwich window who maybe could strike at any point. For now, Zaka still not really feeling too much pressure. Los are mainly concerned with clearing the opposite side of the map. You, of course, have Nuxka outside radio window. Dash, I believe, now rotating over towards AC to get the plant through the window. They don't have a Ying or a Glaz or a shield, however, so you don't have that really big wedge that allows you free access into the site, but Dash is just going to try and take control anyway. There's no one watching it. He flashes out. The Cade gets the kill. Off screen, the players CC have died, and Chibisu only able to go 1-for-1 in Fountain. Los with a perfect first attack. They had basically every angle covered.
Yeah, near flawless round. Literally, they only lost one body that round. And obviously because of the clash, it was a bit of a slower start for them, but they had great info. They had Dark pushing downstairs on the Deimos, can get a lot of vert done with that revolver, tons of information with the Deathmark tracker. He got an early pick on a Shurip, as I think he either saw him through the hatch or he was going for a rotate that Dark was able to catch him off guard by. So you win that first gunfight, and then you slowly begin to see that rotate happen from Los. They realize that they don't want to put a lot of their eggs into trying to clear out CCTV to go for a lockers execute. Instead, they can sit outside by the windows in the doorway of Archives and try to hop in for this plant because there isn't a lot of utility dedicated towards the bomb site. It was primarily focused on the extensions by both CCTV and Office, which they've already cleared out at that rough minute 30 to minute or a 2-minute marker, my mistake. So great patience there by Los, and already a rehost. Do not love to see it, but it's all good.
I mean, hey, we'd rather have it
now than later, you know. We just got started.
That's probably good for the players, not good for us, because we only have one round to talk about for this whole rehost. So, talking about that round, I think you definitely hit the nail on the head, right? A lot of that utility was dedicated towards the extension. Wasn't a whole lot on site. But I think it's also the bodies, too, right? Because you lose Shurip really early. You have the Clash tasked with holding CC along with Tuberau. There's no one else CC. You have one guy Fountain, one guy Office. East is prime for the taking. And with no one playing kind of in that the double door area to stop someone from just walking through break door or catwalk, and no one to challenge catwalk, you know, the Snake was able to just walk through break door and kill the Tuberau for free because the Clash was on the other side of the map. So I think for CAG, it was also a lot of mispositioning that allowed Los to simply walk in. A lot of really gaping holes in that attack, in that defense that Los were able to take advantage of. And Los, we are already seeing in round one playing smarter than they did against both Enterprise and 4 Angry Men, which is a really good sign for them.
I think as well on Border, you get a little more wiggle room with spending time in the early round setting up, right? You've got 2 floors to worry about, and that's it. So you can take that initial time getting info, figuring out where that initial extension is, and also working your way into the bomb site without there being too many rooms to clear. But again, given the fact that we've got a rehost, this might take some time to set back up. We've got another interview, this time with a former world champion. It's Doki, coming to your screens in just a couple seconds.
I'm here with Doki as G2 gets ready for their games tomorrow. Doki, how are you feeling? How's the adjustment been? You guys just flew in last night, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Salt Lake City, first impressions?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I haven't seen much apart from the amazing mountain range that we're just talking about. But yeah, we've been in America for just over a week and a half, I guess now. We were in San Jose before, boot camping at Logitech. So yeah, been great. Adjusted well to the time, I think. Thankfully, we got those couple of days in so we could get adjusted. Team's doing good. Just looking forward to play and see who our opponent is. So, yeah.
Does it sometimes a lot of this pressure, right, of high expectations, people thinking that you're going to perform well, does that shape how you go into games? Do you feel that changes how your team plays at all?
I mean, maybe for other teams I'd say so, but we have a whole squad full of like veterans, apart from like maybe Stompin, and he's like the best player in the world. So I don't think pressure's that really that big of a thing for us. We're like, we know we've all won before, so it's not as if we need to prove anything. We're just here to like do what we want to do together as a team. We have our goals set for ourselves for the year, and we're just going to do our best to meet those goals like step by step.
Amazing. Thanks, Doki.
Thank you.
Awesome to hear from, of course, former world champion Doki-san, as he sometimes goes by. I think one of the interesting things about G2 as well is how, for lack of a better term, how free-spirited they play. Like, if anyone is like, dude, I'm going to swing this, they're like, yeah, go for it. It's awesome. It's awesome to watch. But back to the game. Los, CAG, Los, if you were not around for round number 1 before the rehost, Los took it in stride. There were a lot of important positions that you usually see played on Border, not contested at all. by CAG, and it allowed Los pretty free and easy access into the building to start picking off those off-site extenders. Now it's bathroom tellers in play for CAG. We'll see how their upstairs hold goes this time.
Very different lineup as well for CAG. A lot of emphasis on just stall utility with these trap ops. You've got the Ella, Chibi's on Thorn, Shuri with the Denari. You even have the Chonka as well, who is still on the first floor, but could definitely help make a lot of these rotation holes upstairs. Yeah, immediately goes to do that from metal stairs. Not too shocked about that. And could even hold some of these longer angles if DD wanted to end up staying up above as well to assist with this clear denial, I guess. Los getting off the shield, now having more focus on info. They've got the Dokkaebi, Lion, and Snake trio for round number 2, so I wouldn't be that surprised if CAG have to play a little bit closer together on this roam, play for that trade emphasis. That way, if someone gets info about someone playing either, CCTV or lockers, which is where the initial point of contact currently is between Los and CAG, there's an opportunity for CAG to not lose that initial man advantage and play at a deficit for the rest of the round like we saw back in round 1.
Here's some crazy Denari trips that we're seeing with the top down. There's one stretching all the way from half wall to through the CC door.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
And then there's one to stop the CC jumping right under the window. That's a long one. That's awesome. If anyone from Los tries to push it through CC, I'm sure they're going to get damaged and slowed. Or it's just no longer an option because you have 2 people playing right around those Denari traps. But Los exuding presence basically all over the map. They've got people setting out outside archives. You got players downstairs, outside east, outside passport. First Dokkaebi call goes out from Dark. He's going to use it to maybe try and take control here of passport. The wall's already been opened. There's no one playing catwalk. And currently, no one between the double doors. Even if there was, Perez would be pressuring them out. I can tell, dude, you can tell Dark, he wants to jump in. He wants to take square control so bad.
Maybe just waiting on Dapper to push up a little bit further. It was Perez actually popped east by mistake. Some damage dealt through the wall into Chibisu, who's just off of this hatch, trying to burn a little more time, maybe fish for a kill before he eventually drops back down into sight. As Los aren't directly challenging him, they're still just waiting outside this back balcony leading into office. Here comes the swing yet again from Chibisu. He downs Perez and finishes him off, but there's the trade from Dash. Chibisu unable to fall back as he was prone next to the hatch rather than standing up, able to back away. So it is tied up in a 4 versus 4, but
Dark is...
He's in
Dark
sight.
is in the site,
what?
yeah. Does DD know? They're one wall separates them right now on either side here. Oh, they know. He gets flamed out. What a perfect play from CAG. They know exactly where Dark is. They use the Tachanka fire to flush him out, and right as that happens, Anaton walks back into Workshop to kill him. Zaka, though, caught inside CCTV. Man count once again evened up. Los just narrowly missed the rotate from Anaton, who's now going to try and make a stand in customs and prevent any kind of big horizontal push. DD positioned underneath the hatch, waiting for a drop. Catches Nuxka with utility in hand, but there's yet another trade from Los. CAG cannot get an advantage in this round without Los responding, and they just see Shoe Reap. He's dead. Dash with a triple. It's all going to be on Daffo to cover. Anaton, can he make it past? No, he cannot. Los's trade game impenetrable, and they clean up that final 2v2 to take a 2-round lead.
Good recovery there from Los. You know, you had the initial antics of Chibisu upstairs, getting that entry. What do they immediately do? Dash swings in for the trade and connects it. Now they've got office control. That provides a lot of great info onto the bomb site, and that kind of made the call for Los to have someone like Dark just hop in and try to look for an easy kill. And although he was not successful, it was great synergy from both Anaton and DD's Shamika launcher to get him outright. You had the rest of Los there immediately to trade back. Now Tachanka's dead. That's one of your only site players left. You've got another person on that site window cut off by tellers. So now that the other person's dropped down to the hatch and recovered the diffuser, there's really nothing that CAG can do. That was an incredible trade game, and specifically from Dash just being at the right place at the right time for, I think, all 3 of those trades in that round too.
Yeah, all 3 of his kills being answers. Whenever CAG thought they were able to get a leg up, Again, CAG started the trades, but they could not keep that man advantage, and by the time it came down to that site play, the Solus is just trapped thanks to that cutoff from the window. Now we go to the other downstairs bomb site. It's Vent. I say the other, there's 3 of them. The other typical downstairs bomb site in Vent Workshop, although we have seen customs get played a lot more than we're used to. Maybe we'll see that later in this game. CAG, again, with an upstairs hold, obviously, because Vent Workshop, basically the entire ceiling is destructible. You cannot anchor it. This site tends to live and die off of how many kills and how long you can hold the top floor for. Los have a shield at their disposal, though. A lot of this clear is going to come down to Dash and his support. Maybe. Eventually, he's downstairs right now.
A lot of info gathered there from Perez. Are they just going to go for a rush execute here into sight? I mean, they don't have...
They might.
Nux is leaving the diffuser outside. Oh, so Dash can pick it up. Maybe using that shield to avoid a majority of that vert. Yeah, I think that's the goal here. He's spotted from Anaton, but it only does damage. It doesn't kill him outright. They know about this plant, but can he shut it down through the smoke? You're warded, Anaton!
I think he got EMP'd!
Oh,
he couldn't see
right,
because of Dafo's EMP!
Wow.
And Dafo able to get another kill after the plant is completed by Dash. What a 1-2 punch from Los. It seemed like the Monty was going to die when he first ran in, but Anaton just missed a couple crucial shots. It allows the Monty into sight, getting the plant down. The Warden gets denied by the Thatcher, and Los have complete control. They see all that offsite presence. Anaton able to at least kill the Monty, but there's still so much work to do. With 4 bodies left to find, he finds 1. In comes GBC to assist, but he's killed by Perez, and from behind through the Raora door, the Raora herself finishes the round. What a play from Los, seeing all that offsite presence and figuring, you know what? The only guy who can stop this is Warden, and we have a Thatcher.
Yeah, that was perfectly done by Los, literally perfect. And I think myself and Anaton had the same realization of like, oh yeah, I can just Warden through the smoke and kill the Montaigne, and then he got EMP'd. So his gadget directly denied from that Thatcher. I honestly, I think Thatcher's changed to having more of an EMP-like gadget, I guess, that shoots out EMPs at a specific time rather than the actual like balls he used to have has been a really great change. You get a lot of info about what exactly you're looking to shut down. You figure out how many gadgets are in that general vicinity. And if you have detailed info like that where you know someone like a Warden or a Solus is playing upstairs, you could specifically target them with your gadget and have a lot more effectivity with it from a vertical perspective, not so much something directly in a room.
Los also had really, really good information on basically every single player upstairs. They saw who was playing CC. They saw where the Solus was. They saw that the Warden was the guy who was supposed to stop that smoke plant and perfectly position themselves to counter it. So that was a really, really well played from Los. I think, you know, again, against Enterprise, they played super aggressive. It didn't work. Against 4 Angry Men, they basically just swung every single angle, and it did work. And I think now we're finally getting to see how Los actually play. And there it is. There was the moment. He turns it on. The EMP goes off, and then he loses sight line. And I think his C4 also got shot. Because he threw that C4 down on the Monty. No damage was done to Dash. So I'm pretty sure it either got shot or it got EMP'd again. But I think Dafo was in the middle of killing someone. So I don't know. If it was shot out of midair, that'd be crazy. CAG now take their time out after not winning a single defense on border through the site rotation, after choosing to defend first on border. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I mean, they've played Snake twice. I feel like that's not the problem here.
Don't get me wrong, Snake is very annoying.
He's good, but...
Yeah. But now Perez is just on Twitch F2, so does it really matter? I don't think so.
And a lot of that information is not... I mean, yes, Snake has information, but we've seen is the drones from Los.
Yep.
The drones from Los have been impeccable. So I don't know how I feel about the Snake Van. Maybe something like a Monty or a Dokkaebi would have worked better. I mean, screw it. Even a Thatcher. You basically just lost the previous round because they had a Thatcher. But I digress. We've got Clash once again in play for CAG up on this top floor. They have a very different lineup, right? No longer bringing the Cade. Instead, they've swapped to the Bandit. Everyone else, though, I say very different. Everyone else is the same. Although, no, they've also dropped 1 Mai for smoke. So they've got a little bit more delay power. They've got more active tricking from Chibisu, just in case, there's something like a Thatcher to deny. We still got a very similar play over by CC, too, with the Clash assisting. I think that's Zaka, again, on the tuber out. And Los, once again, very quick control east side.
Getting those 2 Malusis down for free, basically, as well, as, Kag had to fall off of that extension quite early. No one being there to assist Shureep. Didn't feel confident taking a 1v2 fight there. And Perez, the initial entry onto Zaka, leaving Anton potentially alone and now forced to fall back away from CC Val into sight, giving a lot of crucial map control here for Los. Almost identical to round number 1. Instead of Shureep dying off on the entry, instead it's Zaka. You've got Office cleared out because the Malusi had to fall back early. You end up killing the player at CC. You now have that control as well. Now Anaton's forced to place security by himself. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if we have just everyone on Los, again, trying to dogpile this position, again, just to look for picks.
Interesting, too, that after killing the only guy CC, Los aren't taking control of it. Maybe figuring, you know what, we killed the guy in there. We're focusing more on Office. We don't really need to hold it. Dash and Perez now trying to come in through Office as there's Nuxka getting a kill on that radio window. The Blackbeard putting his shield away so that way he can just sprint at this Clash who's got no help. Now he's all alone and he's just going to get beat to death.
Oh my god, just cruel and unusual punishment there for Los, ending the round flawlessly and comedically too, might I add, as the way they killed that Clash. Yeah, that was definitely the right call. It's very challenging to execute into lockers without there really being beepers control, and at that point, you've got Selma's opened up on Archive, someone playing, I believe, either on the site door or Archive's window. You've got 2 to 3 people in that general area found in offices. Why not just go for the execute, as they basically had the rest of that defense split off. Wow, that was a nasty shot across the map as well for Perez on that F2. But yeah, they had such a great cutoff angle outside of that office window because the Selmas went off with 0 hassle. I think the Blackbeard threw a nade over that single wall to get rid of it. So really no issues there. And Los, I believe it was yesterday, they played against 4 angry men on this map and they won this half 4-2 for their attack. And they've already done that in the first 4 rounds. I wouldn't be shocked if they go flawless here because they've been doing such a good job at reading Kag in their positions.
Yeah, these gap hits have been generational from Los so far, displaying a heightened understanding of, I think, just how the map plays than Kag do. Like, it's really weird to see Kag have one guy CC with basically no support from anyone, like a rotate fountain, no one playing to stop the break door walk in. Like, it's been really odd to see how Kag play this map, despite being, I think, 6-2 here in the last year, heading into this game against Los. So Los have been doing a phenomenal job on their attack. Of course, this map, if there is going to be a very attacker-heavy map, it tends to be this one, again, because of how small it is. There's so many less positions that you have to clear out, a lot less space to worry about. It's very destructible. So it's the attackers can get a lot more creative on this map than they can on others. As Kag defending bathroom, they've got another upstairs setup, and for like the 5 millionth round in a row, they've got one guy holding CC with no help. As Los, they have Perez sneaking in through customs, maybe looking for a pick on a Shureep, who's currently playing in square.
I think they've got no clue about Perez as well. Could be a massive opportunity to find here for Los with, this will be their 4th entry, or their 5th entry in a row. My mistake. They've been doing an impeccable job of winning that first gunfight, just snowballing against Kag in their really lopsided positions held. Good info established here from both the Lion Scan and the Grim, and Montaigne just barreled his way into sight looking for yet another plant. They've got so many cutoffs here. Can Kag shut this down in time?
The C4 distracts Dash and allows Shureep to get the kill square. Perez dies as well, but in the meantime, Nuxka has completed the plant and Dafo kills Didi with the nade. So it's a man advantage here for Kag, but time works in the favor of Los. Nuxka trying to get super aggressive on this Monty because he knows he's alone. He really has no choice, but he's able to get out for free. Shureep playing a little bit too passively allows the shield to escape. Dark playing inside of Workshop, just waiting for this drop. Anaton might have a clue, though. He's looking for him. There's a trade from Chibisu, looking for the next. Nuxka dies. It's all down to Dafo, and he trades. Kag on the board now. Los with yet another good gap hit, but Kag better in the fights during retake.
Yeah, good job from Kag. Although they let Los get into sight, they immediately start working for fights. They don't try to just keep things slowed down. They don't try to stop the initial plant. They just work for picks outside of the bomb site so they have more bodies at their disposal to close into that round. And, you know, unlike the last time that we saw Bathroom and Tellers in play, there wasn't really an easy way to hold the diffuser once it had been planted because they were still worried about Workshop. They were still worried about those angles upstairs through the hatch. Yeah, that was a brilliant shot in that round.
DD, there's a nade next to you. Get off the drone.
DD behind you.
That was a nasty shot, too. The one where, right before he got traded when he jumped in the window. But unfortunately, Kag just had the better positions. I do respect the attempt from Los. Again, I see the vision. There was a big gap. Monty got in, got the plant down, but too much of the supporting cast fell during that execute. And now Kag are going to try and salvage this half with a second round, trying Armory Lockers for a third time. Now, there was an old mantra in Siege where if you've lost a site twice, dominantly at that, you probably have a better shot going somewhere else. You don't want to go there a third time. But Kag are hedging their bets here. They've at least dropped the Clash. This is a almost completely different lineup. They're sticking the smoke. They've swapped on the Mute and Legion, so there's more info denial. There's more there's one trap. I was going to say more traps. There's one trap operator, so maybe it'll slow down Los a little bit. I mean, I do like the Mute, right? We touched on the fact that when they banned the Snake, Los's, a lot of their information are just coming down to superior drone work. Maybe the Mute is going to help alleviate that.
I would also say, yes, they did lose this site a little more dominantly, but Ven wasn't even close. That was just brutal for what Los did to them to get that plant down. Good entry there as well from Anaton onto Perez. It's at least something for their troubles by Kag. Still holding a similar extension to what we had last time in terms of positions, just a couple of different operators, I would say, to maybe allow for better fluidity. You know, Clash, really difficult to rotate on that operator. It takes such a long time. Now you don't have her in play. The toxic canisters can also be used throughout the map and maybe a little bit earlier to just slow down Los, and they'll definitely be a lot slower this round since they lost the initial entry. Nuxa still maybe looking for Zaka to potentially overextend there by CCTV, replicating the shot Perez lined up just a couple of rounds back. And Los not really changing much about their push as well. You know, saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time, they have to worry about someone bottom east stairs. It's going to be Shurip catching two by surprise. Beautiful play with the SMG-11. And Kag, they might at least get 2 rounds for their trouble in this first half, so long as they can keep the advantage up.
Ridiculous play from Shuri, putting the team on his back east, knowing that, you know, he was getting pinched from 3 directions. He was going to die. He had to take as many bodies out with him as he could. Now it's all down to Nuxka and Dark using a 2 versus 4. Nuxka getting a lot of damage dealt to him by that DMR, attempting to make his way into CCTV, where Zaka is also still holding, along with Chibisu for support. Just generating these goo mines. Dark is downstairs, trying to work Vert. Almost spots the Legion of Zaka, but he's able to just quickly scurry back to the bomb site. Now Nuxka, he's got control of CCTV, but it has cost him a lot of time, and it's really gained nothing else. Now acing open that long angle so he can see through metal detector. Legion trying to be hunted down by this Deimos of Dark, but Legion is just going to sit on the hard floor now, right next to the breach, getting flushed out by the flashbangs, but still no quarry for Dark. 20 seconds remaining. Nuxka's got the case, and he's got a kill. Nearly traded back. He's going to need help from Dark. Where is this Deimos? He's got to march his way up metal, but he's being stopped by the gas canister, and now your planter is dead. Dark has to find 3 kills in the next 6 seconds, and it is just undoable. Anaton puts him out of his misery, and Kag do salvage the half with 2 rounds.
Yeah, Los getting a little comfortable there towards the end of that second half. It felt like they, you know, spotted a big gap in round number 5. They tried taking advantage of that, but Kag kept their composure.
Nice.
Oh.
Let's go!
Nice. あれ、いない。シュナイス。
ナイス。
いや、実に、
ミラゴーやで、ミラゴーやで。
OK。
Okay, no, we already know. They're gonna bring this type of shit on the defense.
Yeah.
Super slow, super passive. Always this shit. Let's go a little bit more aggressive than we planned. I feel like when we have the right timing and we pick into them, they are a bit caught off guard. Because we do things that they don't expect.
Maybe, bro.
Okay?
いや、ちょっと俺らさっき話した時はさ、もうちょっとパッシブでやろうって言ってたやん。でも、いや、ちょっとピックは、
ちょっと let's not pick
強気はしよう
those default angles, okay? Let's not pick the default angles. We know they're waiting for us to pick, okay? But let's pick those angles that we can pick into that they don't expect, okay? Let's go for the isolation. Let's go for everything we talked about, okay? Just stay silent and focus, guys. We have nothing to talk about. 0-0. Have fun.
Ok.
Eu também, que aqui a gente chama de CAG lá, tá ligado?
Sim, sim.
E é isso, a gente vai fazer a Secret, eu vou jogar de Denari, a gente vai repetir a Secret algumas vezes, lembra, tipo assim, guys, nessa daqui, a gente vai repetir as defesas avançadas algumas vezes, porque provavelmente eles vão banir mira. Então vamos repetir as defesas e dar um cenário diferente pra eles. Sempre que a gente puder estar mudando de operador e tal, quem puder, dá uma mudada de operador. Tipo, eu na Leste posso mudar bastante, posso pegar um cast, alguma parada assim. Então vamos tentar mudar o cenário bastante, tá ligado?
E também, começo de round, guys, a gente dá umas tapa em barricada, os caras são lentos, vão ser dos pau mais lentos ainda, será?
Lembra que também esse cara não... isso aí que o Dafa falou.
Banheiro, eles têm uma classada, PC e uma horizontal. A gente vai fazer a 5 em cima, eu vou jogar de pulse ali na Leste, tentando passar info de pra onde eles vão jogar. E se eles deixarem passar a mira, a gente vai fazer a mira, tá?
E lembra que nessas 5 em cima eles gostam de fazer aquela comida morte em 2 com o cara grimando no arsenal, tá? Outro cara porta PC.
E ele grima igual um botão, né? Dá pra pegar aqui o dele,
Pode mirar nesse botão aí.
É isso.
Deixar os caras crescendo, energia.
Vambora.
Obviously, we only heard
primeiro.
only saw
Green,
the latter minute of Los's timeout, and we didn't understand a single word. But it was interesting seeing that. It looked like Dash was in like full control of that timeout. I'm sure going over strategies. Kag's coach cut the timeout in like a minute. He was like, "All right, 1 minute, I'm done talking."
Enough said.
Probably just let the team talk among themselves. 'Cause I think like midway, right? Someone on Kag was translating for the rest of the team. I think. That's what it sounded like, because the coach was speaking in English.
Yeah, I believe so. But yeah, I keep forgetting that we have the intermission point, and I always want to bring up like a very in-depth point at the end of the half, and then I just like, oh, you know what? I should let the players talk. That's more interesting for the audience. What I was going to say though, and the replay highlights what I was going to talk about before we saw the little intermission phase there at the end of the first half, was Los got way too comfortable on their attacks towards the end of this first half, and especially noticing how quickly Shoereap was falling back from East Stairs. They didn't expect him to be in that same position of the East Staircase. They thought he'd already be falling back into offices, so he got away with 2 really nasty kills before dying, which was so impactful for Kag, as they already had that 5 versus 4 man advantage and just played a very simple endgame against Los there. So like you mentioned, they got their 2 default rounds, I guess, on the first half. Now they'll get to attack on Border, and Los, their lineup not really too shocking, to be honest. You know, we've seen the Azami quite a few times from both Los and Kag. You've got the Thorn in play now by Dash. Only thing is that there's just no Clash in play, which I don't remember if Los really played a lot of her, especially compared to Kag too.
Yeah, Kag definitely loved the Clash, because again, Anaton is their resident shield guy, as we see him on Blackbeard. And when we watched that game against D+, Anaton was doing some downright disgusting things on Blackbeard. Like, it might have to be made illegal, the things he was doing. Los, on the other hand, they banned away the Grim and the Ying. So, again, Anaton plays a lot of the Ying. Kag do like the cheese ops, too. Grim, very good on this map because it's so close quarters. You send just a couple Grims out, and you basically have information on, like, half the map. Kag banning Mira Goyo is a little bit interesting. Mira, I feel like, is not necessarily a premier operator on Border. Like, she's good, but there's a lot better, like, I don't know, like Azami, like, for example. Goyo makes sense, though, especially if Kag feel like they're going to want to take their time. And especially with the shields in play, too. One of the biggest stoppers is the fire from that Goyo. I like this from Perez. Getting Deimos tracked, immediately tries to fortify his position with the Kiva. Has to run away thanks to that nade, though. And there's the support from Dash rotating downstairs and catching Zaka looking up at the ceiling for the first pick. Anaton also heavily lit up, I believe, by the C4 from Dafo.
Yeah, great synergy there from Los. Tons of information given by Perez, and Dash picking the perfect moment to strike. Now they've got bottom floor control. And CAG still have yet to deal with Los playing in CCTV. Perez still having 2 Azami Kivas. The Blackbeard very low on HP. Although the Azami does not have any impact grenades, someone playing maybe by the bomb side of lockers could assist to deal with him. But no, it's the Razor Bloom to shut him down because of his HP. And the rest of Los, for the most part, still kicking well. Chibisu does find 2 to make it a 2 versus 3. But regardless, that extension by CCTV did so much damage to CAG's attack.
Shurip has found himself inside the site, though, getting the pick on the Dark and maybe the cutoff in the hallway, but he doesn't overswing. Chibisu's good for a 3rd, and CAG have clawed this round back thanks to their striker getting aggressive and moving past CCTV. Nuxka, the last man standing, being held by this Lion as the plant goes down. No C4 in pocket. Chibisu gets smoked, though, and this shotgun is in perfect range to try and kill Shurip. He lights him up and gets the kill! The 1v2 from Nuxka denies the mid-round comeback from CAG, and Los have a 3-round lead.
And it was a huge gap that Chibisu saw, winning that first pick and immediately just upping the ante into lockers, creating space for that plant to go down. But the early round from Los was phenomenal, finding the isolated Deimos downstairs, stopping him from clearing out the Azami. That then forced the Blackbeard to try to take in that position. Anaton, who was already low, dying to the Razor Bloom. They lost 2 of their most impactful operators at around that minute to minute 30 mark, making it so much easier to retake the bomb side at 1 versus 2. Imagine the 1v2 if there was a Blackbeard here instead. Totally different story for Nuxka, but still, great clutch for him in that 1 versus 2. And definitely not having, you know, the Deimos, that 2-shot pistol, not having the Blackbeard shield with the grenades in play, made that a hell of a lot easier for him as well. Now we're up 5-2 for Los. They are still in the driver's seat for this best of 1.
And for CAG, that must be a little bit deflating, right? You have a terrible early round. Chibisu goes crazy, and you're like, wait a minute. This round is so winnable. We got the plant down. Everything's fine now. We got the kills. And Nuxka just steps up and slams Chibisu. And from there,
10 seconds left.
I mean, Shurip doesn't really have anywhere to go. Like, he's stuck behind the locker. He's got to play that position. And the shotgun,
5 seconds to go.
that's just the perfect range. Vent Workshop now for Los. They've got this roam established. They've got the Solus and the Warden, just like CAG did. There's no Thatcher in play for CAG, though. So should they go for a fast plant, they're not going to have the benefit of EMPing out that Warden. There's also, you know, plenty of Trash Malusi, Denari, Thorn. So much to stop CAG from getting a foothold in the site or to slow them down getting into the building.
It's also been a really rough game for Zaka as well. Not finding a kill just yet in this series, which has been very unfortunate for him. Maybe on the Nomad, the assistance of these air jabs could help him out here. Moving in for CAG, they get some info over by the break area, spotting these Denari traps, and maybe DD as well, having a potential angle just to hold in top east and to get some vert as well to deal with that break room position. In the meantime, Los are more than comfortable just playing back, burning away these resources early from CAG. The Capital bolt's already firing off. East control now established for CAG off of this utility, but they still have the other half of this top floor to just sit comfortably on and wait for CAG to keep pushing the envelope. And they have no shields. This is going to be a really risky top floor to deal with here for CAG, as they don't have a lot of, you know, direct operators to make space with. They're really going to have to rely on the Capital and those frag grenades.
Nuxka's position, I think, known by CAG as they spam the wall next to him, making his position more exposed. Maybe trying to send, maybe they could send a Capital bolt onto him to catch him off guard. CAG with sub-minute and a half now. They still don't have CC control. Zaka is still just hovering outside break door because the rest of CAG are so focused on getting this guy out of office. You even have Shurip watching the hatch from below in bathroom as the Malusi continues to just sit here. He's also got Dash to help in Fountain, stopping anyone from jumping in through that radio window. I mean, like, where's the utility to try and flush this guy out? Nuxka has just been sitting here unabated for about 2 minutes.
The nade fell through the hatch.
Yeah, and I think just damaged Shurip. And they're trying to open radio window, but they know this guy is still here. And so he just shoots the Selmas off. Finally, he's blinded. He finally dies to Shurip, so the job is done. But it's cost you so much utility. It's cost you over 2 minutes. And now you still have to worry about CCTV.
Now only 30 seconds to go. This roam still thriving for Los, and a big kill found onto Zaka. Perez only able to go 1 for 1, though. There is a trade by CAG, so they still have this man advantage, but now they have to worry about Dark as he retakes this position from break room, and Dash gets a kill as well.
He's looking for more, still persisting, and Fountain lights up Anaton. The Capitao now alone with no support, and downstairs, the rest of CAG just try to hit the site, and it doesn't work. Dafo gets both kills on those players separating from the main clear, and Los are up 6-2.
Yeah, that was such a hard round to watch. Trying to see all this utility being thrown out to deal with one Malusi stuck on the not the radio wall, but the Canadian wall. 4 people dedicating their time and resources to looking for that kill, and it took them over 2 minutes. And you still, again, like I mentioned earlier during that round, you still have the other half of the map to clear, theoretically. The site is vent. You've got to deal with the people by lockers. You've got to kill the people over by CCTV or try to ignore it outright from the jump and go for some sort of crazy execute, but that just never happened from CAG. They spent so much time just getting office control, and Los immediately fired back, with 3 kills of their own to have the man advantage, and CAG just backs against the wall, tried pushing into sight for a couple of kills and maybe a plan. It just did not pan out the way they were hoping it would, but Los, potential final round for them. They'll be heading off into Bathroom and Tellers with yet another heavy emphasis on the roam, which I can't really blame them for. CAG really struggled last round just dealing with a Malusi when they had a Capitao, when they had nades, when they had flashes, and somebody holding his fallback too.
Yeah, it's been rough for CAG, and this round I'm pretty worried about too for them, because just like Vents, how do you hold Bathroom? You hold power positions upstairs for as long as possible. And if CAG can't even take Office, which is the opposite side of the main top clear, how are they going to take Office when it's the main focus of the top hold for this defense? They've got no more Capitao either. They don't really have any flush utility other than, I guess, maybe you could use the air jabs like that. You kind of have the Deimos depending on what floor they're on. So a lot of this roam clear is going to just be down to Anaton walking at people and how well the rest of CAG can support because of this lack of hard clear util. Los, on the other hand, they've got Solus, they've got Pulse, they've got so much information to work with. Again, so far both Brazilian teams we've casted, FaZe and Los, really leaning into the info on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, all these operators kind of hard counter Anaton's pick on Montaigne, besides maybe the Solus. But you still get a lot of information. You're very quick to rotate on Solus being that primary roamer, and the impact grenades, which could be helpful, maybe bashing out Anaton's shield to make him exposed to a couple of quick bullets. So this is going to be a really tough showing by Anaton. Zaka as well, still kind of disabled a little bit by the Thorn Razor Bloom after effects. Dash seeing some contact from bottom courtyard. Will pull out his cardiac sensor, looking to gather some info on this small push coming in by Chibisu from the back of customs area. And there's the initial entry. Shoe Reap is gone. Dafo, a nice shot landed with the SMG-11. The Ash gone. A lot of your self-destruction off the board. But in the meantime, CAG are looking to ignore that and just trying to hunt down Perez. But he gets away with his life? How does he do it, Harrison?
Anaton was shield up because of the pressure from Dafo, Armory, and Zaka late on the draw after jumping through the window because of the Denari. But here, there's a couple players trapped on the defense under that hatch. And CAG goes 2 for 1 on it. Man count now evened up. Chibisu with the case, looking for a spam through the wall, almost catches it, but it ends up costing him his life as Nuxka peeks in through the breach in Bathroom. Zaka on the board with a kill on Dash. And his first kill could be very impactful here if he and Anaton are able to string together a 3rd round for CAG. Diffuser recovered by the Mountain. Zaka exuding presence from Customs. Just saw the player rotate past to play on the windows. Anaton dancing around this wall with the Denari. But Nuxka coming in, takes the head off of Zaka. It's all the Monty. Down goes Nuxka. Can the professional shield player, can Mr. Monty clutch the 1v2? He can! Anaton puts CAG on his back and they live for another round.
What a recovery there for the Montaigne of Anaton, securing 2 massive kills at the end to keep CAG alive on border for maybe just 1 more round. And again, Zaka as well, finally getting on the board. His kill also having massive impact. That provided a lot of space for Anaton to close the gap and start pushing the envelope into sight. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if we have Los just going for a Montaigne ban. That was the most successful round that they've had so far, and a lot of that was off the Montaigne. No, it's Deimos. Interesting. But the Thorn being banned here from CAG makes a lot of sense. She is a great operator at slowing people down from their initial entry. She's great at dealing with Montaigne with those barbed wires and the Razor Bloom. That's also how Anaton died one of the initial rounds in the second half too. Yeah, on Blackbeard for that CC clear, so can't really fault them for that. Makes a lot of sense. And around 10, we're going back to lockers. Not too shocked about that as well. Honestly, after Nuxa got that triple kill, I really thought this round would be over and done with.
Yeah,
but
me too.
Anaton really kept his cool there in the 1 versus 2. I think he realized that, nah, I'm just him. I got this. I may be the blueprint.
He is.
He's the shield blueprint.
Yeah, again, like there's a reason why for several years straight, every single game that CAG played, Monty was insta-banned. And that, I mean, that's why. Because and Anaton is going to keep playing this operator. If there is a player and an operator that's going to carry CAG to OT, I think it's going to be Anaton on shields, although he's now switching to the Blackbeard. Los banning the Deimos. Again, I don't really know how I feel about the Deimos. CAG didn't really do a whole lot with him. And even then, one of the rounds where CAG were trying to play bottom up, Los just hunted that guy down and were able to kill him. So interesting that Los opt to ban the Deimos here. Like you said, the Thorn makes a ton of sense. Almost too much sense.
Isn't that a different operator, though? I don't think we've even seen Sense played this game, so that's definitely a weird comment to make, but whatever.
We've not seen Sense in the first game either. We haven't seen Sense.
That's correct.
All day today.
FaZe also do really like playing Sense, so that was a little odd to see, but
it's because I removed them from the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this current build, the land build the
Understood.
players are on, I messed with the code. Sense is no longer in the game.
Good comms on that. Good comms.
No problem. Los. Armory Lockers is where they'll try to make their final stand. Sharif challenging East here just outside radio window. He's daring this guy to peek into him, and he wins the fight against Dash. That is a crucial opening pick for CAG. Los have been dominating the early round. So for CAG to get one back, that's a good start on what they hope to be a 3-round comeback.
Although Sharif is low, could be a little more challenging to use him effectively as some sort of lurk or having his utility brought out, dealing with, say, the one shield that Dash brought as an Inari and maybe burning out some of these Y magnets. Now being redeployed over from Break. Impact tossed out. Deals a good bit of damage here to, I think, both Sharif and Anaton. The C4 will finish off the Ashe as well, tying us in the 4 versus 4. CC control just narrowly established or being attempted to be cleared out from CAG, but there is still Perez close by, having the assistance from Dafo yet again, and did they know about Perez playing close from Banana?
I don't
Did they know?
I don't know if they didn't know, or maybe Zaka just overexposed himself to the angle. Maybe they got distracted because Dark was running out east to try and kill Anaton on break door. But either way, it costs them their Twitch. Now CAG moving top east, taking control. DD on catwalk. Anaton working towards office, so DD can try and establish a foothold to try and kill Perez, but he just dies. He throws the ace and dies, and now taking the 1 against Chibisu. Striker incredibly lit up. Anaton on the other side of the map as Perez gets a 3rd, now almost killing Anaton as well. After the heroics from Anaton, the Ella puts his team on his back. All 3 kills from CCTV, and Los wins 7-3.
Yeah, they came out of the gate swinging there, Harrison, winning 4 rounds in a row in that first half, and even after the intermission phase, they continued that forward aggression, making it the 5-2 split for the most part of this game, winning a majority of the entry game as well, which always put CAG on the back foot. And the one round number 10, where they lost that entry, they immediately traded back. They started running out. They started having Dafo throw out those crazy nitro cells, making a ton of space, and it all worked like a charm. Not only making it out of phase 1, but winning their first Swiss round at the SLC Major.
Yeah, not only were Los expert gap hitters on that attack, we also had on the scoreboard from CAG that I'm sure people will see during the break, the only player positive was Anaton. But we are going to go to a quick break, and we will be back with an interview with Los just after this.
A 7-3 win for Los as they continue the momentum they carry in from Phase 1. Dash, when we spoke after a loss during Phase 1, you said that you just weren't quite warmed up yet. It looks like this team is feeling good again.
Yeah, we can see on screens, we can see in game days, like, we can play. We are a very good team, and we are going to be a good team this tournament to play against the better teams, the best teams we're capable of, and we just needed to get warmed up, yeah.
From my perspective, it looks like a lot better than you also were in kickoff, right? When there were some still issues you were working on. From your perspective, does it seem like things are going better? What's working really well right now?
I think during the kickoff, we were a pretty new team. We didn't have enough time to practice and build up our map pool. So right now, I think we are more consistent. We have a better map pool, we have better strats, so it's just work. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dash. 7-3 off to a good start here in Phase 2.
Thank you, Jonah. Thank you, Dash. How insightful, John. And that is, I believe, the last of our round 1 games was
Yes.
CAG Los, and then Furia Twisted Minds, I believe, has also finished up. So we can actually take a look at the cumulative results of every single game and see how the bracket has shaped up. Who are the winners and losers? I don't know.
So we do have the actual bracket from the beginning of the broadcast. We can, of course, just list off from the Wikipedia who we've had won their match.
Shout out.
Weibo 174 against All Gamers. Yeah, shout out Wikipedia. My goat.
Yeah, I think, I mean, yeah, looking at all the results, I feel like everything is pretty typical here, like Weibo beating All Gamers, you know, G2 beating DZ, Wildcard beating Falcons was a big upset. Enterprise beating NIP, I think, was the other big upset. And I think Furia actually, it hasn't been updated on Wikipedia yet, I think Furia actually lost to Twisted Minds, too.
Yeah, so we have had some upsets. And also, I guess, the actual round count for some of the wins, too. You know, obviously, Wildcard weren't the favorites against Falcons. They've been a really solid team through the entire world of Siege, not just their region in EML, but winning it 7-1 as well, and having Hot and Cold perform lights out like he's got nothing to lose. I mean, that was just, that was cinema.
Absolutely. Hot and Cold is an incredible player. We'll see if M80 come crawling back to him after this event, but we are going to take a quick, not so quick break so that we can seed the next round, get everything situated. I think it's going to take about an hour, so do not go anywhere, or I guess get a snack. And make sure you come back for the end of the break for more action. We will have round 2 once it's all ready.
timer is ticking. 60 seconds. Fire going out. Here comes the push.
Mowgli pushes deep. He looks for a little bit more. He gets aggressive and he finds a double kill. Finally traded back, but the Frenchman has been worth his weight in gold. And Secret, all they need to do is play out the numbers advantage. KDS sprays on through, held at bay now by Adrian, and Vita King will go down. It's KDS up against the world and a lone Brazilian. Surely cannot do it. 35 seconds and no diffuser to play with. It is a rough start for FaZe.
Doom and Adrian are both low on HP, so Noah has to be the hero perhaps. The flashbang tossed out actually created that. There's a swing the hallway, but Noah's waiting for it. Takes him down. Both two players low on health. This is super clutchable.
Careful, Secret. Don't let a player like KDS have an opportunity to clutch. The fire comes on through, and KDS is forced to go deep. He needs to find them one by one, but the shotgun secondary will not assist him in a long-range battle. Adrian and Doom playing this so carefully. They're not being baited into the swing, and KDS, he is given no chance to clutch.
Expecting that top floor take, but Savage is all alone upstairs. They want the bomb side doors instead. FaZe Clan playing numbers advantage, playing Roger close together.
Oh no.
Here comes the pre-fire, gets the injury confirmed and the kill. 2v3, now anything is possible. Plant being attempted by FaZe.
And Noah has a nitro cell in pocket, but will he be able to get into position to use it? The question remains, but Savage has found an opportunity.
1v1.
And he makes it a 1v1 and finds both kills for FaZe.
One flashbang for Vita King upstairs on the hatch has to be used perfectly to help KDS, enabling him here in the hallway.
It's a rotation from Vita King, and it will pay off as well. Mowgli goes down. A 3K for the Hibana this round. The flashbang
He dropped already.
Seen by Warden. Adrian!
He's right in front of you!
You listened! And he finally found him. Now KDS must clutch up like we've seen him do plenty of times before. Adrian hides and ducks up for the final frag.
Right, execute, block downstairs, he's blocked, plant attempted by Vita King.
Hang on,
no
Vita King
fire.
Amidst the fire,
He can stick it maybe.
The chaos,
It
he's
fell
gone
down.
for a plant, he's gonna be able to stick it.
It fell to the floor.
It went through the floor, that was the plan from the buck all along. It's a genius counter from FaZe. But Secret managed to make their way back into it. Now it's time to go hunting. Down below, Handy must be dealt with. And it comes down to Mowgli, but a good flashbang from Handy keeps him at bay for a brief moment. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He doesn't realize it. He's been swung by two people. What? But he finds the 4K regardless. Savage eventually will take him on down, but the round is done and dusted. There's no possible way for the Portuguese to clutch this. KDS has his number. But he won't go for the swing. He's waiting for the rest of FaZe Clan to take the fight. But Cyber will be the first to fall. KDS looks to reply. And Souls will take down Savage, supported by Vita King on the Monty. Adrian and Noah now need to salvage this half to win the critical round for Secret. Adrian misses his fire. And amidst all the chaos, he's forced into a clutch position. KDS will shut him down. I think they will. KDS being spotted by the Deimos is very important because he was aggressive in an short position. Handy, though, gets aggressive, supports his teammate, and Doom is cut down as well. The Reaper is reaping havoc here on Team Secret, and now Savage, with the Blackbeard in hand, must find both of them. They hold this crossfire steadfastly. Handy, still with that Reaper in hand, no diffuser to speak of. As the Banshee is taken down, Handy goes 3 for 3 with the automatic pistol.
FaZe, they can fight back or they can run away and play down that clock.
Oh, Vita King. Right up in the back of servers and running away now, supported by Souls.
So much
He's claimed one and Secret. Well, they won't be able to cut him off before he gets back to side. KDS looks to support. A beautiful pre-fire and a second for the King. It's Doom up against the world, and there's nothing to be done for Team Secret. I don't care how good Doom is, he doesn't find all 4 from FaZe. There's no time left on the clock, and the Brazilians, so disciplined, project themselves onto map points. Secret, they need to find a gap. Oh, he's Cyber. Oh, the C4 is caught off guard. The C4 just saved by Doom. The German finds one, and so does the French. Mowgli goes big here for Secret.
They can plant.
FaZe Clan, how will they deny this plant? Souls has no nitro cell, and he needs to clear every single one of these angles. It's a big triple kill for Mowgli. As Souls on the Tuberau must now retake. Savage Why? Why are you giving him a chance? The Blackbeard goes down, but Jim refuses to let Secret die. Might be exactly what Secret needs
Hard left
to
and
unlock
hard
this
right.
attack.
He's being baited. If he walks in right now thinking there's a freebie, there isn't, but his teammate comes in instead.
King is just watching.
That's the
Mowgli shut down, and the beasts of the upper bracket are one step closer to the hammer. Holding down the line with an egg look of his own. And you're right, Team Secret, they have no chance to plant. As they storm into the bomb site, it's a big kill for Noah. Jum finally finds his.
Time.
But the clock will be the 6th defender in the server for FaZe. Inside of the blue stairs, he's got a Nitro cell prepared, he's waiting to get swung. It's Mowgli there, who sees him for a brief moment. Cyber doesn't have his opportunity, but on the bomb side, Souls is helping out. Mowgli needs to decide, does he look forwards or look for the flank? He decides to focus up on site, but meanwhile, KDS has made his way up to the top of the square. So there's no choice but for Secret to go deep. They have control of the bomb site. FaZe now become the attackers. And the bomb is being planted by Savage. Mowgli loses his battle. It's up to Savage in the 1v2, but KDS finds both of the final kills for FaZe. This round may win or die based on the aggression here from FaZe, and whether Adrian's able to shut it down, he finds one, but Souls is able to look to contest. He doesn't find June. The long angle with the DMR handy has everything to do. The UMP might have had a buff, but not enough to find the 1v3. Secret have all taken damage, but they flood the bomb site and they take post-plant positions. As Handy on the castle must make his way forward, but he won't check for Noah in the bottom of the square. He opens up the bomb site for Secret.
He forced his way in. He's cut the bomb site in half, looking for more, but Handy finds Noah elsewhere.
Oh, good reply. FaZe come to life, and Mowgli now feels the pressure. The diffuser is down inside of stock, and it comes down to Jum to go and recollect that. He might have to focus up on taking some fights first, though, as he spots Souls for a brief moment. He has time, and KDS shuts him out. Mowgli will fall, and FaZe! FaZe have the HP.
There's still 50 seconds as well. They know Vidiking is off the bomb site, but Jum goes down.
No!
Come as well, Souls! He locks down the bomb site.
Adrian must step up. Caught between a rock and a hard place, but he finds the first. He's found 3 kills this round. He needs to make it a quartet.
That's the case.
As he starts to plan the diffuser, Vidiking has been a savior for FaZe, but can Adrian get a second round on the board for Secret? He's got the long angle and he spots out Vidiking for a brief moment. 1 HP. Adrian's in the 1v1. The flashbang goes out. Vidiking is trapped. And the crowd roars for Adrian. Team Secret have found a lifeline.
Risky for FaZe, but it might just pay off. They're taking from every single angle at once.
First Candela goes out. Mowgli is under the pump and he's caught. Cyber finishes him off. Handy goes deep in the bomb side and Cyber has doubled up. FaZe are flawless.
There's a singular element of impact grenades. No C4, no smoke, no Shanga. This glass and this split can definitely get the job done.
It's on the glass. Much swatch over the bomb side as Vidiking forces that plan down.
No C4.
There is no response. Every player alive in the server, and FaZe open the equation. They get the plan down, and they dominate Secret for a second round in a row.
My God.
June has no hope in hell. As he is targeted, he is cornered, and he is hunted down. FaZe clan are a force to be reckoned with. Straight into Mowgli's waiting arms, but the job's not done yet for Secret. Souls has been in control.
Not like this.
Another kill for FaZe. Mowgli and Savage on the edge of their seats.
Oh, he catches him.
Savage holds down the fort on the bomb site. He must stand tall now. 2 kills to find, and FaZe have no diffuser.
10 seconds.
Souls has to make his way forward. But he goes down to 1 HP. Oh, but Handy secures the kill, and the reigning world champions have set the stage for a clean sweep in the grand final. The smoke, wow, ballsy, does he go for it? The water will contest and the glass will go down. Secret cannot restabilize. FaZe have gone big in this opening. They found just about every single kill. Jum, big headshot. But he has to find every one of them. Andy low HP as Jum makes his way forward. The bomb site is being flooded with angry Brazilians as the Blackbeard spotted. Jum worried about his back. He wipes off the head of Vidiking, looks for another. but Handy and KDS together will clutch up big time.
Or simply cut it off and just wait for them to swing.
Plenty of time on the clock here for FaZe, and a big entry from KDS. He goes big for a double. Noah has everything to do. He starts it with one, but Souls looks to confirm that plant. He needs to find the seconds, but Vita King shuts him out of it, and FaZe Clan continue dominating.
But here comes the Smoke Babes. Stall out one angle and hold the other. Work together 3v2.
Oh,
2v2 all of a sudden.
a big entry from Handy. He had a nuclear consulate.
He's right
Will
there.
he check the corner? No! He finds Noah!
Noah!
He brings them back into the conversation. Adrian cannot find a damn thing! Yeah, jab's nice though. I'm not sure it's been heard, and Noah's actually gonna get caught off guard.
No.
They find two picks, and FaZe have unlocked the gates. Team Secret are back on the ropes again.
It's off the air jabs, off the flash grenade and the grenade itself. But here we go. It's a player ratting in the bathtub. That could make the difference. This is Mowgli.
Risky business for Mowgli.
It's his moment.
His position. This is your moment,
1-2.
Mowgli. And the crowd will roar for the Frenchman. Cyber has everything for him to do, but June just needs to survive.
They peeking all these various angles. Secret are resetting. He gets shot to keep up, but a good trade happens.
No. Immediately Handy fights back. And it's Savage. 1v2 opportunity. This isn't just a deficit. This is a chance to prove himself. SMG 12 in hand, and he knows exactly where Vita King is. He EMPs the bulletproof camera and sneaks around on the backside. But I think Vita King has the read, and this crossfire is so potent. The FaZe Clan Handy doesn't need to peek. Savage might be able to go for a plant. He fakes it, but immediately finds one! A reply from Vita King, and the crowd is silenced in Paris. And even more so, they're gonna need that backstab because of the clash available. But Noah catches off, and out of position Handy, and looks for a little bit more. The breach on the wall, immediately Souls is spotted on out. Mowgli goes for a re-peek! Big headshot! A second will not follow as Noah finds one! KDS on 1 HP! Zoom and Noah need to mount this attack! And they do!
I'm a bit worried about the Goyo Fires if they're all by the bomb side. They see one play, but it's a bait and a switch. He's moving on purpose. It's a player two there, he's close right. Bait them in, go for the kills together.
When does the swing come from Handy here? Tucked away in the corner, Vita King is taken down. Both the remaining defenders are locked in medbay, and Savage is locking down the plants. As the logic bomb rings out, Secret have no choices but to go deep. The Glue Mines keep them at bay. A swing on the Souls. The Capcan trap is calamitous for Team Secrets. Savage is shut down. 1 HP as Cyber and Handy have nothing to do but sit and wait. It's up to the man who has stepped up on Fortress for Secret to take matters into his own hands. He sees ahead for a brief moment, but Cyber will round the corner.
Be very bomb side execute oriented, right? He got the EMPs. Oh my, he ran into the door, Mowgli! He looked the wrong way.
A mistake that may cost Secret the round, and far more if it goes further for FaZe. Another kill, and an opportunity granted to Noah to prove his worth at his SI debut.
The only problem is that original execute with 5 players required is gone into the... Oh my god, it keeps getting worse here, just falling apart out of nowhere.
1 by 1 they fall. Savage has 3 to find, and there's no chance. Handy still have control up above. It's Souls.
Hold your nerve.
KDS looks to lash out. He finds one. Mowgli needs to step up big for his team right now.
Injured.
Another kill. Another one on the floor.
2 down.
It's up to Souls with 1 HP. Mowgli finds both of the kills that his country needs. Takes him down. KDS in the pivotal position, the Nitro cell, but it doesn't take the kill. Oh, but he finds the shots. 2 big ones for KDS and Handy. They team up together, and Joom is so far removed from his team. He needs to have the moment of his career to keep Secret alive. He looks for the first one, but Handy's got his back. To stab FaZe in the back. Will he be quick enough? Will they be watching? Souls is going the complete wrong direction. Joom is just moments away from the flank of his career. Big kill for Joom. Cyber's the last one standing. King and Souls, the perfect accurate operators for the situation. The DMR strikes true. Noah, this is the moment for him to step up into the shoes that he knows he can do. The secret. Souls detected, but can Noah isolate this fight?
The sprint.
Not with Vita King watching in from behind. Vita King, the job's not done yet. He took his headset off.
Wait, they're hugging.
It's infinite overtime.
They do realize
Sit
that.
back down.
Nice.
Cyber doesn't have his opportunity, but on the bomb side, Souls is helping out. Mowgli needs to decide, does he look forwards or look for the flank? He decides to focus up on side, but meanwhile, KDS has made his way up to the top of the square.
No.
So there's no choice but for Secret to go deep. They have control of the bomb sites. FaZe now become the attackers. And the bomb is being planted by Savage. Mowgli loses his battle. It's up to Savage in the 1v2, but KDS finds both of the final kills for FaZe. This round may win or die based on the aggression here from FaZe. And whether Adrian's able to shut it down, he finds one. But Souls is able to look to contest. He doesn't find June. The long angle with the DMR handy has everything to do. The UMP might have had a buff, but not enough to find the 1v3. Secret have all taken damage, but they flood the bomb site and they take post-plant positions. As Andy on the castle must make his way forward, but he won't check for Noah in the bottom of the square. Opens up the bomb site for Secret.
He forced his way in. He's cut the bomb site in half, looking for more, but Handy finds Noah elsewhere.
Oh, good reply. FaZe come to life, and Mowgli now feels the pressure.
Here comes
The diffuser is down inside of stock, and it comes down to June to go and recollect that. He might have to focus up on taking some fights first, though, as he spots Souls for a brief moment. He gets time, and KDS shuts him out. Mowgli will fall, and FaZe have the HP.
There's still 50 seconds as well. They know Vita King is off the bomb site, but Doom goes down.
No!
Up as well, Souls. He locks down the bomb site.
Adrian must step up. Caught between a rock and a hard place, but he finds the first. He's found 3 kills this round. He needs to make it a quartet.
That's the case.
As he starts to plan the diffuser, Vita King has been a savior for FaZe, but can Adrian get a second round on the board for Secret? He's got the long angle and he spots out Vita King for a brief moment. 1 HP. Adrian's in the 1v1. The flashbang goes out. Vita King is trapped. And the crowd roars for Adrian. Team Secret have found a lifeline.
Risky for FaZe, but it might just pay off. They're taking from every single angle at once.
First Candela goes out. Mowgli is under the pump and he's caught. Cyber finishes him off. And he goes deep in the bomb side, and Cyber has double up. FaZe are flawless.
There's a singular element of impact grenades. No C4, no smoke, no Shanga. This glass and this split can definitely get the job done.
It's on the glass. Much swatch over the bomb side as Vita King forces that plant down.
No C4.
There is no response. Every player alive in the server, and FaZe open the equation. They get the plant down and they dominate Secret for a second round in a row.
My God.
June has no hope in hell. As he is targeted, he is cornered, and he is hunted down. FaZe Clan are a force to be reckoned with. Straight into Mowgli's waiting arms, but the job's not done yet for Secret. Souls has been in control.
Not like this.
Another kill for FaZe. Mowgli and Savage on the edge of their seats.
He catches him.
Savage holds down the fort on the bomb site. He must stand tall now. 2 kills to find, and FaZe have no diffuser.
10 seconds.
Souls has to make his way forward, but he goes down to 1 HP. Oh, the handy. And the reigning world stage for a clean sweep in the grand final. The smoke, wow, ballsy, does he go for it? The water will contest and the glass will go down. Secret cannot restabilize. FaZe have gone big in this opening. They found just about every single kill, Jum, big headshot. He has to find every one of them. Andy low HP as Jum makes his way forward. The bomb site is being flooded with angry Brazilians as the Blackbeard spotted. Jum worried about his back. Oh, he wipes off the head of Vita King, looks for another. But Handy and KDS together will clutch up big time.
Or simply cut it off and just wait for them to swing.
Plenty of time on the clock here for FaZe and a big entry from KDS. He goes big for a double. Noah has everything to do. He started with one, but Souls looks to confirm that plant. He needs to find the seconds. But Vita King shuts him out of it, and FaZe Clan continue dominating.
But here comes Smoke Babes. Stall out one angle and hold the other. Work together 3v2.
Oh,
2v2 all of a sudden.
a big entry from Handy. He had a nuclear consulate. Will he check the corner? No! He finds Noah! He brings them back into the conversation. Adrian cannot find a damn thing! Yeah, jab's nice though. I'm not sure it's been heard, and Noah's actually gonna get caught off guard. No. They find two picks, and FaZe have unlocked the gates. Team Secret are back on the ropes again.
It's off the air jabs, off the flash grid and the grid itself. But here we go. It's a player ratzing in the bathtub. That could make the difference. This is Mowgli.
Risky business for Mowgli.
It's his moment.
His position. This is your moment,
1-2.
And the crowd will roar for the Frenchman. Cyber has everything for him to do, but June just needs to survive.
They peeking all these various angles. Secret are resetting. He just tries to keep up, but a good trade happens.
No. Immediately Handy fights back. And it's Savage. 1v2 opportunity. This isn't just a deficit. This is a chance to prove himself. SMG 12 in hand, and he knows exactly where Vita King is. He EMPs the bulletproof camera and sneaks around on the backside. But I think Vita King has the read, and this crossfire is so potent. The FaZe Clan Handy doesn't need to peek. Savage might be able to go for a plant. He fakes it, but immediately finds one! A reply from Vita King, and the crowd is silenced in Paris. And even more so, they're gonna need that backstab because of the clash available. But Noah catches off, and out of position Handy, and looks for a little bit more. The breach on the wall, immediately Souls is spotted on out. Mowgli goes for a repeat! Big headshot! A second will not follow as Noah finds one! KDS on 1 HP! Jum and Noah need to mount this attack! And they do!
I'm a bit worried about the Goya fires if they're all by the bomb side. They see one play, but it's a bait and a switch. He's moving on purpose. It's a player two there, he's close right. Bait them in, go for the kills together.
When does the swing come from Handy here? Tucked away in the corner, Vita King is taken down. Both the remaining defenders are locked in medbay, and Savage is locking down the plants. As the logic bomb rings out, Secret have no choices but to go deep. The Crew Mines keep them at bay. A swing from the Souls. The Capcan trap is calamitous for Team Secrets. Savage is shut down. 1 HP as Cyber and Handy have nothing to do but sit and wait. It's up to the man who has stepped up on Fortress for Secret to take matters into his own hands. He sees ahead for a brief moment, but Cyber will round the corner.
Be very bomb side execute oriented, right? You got the EMPs. Oh my, he ran into the door, Mowgli! He looked the wrong way.
A mistake that may cost Secret the round, and far more if it goes further for FaZe. Another kill, and an opportunity granted to Noah to prove his worth at his SI debut.
The only problem is that original execute with 5 players required is gone into the... Oh my god, it keeps getting worse here, just falling apart out of nowhere.
1 by 1 they fall. Savage has 3 to find, and there's no chance. Handy still have control up above. It's Souls.
Hold your nerve.
KDS looks to lash out. He finds one. Mowgli needs to step up big for his team right now.
Injured.
Another kill. Another one on the floor.
2 down.
It's up to Souls with 1 HP. Mowgli finds both of the kills that his country needs. Takes him down. KDS in the pivotal position, the Nitro cell, but it doesn't take the kill. Oh, but he finds the shots. 2 big ones for KDS and Handy. They team up together, and Jum is so far removed from his team. He needs to have the moment of his career to keep Secret alive. He looks for the first one, but Handy's got his back. to stab FaZe in the back.
Knows
But will
there's
he
no
be
drones.
quick enough? Will they be watching? Souls is looking in the complete wrong direction. Doom is just moments away from the flank of his career. Big kill for Doom. Cyber's the last one standing. The German refuses to let this one die. Vinicking and Souls, the perfect accurate operators for the situation. The DMR strikes true. Noah, this is the moment for him to step up into the shoes that he knows he can do. The secret. Souls detected, but can Noah isolate this fight?
the
No!
sprint.
Not with Vinicking watching in from behind. Vinicking, the job's not done yet. He took his headset off.
Wait, they're hugging.
It's infinite overtime.
They do realize
Sit
that
back down.
guys, we're still.
The job is
they
not
thought
done
they won.
yet.
They thought they won the whole thing.
The championship is not over. It will not be that easy for FaZe. Souls lights him up a little bit more, but Cyber finds his gap. Another one, and Germ is left in a 1v3 to save the tournament, to save Team Secrets. He can't find many, but he finds the first two. Vinicking
10
to give
seconds.
FaZe everything they've
1
been
HP.
searching for years. It's Germ.
Remove these angles of breaching the bathroom walls into meeting, but the ace being dead, they literally cannot do it. They rush the bombs up instead.
They look to get aggressive, but they
Big
don't have the
switch.
defuse. They have to go for kills, and so Doom is the first one in the building for Team Secret, and Noah finds the opener!
Corner.
They go big on the bomb side, but Vinicking tucked into the corner. He needs to hold on. Handy's coming in to support, and KDS has found one. Doom needs to have a massive moment and protect Mowgli, who holds down the forts. 1v4 for Mowgli in front of the French crowds. As the E1D will roar on out, lock his opposition in place. But the crossfire is enough for FaZe to grasp yet another championship points.
Use the flashbangs from KDS and push together.
Angle from above.
That's Ying.
Finds a vertical kill. They suddenly have more to think about as they jump back in the building. Adrian has to have a big impact with the gas, and he keeps one of the players at bay. 3 inside of Medbay as FaZe look to get aggressive. They need to find an opening onto the bomb site. They know exactly where Noah's been playing, and KDS looks to go deep, can't pre-fire.
Good
A
flashbang.
flashbang goes out, but Noah goes deep and finds a kill. Adrian deploys his last gas babe and holds down a big kill. And he's snuck behind enemy lines. He finds one. Now he just has to know the plan, and Cyber has looked to try and fight back for FaZe. The plant goes down. Savage and Noah to clutch up as Cyber and Handy get back around it. They see the blitz. Already low HP, but they might not know it. Good flash from Savage. Can he go deep for the kill? Cyber finally caught out by Noah. It's a 1v1. As Handy gets onto the plant, he sticks it halfway down. Noah has to commit to the both hits. Handy goes.
They want to clear out KDS on the exterior breach. It could be an important one, but he swings and misses. KDS takes him down. Doom once again, last man standing, 1v3. He's been here before.
He's done it once and he can do it again. Step 1. Cyber is down. KDS is low HP and he knows exactly where he is.
One more has the case. Has the case, top blue to his right.
The best player of each team go head to head.
Times can one player be the defining factor?
Doesn't see
Could they
it
plant
happen.
Archive Store maybe?
Is there a world where the plan could go down? Vinicking is inside Archives right now. He's right next to the breach. He needs to get aggressive. He looks to try and find the feet of the Monty, but none of the shots land. Adrian is so low HP. Savage tries to take the fight. Adrian teams up together.
Planting default.
Noah on the other side, and the plan starts to begin. Soul activates his gadgets, but the clutch needs to go big. He finds the first one. Savage will... Verticality from Doom available as well. While Noah dies, there's still a good chance here for the plant to go down here from Savage, and Doom from the vertical angle takes down Cyber. Vinicky's going for a big flank, and he will catch Doom on the refrag, but the plant has been confirmed. Savage is caught off guard, but he does manage to just stay alive and retreat back. But now a top floor control for both defenders. It's hard for them to get back into it, especially with Mowgli. Outside on the balcony, he can cut them down. But can King Ninja it? He holds down. But Mowgli is there, waiting for him all along.
Soul's already swung. That's the one free, but there might be a second one lingering. He jumps in, looking to his right.
Oh my god, straight into the crossfire. Noah finds one! Triple kill for Noah! The Young Guns together make Secret fly. Handy is in a 1v4. He'll find the first, but Jim going down is not enough for FaZe. Noah's got an inkling. He's got a feeling. And Savage has found him from the break door. Patience from Secret pays off, and King on the verge of losing the half has to restabilize. He finds Adrian, Savage, and Noah together have to dot all their I's, cross all their P's. Savage lives up to the name again.
June playing East Stairs, managing Noah Sami. Magnets in pocket, Blackbeard waiting for him with that grenade. Good impact. Savage finds Handy elsewhere on the map. Second shot outside East Stairs, takes down the Blackbeard.
FaZe, my friends, what are you doing? Let's not forget you had championship points on Fortress, and now you're getting manhandled on Border. Savage continues to lash out again. Souls has found one kill in this whole map of Border. One by one, they get aggressive. You'll find the first one. Only bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but Savage, that doesn't discourage him. Not one bit. Noah's peeking him from the other side. Souls is just waiting. He knows he's being embarrassed right now. Out comes the pistol. He's on the verge of being peeked as well. Noah on the other side. All the way up into Archives, and he's left the diffuser, a lure, a bait. Will FaZe take it?
Handy's playing 90 though. Blackbeard can walk in and bait this crossfire.
Oh, finds the Blackbeard and the kill. Handy needs to clutch up big, and he's got no diffuser, he's got no friends, he's got no hope. And the C4 will surely confirm that first kill. Now it's a game of bait and switch. Handy going from down into Archives through the wall. Adrian always knows. Through the wall, he knows how to fight them! Up comes the blitz, King's going deep. He's gonna try and make it big, and he finds one. Good trade on the Mowgli, but Mowgli had already done damage. Can he go big for a second? The trade comes through from Adrian, and Handy is there to respond. Savage and Joom try and hold down the bomb site, but FaZe are lapping it up!
45 seconds, one final C4 here from Adrian. He has to go big, cannot afford to die.
He almost has his chance, but Souls with the DMR, it rings true, and Savage now has to do the impossible. A lick of damage onto him, but he finds nothing! FaZe fight back! He must go for a flank here. He has to find Cyber. This is the only way that he wins it. He needs to fight Cyber. He doesn't get the damage. 1 HP and Cyber will survive, but meanwhile on site, Mowgli's found his double. It's up to him and Adrian now to put the pieces together. Handy, who's been so good on the rest of this series, has to step up. The Grim Bees, but he spots the player! Mowgli for 3! It's gonna be a big aggressive push on ease, but the Blackbeard gets knocked back. Savage is in an awkward spot, he can't take the fight, and King will shut him down. Mowgli finds one for Secret, but they're gonna need a lot more than that. They need to take down King, and KDS has his back. Mowgli has to have a big round, just like he did 1 round prior. There's good info for him, but he loses the fight. Secret have lost their chance. 4v2 for FaZe now, as Noah and Adrian are left with so much to do and so little to work with. KDS has to look for it sooner or later. 35 seconds. Don't give Secret a chance to reposition, but they are making their way forward. Savage so low. Oh, they're gonna... Where on earth did Adrian pull that from? It's a 1v2 for Handy. He'll need to hit the 20 bomb just to keep his team in the round. Savage and Adrian cannot afford to be split here. They have to be synced up like clockwork. 12 seconds. Oh, spray, but no bullet will connect. Handy's got 7 seconds to play. Out comes the gun. 10 seconds. KDS is in position, needs to reload. 10 seconds, and time is bleeding away for Team Secrets. Souls and KDS together push us deeper and deeper into this map. And it looks like Andy may be going for an impossible
go for
plan.
it.
The smokes go out, the fire as well. Andy looks to try and plant. The Savage,
No denial.
Solus is dead, and Vita King and Cyber turn it up to 11. Mowgli can stand up, but he can do nothing else.
They're gonna say, screw the roam clear. We want the site.
What's going on, Savage? How have you let that one slip by? How has everyone fallen for Secret? In Brazil, their hearts were broken. In Boston, they saw redemption. Today, in Paris, one hammer makes a champion, but two hammers makes history. From the ashes of heartbreak, FaZe forge their dynasty.
Your 6th Invitational 2026 World Champions, FaZe Clan!
All right, we are halfway through the day. It's time for the second half of our first day of the Swiss FaZe. And boy, oh boy, do we have one hell of a match, Jesse?
Parker, it doesn't get much better than this. G2 and Enterprise here to continue on the A stream. The Swiss bracket well underway. We move from round 1 into round 2 now, Parker.
Correct.
So lots of best of ones, all still in that BO1 category. No more BO3s. We've moved down to the second level here in the bracket. And as you can see, the 1-0 teams will only be playing against other 1-0 teams. And the teams that lost earlier today, the 0-1 teams, will also only be playing against teams that lost earlier today.
And our matchup is Enterprise versus G2, and then you and I believe, are doing FaZe Clan versus Shopify Rebellions. There is still so much more to come. We have the winners over here, which means that Enterprise won their match. If you were not watching here on this stream, you would not have been treated to the spectacle that was Enterprise going on this undefeated run so far from kickoff. Now all the way up to here.
Yeah, even regionally, Enterprise have not dropped a single game, and I know they play in Oceania, you know, not the strongest region by any means, but since coming to Salt Lake City, playing through Phase 1, they've taken out some really good teams. They beat Los back during Phase 1. They beat NIP just earlier today. So there have been some tough opponents, and Enterprise have consistently come out on top. Jigsaw's been playing fantastic. You can see his stats there. Brendo as well, the other big standout so far through Salt Lake City. But there's no doubt, Parker, of all the great teams they've beaten so far this season, G2 will be tougher than all of them.
Oh, undeniably so. Among one of the teams that many think will be the favorites to win the entire event, Doki was asked that question by Jonah in the interview, if you recall earlier, and it was a hell of a game. Shaiko playing out of his mind, 16-5, absolutely farming Dark Zero. This team really didn't have any major weaknesses that we saw. It was a sluggish game from Benja. It was a sluggish game from Stompin', but there was depth there where need be. And they made quick work of the North Americans earlier today, and that's why they're here up 1-0.
Yeah, no doubt. Shaiko currently sitting as the second highest rated player here at the tournament. Only Bay with a slightly higher performance. I believe 1 EPS point separates the two of them. So really strong performances from both players earlier today. Shaiko was absolutely phenomenal on bank this morning. And now we'll get to kind of see how they do up against this Enterprise team as we go into a new map, a new situation. The wear and tear of a long tournament and a long day starts to drain you and kind of kick in at this point.
Enterprise should be prepared for this, though, right? They've been here since Phase 1. They played quite a bit of games, as you saw from the numbers on the bottom of the screen. Enterprise has a lot more than just Shaiko, who's just 16-5. And that was just because of his matchup up against Dark Zero. So G2 is going to start to find their footing. And the question is going to eventually be, where are we going to play before we get there? What are our expectations for this matchup? Enterprise seems to be the real deal. They seem to be this Australian and New Zealand super team. But adversity is not just a word. They are going to be tested in the server. And G2, to their credit, will also be tested because so far on paper, I think the expectation is Enterprise is a better team than Dark Zero based on what we saw at Phase 1.
Yeah, listen, G2, they've been fantastic. I think the map veto can play a large part into how this game ends up going if they can get a map that favors them. G2 are a very good team, but sometimes against these unexpected underdogs, they can stumble a little bit. We'll end up on Clubhouse, which is kind of fun because ignoring the Raza Company show match that G2 played, they have a 3-game winning streak here on Club and 2-0 here on the season, beating both Heretics and VP domestically. But Enterprise have not played Clubhouse since last season. They have not been showing this map at all. So you won't really know what to expect if you're coming into this game as G2. And when you're already coming up against the underdogs, when you're already coming into a game where nobody has really been giving Enterprise enough credit so far this tournament, it is critically important that G2 respect their opponents on a map like this.
And respect is something that's come up when you've heard a lot of timeouts from teams. We heard it when we were doing the Wildcard matchup where they basically were like, we need to respect them. We disrespect them. We need to keep disrespecting them. But you always have to respect your opponents when you get to this point, right? We're now at the top 16 teams. We have some of the best teams assembled in the world. There's not going to be easier matches moving forward.
No.
Every single game you play is going to be tough. If you're an Enterprise fan, you don't get to console yourself should you lose and say, well, G2's such a good team. If you want to be the best in the world, you have to beat the other teams that also want to be the best in the world. And G2, for good reason, has given us so many examples of why they should be one of the favorites here. Enterprise could absolutely blunt that momentum and break a lot of people's brackets because so many have G2 emerging from the Swiss stage 3-0.
Yeah, G2, I mean, they've been playing so well. Parker, 6-game winning streak coming into this one, as we've said, only losing their very first match of the EML kickoff. They have not lost since, and that was an 8-6 versus VP and other great teams. So we know how good G2 can be. I'm going to be a little bit looking forward to this as well, because the winner of this game locks themselves into best of threes the rest of the tournament.
Yep.
If you lose this, then tomorrow you've got a BO1 on your hand. We won't know who that's against, but because it's not an elimination to promotion game, you'll still be in BO1s. If you can beat your opponent today, whether you're G2 or Enterprise, you will only be playing promotion games until the end of the Swiss bracket, which means it's best of threes all the way down. And when you go to an experienced roster like G2, that probably favors them a little bit more as you kind of take the luck out of things. Things become a little bit more predictable in BO3s.
I think it's safe to say that even with the roster moves on the side of G2, picking up Benja and Shaiko, the core identity of this team is still here. Their map pool is still going to be quite robust. G2's always had a very strong map pool, so that really isn't something that's in doubt. So yeah, I agree with you. G2 probably has the edge there. They'll have more maps to play on. They'll have more experience to draw from. But do not count out Enterprise. Mag has shown in every timeout that he's taken how prepared he is. And he better be prepared, because if the community poll is any indication, you think that Enterprise is going to get smoked. 90% to 10% is among the largest chasm between the two we've seen. I think you're sleeping a little bit on the thunder down under. Let's get ready for Clubhouse. This will be the last best of one, as you pointed out, for one of these teams. Which one will it be?
The victor will have that path set for them going forward throughout the rest of the Swiss phase. It'll be the last game of the day for both of these two teams. And when we get into the ban phase, Clubhouse, one of the more predictable maps for operator bans. You expect a Kaid and Bandit ban for the defense, maybe Mira as well. One of those three wall denial operators that you so commonly see banned out here on Clubhouse. Often the Breachers removed here for the attackers, but not today. Grim going to be the focus for G2 to take off the board. That kind of speaks to me that they're wanting more disruption operators. I'd expect a Monty or a Capitao to follow up a Grim ban.
Another interesting game going on over on the B stream. As you saw the schedule just moments ago, you know that there is a lot of Siege being played both today and tomorrow. It will be a breathtaking amount of Rainbow Six on your screen, should you choose to watch it all. Over on the B stream, Dark Zero is going up against Ninjas in Pajamas. Oof. Both of those teams losing to these teams right here. And you're going to see a lot of typing in chat. One funny thing that Enterprise said in chat before we launched in, apparently they were typing so much that Nip afterwards had some choice words for them for how much trash they were talking in chat, in-game. So expect to see it here, as there was a fever pitch inside of chat before we loaded in. G2 will be starting on defense, Jesse, and this is a top floor defense over on the bedroom and weight room side of the map.
Yeah, again, it's tough to really read into things too much just because we haven't seen Enterprise play this map, but we've seen G2 play it quite a bit throughout kickoff, and you look back at some of their old setups, they do love a mirror on this site. It's one thing that Benja has been really rocking a lot through kickoff. They love a clash as well, something that Stompin will play very often on this site, but completely changing things up. This is not something that G2 have wanted to repeat on. They're not just going to play the same setups that you've seen back during the EML. They've changed a lot of things up, and it's almost brought out a bit more of an aggressive strategy, right? They've already got Stompin roaming all the way in towards Garage and Rafters. There was a drone on him actually up inside the roof, so if that's still information active, Stompin could be in big trouble down here.
Toki with the leadoff kill on to Cairo, the newest member for Enterprise, who has been a staple on this team, and unfortunately that's a lot of utility off the board. The Ying removed immediately. That is devastating for Enterprise.
Yeah, really early pick to come through then. Doki, one of the most experienced players here for G2, gets that pick onto Cairo, the young Australian, and now once again, Stompin under fire. They have him on a drone here. There's one actively watching him in the rafters, and it feeds the kill straight to Bappin. Really good information work to start that kill.
Well, there's some follow-up. They're not expecting the Dane to appear out of nowhere. Benjamaster up on Rafters gets one, and he's a little concerned with maybe somebody down in Lounge. He'll pop the fire extinguisher and go back. Brendo takes down Stompin, so there was the correct read there. Some pressure coming in as now Jigsaw hoping for his own opening. Benjamaster able to escape. He'll go for a deep run, but he gets caught by Brendo. Maybe a bit more bullets than were needed, but I mean, hey, you've got more ammo in reserve. 3v3 with 1:40 to go. Enterprise not really hurting after losing that Ying, but they've also lost another really important utility operator, and they've left themselves with very little outside of anti-flank potential and explosives.
Could be really scary here as we get towards the second half of this round, Parker. I mean, Enterprise, you said it, low on util a little bit. Still got Brendo, of course, with the nades, so you've got a little bit of opportunity here to make that move. You'd love to have Stompin in this position, right? Shaiko inside a weight room. This is where his zombie players thrive, but because he went down so early, Shaiko's going to have to backfill and play this space. That could be something of an opportunity now for Enterprise. They'll have a lot easier time killing Shaiko now that there's not a zombie in that spot, and if they get that pick, this push looks so much easier.
You got some upside down repels searching for something through that weight rack. Nobody will bite, though. Tuhan outside a jacuzzi breach. It's a decent spread right now for this Enterprise team, Jesse. As Jigsaw's all on his own by construction. These 3 players on Enterprise all spread out, but they've got a good cross as Brendo is watching inside the site. Doki takes down Tuhan. That's devastating. That's diffuser dropped, so utility and objective have been the struggles so far for Enterprise. Down goes Shaiko to Jigsaw. Doki having a huge game. Who will find Brendo? G2 is Alimau, who's been incredibly quiet, and Doki still standing. Diffuse kit retrieved. They've fallen away. The Solus down below will be oh so important, Jesse. Doki can give the call as Alimau just wastes as much time as possible. Brendo knows he's not going to have a chance unless he takes care of Alamo. He won't do that. Carl with the final kill, and G2 takes round number 1.
Yeah, nice try coming out from Enterprise. I mean, really doing their best to use their utility in the midst of that, Parker. I really liked how that started for them, but the gunplay, so much better for G2 top to bottom. Whether it was fighting over by rafters, even when the information favored Enterprise, they were still able to trade things out back to even. And then in the late round, unfortunately, they just weren't able to use their utility. They weren't able to force plays that were anything more than just straight 1v1 gunfights, and you never want to bet against G2 in a fair fight. So talented these players are. This kill, once again, first on to Stompin', and then they followed it up with some more pressure towards Benja. They catch him on the rotate back. It was actually Bappin who got his drone inside the top of rafters, and I thought it was going to be the difference maker, but the fact that they still bled bodies despite having that information advantage was really rough for EP, and in the 3v3, you're always just going to favor G2 as the better gunners.
There seem to be a bunch of tech issues that have befallen this Enterprise squad. It saw Brendo get up, and there were headset issues with Jigsaw, so I fear that this one might be a little bit longer than we are used to seeing. Headset issues have been quite prevalent so far. It's among the most problems that we've seen with these teams. And I mean, headsets break, players slam them down. A lot of times, a player will literally go to celebrate and just throw it off into their head, and it'll smash into the desk, and oop, there she goes.
I mean, we talked about it briefly, Parker, but one of the main kind of identifiers of Enterprise this tournament has been their text chat. It's been how active and vocal they've been, yapping to their opponents. And after winning that first round, Doki typed back, he said, "Can you shut up now?" Which is pretty nice to see coming through from G2, and they've shut him up with a headset.
Well, while we wait for this tech pause to get sorted out, we have an interview with Dark Zero.
I'm here with Kino and Callout as Dark Zero get ready for their matches tomorrow. Callout, we saw you guys dominate all kickoff. Little bit of a hiccup in the playoffs. Where do you feel like this team is at right now?
You know, we're still a new team. We're still in the foundational phase of kind of just building up all of our fundamentals right now. So there wasn't really any expectation going into that, and there's still not really any expectation now. It's just to keep improving on those fundamentals and just crank hard. That's really it.
Sweet. Kino, you're the newest addition to this team. We've talked a little bit throughout the stage. What do you feel like the team's biggest strength is right now?
Oh, I think it's by far how much fun we're having together. This group of guys just like, we just enjoy everyone's presence, and it makes everything 10 times easier.
Callout, we all know your coaching prowess and the kind of focus and mentality you bring to the game. What sort of focus are you placing on this week in SLC? Any particular thing you're bringing to the team as like, this is the one thing we got to lock in on?
Really just on the attack side, we got a fundamental we're training, the same one on defense, and we're just the same one we've been doing for the past 2 months. We're going to keep focusing on it, but nothing changes just because it's a tournament. We're still going to maintain the same process and just keep going through it.
Kino, you've been at the international stage quite a few times. You know a lot about the teams you're going to face, the player to face. Who do you think the biggest obstacle could be for you guys?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I'm just looking to play, just play the matches and just like see how it goes, see what happens, and just go from there.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sweet.
Well, it certainly was a great interview coming through from DZ, and one thing that I picked up on, Parker, was the biggest strength that Kino thought was how much fun they have, and And frankly, like, that's an important aspect of the game, and I think it's something that G2 themselves do really well. You know, there are few teams who have as big smile on their faces as G2 do when you watch them play, both domestically down in EML, but also here in Salt Lake City. Feels like there's always a smile on these guys' faces. Feels like they're always enjoying their company. Helps if they're winning so much. You know,
It's easy to be happy when you're winning.
Not a bad thing to smile about. But listen, it still really is important to keep those vibes up, and that'll be important not just for G2, but for Enterprise as well. If this game gets tough, they need to keep smiling.
One thing that when Shaiko was on Falcons, they worked on really hard was vibes. Shaiko is notoriously not an emotive player.
No.
Throughout his entire career from BDS all the way now to G2, he sits there, he doesn't really smile, he doesn't really move, he doesn't do a lot of interviews. And up until recently, he didn't really stream as much either. But Julio and co started to focus on having fun. And I mean, Leaky Fac seemed like he was always about to burst a blood vessel in his eyes with how stressed he would get with some of those rounds. There's no doubting how much he cares. But the vibes on Falcons don't even come close to the vibes we see on G2. Could you imagine Shaiko sitting back eating popcorn while playing on Falcons? No, but he's done that on G2, hasn't he? Down goes stomping to Tuhan, and
all right,
we get it. We get it. Trying to get under the skin of their opponents has been a big focus for this Enterprise team. Stop it, obviously, not having the strongest first map earlier today, and now having actually worse results at this current point in time. But I think you are correct. Sometimes having fun and just coming to an event with the pressure off your shoulders, it makes you a very dangerous team.
Yeah, Enterprise really quick in the building, frankly, off that tech timeout, right? Fast in towards that top floor, catching Stompin' a bit off guard. I didn't think he'd expect them to be in the bedroom so fast, but Tuhan, really nice frag there, able to take down the youngest member on G2, and now they can start looking more towards an execute, except they'd like to, but Benj is behind the team. They need a trade here, Parker, but he's being hunted down by these players on Enterprise.
He's got Alimau as backup now, too. They were worried about main door. They were worried about strip club. For good reason. Players aligned there. Now they've made their way over towards... Oh, my goodness. Jigsaw obliterated by that one. Tuhan trades back. Benja will not be much longer for this Earth. Doki, Shaiko, and Alimau now in the safety of the bomb site down below. A nitro cell from Alimau in hand, waiting for somebody to walk haphazardly towards the stairs. It could be the undoing of another Enterprise member. A 3v3. There goes the nitro cell, the explosion onto the pipe as well. We've seen this one before.
Wow.
And goodbye, BAP. And 1 minute to go, and now G2 with a numbers advantage.
Yeah, brilliant play by Alimau. It almost extends the range of that nitro a little bit thanks to the pipe. That's a cool tech coming through from the captain of G2, and it gives them a numbers advantage now looking to the last 60 seconds. It makes things awkward for Cairo, Cairo, and Tuhan.
I've done it too, didn't I?
We just interviewed him, didn't we? Hoping
it certainly doesn't help.
No, trying to make this execute happen. Lots of hard reach. The hatches will be open. They'll have many options available to them, but I'm worried about these guns. Everyone on G2 will be trained, and if they're clutch with those trades, Parker, it's going to be tough.
Alimau's in a great position. He's just holding the middle hallway. Nobody seems to get past him. They don't even need to get to Alimau. Shaiko is there to get the job done, and G2 off to a 2-0 lead.
Just a perfect little defense, and honestly, it shows that G2 still have confidence even when something goes wrong in their game plan. This is not a rigid team who need everything to go to plan. Stompin dies early in that round, Parker, and what happens? Ben just says, no worries, I got you, bro. Steps up for a huge 2K on the roam. Was worried about being tracked or called out, but he's got that mute jammer to be able to put at his feet, and it's so important for Ben to have that those plays. Have the best opening game up against Dark Zero. He was actually the lowest rated player on the team. Not that I think he played poorly, but didn't have the kills, didn't have the stats that we're so used to seeing from the Dane. And then this was so cool. The Nitro does a lot of damage, but you really need that gas pipe to finish off the kill. He's standing on a hard floor inside a bathroom, but it doesn't matter because of that C4 tech. Really cool stuff from Carl.
Seen that with impact grenades. We've seen that with bullets and pre-placed as well. So, unfortunately, Enterprise find out in tough fashion how that works for G2. No real weaknesses here for G2. And I will say this. Stompin has been playing largely alone through those 2 rounds. Yeah. Stompin's a terrific player. There's no question about that. But he has not been as strong at being able to buy time for his team, and he has certainly not been able to match up against the guns in either of the maps. He was 5-5 back in his earlier game today against Dark Zero, and is now 0-2 to start off. This is below our expectations for a player of his caliber. And honestly, Jesse, while somebody has to bottom frag on G2, I do not expect Stompin to hold that position for too long.
No, certainly not. And he's going to actually give up the Raptors position. He was playing there back in round 1. Now Shaiko and Doki will take it over. This is quite common for G2 when they defend CC. This Azami plus Wamai combo is something they love to play around. So it's not a reaction to anything that happened earlier in the game. It's just business as usual coming in for G2. There needs to be a strong plan from Enterprise to counter this. They've got the Capitao, which is great. But against the Wamai, it's not going to be enough. Cairo walking into the Monty is going to be another big piece of this puzzle. Depending on how Raptors go, it'll likely determine how this push goes overall for Enterprise.
A very familiar spot for the Azami here on Rafters, and hard to deal with if you don't have the right tools. Usually you need nades, usually you need your Capitao fire. There are Rotero drones on the board. Bappin will take down Doki. Doki's been the tiny terror through 2 rounds so far, and will no longer be allowed to play in the sandbox with the rest of his team. A minute 40 on the clock as now the Monty menacingly encroaches upon the space that Shaiko has taken up. And I mean, if Cairo is not properly supported here, he will be left on an island, and you do not want to be, whether you're a shield or not, in a 1v1 against Shaiko. Down goes Tuhan, stomping on the board. And there goes Cairo to Shaiko. What did we say? You don't want to be in that position if you're unsupported. Shaiko will make you pay. Bappin will fall as well. Shaiko's just tearing through everybody. A 3rd kill. Brendo with a minute 13 on the clock is last alive. Finished off by Stompin. 2 kills from Stompin, 3 from Shaiko. And G2 pull off a perfect rotation on defense.
Really big play coming out from Shaiko, and you start to add up these numbers, Parker. I believe 21 kills through 14 rounds, both earlier this morning and today. Shaiko has been a menace for G2. Nobody doubted that he was one of the best players in the world, but after getting dropped from Falcons at the end of last season, people were starting to wonder, is he going to fit on a new system? Those questions have long been answered. Perfect play over by the Raptors, despite losing his partner Doki earlier on in that round. The Azami will go, I think, very reasonable given what we just witnessed out of Shaiko. Stompin playing it earlier too, of course, and the Capitao being removed. So when we get to round 6, we go back to CCTV cash. That Raptors push is going to look a lot different with both sides losing some important tools.
Yeah, I mean, the Azami ban is really smart on this map. You can use Azami basically everywhere. She is one of the most flexible operators, period, on defense. I mean, obviously, we see this at a pro play. If you yourself are inexperienced, Azami is a terrific selfish operator. You saw how Shaiko played it. 4 Kiba barriers on top of Rafters. You're either going to force the attackers to shoot out those Kiba barriers, and then you can swing and kill them in the process, or you need a coordinated effort, usually, again, with explosives of some kind. Maybe you have fire, etc. If you are an aspiring player at any level of competition, Azami is an excellent operator for you to learn. She is really beginner-friendly and has a great kit surrounding it. This is a map where, again, she gets a lot of usage. How will they adapt? Because they've lost all of their electrifications. They won't be able to keep those walls closed as quick or as long as they want. And now they won't be able to play as forward with the Kiba barrier. So I expect maybe a bit more entrenched defense from G2.
Yeah, well, they'll fall back to old favorites, Parker. I mentioned it back in round 1. They love the Clash. They love the Mira. This is the standard G2 setup for Gym Bedroom on Club, okay? We've seen this throughout the EML. Stompin, a very good Clash player. I know we all like to hype up his gunplay, but he's really smart playing around with this bulletproof shield as well. When you look at the tools being brought by Enterprise, some good answers for sure. I mean, the Nomad can make Clash's life really annoying, and certainly if you can get under in some important spot, Bappin on that Deimos can be really impactful too, but it's going to be tricky dealing with Stompin over on this extension of Cash side. That's why a lot of this pressure early from Enterprise is just on Jacuzzi. It's just on this side of the site. They're not so worried about the extension. If they can pick off some of these anchors, that'll be more than enough.
Almost get Shaiko really early in this round, and they'll expend a Lion Charge to reposition themselves. Getting rid of Shaiko would be huge, especially since he has 2 Razor Blooms, or 2 of those Thorn Razor Blooms in pocket. Would be a devastating loss for the player, but also the gadgetry to go with it. Razor Blooms have lots of different functions.
Rough.
They miss the barbed wire with that nade?
I believe so, yeah. I was going for the barb.
A tough one.
Might have been something else there he also wanted, maybe a Razor Bloom or something that we didn't catch, but still util on the main stairs, one way or the other.
Tracker on Gonna use a death mark.
Didn't quite find it though, unfortunately. I mean, this is the problem, right? If you're not able to find these players out, it can make things even more difficult. There is nobody below or, again, extended Cash side too much. They will have a drone set up for the flank in case Benjo wants to go for such a move. But I really think Enterprise are fine with a 5v5 execute, Parker. They got 4 Candelas in their pockets plus smokes. Some nades and flashes being played by Brendo and Cairo. I mean, there really are some good tools to make an execute happen, but against a Clash, against Samira, it's going to get messy and it's going to get loud.
G2 have an incredible defender win rate on this map. So, I mean, it stands to reason that starting here would do them so well. Have a lot less data on Enterprise playing on Clubhouse. This is not one of the preferred maps for G2, but it is all reliable for a lot of teams. So, doesn't surprise me to see it get brought out. Oh my goodness, Shaiko with the ego challenge on Jacuzzi Wall, looking for number 2, narrowly missing out on Cairo. Now he's being hunted from down below. The Deimos of Bappin. Try as he might, nobody can get Shaiko down until they swing onto the breach. There's Cairo ascending. Bappin is there. Oh my goodness. It's a mess inside of the server. Brendo is last alive, and Alimau will get the final kill. 4-0 the start for G2.
Really not the push Enterprise we're looking for. I mean, G2, they recognize just how long that setup is taking. How long did it take for the opening pick to come through? I mean, there was less than 40 seconds on the clock when Shaiko goes for that pick on the main breach and finally finds an entry frag. It's a really slow push coming out from EP, and I don't think they wanted it to be like that, Parker. Yes, they didn't clear the roam. Yes, there was nobody below for them to fight. Like, they're not looking for early engagements, but they're looking to get an engagement when they execute with the Ying, when they're executing with their utility. It was G2 who actually took the initiative, and that meant that the utility didn't come out the way they wanted it to. We didn't even see all 4 Candles get thrown. I think Jigsaw threw 2 of them, or maybe 3 of them before getting taken down in the midst of that round, so they didn't really get the push they were hoping for. And I think this is a good timeout from Mag, maybe a little late, to be honest, because these pushes have just gotten worse and worse as the game has gone on for Enterprise.
Yeah, this has been the real test for them, and we said that's exactly what this would be, and so far they are not doing very well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, maybe a bit more studying needs to be done here, you know, computers away, pencils out kind of deal. But yeah, Enterprise, all the momentum that they have had built up over kickoff and onwards, seeming like this oceanic super team with really no deficiencies.
Yep.
Star fragging power from Jigsaw in particular. Great depth on the support side of things. And what do they have to show for it? Jigsaw's 1-4.
Exactly. I mean, that's the issue, right? Jigsaw has been the guy, and he's not even getting value out of his utility, really, right? I mean, he's on the Ying in that last round. He's the guy who needs to kind of break the site open, and he just ends up going down. Doesn't get very much value for him, so Jack really needs to find some way to bounce back into this game. I want to see him getting typing again. I want to see him loud both in the server and in the text chat, because that's where he thrives. When the Aussies are typing, when the Aussies are having fun, that's where they find success, and so far that's not happening, certainly not for their star player.
Well, back downstairs they go. G2 not able to play that Azami as we talked about, but will not have the same prominence on this bottom floor bomb site as we typically see beyond that. Though, to their credit, they did bring in Azami here in the hands of Shaiko the last time they played it in round number 2. So far, Enterprise has been okay on their entry. Tuon and Bappin both have a first blood under their belt, but usually comes with an answer back from G2. Here's the scarier number for me, Jesse.
Okay.
G2 have never had less than 2 players survive a round. So if you still have nearly half your team surviving every time, there's some big deficiencies. And I think with Enterprise, it's really been that mid to late round.
Yeah, and honestly, G2 is such a hard team to play against, partly because they have so many different strategies, so many different ideas of how they want to play every bomb site. I mean, we've seen now 2 repeats, and we've seen 2 brand new strats coming out from G2. No more do we see Stompin and Benja up on the roam game. This is a hard 5-man anchor, and you look to that last round where Enterprise really stall out. They don't really get anything for the first 2.5 minutes, and G2 are thinking to themselves, all right, these guys are slow as hell. They're not going to be able to do much even with map control, because the execute's just going to come way too late. So let's lean into that. Let's play a full anchor setup. Let's put Stompin back on the Clash, because we know that these guys are not really capable of clearing us out in those spots. The anchor play was excellent last time coming through from Shaiko on that Azami. He should be just as comfortable here on the Thorn, Parker. It will be a late, explosive execute once more, but that has historically favored G2.
We're halfway through the round, and I mean, you've cleared out the top floor, and now you've gained control on that middle floor. That is terrific for Enterprise timing-wise, but as you pointed out, if your job is to slow down your opponents, Clash, Thorn, Goyo, Mira. All of these are obstacles that you need to get ahead from. The only one who's not going to slow you down is the Warden, and he's not going to be a problem anymore. Brendo gets the lead-off pick. That's the 3rd time in 5 rounds that Enterprise has struck first, and yet they've been unable to translate that to a round victory.
That's critical. With the Warden down, they need to get value out of these Candelas. They couldn't do it previously, but this is the moment to try to strike. Brendo's on the operator this time around. If he can take blue control, he should have no problem with these Candelas coming out, but it's all about the execution.
He just lets that one slip through his fingers. Cairo taking some damage. Candela's going off. Tuhan eliminating Benjamaster, and this is the best start we've seen from Enterprise in quite some time. Tuhan's in the midst of the site with the bearing 9 out, finding just about everybody, but Shaiko sits and waits. He warms up. Brendo has his teammates back, and Enterprise is on the board.
Finally, we get some momentum out of Enterprise, and Tuhan, the star of the show, while everyone's attention is over towards blue, where those Candelas come down. A couple other players looking towards main stairs, where some pressure was being applied by Enterprise. It was Tuhan who drops the kitchen hatch with that SMG, finds a massive multi-frag to come out and make things happen for Enterprise. A 5-0 would have been a disastrous start. 4-1, that's something you could recover from.
Absolutely. Tuhan managing to find a gap, dropping through that kitchen hatch, and G2 just could not calm fast enough to turn their sights towards him. I mean, there is going to be chaos in the server. Finally, Enterprise is typing in chat. I mean, it did take them until they won a round and immediately getting clamped back by Doki. Doki getting a couple words in the matchup against DZ earlier today as well. And a reminder, as we approach halftime here in Enterprise versus G2, Dark Zero is in action right now. They are playing up against Ninjas in Pajamas over on the B stream. Jesse, you and I are not watching that game, so we have no idea what's going on over there. But with how these two teams have played, that should be a pretty exciting affair.
Yeah, no doubt. There's going to be fantastic matches across both streams all day long, but for Enterprise G2, this is still one that can be swung the other direction. If we get a 4-2 split, especially attacking on Clubhouse, I mean, this game is far from over. Enterprise can be a really strong defense team when they need to. Throughout this tournament, they've been a better team on the defensive half, 74% win rate on the defense here through Salt Lake City. So this is a team who know how to defend. If they get that 4-2 split, it'll be huge. Now, I was worried with both the bans coming through, with Zombie and Capitao, what does the Rafters clear look like? Well, it doesn't look like anything, because they're not going that side, Parker. It's going to be a master side over clear, which means these roamers on the west, most importantly Benja, are going to be in early action if they try to take these gunfights.
Is Benji made of electricity?
Not that I'm aware of.
But I keep hearing electricity with Benjamaster. Was the clash sound, the clash taser? Are you not hearing that?
I didn't pick it up, but I wasn't paying attention.
Just a ghost of the machine, I suppose. It's gone now. Benja sitting inside a weight room when he was on SSG. Team bonding seemed to involve the gym in some capacity, and he, along with Shaiko, been doing some heavy lifting. There it was again. Nice. Benjamaster flushed out so perfectly. Brendo has been very good to pick up for Jigsaw's deficiencies. 2 very quick kills by G2. Cairo and Brendo down for the count, and with that, Cairo will go the entire first half without a single kill. On his role, it's not necessarily important he gets them, but that is still quite a loss, especially with Enterprise struggling to get frags. They've also surrendered that diffuser over in logistics. So one of the 2 remaining players on this EP team will need to go retrieve that, but they've got their hands full as a cross might prevent Tuhan from getting in the breach.
This is such a bad situation, to be honest. Trying to bait a swing does it, but Stompin's better anyways. Jigsaw's got the kit here, but everybody's looking his way, Parker. This half looks almost unwinnable. Doesn't even get one. Alamau cleans things up, and it will be a 5-1 split for the Europeans.
Yeah, G2 banging on all cylinders. I saw after, I think it was round number 3, Twister, the coach of Team Secret, tweeted something out saying, like, is it too early for me to
Doesn't matter, guys. Come back from West. We're on defense now, so don't worry about it. 0-0. Yep.
Alright, guys. Whatever happened on attack, get the fuck out of our minds, okay? We are now going to be defending, okay? So 0-0, remember, if we're up or we're down, it's 0-0.
Yes, sir.
We all need to reset right now, okay? Calm down. And we've already identified what's the problem, okay? We're not listening to each other, okay? So they're most likely going to ban Bandit Kai. What are we banning on Cairo?
We are banning Thermite guys.
Thermite
Yes,
guys,
sir.
okay. If we do play our roam strats, they're going to be doing spread, fast, first floor entries, okay? Fast in kitchen or fast into airlock, okay? or they have a blitz running through church door on an execute, okay? So care the blitz in church and care the fast entries first floor if we're doing the roam strat, okay? For the gym cash sweep, they have just a default sweep. They have a black beard, okay? And Deimos will always come up secret. He'll jump in secret and he'll come up cash stairs, okay?
Smoke my door.
Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah, do it like that. Yeah, and I do it so I can walk in and peek steps.
Yeah.
So it's like a little
to be honest, I can put like 2, so you're fine.
Okay.
I don't need my smokes.
We talked about it before the game, Mayo. It was like, I'm gonna use the glass there to kill the guy's steps.
Okay. Yeah, what you have been doing already, right?
Yeah, but it's like just it gives it like it's better if he capitals because the smoke takes a little bit to explode. You know, if he smokes, I'll just peek him right away. That's fine. Basement roam clears find. Coordinate the executes. Remember, if Capital Ying Grim's open and I'm playing it, blue is always so easy to take, Carl, for us. So just like coordinate with me and Shaiko. I'm gonna burn the guy or push, and then
if we do it at the same time like we did on the last screen,
yeah.
nothing they could do. I think it was against FaZe, right? We did everything at the same time. They just got fucked.
G2 really not using much time. They said they're in silence for like 25 seconds. What more is there to say than the scoreline isn't already saying they are very firmly in the driver's seat here in this best of one, hoping to end the day 2-0. And right now, it seems to be the case. Enterprise will have to pull off a miracle in the second half.
Yeah, well, once again, Siege is a game of two halves, Parker. It's a common saying, but it's true for a reason, right? We've seen things flip before. G2 will have a relatively easy time. They just need 2 defense wins. That can be one site twice or 2 different sites. Really common bans coming out here. Both teams focusing on the wall breach, whether it's the hard breachers or the electricity ops coming out. Enterprise have to be able to lock in on these defenses. I mean, Mag said it right when that attack timeout came through. Whatever happened on the attack, get it out of your heads. This is a new game. They have to believe that with their whole heart. But man, I'm worried. It was not only just some silence, but it was silence and then confidence I felt coming out from G2 in their own timeout. They were talking about different ways that they've been able to clear blue, different strats that they use to clear a staircase with the glass. I mean, they seemingly have a deep arsenal of plays they can make here up against EP, and they might not even have to showcase them all if they can close this one out quickly. That's got to be in the back of their minds. You know, if you can make this one a fast 7-1, you're saving strats for later in the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. The one big deficiency for Enterprise has been their gunplay. We have to give Brendo credit for his opening picks. Brendo has been very good at finding opportunities for his team. He has 2 first bloods so far. Tuhon and Bappin have 1 apiece. Now for Bappin, that's half of his kills. Was a first blood all the way back in round number 3. Enterprise actually have 4 first bloods of the 6 rounds. So their starting point, really not quite bad.
Yeah.
But it's everything that follows that is the issue. And when you've got guys like Bappin, Jigsaw, and Cairo combining for a total of 3 kills and 16 deaths, something is very clearly going wrong after you get that first pick.
And Bappin's going to have a tough time this round, Parker, because he's playing that blue position that G2 seemed so confident to clear out. And look at this op lineup. You've got Capitao, you've got the Grim, you've got nades and flashes on Alamau. I mean, there are going to be some real problems playing this blue position from Bappin. It's nice that he can see through the flashes and the smokes. That's great. But with all of this utility, with the Capitao firebolts, with the bees coming out from Grim as well.
Wow.
Bappin's going to have a tough time. It's a nice impact.
Amazing timing by Cairo. That was about a nanosecond away from going off. So well timed, and that'll require Stompin to go back to the drawing board there. I imagine Doki will make a beeline for Stock and get that hatch open, which will then put more pressure over on, over on Bappin, who is playing in that position. He's still there. A lot of people refer to these spots as suicide because you know you are playing to die. So it is a... well, you got a death wish if you want to play this spot.
Yeah, I'm worried. The drones are coming in. G2 doing exactly what they said they would. But he's not alone, right? He's got Jigsaw just behind him inside of Church. So they've got a couple more opportunities here to maybe close things off with the Azami. Might be able to cause some distractions, maybe disrupt G2's push a little bit. You've got to find some way to force these players off guard, because if they do the exact push that they want to, I'd be worried about how good it'll be.
Nitro Cell lined up in the hands of Brendo. He's been a bright spot in terms of fragging power. Stompin would be the recipient of that, should Stompin not be aware of it. He's droning himself down the stairs. A good spread from G2 now as we hit the final minute of the round. And outside of a little bit of damage done to Jigsaw, not much else has happened here, Jesse.
Here come the Firebolts, though. This is the clear they were promising. The Bees are in on to Bappin as well. He's got to make a decision. He just runs back out to Church.
Shaiko will look for the follow-up. He had some targets in front of his eyes. Bappin takes down Ali Mao. Stompin trades that one right back. Stompin was poised and ready at the bottom of main stairs. Shaiko right now coming out empty-handed as Jigsaw has been put on the ground, so it's a 3v3 unless Jigsaw can be recovered. Doesn't look like that's the focus for the time being. Cairo breaks his killless streak, eliminating Shaiko. He's got Doki and follow-up. Brendo is now on the ground as well. A 2v2. These teams cannot remove themselves from each other's presence. Stompin attempting the plant to draw somebody out. It's a flank around from Tuhan. Doki needs to cover, but where is Doki? As Tuhan and Stompin now both have their hands full. Doki looking for the backstab. He will find it. Jigsaw's been picked back up. He gets the kill, and it leaves Stompin in a 1v2. Running out of time. It looks like Enterprise will survive for at least one more round, and they'll win on time. A good attempt from G2, but Enterprise managed to squeeze out a victory.
It is close. It's messy, but it gets the job done, Parker. They don't ask how. Enterprise, really nice stuff around that blue stairs position. That's what we were worried about the most. That's where our attention was. That's where all of the util was for G2. But what did they do? They didn't stand up and fight it. They just gave it up. They left the position, and Bappin says, you can have it. I'm going to look towards the hallway. That's where Alamau's pushing in. That's where I'm going to find my frag. Immediately traded back, but they kept numbers alive that whole time. And you're right, kind of in the end there, Doki and Stompin not able to work together. Doki was playing over towards blue. He was the last remnant of that push, trying to make something happen. And I think after getting that down, he was just a little bit too passive. It was two separate 1v1s, but when they took so long to capitalize on that frag, Enterprise were able to pick up a body, and now it's not two separate 1v1s. It's a 1v1 and a 1v2. That's something that Enterprise can work with. That's a trade game they could play around, and they did everything they needed to lock things down.
Imagine how differently that round goes if you take blue about 30 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
Right? Shaiko was in pursuit, but he was about a step or two behind those Grimbees, wasn't able to play off of the pings, and because of that, he could not get not only one, maybe even two relatively free kills. Just something like that can make a huge difference. If you are a step behind a cross that your team has set up, you can lose the round quite effectively.
And I like to see Cairo getting active. Obviously still 1-6, but not finding a frag through that first half. He has the highest kill differential on defense of any player here at the Salt Lake City Major. 20 and 10, that's plus 10 differential. We know he's a good fragger on the defensive side. Of course, hard support IGL. He doesn't play very frag-focused roles on the attack, but watch out, because if he starts heating up on this defense side, G2 might be in trouble.
And I mean, don't kid yourself. Jigsaw could still easily get back in this match as well.
Yeah.
It is very rare that your star fragger will be that quiet for that entire time. The problem with the best of one, Jesse, you have no other maps to recover. Benjamaster will take down Tuhan. Brendo is taking a beating as well. So G2 doing very well in the early round, which isn't something we've said much. It's been Enterprise doing their job so effectively. Down goes Brendo as he ego peeks the window. Maybe he was checking for information, and Benja will find kill number 2 on the round.
2 kills from outside, too, from Benja. I mean, he hasn't even really get active in the building, but here finally enters in through Khan and does pay with it with his life. 3v3 now. Messy defense from Enterprise. They're scattered around the map as G2 enter Logi.
And out go the impacts. Cairo, a desperate swing. Nitro Cell now will be tossed out from these defenders. Jigsaw eliminates the downed Benjamaster. It won't be his kill, technically. It will be Bappin's. Good reflexes on Bappin with the TCSG from that spot at top red. It was almost a double swing onto the opening as Shaiko gets taken care of, but the defuse kit goes down. Stompin, a deceptive amount of kills, quietly amassing 8 frags. It'll all be up to Alamau, though, as Stompin sits up, gets shut down and sat down by Enterprise. ADS now from the Blackbeard. Say what you will against this Enterprise team in this particular match, but they can still easily punish you. Alimau has to play safe for the next 20 seconds. Stompin will be giving information. There's Alimau inside a bathroom going for the loop around. Oh my goodness, Jigsaw gets him at the last second. I was wondering what the pathing would be. A huge clutch from Enterprise. They win back-to-back rounds, and suddenly we've got ourselves a ball game.
Welcome to the server, Jigsaw. You've been badly missed. He starts typing away. Listen, Jigsaw, an absolute masterclass. They didn't worry about the clock, Parker. They knew that that plant was going down inside of Jim. G2, an excellent explosion into the site. Leads off with Benja, getting those 2 massive frags over into the master window. windows. From outside the building, he starts to create that chaos. This is the second one coming through straight onto Brendo. It's a 5v3 advantage. But the players over on the CC side, they do quite well. Bappin and Jigsaw move together, and they finally kill Alamo with, what, 10 seconds? 13 left on the defuse, about 5 to get to that defuse kit. Plenty of time to make it happen. Really nervous with that clock ticking down, but Enterprise, they didn't seem worried at all.
I mean, it seems like Enterprise needs to stop getting the first pick. I think that's where the key to success lies. Let Benjamaster get 2 picks immediately, and then you win the round. Really good stuff in the mid to late round, and as you put it, there are 2 sides to Siege. If you are on attack and you strike first, you usually have such a high rate of success. That win rate fluctuates anywhere from 65 to 80% if you strike first. Enterprise have not gotten that memo whatsoever.
No.
Enterprise have statistically played better when they don't get the first pick. So their mid to late round needed work on the first half. It's hard to capitalize off of a lack of coordination on attack. On defense, your mid to late round usually involves play angles, play time, and play Shaiko out of the building. Bappin with a beautiful swing immediately answered by Benjamaster. Great shots abound as Enterprise have made this really competitive. Now it's Brendo almost dying. Benjamaster looking for one. There goes Brendo to Doki. 3 bodies dug in the first 30 seconds. This is going to be a good round, Jesse.
Absolutely. Doki promised the glass play during that halftime, and he will deliver. Nice frag coming out from him, and now Tuhon, I believe, downed by Doki as well. He's in the Raptors position, so that's a massive pick, and everyone's dead on the side of Enterprise. We don't even need the full 3 minutes. That is a quick one to bring G2 to match point.
I wish you could see the chat right now. They are saying things I cannot repeat, but it is very entertaining. Nonetheless, final operator ban coming in here, and nothing is really slowing down this G2 assault, at least in this overall matchup. Enterprise did show some real promise on that previous round, but it all fell to pieces. A great peek by Bappin as once again, Enterprise strikes first and goes on to lose the round. They have lost 4 rounds where they had the opening pick. Jeez. That is an unheard of statistic. It's frankly, it's a bit baffling. But the thing is that Mag likely knows what's going wrong.
Right.
He can probably assess this, but you're not going to be able to fix it because this isn't a best of 3.
True. And they don't have any more tack timeouts. They blew it in the first half, so they're not going to have any ability to talk to their coach. Mag, one of the most experienced veterans of the OCE seed, maybe the founding forefather, really, of Australian Rainbow Six, but he can't have any more impact here in this matchup. You kind of saw more of that chat coming through. It's gotten a little bit more docile, I would say, from Enterprise compared to what we're used to seeing. I mean, they're begging at this point. They need to go 3 straight. And on the defense, that's no easy task. You've got to win 3 separate bomb sites in a row just to force this into overtime. And G2, you know, they haven't been winning most of these attacks, but they've been coming very close. I mean, they could have won any of those first 3 attacking rounds. It was Enterprise better in those late moments for 7 and 8, but finally G2 get the better of them. At some point in the next 3 rounds, you gotta think things are gonna fall apart.
And to your point, those rounds, Enterprise won with only a single player surviving.
Yes.
So again, very, very close. This one could have easily been over with Enterprise winning a single round. Jigsaw dies at the hands of Doki in the first 25 seconds. You know what? For the neutral fans, you gotta be saying this is a pretty good game, all things considered. Tuhon now inside of Freezer, playing over by Kitchen. He's in a rough spot, potentially being watched by Windows, and has had to plug so many holes with those Kiba barriers. Down goes Bappin. 40 seconds off the board, and we've already got 2 casualties. Make that a 3rd. Eerily similar to the previous round, and that's with Tuhon still frozen out of action. Jumped on by Stompin, who breaks double digits. Only player in the lobby to do so. Logic bombs will go off. Cairo and Brendo on the ropes. Enterprise's incredible undefeated run looks sure to be ending in a matter of moments here, Jesse.
This one's not slowing down. G2 have more players in the basement than Enterprise do. They had 2 players down there as Alamo starts the plant. They find Cairo, who rotated back down, and Brendo is on the top floor. GGs are typed. I don't see this one going any other way.
Love to see Shaiko getting in on the toxicity here. Brendo trying to deal with Stompin'. But it's the youngster to seal the deal. G2, no doubt about it, take the map, and with it, end the day 2-0. They are but a single best of 3 away for qualifying for main stage on Friday. Jesse, it's Sunday.
It's crazy how good G2 have been. They're making a speed run here of the Swiss FaZe. That is 7 straight games through kickoff now and Salt Lake City for anyone keeping track. A massive victory, and it brings Enterprise back down to reality. They have been undefeated up until this point in their season, but this G2 team was just too hot to handle. Really impressive stuff coming out from the boys, looking like the favorites here in Salt Lake City.
Absolutely, and now as you pointed out before the rounds were even played, the only thing G2 has to do is win a single best of 3, and it'll be best of 3s all the way down. They could lose the first 2, and they'll still keep playing them because you don't qualify or go home on best of 1. So best of 1s for G2 are done.
Oh, yeah, they're downstairs.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're downstairs. The stairs are the right there.
Did they go the wrong way?
They went the wrong way.
Okay, well, they're gonna take a minute, but they will get there eventually to meet their opponents for the handshake. And obviously, tough result for Australian fans who might just be waking up to watch their favorite team play. The Aussies might be used to rooting for G2, as the only time an OS player has ever won a 6 Invitational was in a G2 jersey, but today, they won't be thrilled with this result. Plenty more Siege to play over the next couple of days. They're still 1-1.
Yeah, you said Mag was the founding father. I was like, Virtue's right here, man. Like,
Okay,
I know he retired.
Virtue's the GOAT, but Mag is the founding father. Can we agree on that? Because Virtue wasn't in the scene at the very beginning like Mag was.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
But watch yourself, because you're on very thin ice. A comically long walk for G2 to get to Enterprise. I think they actually walked all the way to Australia. We will get the celebratory handshake before we get ready.
Oh, that's awkward. Oh, boy.
Oh, God. Cringing myself inside out here,
You still see the respect despite the typing in the server, okay? It's all love after the game. It's true professionalism between these two top clubs from their respective regions.
We've got 3 more best of 1s here. Let's not waste any of your time. We'll see you after this break.
Well, G2, they breeze by Enterprise, and I'm here with Shaiko after another confident win for G2. A lot of people have talked about, Shaiko, that it looks like you're playing a little looser, a little more confident than you have in the past. Is that something that you're feeling when you're in there in the server?
Yeah, to be honest, like I'm having fun with G2, so it's more easier to play good and like have fun, you know?
Well, tell me about being on this team for the first time. Of course, you're the newest member of this roster. What is your experience like on this team?
I mean, to me, it was a good team before me, but now I'm here, so it's even better, so, you know. But yes, we're playing good, so I'm happy with them.
How far are you guys going to go? You going to go all the way?
Oh yeah, we're taking the major for sure.
Amazing. Well, G2 confident as ever as they continue to advance along in the Swiss.
Why was Doki standing there like if Shaiko didn't say the right thing, they were going to take him away?
Right, that was concerning.
Doki was just standing there like...
Yeah, and then at the end there, he got possessed by a ghost or something? I'm not exactly...
As somebody who has a lot of Scottish family, even I don't know. So I have no clue. But G2, obviously a huge victory, but we are far from done today. As I said, we have lots of best of ones to go. You and I are now entering our final matchup. And then we will have Crow and Fellow, who, by the way, did a terrific job earlier, coming back on for the final two matches. We have FaZe Clan versus Rebellion. We are speeding through this as the team is almost ready to get going, and we are going to Lair.
An experienced map for both these teams, Parker. They've got lots of footage throughout kickoff so far, so there should be plenty for the coaches to dive into on Lair.
Absolutely.
Wow, I believe that will send us straight to a break here as the game is getting ready, so we'll be back very quickly.
match that preceded this. One of these teams will go up 2-0 and play best of threes for the remainder of this phase. One of these teams will go 1-1 and will have their fate tied to a best of one tomorrow. Which one will it be? Rebellion with a stunning victory over Virtus Pro earlier today. FaZe Clan with a stunning victory over 5 Fears earlier today. And now we go to Layer to see which of these teams is better in this one-map shootout.
Yeah, Parker, there's not a lot of teams that have a winning record up against FaZe Clan, and Shopify Rebellion are certainly not one of them. Since this organization entered Rainbow Six Siege, they have never taken down the giants of FaZe, our 2-time world champions. And I mean, listen, this is a squad that have been really trying to break through the top echelon recently. Shopify Rebellion know how good they can be, but to get to the top, you've got to beat the guys at the top, and FaZe Clan will be their first challenge that is really going to test them hard. Not that VP didn't. Maybe earlier today, of course, that was a 7-5 victory for the Rebellion a few hours ago, but FaZe Clan are on another level. Beat them twice over the last couple of years. That was SI26 and SI25. So big game moments for both of these teams, and they will meet once again in Salt Lake.
And Jesse?
Yes.
I have important news.
Parker, please tell me the important news.
Do you know who has the best KD presently at this event?
I can take a guess.
Jesse, would you like to guess?
I would like to say it's probably Spoit.
Ding, 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 ding.
There you go. There you go.
Do you know what you win?
What do I win?
You have to live in Edmonton.
Whoopee!
No, that's not good.
That's my favorite city.
Okay. Spoit enters this matchup just ahead of Perez at a plus 26. Now, this is not the Spoit show. There are lots of really good players in this lobby, but there is nobody who has been under more of a microscope than Spoit of these 10 players. And frankly, for good reason. His performance has been well below his expectations, our expectations, and I'm almost certain below his team's expectations of him. Now, a couple things have very subtly changed. The deployment of Spoit looking a little bit different on a lot of maps. Surf and Rexon taking a bit more of a backward step offensively has allowed Spoit to flourish in a more active role, and he is not letting that opportunity go to waste whatsoever. He has been oh so formidable. 70 kills so far through the entirety of this event. That is an eye-watering number, and he almost dies really early on to Soul. So, oh my goodness, I need to stop talking.
Spoit's shooting well. His toes do not do much of the shooting, unfortunately. So he's got to be really careful around these drone holes. But
Soul's playing Feet Finder right now, Jesse.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 70 frags. That's the most of any player here at the Salt Lake City Major. And of course, they played through Phase 1. Shopify Rebellion have played the most rounds of anyone at the Salt Lake City Major. But even compared to his teammates, Spoit has a monster number of kills. Ambi at 56 is the next highest, so still quite a gap there coming through from Spoit. And part of it is this support he gets around Canadian.
Ooh, there goes Canadian, so not so much support. And the Monty is down for the count. Spoit and Co. have played 69 rounds.
Yep.
Nice. And with 70 kills, he's averaging just a little bit more than 1 per round. That is pretty respectable at this point in time. He will have to do some serious work, as will the rest of his teammates, now losing Canadian. Diffuse kit in the hands of Rexon, 145 to go. FaZe are usually slow starters at events, but they beat 5 Fears, and now they have another North American team that they can show why Brazil is considered the most competitive region. Oh my goodness. Surf goes down to a Razor Blue, and Ambi, the only one on the kill so far. Ambi finds a second. Goodbye to Handy. And we're in a 3v3, though serious damage has been done to the Rebellion.
Yeah, that's the problem. The HP is really small on the side of Shopify Rebellion right now, and there is a Nitro Cell sitting in the hands of Souls, of course. The body shot damage still can ring out from these players too, so you've got to be worried about that situation. Starting to work on the breach a little bit. Souls had one of those auto canisters, but didn't get to use it off in time, so this angle gets open. He will just swing it for the fight. Spoit's on the other side of things. You don't like those odds.
Yeah, I'm frankly quite amazed Spoit was able to win that duel. Cyber finds a second kill, shutting down Ambi. So Ambi with 2 kills on the team, doing a lot of heavy lifting. Spoit and Rexon will need to find the remainder, as FaZe can just sit back and wait for the final 45 seconds here. A single bullet will kill Spoit. 1 to 2 bullets, depending on the gun, will take care of Rexon. There goes Spoit. Rexon almost follows, but through the wall, KDS is punished. Cyber on full HP. A standoff ensues with 30 seconds left. Rexon tries to draw him out, does not have the defuse kit, will need to retrieve it. Cyber playing the patience game, just waiting out oh so well. Defuse kit going down. Cyber is not taking the bait. He's a little too clever here. The most major appearances of any player at this event. Experience that you simply cannot teach. And he gets the kill. Goodbye, Rexon. Not much to get, admittedly. And FaZe Clan win the 1v1 to take round number 1.
Nice little triple coming through from Cyber. He does not mess up those opportunities. Had a really good game earlier today up against 5 Fears. Dropped 12 kills to top frag the lobby and make a really nice show of it. 7-5 up against the number 1 seed from North America. There's no doubt 5 Fears, a newer team. They won't necessarily be favorites in a contest versus FaZe Clan, but it still showed confidence beating one of the best teams from the NA region. It was a bit of a messy push coming out from SR. Not in a bad sense, but when you lose Canadian to a Nitrocell so early, it definitely makes things really difficult to try to get things in there. I liked Ambi pushing up those rocket stairs. He found a real nice gap, getting a big 2-piece in that direction, but in the end, FaZe Clan's trade game is top-notch, and you have to be perfect to stop them from trading things out.
Back-to-back world champions for FaZe Clan. Easily one of the greatest rosters assembled in the history of this esport, and they have shown no signs whatsoever of slowing down. There are almost no deficiencies on the side of this team. Every single one of these players can carry a game. Every single one of these players have carried a game and can do so at a moment's notice. Much has been said about this FaZe Clan team. Boring is the word that gets used an awful lot. I know it's often seen as an insult, but really it's just sometimes when you are playing almost perfect Siege, it's beautiful to watch, but it's so routine, it becomes boring. And again, we mean that in the best way possible. FaZe Clan, usual slow starters, not so far here at this event.
No, certainly not, and I think the pace is going to keep up for FaZe Clan. I mean, this is going to be an aggressive roam strategy coming through from their second round here on Lair. Cyber up on the top floor. You got Souls here on the mid floor as well. KDS, Vidaking, basically everyone except for Handy roaming around somewhere aggressive. Cyber barely out the building, actually, hoping for an aggressive peek. Who is that on the other side of things? He wants to find Spoit. That's the outline he's staring at, but unfortunately,
you can always tell it's a Lion because the huge backpack.
Yep, not quite able to get it there, and they'll have to be forced back. This roam clear from SR can begin.
E1Ds will now go off. 3 different intel operators in hand for the Rebellion. They've still got 1 logic bomb that is still generating, and Ambi will be able to use Snake's sensor as he roams around the map. Canadian not able to play on that Monty, and Cyber almost dying as that pipe explodes next to him. He gets away with his life intact. He still has utility in pocket. That would have been a devastating loss for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, certainly. Cyber's just up here to kind of play with his food a bit, be a bit of a distraction. These roamers have not given up the space, although they could at any moment with the hatches that they have open. Soul's excited to get active still. Here comes the second logic bomb that you talked about, Parker, and the flashes come for Souls.
Logic bombs going off, noise being given away. In this position, KDS dies, Souls firing away. They snap their fingers. Ambi finds a 2-piece yet again. Surf finds a 2-piece of his own. It's all up to Cyber to clutch this one, or it's a flawless round for Shopify Rebellion. Cyber will hit the deck, allowing this Rebellion team to come on in, but Ambi will get his third, and SR tie things up. They need some confidence-inspiring rounds to start. That first round was as close as you can get to a victory without winning it, but that second one, far better.
Yeah, that's 5 kills through 2 rounds from Jalen Turk, better known as Ambi here for Shopify Rebellion. He has been so good so far through this season. Again, at Salt Lake City, maybe taking a bit of a back step to Spoits, but he can certainly shine when he needs to. And you go back to some of those defense rounds from FaZe Clan and some of those positions they just played in round 2. Definitely feels like they're going for a bit of a roam strat that can be tough to pull off in the current meta. If you ban both Deimos and a Snake, or maybe a Dokkaebi and a Snake, right? Perhaps you can make that play, but when you're going up against the Dokkaebi and Snake combo, it is so difficult to survive as roamers, and Shopify Rebellion did everything they had to on that roam clear. They cleared the space that they needed to with Canadian on the blitz. They used their information, their utility to gather those player positions on the side of FaZe Clan, and Surf and Ambi cleaned up all the kills in that round. So really nicely done from SR. Be interested to see what FaZe Clan do next time on that site.
Absolutely. And while we wait for action to get underway in round number 3, while we didn't have a second stream during Phase 1, we do have a B stream running the entirety of this Swiss phase. That is, of course, until we run out of teams to require a second stream. Over on the B stream, Ace and Dez are currently casting Twisted Minds and Weibo Gaming. They are 2 rounds in, so about the same timing as us. Go wander over there if you want to take a look or watch both of them together at the same time. have great games all day, and we've still got 2 more matches after this one concludes on both streams.
Blitz, Ying, Glaz. You don't need a PhD to figure out what this push wants to do, Parker. The execute's going to be scary coming in, and it puts some pressure onto these top floor players. If they're going to explode in towards the site, try to get a plant down, is the vert going to be good enough to stop this plant from Canadian?
And out go the smokes. Gas answered in kind. Canadian will suffer through it, get on in, and attempt the defuse kit, but he doesn't have the all clear. Now he does, taking too much damage from the gas amidst the melee. Vidiking has been down, gets secured by Spoit, who could have another, but he's out-dueled by Handy. Spoit is getting some kills, but he's being shut down by the fraggers on the side of FaZe Clan. That is a familiar story. Ask the other Swede, Noah, what that felt like in the World Finals that we just had at SI in Paris earlier this year. A casualty apiece. The Glaz is gone, and we're just about halfway through round 3.
Yeah, we've called off the execute, Parker. I don't think it was a fake. They wanted to get that plant, but with it not going so well, I think Handy's Toxic Babes did a really good job of dealing damage to Canadian. They will pivot. Now it's going over to a top floor clear, and KDS on this Warden will be critical to stop Canadian from taking this space.
You can play this one slow because of the time that they were able to squeeze out of that first push. Canadian obviously has to be a bit concerned with getting hit with impact grenades or gas canisters. Gas canisters, of which there are none now, as Handy's just used his last one, 2 impacts. In pocket for Souls and a Nitro Cell for KDS. Those will be the concerns for Canadian. He will not attempt to jostle that diffuse kit. Now he'll go fighting against KDS, losing the duel. Souls on the board. This is quite the holdout from FaZe Clan as they now stare down Ambi and Surf and will get the final 2 kills to regain the lead.
Nice little hold up on the top floor, Parker. They repelled that initial aggression coming in from Shopify Rebellion, and then they didn't panic to it, too. Sometimes with younger teams, with less experienced squads, you'll see a team react to that site hit, and they'll immediately fall off the top floor. They'll think, hey, we just got to get back to site. But of course, on Bunks and Briefing, the verticality is the name of the game, so they continue to hold on to that space. They didn't mind if they lost their site anchor. They didn't mind if the site got a little bit weak because they knew holding top floor was going to be the key to success. FaZe Clan, at one point considered the best lair team in the world. I think you can make some debates at this point, but still one of the strongest out there, and they have a really nice defense on that tertiary site.
And funny enough, in terms of map preference rates, this is FaZe's 4th statistical best map. This is the best map for Shopify Rebellion. Wow. So SR, they are an incredible team on defense with an eye-watering 64% win rate when they defend lair. Their attack win rate's not that much better. Or sorry, is not that bad. It's 44%, but I mean attackers usually only win 2 rounds on most maps, so 44% is really not that terrible. That is, of course, until you look at the attacker win rate of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan has won 23 of the 31 attacking rounds they have played on this map over the last 6 months. That's good for a 74% win rate on attack. So you've got FaZe, who are a great attacking team on this map, going up against the Rebellion, who are a great defending team on this map. But we don't have to worry about that until the second half. So both of these teams sitting at 44% win rates on defense for FaZe Clan and 44% for attack on Shopify Rebellion means it's about as even as it can get. Who comes out ahead? I don't know, but what we're looking at right now, a 4-2 scoreline for the defender, seems most reasonable, and that's pretty bog standard layer here.
Mute band out coming through for Shopify Rebellion. That was the tool that Cyber used for his 3K back in round number 1 the last time we saw this bomb site, so the strats will change up just a bit. No more shields on either side, the Clash nor the Monty, so instead Cyber's got this mirror window set up, and Souls is the one playing with it. Cyber instead actually down below in a bit of a cheeky position with that Nitro Cell. He can play off the information from Souls because his teammate is watching into this area with the mirror window popped. Of course, shattered with that glass. It'll be a little bit less proficient, but Souls can still peek these angles. After getting droned out, I think Cyber is deciding better of it and will back off just a little bit, playing around these blue stairs instead for the time being.
A slower pace now here for these teams as they seemed eager to blows for the first 3 rounds. That one was a close one. You said this was a cheeky position. You were absolutely correct.
They know he's down here, but they don't know exactly where.
They've drawn him out at least twice that I have seen. Here comes Canadian. Not good enough to save Surf.
There we go.
Right, it worked. It was a little ugly, hey, but it worked. What more can be said than what we saw there? Cyber still surviving for the time being. How on earth is this happening? How have they not secured it? It's because Rexon flashed himself.
Oh.
That's a rough one. What a blunder from Rebellion, and yet they're still tied in man count.
They're tied at man count, but they've now lost some incredibly important utility. Not just Surf, of course, on the Snake, but Canadian on the Blackbeard. That's something you hate to lose, and the time has been ticking down this whole while as well. So they've got ops control. They can start to work their way in towards Mezzanine. That's great. But when it comes to going for this execute, they've still got so many problems to deal with. Vidiking on 2 Toxic Fades, Soul sitting just inside the office, and these Kiba barriers have created a fortress in the office of Lair. This plant will be very difficult. They should get the wall open, no problem, but executing is a whole nother story here on Lair.
Entrenched is the word I would use here. They have created a fortress, as you said, but that's another map, Jesse, so you can't.
My bad.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. This is Lair. You don't need a PhD to know that. A swing on over. Down goes Ambi at the hands of KDS, but Rexon will tie that one right back up and now attempt the defuse kit. As the Swede of Spoit watches overhead, Rexon should be able to survive this. He will likely get down right after, but he still lives through the defuse kit. That was a calculated decision. Spoit will now need to win a 1v2 or FaZe Clan goes up by yet another round. They're both stacked up on the side of FaZe in the same area. Spoit has a powerful position to play. He gets smoked off, sees the gas canister go, sees Vidiking cross. Great coordination from FaZe. KDS the kill, plenty of time for the counter disable, and the scoreline 3-1 for the world champs.
Shotfire Rebellion, man, they're doing their best in these tough situations, Parker. I love the plant getting down there. Rexon, so much faith in his teammate for the 1v2, but unfortunately misplaced this time around as KDS is faster with the trigger. Beautifully done from FaZe Clan. And again, it really comes back down to that early game. I mean, Cyber's roam down on this bottom floor. How good was this? Full information for Surf, but he's sprinting in. He's not ADS. It's a massive blunder there, and now Canadian is all alone. There's no one else to follow this up. Finally, Rexon comes in for the refrag, but time has been ticking this whole while. And then the 3v3 just gets a bit sloppy. I mean, Ambi jumping in the display window. There's a thorn trap there. There's Barb. I mean, there's so much that he has to worry about. They just didn't have time to clear that out because it got so messy in those first 90 seconds. And FaZe Clan, again, it got kind of close at the end, but confident, I think, through that final few seconds to win the round.
Now, not that I want to make excuses here for Canadian because he is an adult and he is his own person, but if they did not know Cyber was there, there is no universe in that less than 1 second anybody is able to call to their teammate, hey, somebody is here.
Sure.
There's no way Canadian would relay that information to Surf that quickly if they were going in blind. That is just simply the way this game works sometimes. If you are out of drones and you are out of intel utility, you will be surprised by roamers or even players on site that you might not think are going to actively swing you or holding positions that you are unaware of. So Cyber played that one really effectively and honestly could have won the duel against Rexon as well, but gets flashed out. A close round again for the Rebellion, Jesse. These are still close rounds, even in their losses.
Yeah, I mean, even still, Canadian's utility game has not really been what it's needed to be. The shield play, especially on that top floor, hasn't found success. You can point fingers one way or the other, but even here on the bottom floor, I mean, the util's been cleared out quite quickly. You saw how fast one of those switch drones just got deleted by the early aggressive play from Handy down inside of barrels, and this roam game will persist once more from FaZe Clan. I asked the question after round 2, do they try it again? Do they once more try to play a very aggro style despite the Dokkaebi being up, despite the Snake being up? The answer has been yes.
Look at the score right now, 3-1. FaZe Clan has 15 kills across the whole team. The Rebellion have 14. Okay. So again, these are close rounds for Rebellion. Obviously, they were aided a lot from the only round that they have won being a flawless round, but still, the scoreline does not really reflect how close this has been. Cyber's been on a real tear, showing how much experience matters, and Rexon will be the first one to die. They likely had to know where he was because of the logic bomb. Now Surf is looking for an opening. Gadget out, Spoit taking some damage, Ambi out as well. It seems like Rebellion are just running for the hills. Surf walks in, down goes Souls, and back to a 4v4, back to even numbers, we'll go.
Not bad for Shopify. Of this is a really nice spot to be in. Cyber is still a rat, down by Rocket Stairs, but they're not concerned with it at the moment. Great shot from Ambi onto KDS. Finds that pick onto the player of the bomb site, and now the plant can start despite one above.
Spoit with a kill onto Handy. Vidiking and Cyber, the last two left. Cyber will need to clutch out. I feel like we've seen this exact same thing unfold on this exact same bomb site. So the difference is that Cyber is now upstairs and has lots of information, but Surf is just so much better. An absolutely disgusting shot. Give the Rebellion the round. And we got 1 round remaining in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, despite a nice entry frag coming out from Cyber, I really don't agree with FaZe Clan running back that strategy with the full roam setup, especially because they didn't ban any of those intel operators. That was the real one lifeline that SR had throughout that first quarter. They had an excellent Dokkaebi and Snake clear of the top floor, and again, they had an excellent Dokkaebi Snake clear. A little bit faster to sight. They found Handy a lot earlier, so it wasn't the exact same approach, but the tools were similar. The game plan was still similar as well, and they got a lot of really good space out from FaZe Clan. They forced a lot of advantageous 1v1s that couldn't be traded just because of how FaZe Clan were setting up. Because of that, SR are still very much in this game.
And I mean, Rebellion have been doing a good job of trading so far today.
Yes.
They've been doing a good job of trading this entire event. This does honestly feel a little different than the SR that limped through kickoff. I think there was good reason for people to be skeptical of SR's chances when we looked at the kickoff results.
Right.
But since getting here and settling in, this team has gelled very effectively. A lot of it has honestly been on the shoulders of Spoit's usage. Spoit has been a maverick for this team. He has been such an important part. And Ambi is likely getting more comfortable with his calling on defense as well. And because of that, we are seeing a new look to this Rebellion team. Now, I will go back to the numbers. FaZe Clan are an incredible attacking team on this map. Rebellion are equally as good defending. So we are going to see an absolute showcase after this round. But until then, what happens? A 3-3 first half is very likely between these teams.
Just a quick correction. Spoit actually hasn't played Maverick so far this tournament. In fact, nobody on SR has, so. But I think everything else you said was
That's
really
for the Fortress joke, wasn't it? I knew it.
Top floor clear going to be coming in importantly for SR once more. Their attempt at the direct-to-site push didn't really go their way back in round number 3, and their own clear's been good to them so far today, so they'll try it once more. The Logic Bomb from Rexon will begin, and they'll start to push their way up these staircases. Everybody on the side of FaZe Clan very condensed, not spreading out through this top floor, but really just playing in and around R6 room. This intel from Snake could be huge for Spoit.
And Spoit will have a read on where Handy is looking. Out goes the gas, the first canister. Handy still has 2 remaining in pocket. It will, for the time being, slow down the Monty of Canadian. What is Cyber going to do? He's going to be a Maverick of his own, hasn't he been?
On Mira.
You literally looked up if Spoit had played Maverick while I made that joke.
Absolutely.
Rexon first pick, down goes Souls. Intel will now also go over to Rebellion. That is big. KDS taking some damage from one of the F2s, whether it be Spoit or Ambi. It remains to be seen. Vidaking punished by Surf, another now in line. That's Cyber as KDS gets on the board. Cyber is so good. A quick peek, Surf is gone, and we are tied again in man count.
Top floor so tough to clear, Parker, especially when Handy's playing close with the shotgun. With the flash coming out, he might choose to drop, but Cyber's still hitting heads, so why would he? Top floor control firmly in their hands, but Rexon gets one to even us 2.
And Handy knows where they're coming from, but he needs to pick his poison as the shield of Monty with Rexon side by side, breathing down his neck. They've let Cyber still exist upstairs. He could potentially stab them in the back. Rexon, the uninterested target in Cyber's location. Canadian will search for his very first kill. High likelihood he emerges from this first half without one, and that's exactly what will happen. FaZe Clan takes the first half, 4-2, Handy the final kill. And in just a moment, we'll get to hear from these teams. Jesse, what do you think we're going to hear on the side of SR?
They got to be calm, Parker. They got to have a game plan for this halftime.
What? Okay.
E aí? Não tem o que falar, não. Tranquilo, né? Perdemos tudo?
Mano,
Tá peitado aí, você que tem que peitar o lado da direita e eu passar pra você. Cara, esse MG ali é muito bom não, viu? Já vem com a DMRzinha, ele já vem fuzilando.
o cara tava chocado jogando ali, pô. Tava dando vários prefire nele ali.
Jogar ali não é muito fácil, né?
Ah, isso ele já tem aqui já, pô. Só não segui nada que tá escrito aqui.
Pegar essa escrita aí, sai, faz o contrário.
Não. Tudo que
Quer
ele falou.
recuar pra avançar.
Tudo que ele falou aqui, mano, eu fiz tudo ao contrário aqui.
Sim.
Só fiquei trocando.
Você fez ao contrário.
Só fiquei trocando tiro com os caras aqui.
Mas se não dá certo, vai escutar.
Pô, não tem como não dar certo aquilo lá, mano. O cara nunca vai esperar eu estar lá embaixo rapidão de C4.
Não, mas pode ser.
Two plays out B2 windows for bunks. Cyber is going to be like an info op, and the scrimmy is playing Dokkaebi, and he basically was like poking at sight from pillar side. He could even walk up the green stairs like the back way. They have very little vert for that. If we fall, it's only sledge, but they're going to be spamming the Monty. For basement, they cleared and pushed boiler both times. They have ram vert. In the scrim, we flanked them off the echo up void. And like essentially all we saw in the scrim was that they just clear with the shield and then they just want to walk boiler side.
Okay.
So again, remember, we want to start with the non-Mira stuff. We can play into that, and then we go to the Mira with the ace band. They do like to run the thermite. They haven't really been running Hib. Of course, it doesn't mean they can't. So it should be at least a little bit different, uncomfortable look for them. Remember, they're relatively going to be straightforward with what they're doing besides Cyber, right? So count for him. He's more.
I really like the info coming out from Super there, and you can hear it. They've scrimmed each other on this map in the past, so some really deep insights that they will have on each other that we as viewers will not have at our disposal. So some good inside info coming out there from Seth. FaZe Clan, they kind of just felt like they were setting up weekend plans. I don't know, Parker. It seemed like a very casual 60 seconds from them.
They didn't say anything for the first 15 seconds or so. I think they were goofing off, and then Cyber and Vidaking started chuckling like a bunch of schoolboys. I don't really know what was going on there, but not a lot of strategic work being done. And this could honestly speak to FaZe Clan knowing that this is going according to plan.
Yeah, exactly that, Parker. I mean, they are very confident here on this map. Despite those two defenses on the bottom floor, they looked really good in that first half. And there was something Super said that I was about to say before we went to the halftime spot, and is that Cyber is really the one you've got to worry about. You know, he and Canadian were the two oldest players to qualify for this event, and that's very important wording because Hot and Cold, not qualifying, brought in as a substitute, technically older than Cyber, but it's nice to compare the two because they both have such a legacy here in Rainbow Six, and they both play such different styles. They could not be farther apart. With Canadian, the hard shield, IGL, hard support, you know what style of gameplay he's going to be, and Cyber, maybe the single most aggressive guy in all of Brazil. I mean, it's crazy the way he plays. Like, sometimes he doesn't have a brain in his head, but it works for him, right? Obviously, there's tactics to it. Obviously, there are game plans with his aggression, but it's just so difficult to counter because he's such an unexpected player. It'll be really difficult for SR to shut him down, but they have to through these next 6 rounds.
Cyber broke 12 kills against 5 Fears in the matchup that happened just a couple hours ago to get FaZe to this point, and now is sitting at 10 kills through 6 rounds, so there's a very high likelihood he will eclipse that 12-kill mark. And if you make a joke about Eclipse being a former player, I swear I'm smashing your laptop open.
I wasn't even gonna.
I never know with you. I said Maverick, and you literally started pulling up numbers on your computer. I was like, what is he doing? And you're like, actually, he hasn't played Maverick. So I never know with you. But either way, it is very likely that Cyber will break that 12-kill record that he has so far for himself at this matchup. And, of course, he's been to the most majors of any player competing, a multi-time both 6 invitational champion, a major winner. There is almost nothing this guy hasn't done. He is absolutely one of the finest players, and his legacy will continue if he continues to play at this level.
Yeah, this is his 11th major. No other player could say that. Canadian, this is his 10th, so very close, but not quite the record, the legacy that Cyber has had at these events. Canadian still holds the record for the most SIs, though. Don't worry, Troy.
I don't think he's worried.
If he's worried, it's probably not about that right now.
I don't think he's really too worried about the things you or I say.
Probably more focused on the server at the moment.
I think so, and should probably be a little bit more concerned with his team because they are the ones right now trailing again. Rebellion are an excellent defending team on this map, but FaZe's numbers are insane again. 31 attacking rounds played on this map. FaZe Clan have won 23 of them. That is unheard of on most maps, especially Lair, which tends to be very defender-favored. They've got Rebellion in their sights. Down goes Rexon. Surf will join. Surf gets a kill before he exits the round, so at least there's something good to show for the Rebellion. Ambi swings, but you can't contain Handy, can you? That's Cyber's 11th kill, by the way, Jesse. Everything going well for FaZe Clan here on the entry.
Yeah, the double shield push looks so beautiful, and now Spoit and Canadian left in an impossible situation. The two non-Americans trying to make things happen here in Salt Lake City, but they've got to be fast. They've got to be some way to be aggressive. With this utility, Spoit can make a bit of a bunker, but it needs to be more than that.
And he's trying his best, but those bullets will bounce off of the Blackbeard shield, as will the fire from the Shumika launcher. He's found an opportunity to go for a flank, and Spoit will gun down KDS. Canadian now repositioning as Handy gets the defuse kit to the halfway point, punished by Souls. Spoit will have to clutch. He's got these players on the run, but they will now scramble in the post plant. Spoit knows there's one on the stairs. He'll head in that direction up against Cyber. He outduels Cyber with the Deagle out. 2 more targets to find. 30 seconds left in the round. A reset here, both mentally and literally, for Spoit. It's a long-range duel now. Bullets tossed in his direction. Handy will have the cross and get the kill. 5-2 the scoreline for FaZe as they win their first attacking round with absolute confidence.
And it's a brilliant shield strategy to come out against the Rebellion. We didn't hear the full 2 minutes from Super, so I'm not sure if that was something that they had talked about or had expected or had seen in the scrim that they played against one another, but that was beautiful. Vidiking and KDS just pinching on this shield play, and I really need to credit Vidiking, Parker, because he's 1-6 after this round, okay? He's not been finding the frags, but the captain of FaZe is so important to winning this round because of the space that he takes, walking up those rocket stairs, creating a crossfire alongside KDS and the players behind him to just make it impossible to play inside a bathroom, to play in that position, and really apply that pressure to Shopify Rebellion. Vidiking is not a player who is often a flashy IGL. He's not one of those guys who's going to be off on the roam, running and gunning. You talk about some IGLs like maybe Volps down in South America, like Dash, like Faults, but unfortunately Vidiking, he might not have the stats, but he is
a
so
Spiker
critical.
erasure. What is going on?
And Spiker, you're right, and Spiker.
Spiker is the fragging IGL, my friend. I will take no other answers to that
Fair
question.
enough.
They didn't need him today because they had Bay and Hot and Cold. Yes, that's right, Hot and Cold on Wildcard. That man needs to be studied. There are 3 things in life that are certain. Death, taxes, and Hot and Cold going on an absolute heater after getting dropped. Sorry, benched.
Yes.
Either way, look, there's going to be a lot of people talking about how good the Rebellion are.
Yeah.
Going up against FaZe Clan is really not a great barometer because every team loses to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. This is a really tough opponent for FaZe, but it's also true that like SR are not hitting the same heights that we've seen from them in the past. This is the 7th map they've played in Salt Lake City. Spoit has only failed to hit double digits once, and that was that bank match up against Falcons. If he doesn't get back up to that 10-kill watermark that we expect from him at this point playing for SR, you gotta wonder, was there ever really an opportunity for Rebellion to win this matchup? Because they do, at least over the last couple of days, seem to rely on him to be that opening, to find those frags, and it hasn't been happening yet.
But Spoit is playing less entry on this map than he did before. He's
Sure.
back to playing that Nomad, later round, support Canadian style. Surfed it, I think, on 1 or 2 rounds. I mean, on defense, it's completely different, and Spoit will destroy Cyber, denying Cyber to match his total of 12 kills that he amassed against 5 Fears in their previous matchup earlier today. And with that, Rebellion will have a relatively early lead.
Still plenty of time to hit double digits. I don't want to warn the alarm too early, but yes, they need to get more active, I think, on these defenses, and it's a great start to come through from Spoit, an aggressive move to take down the best player on FaZe Clan today. Now the logic bombs will come through, though. The bomb site is not in the basement. It's just going to be on this middle floor, and weirdly, Shopify Rebellion have kind of given up this top floor. I mean, not fully. There are players just inside of server, but because this wall is reinforced off, there's a lot of safety for Vidiking to just play on this vert, destroy those bandit batteries, and set himself up to maybe go for a plant later on.
Logic bomb's now going off. Canadian's already turned his phone off, so the Valkyrie will continue to lurk. And get spotted by Handy. A rough go of it for Canadian. Spoit will follow shortly thereafter. Despite the good start that Spoit gave this team, now they trail in man count to FaZe Clan with a little bit under a minute to go. Surf eliminates KDS, Souls drops as well. And we're back to even footing as FaZe finds another kill. This team is so hard to shake. Maybe, just maybe, that's why they're 2-time defending world champs.
Could be part of it, Parker. 35 seconds, 2v2. They've got the smokes, they've got the shield. This plant will be hard to deny if they don't have Toxic Babes.
Diffuse Kit going down. Surf will try to stop it in its tracks, even if that gas lands. Vidiking has too much HP. He is outdueled, leaving Handy now in the post plant. Vidiking got the job done, which is all you can really hope for at this point in time. Handy backing up Cyber. That's how things usually go in the kill department. Handy's got terrific game sense. He knows exactly where the players are. He's seen one cross over towards the Diffuse Kit, but the gas will actually blind his vision and be hopping on the case. Rebellion will win their 3rd round. A 2-round gap between the two teams remain, and FaZe still the favorites, but there's life for the Rebellion.
That was a really cool defense setup, Parker. I talked about how it was not really holding our 6 room. You don't see that at all from teams here on Lair. Very often, that is where the bulk of the defenders are trying to hold above the bomb site. But Shopify Rebellion, they actually gave it up. They reinforced the hatchback to site. They fully reinforced that rotate in between server and our 6 room, and it made it very appealing, frankly, for KDS, I should say, on the Blackbeard to take that space, to start working in the vert, and to feel kind of confident about the space that they had. But Shopify Rebellion weren't giving up the space entirely. They still played around that top floor. They still went going for some of those more aggressive plays, and it did start to work out in their favor. They got some really critical picks in the mid-round there against FaZe Clan that kept the numbers tight, that kept things in their favor, and sure, the plant goes down, but up against that 2v1 with plenty of time to play with, Shopify Rebellion are very good at closing out those advantages, and they do so once more to get their third.
This Rebellion team really is quite fascinating to watch because their growth and improvement has been quite rapid. As same that we've said about Wildcard, by the way. FaZe Clan can't really improve, so there isn't a lot for us to say, but they are finding the holes that the Rebellion leave for them through much of this series. Now, FaZe was doing it on defense quite well. They amassed a 4-2 scoreline before the side swap came in. But now here, again, I will back up these numbers. FaZe are terrific, winning almost 75% of all attacking rounds they've played on this map in the last 8 months. Rebellion have won 75% of all defender rounds played on this map over the last 8 months. So you've got a great attacking team going up against a great defending team, and it's going to be a wash. I actually think it's quite likely that this half will go 3-3, but the problem is that means a 7-5 scoreline for FaZe Clan. So Rebellion will need to steal some rounds that statistically they might not supposed to win.
A lot of pressure being forced onto Spoit right now, Parker. He's inside of barrels. He's got 2 different angles to worry about, and one of them has a Blackbeard. If he can take down Cyber on his backside, that'll be huge for him. He's got util to play around as well. Of course, the Goyos and these Elemines, and help from Surf, too. Just active at the bottom of Warehouse. He will lose the first duel, and Vidaking doubles his kills.
He's going to want that one back, Jesse. That should have been an easy kill for Surf. Just above Vidaking's head. That is a rough one.
So much damage, too.
I know. Sometimes that's it. Sometimes you lose that entry duel, and that's all she wrote. Spoit able to take down Cyber. Explosions galore. Echo drones controlled by the captain of Rebellion. Rexon will be on the board as well, and a lead for Rebellion with halfway through the round. I like their odds, especially with the damage done to Vidaking earlier.
Yeah, a bit of sloppiness coming out from that push. Cyber trying to sprint through the Goyo canister, but he just gets slammed by the Yokai cam, and of course, Spoit will hit those shots when it's required. Soul's going down to the Blackbeard too, makes this kind of awkward now for the FaZe Clan push. They will have a little bit of pressure if they can take that top floor control. KDS on the Ram can be really impactful, but they don't have that full space. They don't know it. SR have come back to the bottom floor, but there were initially roamers up there, and FaZe Clan will have to be so careful with these last 60 seconds that they don't get flanked up one of the stairs.
If there is a Yokai up top, they do not need an active body. They can always go for a late flank, especially given the numbers here, Jesse. KDS will likely stay on the middle floor. Handy and Vidaking will be involved in the execute. Vidaking might actually jostle the defuse kit because Rexon holds 2 gas canisters. Vidaking was getting closer to the site. He gets taken down by Spoit. 2 kills away from double digits. Jesse, you said his name. He's amassed 3 so far. Sorry, make that 4. How about a 5th here? It would be a quad kill for Spoit. Still playing off this deployable shield. KDS the target to be found. Does the Swede have it in him? Not yet, he doesn't. Flashed out, still blinded, turning around. It's allowed the Ram to reposition. Spoit will not want that. Why bother? You have 15 seconds left. Find some salvation in the bomb site. KDS is going to be going in flying blind. They know his position. Hug your angles, get your kills. And Ambi credited with the final frag, not Spoit, so double digits will have to wait. But we will go deeper into this series as the Rebellion have pushed FaZe to just a single round lead.
Huge 3K from Spoit, Parker. I said it because I wanted to see more out of him on the active frags, and we have started to see it now on the defense.
Think he heard you?
Really coming alive. I think he did. You know, we're down the road a little bit, but I think he could hear it through the mic, baby, if I'm yelling loud enough. I gave credit to Vidaking a couple of rounds ago because despite having not very many kills, his support play and his IGLing was so critical to get FaZe Clan that attacking round win up on the top floor. I have to do the same for Canadian. He's not getting frags. He's still sitting with a donut here in this matchup. But before you go start to flame him on Twitch chat, his Yokai cams Please close your Twitch chat.
Should I close Twitch chat?
Because the Yokais were so important to help Spoit get 2 of those 3 kills. They were absolutely critical for stopping Cyber entering in through barrels, for stopping Vidiking entering in from that side of the map as well. And it just made things so nice and easy for Spoit. The duo of the entry fragger and IGL between those 2 players has been phenomenal.
I had Spoit and Canadian over for dinner after there was a particularly heated conversation about Canadian's contributions. And he openly said, he's like, I don't and shouldn't really be involved in a lot of these gunfights. Maybe on defense, but on attack for the most part, he is going to go killless attacking if everything goes well. Nobody's pointing fingers at Vidiking going 2-8 in almost the exact same predicament. Now, granted, these players are at very different stages of their career. Vidiking is still on the ascendancy. I think it's fair to say that Troy is in the twilight of his career. He is getting older. So there are differences.
Yeah.
But while there is obviously a conversation to be had about going 0-6, I think it is frankly quite understandable with the way that this map has played out.
Yeah. I want to bring us back to as well, Parker, to the halftime. Super said, after we ban the Ace, we're going to start playing the Mira, and that's exactly what they've done. Recognizing that FaZe Clan don't play a whole lot of Hibana. They might bring the Thermite, and that's what Souls is on now, but without any great Mira counters, FaZe Clan might encounter some problems here through the 4th quarter. It's been a 12-round strategy from Shopify Rebellion. They're okay if they go down 5-4. If this last strat that they're pulling out for the final 3 rounds is good enough, it's not going to matter how the early game went for SR because they still have the potential to close this out in a regulation. How do FaZe answer the mirror windows?
Well, that's a great question. Do they have a Gone 6 anywhere? That could potentially help them. But I haven't seen one cycle through just yet on any of these players. In fact, I will be completely honest. I actually don't know every single operator that has the Gone 6 because it keeps getting passed around. It changes all the time.
Can't imagine one's being brought here, Parker, I'll tell you that.
It changes about as frequently as I change socks, so about every 3 months.
What?
Sorry, every 4 months?
Okay, we're going to cruise right past that. They kind of looked at this ops push, Parker, and they said, yeah, we don't really have a great way to open this wall because we've just brought a Thermite and maybe some cans, not even. It's not really going to be doable with the mirror window there. They can pop it at any time, so instead they've pivoted. They've got this double shield set up still over towards the rocket stairs. You've got KDS inside a bathroom and then Vidiking at the bottom. This has to be good for FaZe like it was in the previous time.
Beautiful Nitro Cell from the Swedes. Spoit breaks double digits as down goes Vidiking. Diffuser will need to be retrieved as well. Souls taking quite a bit of damage. Handy hoping to bail himself out of his position as now the other shield of KDS assembles over in bathroom, taking some damage from that Razor Bloom, and will be debilitated for quite some time. FaZe Clan, though, still going at it. They are not slowing down here whatsoever.
I mean, they kind of have to a little bit. This is going to be awkward to get into the site. They won't have a breach into the mask wall, so they've got to just walk straight through this doorway, and all eyes from SR will be trained on this door.
Getting more intel as Handy sees pretty much everybody on the side of Rebellion. Nitro Cell's already been used by Spoit, so he is just a gun down below the master office desk, watching that reinforced panel. They've got a good line of sight on him. Handy's waiting for him to pop up. Down below, Spoit taking care of good coordination, but look at the clock, Jesse. 20 seconds to go. Handy has defused kit and he's still scouting for intel. This is going to be a brawl inside of the site. On the ground, Handy attempting to get closer. He's down. That's defused kit surrendered too. All Rebellion needs to do is hang on, and they will find all these kills. Surf gets 2, tie game. We will go all the way in regulation. 5-5 for both teams.
All according to plan for the North Americans. Beautifully done there on the setup, Parker. That's not what FaZe were expecting to see. And in response, they will immediately call their attack timeout. I'm not sure they were ready for this ace-band Mira pivot that SR have been planning since the very beginning. It made it so mask wall just wasn't an option. I think at the very end, the Thermite might have gone off and they might have got it open, but because Spoit was able to keep it closed for so long, both with the Mira window and of course with those Zoto canisters on Tubarao as well, it just became so difficult for FaZe, and there was never a good adaptation coming through from them. Yeah, they tried to pivot over towards the display side, but the positions were just too strong on the side of Shopify Rebellion. The close angles favored them, even against those shields, and Spoit, he only gets 1 kill. It's his 10th of the match, so we have to say it. Double digits for the 6th time here at Salt Lake City. That is crazy. but it's good enough to stop the Vidiking, the Monty. That is really the key point of that push, and it's just disrupting everything that FaZe Clan wanted to do.
And honestly, if they had an extra 20 seconds, there is a world in which FaZe Clan could have pulled off an execute, but they were battling the clock. Credit to them for the way that they pivot after losing their most important member of their team. But I want to hop back for a second and once again talk about kills here, because I know that we've hyped up Spoit. We've obviously made some, I don't want to say excuses for Canadian, but we've kind of explained it. The score is 5-5. The kills are 40-31.
Wow.
40 kills for Rebellion, with Canadian having 0.
Yeah.
That means he is not the problem at the moment if things go sideways. Everybody on that team is either double digits or Rexen is 1 kill away. FaZe Clan are a full round, almost 2 rounds behind Rebellion in the kill department. It shows that, once again, you don't always need your IGLs if everything goes according to plan to frag effectively. If the rest of the team is able to do it and you get the most out of them, things go well, and things are going according to plan for Rebellion here. And I said, if we think that it's going to be a 3-3 second half, that's a loss for Rebellion. They need to steal these rounds. They've done just that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think this looks like a 3-3 anymore, simply because when they've gone through that last set of bans, Parker, and they've pivoted a bit, it's not something FaZe Clan were expecting. It's 5-5. I don't think they call that tack timeout if they still feel like they're in control. You know, that last round was something they weren't expecting. It was something they felt they needed an extra few seconds to talk about, to try to decipher, just because it wasn't maybe something that was brought in those scrims. And so now we get to really test FaZe Clan. How does the adaptation come through? Are they going to be ready for it? What will they bring in response? Cyber, often called the Maverick of FaZe Clan, will jump on that op and try to make something happen.
Logic bombs go off, and this might be a quick execute for FaZe Clan as Vidiking walks the diffuser in all by himself. Not a quick execute, I suppose, as he's on a completely different floor at this point in time. He's got Souls backing him up here as Canadian sees the bullets whiz by, playing on that mirror window. With the way that this game has been going for Canadian, please do not peek, just stay and let the rest of your team do the work. Halfway point of the round now. Everybody's still alive. Only Rexen has taken a bit of damage. Rebellion being very stalwart so far with this defense.
It's going to be on Vidiking to take this space and create the opportunity to get some kills for his teammates. He's got this nade in deep now, but Ambi stays alive and hits the shot. Massive kill on a Cyber.
And Vidiking will drop the shield. It gives Ambi an opportunity to go after him. Logic bomb sent out in response as the best player on FaZe Clan is in the ground. Nade will go. Excellent coordination from FaZe Clan to take care of Ambi. But still 4 more players remain on Rebellion, and he's killed a lot of time in the process.
That's the problem. This roam game is still very strong from SR. They've got full top floor control. One guy in sight as well. It's Spoit. Watch out, though. He's being held by a close angle from Handy, and the flashbang might make this difficult.
Spoit almost getting away, just misjudging the explosion of that flashbang. And FaZe Clan will actually have a big sigh of relief go through this team as KDS shreds Rexen, Surf, and Souls takes Canadian. It was quite the comeback for SR, but they might be losing it at the 11th hour. FaZe Clan moves to match point.
They just never wavered, Parker. FaZe Clan confident in that top floor clear. The Monty play from Vidiking. It's what got them this far in the game, and it's what they will continue to rely on to take this space to make things happen. SR immediately respond with their own timeout. Super wanting to counter the counters. I mean, you can see FaZe Clan, how close they're playing with each other, how committed they are to clearing just a few of these angles, but then switching up a bit. You know, they didn't send every single body to take that top floor. They didn't fight until the very end for top floor control. Once they had a kill, once they created some pressure, they went to site because they know, okay, we just got to pick on the Spoit. One player down means there's nobody left on site. We can threaten a plant with the Monty. Even if you don't have top floor control, denying a Monty plant from above is so difficult, especially if there's smokes involved. So they just threatened that, and it forced a bit more movement out of Shopify Rebellion. They started to panic a little bit. KDS was there to clean up on the kills, and now it'll be up onto Super and the rest of the players on SR to calm the nerves, win this final round of regulation, and force an overtime.
If you look at the way that a half plays, there are 2 quarters. You often refer to them as first and second quarter or third and fourth, depending on what part of the game we are at. If, and pardon the pun here, that ace ban was an ace in the hole, expecting that to carry them the rest of the way, then we can begin to look at that 3-3 half we talked about, because it is actually entirely possible that FaZe do win these 2 final rounds.
Yep.
Rebellion might have actually won more rounds before that ace ban came out, and they were hoping that the ace ban would allow them to finish strong. Now, the ban was a terrific idea. There's no denying that, and it did catch FaZe off guard. But again, there's just something about this FaZe team, Jesse, where you can out-strategize them, you can out-coach them, you can out-frag them, which is exactly what the Rebellion are doing.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan will need a flawless round here to surpass the Rebellion. In kills, there's a good chance that FaZe could win this round and still have fewer kills than the Rebellion. So if that's the case, what do we say about FaZe always? There just always comes a point where they kind of snap their fingers and they're like, all right, we're done losing. And that's it. And it's so hard to quantify. They take care of Surf. Stuff like this. How do you predict that? Cyber on 13 kills, 14 kills as Canadian dies shortly thereafter. This might be curtains on the Rebellion.
You can't teach that, Parker. 11 majors worth of experience and still finding new ways, finding gaps, finding ways to the site, hungry for more as the retreat comes back from Shopify Rebellion. They know they need to get to site because Cyber has control. A couple of barely missed shots, but this could be so bad for SR with this control.
Cyber was sitting at 11 kills for so long. Now he's making his voice heard. Vidiking with the defuse kit successfully completed. All 5 players of FaZe Clan still going. Spoit down for the count. Oh God, Jesse, I said they need a flawless round. I fear I might have cast or cursed them. Ambi will need 1 kill. No, it is a flawless round. FaZe Clan decide that the game is over, and that's just how she goes. 7-5 for the defending world champions. FaZe end the day 2-0.
The 2-time champions 2-0 here through Swiss. Parker, what a match. Shopify Rebellion, they had some real strong moments in the midst of it, but FaZe Clan, too consistent, too strong, too dominant in these moments. Really nice stuff coming out from them, and it shows just how important it is to have a strong IGL combined with a crazy aggro player like Cyber, because when things get tough, when the game plan needs to be adapted to, when the attack time will come through after rounds 10 and 11, it really is simply up to the difference maker, Cyber, finding the gap.
It's this FaZe Clan, it's so unquantifiable. I do not get it. They just decide it's time, and that's it. We've got 2 more best of ones here on this channel. We'll get to them after the ceremonial handshake. It's been an incredible day of Siege so far. These have been so competitive. FaZe Clan usually starts slow, but they've won both of their matches today. Admittedly, they were both 7-5 victories over North American teams, and again, it is really hard to judge a team's efforts and potential because there is a long trail of bodies behind this FaZe Clan roster. Some of the best teams that have ever played the game have lost to them. So we'll see. FaZe Clan a single best of 3 away from qualifying. At least 2 more best of ones here on this channel. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
It is another win for the world champs, this time against Shopify Rebellion. KDS, the casters were talking about the bans in that last couple of rounds. We saw the Ace ban. They started to play the Mira. How did you guys adjust to that?
I think we just to start to communicate more, to get more aggressive in the last round. So I think this is the difference we make. And we make the same team plays we have every day we make.
Well, tell me about that last round when Cyber just walked into the site, took complete control by himself. Did you guys recognize an opening? How did you make that kind of play?
Cyber has a drone on the position, so he saw anyone is there. So he just talked to anyone to look the drone, and he just killed 2 guys, and we practically won the round.
Amazing. Thank you so much, KDS. FaZe, another undefeated start here to the Swiss FaZe.
Thank you so much, Jonah. We love that guy. And we also love our upcoming game, 5 Fears versus Virtus Pro. So 5 Fears go from Brazil to, I almost said Russia, but I guess they're mixed now. They're mixed Russian and French, to an EU team who also just lost to Shopify.
Yeah, and they're really getting the short end of the stick here for 5 Fears. Their first international event ever, and they're playing some of the best teams that we have at this event as well. Virtus Pro have really done a lot of improvement in recent times, I would say, Harrison. Okay. Having Rorik on the team now, having more fluidity with Pasha, it's been just fantastic.
Yeah, and the map we are going to be playing on is Lair. Both teams have some experience here. 5 Fears 2-2 in the past year, but they only played it once during kickoff. They ended up winning against 1 of 30, 7-4 here. Virtus Pro played it 3 times during kickoff, 3 times in a row. In playoffs, they beat Rebels, they beat Falcons, and then they lost to G2, and we will see who comes out on top just after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the game in just a minute. Welcome back, everyone. We are just about ready to get into 5 Fears versus Virtus Pro. If you missed it, we are going to Lair, which both teams have pretty good records on, although Virtus Pro, at their most recent play, they did lose it to G2.
It is one of the best teams in their own region of EML, however, and for 5 Fears, they haven't played Lair as much as their opponents, so maybe some of that initial rust could come into effect for this best-of-1 series. Virtus Pro having much higher odds in our social prediction, but in terms of the 2 best-of-1s that they ended up losing earlier today, a lot of mistakes were made on the side of 5 Fears. It felt like on that first half that we covered, Harrison, came down to a lot of hero plays when it ended up winning, right? You know, Snake getting a 3K, playing by the bomb chassis of Commandered Server's room. You had JJ with that initial impact kill with the Nitro Cell in the second half. Fens getting 2 picks at the end of that post-plant position. Not a lot of emphasis on really team play besides around the shields. Now an attack for Lair. Virtus Pro want to opt for more shield bans perhaps in this initial half. That could be something of a challenge that 5 Fears will have to overcome. And seeing the Montaigne band off the rip, that is not too shocking.
Yeah, especially up against JJ's team. Again, we saw something similar from when they played FaZe, right? FaZe did not want to let them play with double shields. They banned Blitz and Blackbeard. And then up here on Lair, it's very hallway-centric. There's not nearly as much destructibility, so Monty becomes very powerful in being able to just walk your way down a hallway for free. VP do not want to allow them to have that. And Grim, do we really need to go into why Grim is good? He's good on every single map, and again, especially Lair, because the hallways are so constrained, because there's not nearly as much rotatability, I feel, on Lair as other maps. Grim is incredibly powerful. Now, something that I wanted to bring up. Fett made an interesting tweet earlier. He said that VP play the Shopify Rebellion style, right? But Shopify do it better, and that's why the Rebellion ended up winning their game. 5 Fears smoked Shopify Rebellion in the kickoff. They almost 7-0'd them. So I'm wondering if Fett is correct, if that holds true, is the transitive property going to rear its head?
5 seconds to insert.
Could be. I will say for Virtus Pro, their new lineup has been impeccable during the kickoff stage. Rorik has been a great asset to them, same for Nako and Skies. That's opened up a lot more for Pasha as well to work wonders on the attack especially. I remember we watched him on a cafe matchup, and he literally walked down red and found 3 different people and basically won the round for his team. So a lot to look forward to in both these rosters. Like you mentioned, Virtus Pro having a lot of similarities to Shopify Rebellion style of play that might benefit 5 Fears for the initial half of the attack. So far, it looks like they're just spotting out the initial info over by Operation that could maybe allow JJ just to kind of walk in much earlier than you'd expect. There isn't a lot of utility stacked up over here, and getting that Operation wall opened up too for 5 Fears is a great cutoff angle you can use to apply more pressure into the bomb site without having to worry about as much defender retaliation.
Fens setting up on the balcony just outside bathroom. Rorik is right there waiting for him, armed with the SMG-12. And there's really no support here for Fens. So if he gets picked off, there's no refrag, which again is a strength that 5 Fears really had in kickoff, and that I think a lot of rounds we were missing up against FaZe was that refrag ability. So hopefully that'll be a focus for 5 Fears heading into this game. JJ just outside lobby, getting ready to work his way up main. It's probably going to be a 3-2-1 call here. Shotgun now comes out for Rorik, but he stops paying attention to the window. Fens will take him down, looking to try and clean up the kill with the nade, and in goes JJ up the stairs, flashing, blinding, and finishing off Skies. Dan's good for the trade, though. He's also gotten rid of Fens on that window. I believe Skies got that kill before he was finished off by JJ. But it's a man lead now for 5 Fears, and still a whole minute to play with.
Yeah, great coordination there by 5 Fears, coming out with a man advantage, and a lot of that late round utility also gone. You do still have the Shamika launchers, but they don't really deal a lot of damage overall, and they still have over a minute to burn away a majority of Nako's primary utility. Dan still having some Kibas, maybe just to make that space, take some aggressive fights, and give 5 Fears less guns to cover a plant if Snake were to go for it here. Still having 2 Deathmark trackers, though, a lot of crucial utility at the hands of 5 Fears. They could easily just call in on one of these 2 last defenders and just look to shut them down with a Deathmark tracker, or just make enough space to get into sight for that plant because they have info about one of the only 2 people left alive.
Yeah, there's so much utility left for 5 Fears, especially again looking towards Forest with the Capitao. He's still got 1 fire, 2 smokes. Warden is dead. And In comes Snake, proning into the bomb site with case in hand, but Forrest trying to enter mass gets smoked by Dan under the cover of smoke. The plant is going down by Snake. An attempted wraparound here from Dan. Not going to get there in time. Now challenging the Deimos, loses the fight, and it's all up to Nako on the Tachanka. Both enemies, low HP, and the LMG hits very hard, but instead it's the Bearing 9 out. He'll go for the counter defuse. And in comes Snake with the track. 3 kills for the Deimos in the first round for 5 Fears.
Great early round isolation there for 5 Fears. Just all dive bombing on the player between bathroom and top lobby stairs. Getting the initial entry, Snake on Pasha. You then had JJ following suit almost immediately. You made so much space. And because you already had operation in your control too, that's just the whole upper half of that part of the top floor. You then have the opportunity with the help of those death mark trackers to push into sight, utilize those smoke bolts before Forrest ended up dying to get into sight, go for the plant, and that's the win condition for 5 Fears, forcing the rest of Virtus Pro to push in against you. You've got that 2-shot pistol and the AK with a ton of good damage there. So good start for 5 Fears, especially after their upsetting loss just hours ago.
Even though they did lose, I think, obviously every team wants to win. But I think you also, a brand new team coming into the event, you do kind of have to be happy with pushing FaZe to 12 rounds. And now, you took your lumps. You've hopefully learned a lot from that game. Again, I think 5 Fears kind of went, they were out of themselves in that game, right? All the strengths that we saw in kickoff, we saw in the game against FaZe, but not consistently, right? The trade game not there consistently. The good shield play not necessarily there consistently. The roam's a little bit too far afield and getting collapsed upon by FaZe. Against VP, though, who are a much more system-focused team, I think it's going to allow 5 Fears to not only are they good against that kind of team, against Shopify and against Wildcard and the teams that they've played in the kickoff, I think it matches up against them well, and it'll give them time, for lack of a better term. It'll give them an easier time to kind of acclimate to LAN because they're playing into a play style that they're used to and good against.
Using shield.
We now go down to the basement bomb site for Virtus Pro. Very big emphasis on the bunker comp, at least with their operators. You do still have Dan upstairs, extending a little bit towards the armory side of the map, maybe utilizing the Kiva's early round just to force 5 Fears to spend more time, maybe falling off on one of those hatches if they have it opened up as well near that position. No, it's fully reinforced off, so maybe playing for his life perhaps. We'll just have to wait and see. 5 Fears running that consistent double shield that we saw a lot in their first game against FaZe in the Swiss stage. Also have Snake running Snake. We were worried about that problem.
Oh, yeah, great.
We were worried about that problem a couple hours ago.
Doesn't that make it easier, though? Because now if we say Snake, either way, it's him.
Is this the true solid Snake?
I think if we asked...
Is it Mr. Boss?
I think if we asked Snake how solid he was, he'd say very.
Of course.
So I think he's not LARPing. This is a rare non-LARP from Snake on the Snake. Warehouse wall being open is interesting, and VP not really playing around it. I think they opened it with a Tachanka and are just banking on the fact that 5 Fears are like, that's a little bit scary. Okay, Rorik just peeks the barrel window and dies to Rival instantly. Fence has control of Warehouse, but then from the same room, Dan able to Kiba off the window and swing in to get that kill. Kiba also forcing JJ back out the building, so it ends up just being a 1-for-1, and you lose your gridlock for the Goyo. Goyo's already got all his util down. Fence probably died with nades in pocket.
And those gridlock tracks as well to kind of deny Virtus Pro from recovering ground that they've lost. Yokai maybe spotted, I think, too there for Forrest up above. Looks like they've rotated now to try to get some of these hatches opened up. They don't have a lot of opportunities for vertical either, so I'm sure this will more likely focus into a horizontal execute for 5 Fears, maybe trying to force out Pasha from stock, but he's got that Vulcan pack. No more Toxic Babes. Those might only burn about 20 or so seconds, and having someone come in from Missile could easily pinch this guy. In the meantime, though, you've got 2 members of 5 Fears pushing down into the filter, getting the split wall opened up. That's 1 less power position now for Virtus Pro, and they still have plenty of time to gather info with the help of Snake still on the board, and 1 drone they've got left as well by Lab.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the problem I see is the fact that time is getting so low, and we saw Pasha playing in supply. It was in and around that Goyo canister, and as soon as Forrest tries to make a stand there, it gets popped. Maybe that was just a bait to allow Snake to try and hit a gap back there later in the round. Rival has made his way into filter. Keep it getting destroyed by JJ. Also in filter, maybe looking to apply some pressure or jump into split through the breach. There's only 20 seconds remaining, and remember, Nako, while there are no more gas canisters for Pasha, Nako is still on Echo. A low time executes worst nightmare. Snake able to get the kill on Skies, though. Shotgun out, gets immediately traded by Snake once again, and he finds one of the yokais. Is there going to be enough room and time for JJ to plant? 3 seconds left. The stick is here. 4 spots, 1. Ends up getting killed by Dan. Plant still going down from JJ. He lifts off of it. All of his cover is dead, but he's still alive. Up against Nako, and Dan exposes himself too much to the prone Echo, and VP tie us up.
Virtus Pro, an impeccable anchor downstairs in the basement, doing a great job of just remaining passive. You've got all this utility to stop and execute. You've got the Vulcan packs, you've got the Chonky, you've got the smoke. And like you mentioned, with the Gridlock dead, they didn't have a lot of utility to really fight back against all the tools that Virtus Pro had. Great crossfires and team play there. I love the resurgence at the end when JJ was going for that plant. You had both Nako and his teammate swinging together from 2 separate areas, literally sandwiching JJ after his teammate had died attempting to cover him there. And it was just an act of desperation by 5 Fierce trying to secure that plant. It just was not a great look for them. And also, trying to spend so much of that time upstairs and not really have anything for Vert once Fens had died also seemed a little bit concerning for 5 Fierce as well.
That too, you saw Snake almost getting the kill. I believe that was on the Echo. Very narrowly missing out because of that pistol and its low magazine count. If he reloads the F2, maybe they have a better chance. I also think Forest maybe overextending a little bit all the way through labs, because like you mentioned, right, 5 Fierce only had 1 drone heading into that execute, so they very clearly don't have a whole lot of information. And I think when you're going into an execute like that, you've got Blackbeard, you've got Blitz, you just need to consolidate, because in Forest pushing up, he died because he just got shot in the back by the Azami they didn't know was there. So, kind of like we saw against FaZe, right? 5 Fierce overextending a little bit, not consolidating, not playing directly around that trade game that worked so well for them in the kickoff. But it's still early in this game. They've already got 1 attack on Lair, so they're doing pretty good. Really, they just need 1 more, and you've got kind of your minimum, your quota, as we like to call it.
This could be the site to do it as well for 5 Fierce. They've got the Ying in play. Really want to have an explosive clear upstairs to assist for a plant. Not too much hard breach. You know, you've got the Hibana at the very least, which can be helpful for getting the main wall opened up, but it could take quite a while compared to something like a Thermite or an Ace, which is very typical for a direct plant that you see a lot of teams like to do on this bunch of bomb site. Some early info established, detecting the initial roam by Skies on the Azami. Currently sitting quite comfortably behind this Kiba barrier. Dan here to assist as well. Luckily, JJ does have a couple of grenades to maybe deal with Skies' power position, but again, it just has to be that fluidity for 5 Fierce, not leaving JJ alone, having someone to assist him here to deal with this extension, and not wasting too much time just in that initial setup, Harrison.
Yeah, but VP have a lot of bodies stacked up on this top floor that it looks like 5 Fierce, again, you know, with no sense, with no smokes or anything like that. They're going for this top clear, and we've already eclipsed a minute. Finally now, JJ moving through into Mask, opening that wall. Sky's trying to isolate the angle with the Kiba onto the doorway, but Snake still finds the angle and cuts down the Azami. So halfway through, 5 Fierce get the opening pick. Now we hear Candela's raining through the map from Forest. Gas canisters start to come out from Rorik as well. That's the first one. Pasha jiggling it because he's got the sightline with the ward, and C4 out. It deals a lot of damage to JJ, but there's no kill. Nade coming out, forcing Pasha forward, and he just stands in it. It's 2 kills in a row for 5 Fierce now. As this top floor clear, they only really have to find 1 more body on Rorik. The rest of the cast still supporting from Master Office. Snake looking for more kills. Forest just waiting for these players to expose themselves. Nako and Dan. Nako actually attempting to fall back to the site, dying, and leaving Dan upstairs on his lonesome. 5 Fierce collapse upon the roam and leave no survivors.
And it felt like such a step-by-step clear from 5 Fierce as well. Everybody focused their attention on Skies. He's the most isolated out of the entire roster of Virtus Pro. We already have Operation Control. We already have Snake playing out by that mezzanine hallway. Everyone just focused their attention on him. Now that the power spot is gone by the office desk, we can then start to look at the Solus, start trying to clear out that back room the smoke was playing from as well, and it all just worked like a charm. And I'm really glad for 5 Fierce as well that they just threw everything at that roam extension. Not just bodies, but their utility. Forrest used all 4 of his Candelas upstairs, which I'm not shocked about. You need to win those gunfights upstairs, deny the trade game for Virtus.pro that they did such a great job of having back in round number 2. Now they take back the lead in this first half, and a timeout already called by Virtus.pro.
I mean, they've given up 2 attacks on their lair defense, so an early timeout, I guess, to try and stem the bleeding, try and make sure they can confirm the 4-2 half, because, it's not just, 2 attacking wins on a lair. It's 2 attacking wins this early. There's still a whole nother site rotation to play, so I understand the timeout for Virtus.pro. They want to try and lock down this half 4-2. The ban is a little bit interesting. I like the Tachanka ban from 5 Fears because he was kind of delaying that top floor push. Now you just don't have to worry about it. All you have to worry about basically is going to be Smoke and Goyo. The Ying ban is interesting because that was really the only round that they made use of that Ying. They've been consistently playing, Blitz, Blackbeard, Snake, Deimos, like Capitao. While Ying, yes, is a very good ban, I feel like if you're trying to take the half 4-2, you have to account for more than just the offsite. I don't know. I'm not a pro.
True. You are not.
I'm not a pro.
Rourke is also on the Warden, which if Forrest decides to keep the Glass pick rather than the Ram he was originally on, this could be a good move. But, typically you only see that Warden, either for the Capitao or the Ying. Although 5 Fears did play Capitao, it was only for 1 round as well, I believe. Unless you have the actual notes.
Capitao? Yeah, it was just round 1.
Just for round 1.
And he died instantly.
It did. The smoke wall did allow for the plant to be fair. It allowed Snake to literally plant in the middle of office. So
that's true.
Valid reason to have the Warden since you are returning back to the top 4 site where the plant denial was kind of an issue even with Tachanka. So I'm glad Skies is now on the smoke and there is no Tachanka being repicked. 5 Fears, their lineup, again with the Glass is a little different. Snake is also on the Maverick, so maybe more pressure out by both, again, Op and maybe the actual Master Wall this time. Not feeling comfortable planting out in the open like they did last time. They want to go for something a little more default. And Snake even trying to catch Nako on the rotate by the Sky Bridge and almost gets a cheeky headshot through that barricade, but just narrowly missing that opportunity. But at least he can hold for the flank watch while his teammates set up to breach.
And now Snake opening up Mask, but
or not.
Killed by Dan through the prone Maverick holes as Snake was trying to draw the line all the way across. There's an art to Maverick, and I think part of that art is not maving where you need to stand to get the rest of the ball. Maybe starting with the opposite side would have been smarter, but either way, Snake is dead. You can no longer open all of Mass because of the bandits, but then Skies just overexposes himself to JJ, and the defense has lost their smoke.
I think to touch up on your Maverick point, I think he was worried about that window being open from Skybridge, so he had to prone behind the half wall was his consensus. But yeah, that was a very interesting idea for Skies. Now losing one of your biggest pieces of utility to stop this plant. You do have a couple of Thorn gadgets. Pasha's still keeping a Razor Bloom in his back pocket and 2 C4s for both Nako and Warwick respectively. This desk has not been cleared out yet as well. Dan finding a massive kill from this position. Getting back to man advantage here for Virtus.pro, and JJ currently on an island. Is Nako going to try to C4 him from down below? He has the info for it.
He's got the pings, and there it is.
Beautiful.
Beautiful 1-2 punch, using the information being heralded by Dan for that C4, and now it's Fens and Forest, Lion and Glaz. In the 2 versus 4, again, that power position behind the desk from Dan has not been dislodged. Fen's probably just going to try and take the straight up 1 here, and he ends up losing it to Dan's what appears to be one-way through the crouch breach, and it leaves Forrest all on his lonesome. VP doing a great job of handling the aggression from 5 Fears this time, making sure that the wall was not going to be opened for free, and then Dan fortifying his position behind the desk, really making sure that 5 Fears were not able to make any headway. Really big play from Dan. And now Forrest, I mean, he's basically got nowhere to go. Is Dan going to get the 4th kill? That's basically the only question here. No, it's Pasha, but still a very important 3 to tie the game.
I loved how Virtus.pro just kept upping the ante that round as well. You had the initial entry, Dan getting rid of Snake, making that wall to be opened up nearly impossible. I think they only got the other Operation wall, so they completely gave up on the outside Master Breach. They rotate towards Operation, and Virtus.pro were already prepared for that. They sent Nako downstairs to go for a Nitro Cell kill that gets rid of the Blackbeard. They had that nasty one-way angle for the Azami. It was like a literal pixel peek.
Yeah.
They got Dan 2 kills, which was also massive. I think they just noticed the lack of vert pressure that 5 Fears have been bringing on most of their attacks. You know, they had 0 vert presence on this basement site. They had JJ downstairs in round 1, but that was to run up main as blitz. They have been playing Deimos, just not in that way you typically see for Vert. So I think Virtus Pro being a little more fluid with the way they're defending has been catching 5 Fears off guard, and it's now tied up after that half.
Virtus Pro?
Dude, I thought of it too. Coincidence? Wow. Yeah, probably. Might be a coincidence.
Yeah, 5 Fears, again, you know, we kind of made that point about VP banning Ying. 5 Fears really played it on that one round. You know, you got to try and account for more than that. Tachanka did get played twice, but God, Azami is just so good on this map. And Dan proving why she tends to be a must-ban. Not just on this map, many others as well. Now 1 round separates Virtus Pro and a lead after going down 2-1. They try to go back down to the basement. They were successful here last time thanks to a marked lack of information from 5 Fears. JJ getting a little bit lit up as he tries to open that wall thanks to Dan on the roam. Pasha coming in for support too, just trying to keep the attack at bay in shooting range before he quickly leaves. Backs off towards Medic, so Virtus Pro do have a fallback plan should the pressure be too much. And you can see Pasha and Dan already starting to fall back, saying, you know what? If that count in the top left is accurate, there's only 2 drones left. We can just leave.
You do still, of course, have the Logi bombs and Snake Scanner, so can kind of make up for that drone economy 5 Fears are lacking in right now, but I still think that's the good call to make for Virtus Pro. They've already wasted a minute on that roam upstairs. We've got the Nitro Cell from Pasha, still having those Toxic Babes, Vulcans, and Azami Kibas. So they have tons of opportunities to keep 5 Fears locked out of the bomb site, basically like we saw back in round number 2 where it was 5 seconds left in the round. JJ is forced to plant in a corner that isn't really safe for him or his teammates to cover, and just looked like an absolute miserable opportunity to try to win back that round for 5 Fears. They still have Nako holding the blue stairs. Maybe getting some assistance here from Dan with the help of that Kiba barrier, making it really challenging to push him out. They now have to commit a nade and maybe multiple operators just to fight Nako, who still has 3 Toxic Babes to work with as well.
And there's that first one. 5 Fears ideally will have someone posted up on that window for his fallback, but of course there's the window across the map that they'll have to worry about that someone could very easily peek. JJ getting rid of the Kiba as the second gas canister from Nako goes out, and this can possibly be the make or break. Do 5 Fears take filter? And they will, because Virtus Pro just give it up because they see how little time is remaining. Sub 1 minute, not a single kill for 5 Fears. They've expended a lot of utility. Force uses his only nade. JJ's only got 1 nade left. All the verticality has already been established. Fenz is the only man upstairs trying to play at Rorik, coming in from barrels, trying to catch the Snake off guard before it smokes him. Rival is good for yet another. Pasha with a response, but 5 Fears now hold a man lead, trying to get their way into the bomb site. Sky's jiggling the doorway in the lockers as JJ gets lit up to 1 HP. Fenz trying to make his way down too. The 5 Fears finally able to make some headway with the kill on the Skies. Toxin is theirs. Fenz is inside supply, trying to duel with Nako. He wins the fight. It's all just up to Pasha, staring at the Blackbeard. Good for 1, 5 seconds left, but 5 Fears just bully their way onto the bomb site.
And although the 40-second mark looked near identical to round number 2, 5 Fears somehow win that, and I think it's just because of their positions they were clearing in from on that basement execute. They had someone pushing in from stock. They had Forrest going armory, winning that crucial entry kill onto Rorik. They just had more positions to cut off Virtus Pro rotating. Back in round number 2, you had Virtus Pro detecting so many different pushes initially from 5 Fears. We saw that garage push initially. We had the rotate down from Filter that ended up being the final position of the execute there from 5 Fears. And every single time, Virtus Pro was there to meet 5 Fears head on. This round, not necessarily. They just kind of had their hands tied because how well 5 Fears caught them off guard during that 3-2-1 push, which I feel like the communication, just from what we've seen in this first half, has been way better than the first best of 1 5 Fears have played.
That was also a 3K for Forrest on the Snake.
Oh, true. On the Snake? I thought he was Blackbeard. No?
No, JJ was Blackbeard.
Oh, okay.
Look, he's going to be Blackbeard again. Is this guy paying attention?
No.
Chat, JJ has played. JJ's played Blackbeard like 5 rounds in a row, including this one. He was on Jackal for a second.
Yeah, I saw that.
We already saw. I think we saw 1 Jackal during the play-ins, I'm pretty sure. Was it Los?
It might have been.
I just remember Jesse, I think it was Jesse made a joke that it was like the first Jackal we've seen in 3 years because he's just like, why would you play him over Snake or Deimos or
Dokkaebi or Lion
or anyone
like
else.
anybody.
But they're giving him nades. Or they gave him nades. He's fixed.
Could that be the remedy?
I think so.
We'll see if his pick rate increases during Phase 3 of the SLC Major. 5 Fears taking a slower approach than previous rounds. I think we're back on bunks in play here for Virtus Pro. Yeah, not too shocked about
What if
that.
I lied to you? Would you trust me if I was like, no, we're on weapons?
I hate it when you ask questions like this. It's like, now I am really reconsidering. Was JJ on Blackbeard all these rounds?
He is, and he's about to take a fight with Rorik here. Flashbang's coming out. Snake holding the other side, so that way JJ and Rival can make headway through Office. And then they hit the brakes. JJ really looked like he wanted to run in, and they were like, hold on. We have more due diligence to do. We're going to start breaching. Mako able to at least deny the bandit trick onto the server wall. So a lot less for 5 Fears to play with now. Getting that wall open is huge on dissuading these top floor players from holding that big power spot. JJ and Snake on Snake, maybe looking to get their way through bathroom. Fens on the cutoff display window, gets smoked by Pasha on the C4. JJ finished off, I believe, by the shotgun in the hallway, and Pasha's going to look for more up against Snake. Finds it. 3 kills for Pasha on the Warden, holding display, the focal point of the 5 Fears attack. And it leaves Forest and Rival against 5 with basically no headway done. Finally, they deal with Pasha. They kill the Warden. The entire defending team is rotated upstairs. So there's a lot more to cut through.
This is a tough spot for 5 Fears. Not making really any headway in comparison. Back to round number 3, I believe it was in this first half. Nako getting rid of Rival. Now leaves just Forest in a 1 versus 4. He knows about the player and server, but there's 2 waiting for him. A lot of damage dealt this guy's and Nako, who just kind of didn't react to him at all, but it'll be Dan to finish off this half. 3-3 split for both teams. Let's see what the coaches have to say after the first half.
Maybe.
Getting the silent treatment from 5 Fears.
All right, I guess not. Well, we can
play in the shit, okay? These defenses, I don't really care how you want to play them. I think we should be like not letting them map, force them to not get in the map, but don't throw your life to do that, okay? If we have to layer back at all, make sure we are layering back as slow as we can, making them use util to take space, okay? And make sure we are burning their fucking util, not just letting them walk in sight with it, all right? Play confident. These kids are fucking shit. We've seen these 3 rounds that we've won. If we just slow the fuck down and take our time, we shit on them, no? All right, so play confident here. Talk to each other. Play the game with your fucking eyes. Get cheesy if you want to. Just make like 4 step forward. Make sure you're asking your teammate for help if you need to do something, okay? Don't play fucking scared. Don't play pussy right now. It's 3-3. This is a good fucking game for us, okay?
Yep.
All right, lock in. We got this shit. Come on.
Go. Real quick reminders on how to play attack, okay? All very back together. Very 4 guys on one side of the map, okay?
The duo who not play with us in the main, on the main push. The most important thing is we have a connection what we're gonna do, right? So have that setup to we push for site if necessary. So have a connection because Chris go exit and we have the other guys doing main push, right? Don't play like just okay. We have the 3 guys on garage and they have 2 guys doing nothing for the main finger, no? Maybe they have too much guys outside and not gonna do too much. So maybe we just do one focus, right? For example, maybe Pasha, you want to kill someone in bunks with Chris, but account Nako. Maybe Nako have a garage all clear, he can go over yellow, right? So connection, we know what you're doing. And basically for that, for second control, like I say, always understand if you have a plant or not. And the briefing is a kind of similar for basement, right, guys? It's a connection with each other.
Bunks.
Yeah, bunks, my bad. But be careful about the sheets who can make like we lose the round before round starting bunks. Is someone hide on that tables on the Nilo position, you know? It's someone aggressive on the windows. Is this
Okay, so 5 Fears, I feel like a very similar timeout to when they were against FaZe. A lot of
that
don't
game also
play
was
like
3-3.
Yeah, a lot of don't play like a certain word. Don't play like scaredy cats, we can say. And I mean, hey, 5 Fears, you take an even split on lair attack that's pretty good. We're heading into the defense now. Monty Glaz, I really like those bans. Again, we know how good Monty here. I feel like he and Blackbeard are the premier shields on this map. Virtus Pro, they do play a lot of Blackbeard, so he'll still be left up, but Monty's still a good ban. Glaz making sure that, because one of the big things that happens with Glaz, because we talked about it earlier, right? No one else does what Glaz does. So that's why banning him can be so important, because there's no one who's going to fill that void, whereas, oh, you ban a Monty, you know, thinking of Blackbeard or Blitz, case in point, Nako. Now, and sometimes when there's a Glaz up, even if the other team doesn't pick it, if you don't know who all 5 of those operators are and you see a smoke, you have to be wary of that. Like, you almost have to be afraid, because at any point your head could just come off if you're peeking that. Now with no Glaz, and with how much of an emphasis there is on smoke plants on this map, you know, with smoking out Mask, smoking out bunks, not necessarily as much on the basement, but especially the top and the middle floor, it's going to be a lot safer now for 5 Fears to bring, you know, the Warden and the Solus and really not have to worry about someone seeing them through the smoke that they can.
Yeah, it does make those smoke plants 10 times more terrifying. Because, like you mentioned, if you just peek it and they have a Glaz, that could be your life.
It's over.
Sold away. Yeah. Both Walden Isle Ops banned by Virtus Pro. The ban didn't include, so probably not going to see really any Thatcher by them. Allows them to bring out ops like the Grim. Is this the first game that we've had Grim played? No, I think we saw that in the CAG matchup.
I think so.
Yeah.
We also have a Cali. Dan is a big fan of Cali. Now,
I like Cali. It's good for a zombie too.
I guess, yeah. When we saw him play it during, I think it was during the EML kickoff, it was whenever there was like a clash played and they didn't have like Capitao or something, he would hop on Cali. It's interesting that he's playing it here, especially with no like Bandit or Cade or anything, no Clash being played. Maybe they thought a Clash was going to get played, because 5 Fears does play Clash a lot, especially on this top floor objective. Who knows? Wow! Oh my goodness! Rival reads the repel, and Skies gets domed. You've lost your ace? Did he even breach anything yet?
I don't think so, Harrison. Honestly, might see Rival. I thought he was going to try to reinforce off that wall, but Nako's already pushed in. That'd be kind of a bad play. No longer having the Selma charges makes this execute extremely linear for Virtus Pro, but they might be able to equalize. Rorik has an inkling about someone down in the basement. That'll be Snake on Solus. Now rotating towards the other side of the map to avoid that Deimos. Maybe just wasting a lot of time. There's just about a minute left on the clock here for Virtus Pro, and like you mentioned, losing one of their most important operators for setting up the execute. As long as Snake just stays alive and wastes time downstairs, that is massive for 5 Fears.
Gas canisters coming out in response to the smokes from Virtus Pro. It chokes out Nako just a little bit. You can see Rorik still downstairs hunting for Snake on the Solus. Seems to have an inkling of the flank. Here comes the fight, and Snake wins it. Forced to follow up on the Dan, the Cali. It's all to Pasha and Nako as 5 Fears look to completely lock out this attack. Finally, Pasha able to make some headway in upstairs in bathroom. Nako still kind of stuck around this doorway. The shotgun deals a lot of damage to his feet, and he's forced to retreat right into the waiting arms of Fens. This push from VP absolutely dismantled as 5 Fears take the first round of the new half flawlessly.
What a massive start to the second half for 5 Fears. You've got Rival with one of the most important kills to have on Disguise. Love that synergy there from the team too. That was really funny. You get rid of Skies, immediately fall back. You don't want to have Virtus Pro equalize that man count. Just sit comfortably behind the office with those Kiba barriers, and again, great team play. I feel like it's been such a night and day difference from 5 Fears playing against FaZe, where they were really caught off guard by people ratting, by not having a good trade game, not playing off of each other's contact. In this game, it's been the total opposite. Yes, you've had some solo play, especially on the Snake, or Snake on the Snake, Snake on the Solus, but you know, besides the individual roam, they've been playing so well on the site together. But during this tech pause, we've got yet another lovely Jonah interview.
I love that
will hop in. Whoa. Whoa.
Thanks, guys. So here's a little behind-the-scenes look at where the players are actually competing. Outside in the hall, opposing teams are sat watching the game together on the same computer, while inside, we can hear the screaming through the walls. These teams are not shy about it. We've even heard some banging on the walls, trying to get each other's attention. Back to you.
That's pretty funny. They're just out there chilling. Aren't you? You're not supposed to fraternize with the enemy. What's going on here? You know that actually.
All's fair
used
in
to
love
be,
and war, Harrison.
You know how you ever watch a baseball game and you see like a guy get a hit, he's like talking to the first baseman and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know that used to be illegal in baseball. Like it technically says in the rulebook you're not allowed to fraternize with the other team. Should we have that in Siege? That was still I still.
It
think
was a
that
one
shot.
tap. Yeah, I thought it was. I only heard one bullet.
Like
so.
that one bullet. That's the beauty of this game, dude. That one bullet changed the entire trajectory of this round because they couldn't open mask. Like they just had to walk. And that's it. That was the whole game plan. And it allowed 5 Fears to just stare at the door. And that was all she wrote. Now we go downstairs to Labs, which can be a lot more flexible when it comes to losing your Heartbeat should you lose your Hibana. There's still plenty of vert. There's still plenty of options like Warehouse, etc. I do like 5 Fears bringing the Echo. Again, seeing that VP are also, you know, they're a team that are purposefully slow, right? They like to cross their I's and dot their T's, as they say. They like to mind their Q's and P's, as they say. And sometimes that can bring them down to like a 20, 30-second execute. So 5 Fears have the Thorn, the Tachanka, the Echo to make sure VP are going to have a hard time getting that plant down. Why are you making a weird face?
I thought I heard something the wrong way, but I might just be going crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about either, so I guess we'll move on.
Yeah. Who taught you that?
The voices. Virtus Pro. Not anything too crazy right now. Just getting some vert upstairs with the sledgehammer. More info established as well. This looks to be a full bunker, excluding Snake, who's just kind of lingering by security. He's got a Thorn left in his pocket to me, just to throw at a shield and get himself a get out of jail free card. I almost said that incorrectly.
Get out of free jail card?
Yeah, no, I said like jet engine.
I can't believe you would mess up an idiom like that. Get this guy out of here.
Yeah, that's over for me.
VP, of course, do also have redundancy in that vert you were talking about, with Dan Pasha getting his first boogie drone down, and that's going to expose a lot of the ceiling in lobby down onto A. Now, we just saw the POV of Snake. He is the only player currently off-site for 5 Fears. I was about to say, do they know? Well, they do now. And off of that, Snake is going to shoot the drone and leave because, again, if that top right counter is correct, John, there is one drone for VP.
And only about a minute to work with as well. They spent so much time getting info upstairs when there was literally no one to fight them other than Snake, who was right beside the filter stairs, able to fall away the moment there was any pressure put onto him. He could lose some health off the vert, but still alive to hold a position nonetheless. Here comes the Logi Bomb, but isn't going to net anything so far for Virtus Pro. There's the swing from Rorik, though, off the filter window. Great job assisting your Blackbeard there. Nako now off the, or Nako with that assist. And now they're beginning to challenge the Chonka as they can't get this wall reinforced now.
Forrest, he has to be mindful of the support that the Blackbeard has as Rorik. That was his first kill of the game. More Shamika launchers coming out. Forrest now fully blind. In comes the Dokubi. Rorik good for 2. A 2-man lead now for VP as 5 Fears has been unable to find any response, and now Nako has full control of lab support as Snake now goes down. A nasty shot from Fens will deal with Rorik, but as JJ dies and the plant goes down from Nako, there is a lot of work for Fens to do, and he's still got to tussle with a Blackbeard. He's got to tussle with verticality that the attack is still holding. And you can see just how passive these two players on the basement are playing it. Sky's waiting for the info from his Blackbeard, and VP are on the board on the attack.
Although it was a very slow clear upstairs, it did give Virtus Pro a lot to set up for. They had so much vert with both the Sledge and Ram, so many angles that 5 Fears couldn't really rotate from. Kind of the same problem that Virtus Pro faced back in that first half, where every position on the basement floor was being cleared out by 5 Fears, someone armory, someone going in through stock, not really able to cut back and deal with the main focus of the execute. This time, it was VP just holding vert angles, waiting on Nako to walk down through filter, having Rorik push in and almost be that sacrificial lamb if he wasn't going to win that initial entry, but he did win the fight. Filter wall can't get reinforced now, and they just have so much pressure against 5 Fears. So despite, you know, initially burning time, what it looked like in theory, with having everyone bunkered downstairs and Virtus Pro taking over 2 minutes to clear out the top floor, it did give them a lot of grace going into the execute to shut down some of those power spots from above.
Again, that's just how powerful that vert is when you have the entire A floor open. Really, the only control you need to mount the execute is filter. And Rorik getting on the board in a huge way. He may only have 2 kills, but those 2 kills really opened the round for his team, and now we're tied once more. An early timeout on the second half from 5Fears, so both teams now expending their timeout. 5Fears just 2 rounds into their defense, use it ahead of their bunks briefing defense. They figure, you know what? We lost one of the primary sites. We have to hit the brakes here and make sure that we win bunks, because otherwise we don't want to give the lead away to VP just in case they end up winning labs on our next go-around.
I want to wait to make a comment about Virtus.pro's comp. Still have a couple seconds, so they might change it.
You're learning. Don't say
Crazy
anything.
to think that.
5 seconds to go.
Okay, now you can do
Yep, they've got the sends. I believe this is our first time seeing them in play as well.
I think you're right.
Definitely emphasizing the post-plant position, you know, utilizing these ROUs to just cut the site in half, getting in for that potential master plant. You've got Pasha as well to make tons of space with the Capitao. Thatcher's on the board as well, so maybe utilizing that to counter the Solus down below, get rid of some Valkyrie cameras potentially too.
Oh, the Warden, like we saw on Border?
True,
Could be
true.
for that.
That was so cool.
That was really
I don't think
cool.
I've seen the Thatcher EMP used to counter Warden besides before his rework, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, with how fast the Thatcher can reload, it could be for both the Solus and the Warden, right?
True.
If you plant behind the smoke, you get the Warden. You plant behind the Sens, you get the Solus. Although you'd probably want the Solus first if you're doing the Sens plant, because she can very quickly just scan it. And
Yeah,
then
I
she
don't
doesn't
think
really
Warden
need
can
her
see
gadget.
through the ROUs anymore.
Yeah, he can.
That hasn't been a thing for a while.
He can. So ideally, you want to get the Solus first. Pasha and Rival have already exchanged blows. They're about equal HP now. This VP aren't really setting up for a full clear upstairs, at least not yet. They've just got someone outside the window. That's Dan. Probably set up with the grid blocks to shut down green stairs, and now in Bunk's corridor, bottom green, we see the setup from VP already putting those ROUs to work. They've already opened one of those walls with Thermite. Dan's just going to sit here and make sure no one is able to flank his team while they go for this execute. You can see Rorik hunting for the Solus / Warden up through the vert. Minute 25 left. I wonder if he gets the Solus, he'll call it, and then they go to the execute, because you don't want to get the Warden here planting behind the Sens. No, he sees it. Is he able to land enough shots? He does. Rival able to easily deal with Nako behind the Sens walls, and the Thatcher is now the one picking up the plant instead of denying this utility upstairs. It's 2 kills back for the attack, though, as Rorik is at the floor. It is maybe recoverable, but for now, the initial plant attempt has failed.
Still having that Solus as well, and 1 Nitro Cell in the pocket of Snake, but they've got to worry about this top floor resurgence. Pasha still holding this cutoff by R6 Hall, looking to deal as much damage as possible. At least just cause chaos to distract 5Fears from stopping this plant with the vert they have established. Force as well being pushed back from security. Not in a good spot to help any longer, now being on red HP as Virtus.pro begin to go in for this last hurrah. Maybe now using Pasha's utility to create a gap to plant once again.
And once all this utility comes through, is Rival going to be distracted? And is that where the person upstairs for VP strikes? No, there's the Thatcher. That's what we were looking for. Rival's utility shut down. Pasha able to get the plant off for free and escape out the bomb site. Forrest needs to make something happen, Medic, but he dies to Skies. The attack is aware of his position. Rival, his utility comes back, but it's too little too late. You've still got Dan on this rappel too. Just waiting for these players to come green stairs. There's the first one to fall. There's the second, and VP, using the Thatcher correctly, the second go around, take the lead.
First time not the charm, but luckily on the second time for Virtus.pro, it's successful. And the rotate from Pasha as well I liked, although they did lose out on some of that pressure upstairs. Dan ended up going back up above on the rappel once we saw the plant be confirmed, and you can utilize both the Firebolt and the Smoke Bolts to make a ton of space in that round. And like you mentioned, the timing of that second attempt with the EMP was perfect to get rid of the Solus scanner, making it near impossible for Rival to try to shut down the second attempt. Azami being banned this time from 5Fears, Don't think we saw that back on their first best of 1 in round 1 of Swiss. I definitely like it. I feel like Azami has been such a struggle, or it was Virtus Pro banning it, my mistake. But I feel like, in general, Azami's been such a struggle in all the matches we've seen today when she isn't banned.
Yeah, she's, and again, incredibly good on Lair, especially up on the top floor, right? That desk position is so crucial for stopping the easy plant in mass. You need to hold that onto that for as long as humanly possible, and the best operator to do it is the Azami. We've seen already this event, just a few days in, so many teams get tripped up by the Azami behind the office desk, and now that tool and that position is basically no longer available to 5 Fears because, again, you know, similarly to Glaz on the attack, no one on the defense quite does what Azami does, right? Without her, you can't really play behind the desk. Like, maybe you can have someone just chill there prone, but you're way, way easier to deal with. The ace ban is also interesting from 5 Fears because Ace very good on this map again for the ranged breach, and I think the reason why they're banning the Ace is so that they can play the Mira. Thermite, though, is still up, although VP, all they're bringing right now is 2 can openers.
Looks to be a much more aggressive composition by Virtus Pro. Pasha could easily go down below, clearing out some of those power spots. If there is still someone by the office desk, could be a very easy spot to use that Buck Skeleton key for. And Alicia's lurking down below to hunt any roamers potentially as well. This mirror window going to be a really big issue for Virtus Pro as well on the initial push from Operation. And Forrest ratting right beside the hatch inside of Operation Room. I wonder if they misdrone this, maybe tunnel vision too much on the mirror window. That could maybe get him a free kill perhaps.
Yeah, this would be really funny if Forrest gets away with this. They're also posted up on the window, although I think that was Dan. He's now abandoned that post. And I wonder if VP are just going to hit a rotate. Because, again, they don't have the Ace, which is typically the tool you would use to deal with these Miras. You also didn't bring the Ash or the Kali, the other 2 tools. I mean, maybe Pasha can go below and deal with them just using verticality. That's a very viable option. But with already 1:40 left on the clock, I don't know if VP want to dedicate that much time to doing so. So they say, you know what? Both Mira windows are here. Let's just go Oppo.
They'll still have to contest with JJ on the smoke. Both a Razor Bloom and a Gersmont mine in the pockets of Snake and Fens. Here comes that Buck verticality that's going to be a real thorn in the side of 5 Fears, but JJ for the most part is able to avoid it. Pasha not looking to contest him just yet by the storage room, but is still getting more and more vert gradually. Important fight to look at here for JJ. Does a ton of damage to Pasha, but isn't able to win the fight just yet and tries to fall back. Rival gets his trade, but JJ still eliminated a massive kill to find for Virtus Pro.
A lot of his job is already done, though. 2 gas canisters were expended. His position, he had to fall back from anyway. Killing the Blitz, honestly, with such little time remaining, I think that's really worth for 5 Fears, because even if this attack starts to mount, Pasha is still below. This is essentially a 3v4 execute. Skies, Dan, and Rorik all positioned around storage here. Rival able to get away towards server. Forrest here close on the wall. Here's the breach being opened. He's already expended his C4. He's going to try and get an active on Skies. Just deals a little bit of damage and then is forced to back off. 25 seconds remaining. Lion Scan goes out. Snake cleans him up with a punch hole in the server wall. And now it's a man lead with still Pasha downstairs. There's 15 seconds left. If Pasha does not join this team, the attack is dealing with double the manpower here on site and basically no information, but Forrest gets spotted. He's cleaned up. Fens on the doorway, also dead. Now it's just Dan upstairs and alone, and he's easily cleaned up.
5 Fears, great resurgence in round number 10 after losing on the Bunk's defense. Overall, just keeping really good team play once again. I feel like they kept basically just a triangle of crosses. JJ was getting flushed out by 3 different people. Who does he have to help him? That's Rival eliminating the Blitz. That was the biggest spearhead for Virtus Pro on their attack. And as you mentioned, a much more worth it kill to have for 5 Fears compared to losing out on JJ, who used a majority of his utility, who burned away a lot of time off of Virtus Pro's clock, forcing them in an act of desperation to try to get this plant down with absolutely 0 coverage, burning the timer down to 000, giving 5 Fears a very straightforward round win, and not really overcomplicating things. You know, they just extended out into server, has them fueled by display room, just holding their power positions and waiting on Virtus Pro to make that first move, especially having info that absolutely nobody was playing over by operation because they had no utility to deal with those mirrors. So they accordingly rotated as well.
Yeah, it was a good rotate. I think Pasha's position downstairs was to stop the guy attempting to come through the display door, which I think maybe worked. The problem was that, you know, again, like I mentioned, you're dealing with double the manpower on site. So the trade game is just never going to go your way. And I think, don't quote me on this, I think
I've got the notebook out right now.
Rorik, who was the other guy covering, obviously, you know, trying to stop anyone running past Tetris, I think he got downed by a thorn. And so that just opens up, you know, easy swing. Pasha's downstairs. He can't do a damn thing to help protect his planter. And that allows 5 Fears to tie us up once again. The NA hopefuls, again, going toe-to-toe against, I think, a team who, you know, 2/5 of, I think, what we can consider an international juggernaut. Obviously, they've got a very different squad than the last time we've seen them internationally, and Rorik, working his way through barrels, just smokes Rival, sitting in the middle of the locker.
These Rivals got a lot of his utility put down. Maybe Snake's looking for the trade. Beautiful shot on Disguise.
Yo, Goyo for Snake.
Yeah, might be a little better here for 5 Fears. You do still have the Dokkaebi and Blackbeard to worry about. That can be a real pain on the top floor. But Nako is already just in the basement. He's chilling by Missile right now with not really a lot of help from his teammates. Might just be looking to poke out for a little bit of damage, get rid of some utility for that final push and the execute later on. But I think what 5 Fears noticing the lack of presence upstairs, they've got Snake on a rotate, which could be massive to shut down Warehouse.
He gets spotted. His position being called out by the Dokkaebi phone call. There is someone upstairs, Pasha, who I think is just waiting to hunt down Snake, but Snake wins the fight. That's massive. And now he can use this verticality to his advantage. If VP rotates someone upstairs, they're again going to be in a man disadvantage when it comes to the execute. And Snake, you can see how passively he's playing this. He's just waiting for the call from his team that the plant starts to go down, and he will be able to easily deny from above. And here's the hunt from VP. They know they need to kill this Soulless. Nako, no thinking about it, but instead just going to join his team downstairs in Missile and try to make this execute happen. Rorik gets smoked by JJ, who takes an aggressive stance against the Grim, and now it's yet another 2v4 on the site for Virtus Pro. Nako lit up to 1 HP. There's the vert angle from Snake. 3 on the round for him. Maybe a 4th if he can find this 1 HP Blackbeard, who's got it all to do against a crossfire here in Toxin up against Smoke and Tachanka. And Snake still hovering in security. Even if Nako gets both of these kills, Snake still has the entire floor to work with. Although maybe he's looking to rotate back just to help his teammate. Nako just narrowly misses out on the rotation. The fire extinguisher covers him as he looks to just run outside supply and go upstairs to avoid Nako. And that is when Snake rotates back down, gets his 4th kill, and 5 Fears find themselves back in the lead.
And so much information was being distributed to Snake, it felt like. Yes, you had that initial trade back to make it a 4 versus 4 on Skies. I don't think the default cam was up, so that was just great positioning and game sense by Snake. But then you had him begin to rotate towards Warehouse. That was information by his teammates that were all bunkering on the bomb site, hearing this audio coming from the back Missile side of the map, getting a pick, or not getting a pick, but at least wasting a lot of time from that position, and coming back upstairs after more info was gathered to him to take another 1 versus 1 fight. It felt like every engagement Snake had, there was constant info being fed to him, but it was also 1-for-1 fights that he had an advantage towards. And not even just 1-for-1 fights directly, but also having his teammates distract Virtus Pro, especially on those final 2 kills where he was just holding Vert upstairs. He knew that no one was left alive to really rotate and deal with him directly. So he just kind of had free reign of just shooting Virtus Pro while they tried to barrel their way into sight.
Yeah, Snake with that peek outside, killing Skies on the Snake. Snake killed his own LARPer. Have we ever seen that? Have we ever seen that?
Oh my god, I can't take this guy seriously.
Oh, I thought we were going to see a Jackal too. I was waiting to talk about it, and I was like, dude, stick it. You're down 5-6, stick the Jackal. That'd be awesome. But he does not. He goes back onto the Blackbeard. And I still think VP have a very good chance to push us to overtime, right? Their top floor clear last time was basically flawless, but they're playing it very differently now, right? They don't have the Thatcher. They don't have the Sens. This looks like instead of just deny the Soulless, get the plant down under the cover of Sens, hold the defender's green stairs, I think this looks more like a full clear.
Rival just falling back into Master Office. doesn't want to overexpose himself to the Blackbeard that's just around the corner. I think you are correct about this, Harrison, trying to go for a full top to bottom clear by Virtus Pro. A lot of rounds as well, they've been kind of separate from one another too, which has given 5 Fears a huge advantage against challenging them. And there it is again for Snake, 14 kills in this series. The Deimos is gone, yet another critical info operator. We saw it last round onto the Snake. Now it's the Deimos off the board early. Virtus Pro once again at the disadvantage, and still a huge portion of the map left to clear for them.
We've already eclipsed a minute. Only now has Nako breached the wall into Ops and started setting up for this Master Office clear. You can see Snake, Rival, and Fens kind of playing in one single file across the top floor. One Thorn goes off. That'll clue Snake into the fact that Nako is pushed past the Ops door, I believe. Pasha going to be holding onto the display window. Almost finds JJ, but the Warden able to get back just in time and continue to lord over this verticality. Nako, Pasha, and Skies now trying to move their way through. A lot of the defenders starting to back up. We see one fall off, 3 left upstairs. Make that 2 as JJ goes back down to the bomb site, trying to use the C4, but no one's there for it to find. Virtus Pro only need to find 2 players now, but there's only a minute left.
They still have Fens ratting. I don't think they know about the smoke. Tucked behind storage, the Grim canister will give away his intentions. Toxic Babe, though, giving him an opportunity just to keep himself alive for as long as humanly possible. The more time they waste upstairs, the less time Virtus Pro have to rotate and try to go for a plan.
Nade. The nade finds him, though, perfectly played by Nako, and Forrest had died off screen, so now it's a man advantage for VP. The round has flipped. Rival caught with an impact in hand, and VP have swept through the top floor, only losing Rorik. JJ and Snake now both relegated to playing the bomb site. Snake ratting here in security. Pasha, maybe his target. The Grim has no idea, but his teammate has gone 1 for 1, leaving him in a 1 versus 2. Both attackers have now dropped. Bomb being planted by Nako. Snake needs to find the coverage of Dan before it goes down, but he can't, and Dan cleans him up. VP pushes to overtime.
A well-recovered round by Virtus Pro is by the skin of their teeth. They hunt down the smoke. They get rid of Rival on the Solus upstairs. Going basically 4 for 1 up above. It was 3 for 1 in terms of kills. And slowly isolating the last 2 defenders left alive to secure that post-plant position. It did look rough at the start, but with 5 Fears being really worried about losing that man advantage, they falled back quite a lot, giving Virtus Pro the opportunity to take their time without it being a major threat to them. They still had nades. They still had flashes that weren't burned in the early round because of that fallback from 5 Fears. So they just threw everything at the smoke. Once he's gone, no more Toxic Babes. Rival's isolated. You got 3 to 4 people upstairs for Virtus Pro. Just hunt the guy down. Got a massive man advantage in your favor. And, 20 seconds with a Blackbeard and a 4v2 advantage, that is now drastically more winnable than what we saw at the final minute to 40-second marker, where it was a 5 versus 4 for 5 Fears, still having a majority of their team up above.
Virtus Pro opt to go to Master Office and R6 room, as is typical when we see overtime on this map. Now, with back-to-back 3-3 halves, you may be thinking, it's kind of hard to say who has the advantage here. I am going to posit that 5 Fears have the advantage, because on all 3 sites, VP are 1-1. 5 Fears won an attempt on every site on their attack. 5 Fears only need to defend once, and they're 2-0 on Master. Gut reaction. I think 5 Fears lose this round, win the next, win 8-7. That's my prediction.
Definitely no NA bias there either.
No, these are just the numbers.
You're just speaking the truth, and they hated you for it.
I can't believe it.
I am a little concerned for 5 Fears comp, though, because they've really struggled with dealing with the Azami for Master Office and R6 room, and they don't have any operators that would really stick out to me and say, yeah, this guy's going to be lurking downstairs. Maybe Snake will do that. He is in med, utilizing that solid Snake scanner to potentially hunt down any roamers that are here with him, but that's not the case. Everybody on Virtus Pro is upstairs. I mean, if he gets info about someone behind the office desk, he can maybe shoot him with the F2, but that does seem a lot more challenging than with, obviously, a Deimos Deathmark tracker. Instead, Snake will be used up above to try to trick this wall, but JJ put it on both panels! And Snake not having an angle to punish the bandit. Nako gets the trick off without a hitch.
Yeah, I think he was able to balance the nade on something and was only able to get one side. Luckily, though, Thermite has 3 breaches. So he's able to open that mask wall. He's still got one left to open the other side of mask, should they go for it. Snake maybe also, if he ends up, well, they would need to kill one of the VP members. If he is able to pick up another nade, you can kind of shoot out the first layer of the floor and then nade through it. That could potentially clear the player behind desk, but we've already eclipsed the halfway point. JJ is just now opening the ops wall, so they will leave the other side of mask fully closed.
That could make it very difficult to plant default for 5 Fears. Not having the sends, only having 1 smoke grenade with Rorik on the board as Warden. It'll be a very big gamble to cross that gap and try to put the diffuser on the ground, and still an active 5 versus 5 with 50 seconds left to go. Forrest losing some health from this Toxic Babe, trying to push his way up the main staircase, but that'll be postponed for the time being. Still a lot of map control in the hands of Virtus Pro as they are just burning out the clock, but a huge pick is discovered by Fens. Pasha gone, and not a lot of utility left besides these Nitro cells by Virtus Pro.
VP hungry for the refrag, though, swinging on to Fens just outside the hallway. He takes a lot of punishment. Rorik being spotted by the Snake, but 5 Fears really have no way in as Snake tries to make his way through storage. He's dusted by Nako. Dan, a follow-up, make it 2 for Dan. And there goes Fens. JJ, the last man standing in the 1 versus 3. That behind the desk position from the Azami, giving them so much trouble once again. Another 3K for Dan, and VP have the advantage.
And that's another thing too, Harrison. They could never clear out the Azami because they didn't have enough utility to break those Kibas. And because of that, you can't really go for a master plant. Azami could just easily swing out. She'll see you planting default, and you don't have that operation wall opened up either, or the mez wall in your operation, I should say, to fight her, to actively contest her. They had nothing for that. So once again, just not bringing the right tools for the job there by 5 Fears will put them at the 7-6 scoreline that you highlighted at. Do we see the comeback?
I did predict them to lose that round. Now, we take a look back to 5 Fears defenses in the second half here on Master Office. They won the first attempt flawlessly. It was just a complete shutdown of VP. And then the second time, Rival basically spawn peeked their ace, and they couldn't really do anything. So I feel like we have yet to really see VP attack this, right? Because before they just got smoked. The second time, you don't have any hard breach, and you're forced to just walk through doors. Now, VP, hopefully, able to attack this with all 5 bodies, with the strength of their full team. And it looks like their only hard breach is going to be the Striker and the Grim, or maybe just one of them. We'll have to see what Skies takes. But yeah, they both have hard breach, so they'll have enough to open ops. They'll have enough to open both mask walls, maybe even storage if they decide to go that side of the map too.
No wall denial either, so should be pretty straightforward. I like Cali being picked here as well. Although Azami is banned, you've got it for the Mira, which was something they struggled with last time. And ooh, Skies. He's aware of this run out. Easy pick for Skies. The situational awareness, and ooh, shooting the body as well. Adding insult to injury. That's your top frag of 5 Fears now gone. One of the big impact players that could have wasted a lot of time against people like Rorik on Solus. Maybe Nako if they wanted to rotate down through lobby to help pressure out main stairs. It's completely off the board for 5 Fears to shut that down unless they commit another body to the roam, making it basically a 3 versus 5 as Virtus Pro are now knocking on the doorstep of Operation, looking to get rid of that Mira, playing just outside the mez wall. But Nako is isolated right now as we speak, but he still gets 2!
What? Nako may have just put this game in his back pocket as Rival and JJ just sitting there in the middle of the hallway give themselves up to the blitz. It's Fens and Forrest now against 4. And they're both in the bomb site. The blitz continuing to just give info, and Dan with the pixel angle on the Cali shuts down Fens and puts Forrest in a nearly unwinnable situation. Virtus Pro handle the 5 Fears aggression perfectly and take it 8-6.
The buddy ace for some of the newest members of Virtus Pro. It was a slow start for the team, but towards overtime, they exploded against 5 Fears. Incredible entry work, incredible positioning on their defensive round number 13. shutting down Snake as well on the last round of overtime. That was clinical for them. And that play from Nico, I was not expecting him to work 2 kills by himself from operation. That was crazy.
I can't believe he got 2. And you know, it's hard to call that run out from Snake a mistake too, because if he got the kill there, we're saying, oh my god, the gall of this guy to run out down 6-7 and get the kill. But I think specifically against a team like VP, who again dots their I's, crosses their T's, they tend to be ready for that. I hesitate to call that the right move, but we are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with an interview from the winners just after this.
Virtus Pro take the win. A wild finish to this 5 Fears Virtus Pro clash. I'm here with Dan after the win. You dropped 16 kills. This was an amazing map from your team as a whole. Is the feeling happiness that you won or happiness that you didn't lose?
I think more that we didn't lose because overall it feels like today is just not our day. Like everything that can go wrong goes wrong. Like it's just incredible how we troll some rounds, but in some rounds that we like doing well, something very unlucky happens. Like you can't even imagine what happens. And I just glad that we are not 0-2 right now.
Yeah, 1-1. You guys will have another best of 1 tomorrow. But this team is a brand new team for the most part. You guys have not played a ton together in the past. What is it about this team that is going to make it successful this week?
I think we already like showed some we showed our potential during the group stage. It just I think the factor that for 3 guys of our team it's basically like first LAN, not first LAN, sorry, first major in their career, and of course like on LAN build it's a completely different game. Like when you play games against any opponent on LAN, it's completely like different game that you play online during the regular stage. So like we, like me and Pasha, should help them with the experience we have and try to get better for tomorrow games and whatever is next for us.
Amazing. Thanks, Dan. Virtus Pro moved to 1-1. 5 Fears 0-2.
Thank you so much, Jonah, man, every time I see him. Anyway, VP, a wonderful game. Great to see them be a lot more adaptable than we've seen VP in the past. But we have to look forward. Los versus Wildcard. Dash versus a team he was on just a few months ago.
And for Wildcard specifically, interested in seeing where we go for our best of 1 series, but they played lights out against Falcons. Bay went +6 in that game. Hot and Cold went +6 in that game against Falcons. And he even got a nasty, I believe it was a 1 versus 2 wall bang kill on that chalet round. I am so excited to see how they perform against Los, who also played extremely well in their CAG best of 1 earlier on Border. But before we get into that, we'll hop into a quick break and return with our final best of 1 of the evening. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We are preparing to get into what could be quite the grudge match. We already mentioned it, Los versus Wildcard, Dash versus a team he was just on a couple months ago before he got dropped for Adrian. And on Bank, which as far as preference goes, we took a look during the break, not high for either team. It's Wildcard's second most banned map, they're negative here, and Los, for the little time they've had as a team during kickoff, they're 0-2.
Playing against some of the better teams from their region as well, I believe, during the SAL.
Yeah, it was Liquid and Nip.
Yep. One of those teams making it to the major. Social prediction, I mean, I'm not surprised it's one side towards Wildcard. They literally 7-1 Falcons earlier.
Oh, yeah. They looked really good.
I was talking about some of their stats as well. It felt like Hot and Cold had literally nothing to lose playing that game. And to a degree, kind of right. You're not officially on a team. You're substituting for Wildcard as they had some visa issues for one of their players. And Hot and Cold's been absolutely lights out. Both him, Bay was also doing a great job. He went 10-4 against Falcons and +3 on the entry with a 100% cost. Bay was doing a fantastic job. Literally no weak links on that team in the best-of-1 series, which makes sense. They won 7-1.
Yeah, they, you know, like you said, Hot and Cold looked like he had nothing to lose. He also looked like he could do no wrong. He was just incredible, and of course Wildcard will be looking to push that momentum through Los and into the 2-0 best-of-3s where they could play against G2. That would be kind of a crazy game if we end up seeing that. Cade is our first ban, and on Bank, Cade is so premier because this map can be so hatch-centric, the other being Valkyrie from Los. Bank is a very big map. Bank is a square map, and Valkyrie can find a whole lot of use there. Wildcard wanted to get rid of Dokkaebi and Monty, a big lurk op that Los like to use, and of course, Shields against Dash, who was previously their Shield player.
Wildcard starting out on the basement floor site. Nothing too shocking about that. Got the Goyo, Echo, Tachanka, tons of site utility to stop a default plant CCTV, which is almost always what you have happen for any team that attacks this bomb site. You even have some of those Vulcan packs distributed towards Vault, which usually if you kind of run out of resources and you can't thread that envelope to get inside a CCTV, that is your next best option. Kind of Hail Marrying down through Vault and working for some picks. We've got an extension established as well for Wildcard up above, hoping to maybe burn some extra time out of Los's pocket. And maybe if Prez just waits a couple more seconds and doesn't hit the 7 button, we might see that ram node snake. Makes a lot more sense. You can only really get vert for like a top to bottom clear when attacking CCTV because there is literally no vert you can have on either CCTV or the Locker's bomb site. So Snake makes a ton of more sense. You can still efficiently clear out that roam upstairs and Nuxer as well on the Deimos. Definitely a lot of impact in the early round to play their cards right.
Yeah, right, again, but that's why this map tends to be so hatch-centric, especially in the basement. So taking away that Cade is going to allow Los to play what little verticality there is available on the basement. They first have to deal with Baby Shark, who is on a solo roam in open area, and he's getting lit up a little bit by Dash here. There's no one to help him, and thus, after Aya's wasting about 40 seconds and shooting a fair amount of drones, he will opt to just simply fall back.
Perez now rotating over towards blue, utilizing the scanner to get some info that no one's playing from here, but Bay just gets an easy pickup onto Nuxo, who walks in through dirt. Baby Shark as well following suit onto Dash. This push from blue has been completely thwarted, and Wildcard not only have a 2-man advantage, but they have diffuser control because Nuxo, I believe, was the one with Case. If not, then it was Dash from that position. So this looks to have gone from bad to worse for Los on their starting round of Bank.
Yeah, 2 kills, no response. Just a little bit of damage on Baby Shark that was done way earlier in the round. Hatches start to get popped by Dafo as we have another player trying to come in through dirt. This time it is Perez on the Snake, and Bay knows. He's a knower. How did he know that this guy was going to be in dirt? Flashbang comes in, though. He is fully blind. Nade as well, and he uses that opportunity to push out. It was the only thing he could do, and Perez still gets caught off guard by the swing. Now Dafo and Dark in a 2v5, not how Los wanted to start the map.
Wildcard just doing everything perfectly in this round. Hearing the barbed wire get broken, the C4 doesn't kill Daffo, but lowers him to very low HP. 50 seconds left to go, and just seems like Los are kind of fishing for kills up on this open hatch. Wildcard still having their Yokai, still having a couple of Zodo canisters, and probably a Vulcan pack.
This is crazy.
Especially the Shamika launchers, and yeah, even having Bay literally play outside of the tunnel as Baby Shark ends the round flawlessly for his team. I mean, there just isn't a lot to say in that round. Bay capitalized on the fact that no one could push him from blue. I believe the hatch was still closed when he won that first gunfight. So the Vulcan pack blocking off blue stairs, the hatch being closed, no chance of trade on Anuxa, who was isolated. That's an easy pickup kill. And having assistance from your team, getting rid of Dash. I believe that was Baby Shark killing him with a DMR. Incredible opening 2 picks that were left untraded by Los, just looking very disjointed for that clear. If they had waited a couple more seconds to get the hatch opened up, wait for the Vulcan pack to be burned out, they could have done a much better job of clearing Bay.
Yeah, they, I guess, just didn't expect him to be swinging from server. I mean, again, right, he was fully flashed. The flash made sure there was not going to be anything to catch the nade, which was perfectly placed. And Perez didn't expect Bay to go the only way that he could go. We get to see it again here, right? Nade comes in, and Bay just has to walk through, and Perez still loses that fight. That was huge. Oh, Baby Shark actually killed Daffo through the smoke, and then just smokes that guy. That was actually, I think, a buddy ace between Baby Shark and Bay, the 2 Bs. So Los, I said not the way that they wanted to start the game. I'm not in their comms. Maybe it is. Maybe they need to lose round 1 embarrassingly in order to light a fire under them to win the next 7. Who knows?
Harrison just always sees something that I personally do not. We go to CEO for Wildcard's second defensive round.
What do you mean by that?
I just don't have the vision.
All right. Not esoteric enough, clearly.
No, not at all. I would imagine that Wildcard would extend with the help of these Azami Kivas playing over by stock. They've got the Bandit to play on that Kanto wall, so with the range hard reach that Los has, they'll have to commit a little more utility if they want to get that long cutoff from the Kanto wall looking all the way down to the vending machine close by Janitor Closet. They do have some main breach as well on Dash, so the opportunity to go in through CEO, get that default plant down, and you have Perez on the window repel, that glass demark could be really impactful as well. I like the composition here from Los, except for the fact they don't really have anything to counter the Bandit. They have no grenades, and they have no EMPs, so I imagine they're going to focus all their attention on just getting into the A site and trying to go for a plant here off that window repel pressure.
Yeah, you technically can, I think, get an angle on it from the lobby repels, which is what Hot and Cold, that's what Hot and Cold is currently looking towards, but no one on Lo's repelling there, at least for now. Windows being open just to apply some phantom pressure and force Wildcard back a little bit, but they've got, of course, the castle on quad that Spiker can play behind. They've got those mid-site castles, too, to allow for more rotatability between the sites. Is usually what we see the castle played for. The Blitz and the Glaz, of course, going to be instrumental here for Los in making space in the bomb site. Like we mentioned, when Glaz is up, even if he's not being played, as long as the defense doesn't know it, when a smoke goes down, you can't necessarily take that risk swinging.
No Warden either in this comp for Wildcard as they're faced off against 6 smoke grenades total for Los. Could even start using them not just for the plant coverage, but also blocking off longer angles that Wildcard might still have. There's Daffo with the entry, getting rid of Hot and Cold. Might not be able to trick this wall, obviously, unless his bandit batteries have already been placed. Daffo could maybe open that up for a cut later. Being on low HP, it would benefit him just to sit outside and hold a very passive angle if they're worried about someone rotating from that position. Minute 20 still to go for Los, and again, they have all these smoke grenades finally popping them out. They're expecting the fight from Janny Hallway, just making as much space as they can to try to get this plant down.
Kansan, though, picks up the kill on the Dash. Nuxka, his plant's interrupted. He takes a little bit of damage. Even more now. Still unable to complete, and it's enough time that the smoke fades, and look at Spiker dancing around quad, evading Dart completely. Finally, though, close up on the Kiba. He gets Baylift. Dark able to hit the reload as Bay dies in square, and there's another kill from Daffo on the Lurk Spiral. Stairs Los tie the score thanks to their Hibana.
Great flood there for Los, and still keeping Daffo on the Lurk. Did tons of damage. The entry kill onto Hot and Cold, the walk around to assist the rest of your main take, because as you mentioned, the plant was unsuccessful, But Low still having the man advantage could easily just play for trades. You've got that DMR presence, two-shotting anyone who plays up close. You still have really great guns on that lineup there for Los. They tie us up going in round 3, and maybe you were right, Harrison. Maybe the vision was just to lose one-sidedly back in round number 1. Now be heading into open area for Wildcard's defense with a very interesting pick here from the Scopos. I'd kind of like to see it.
I also want to say, I think that was a 3K from Dafo. No. Yes? I don't know.
I believe so, yeah.
I think it was, though.
Yeah, no kills back in round number 1, and he's now up to 3.
Yeah, there we go. So huge lurk from Dafo. And you're right, Scopos is interesting. We love Scopos. No utility, but you get that get out of jail free card, right? You're on the roam, you start to feel a little pressure, you just press a button, bang, you're back on site with full HP. That's the other benefit, right? You can play aggressively, you lose a lot of HP, you go back to site with your other clone, and you're back to full. So Spiker actually has his other clone, Kanto. So it's, okay. Is someone going to play E3 behind his pseudo shield? Okay, well, Kanto's getting open now, so...
that's not good.
Goodbye, Scopos bot, I suppose.
I think Dash should have an angle on Spiker's drone, right? Or Spiker's robot, I should technically say.
I think the shield also just got destroyed, didn't it?
No, it's still intact. It would have gotten rid of the robot entirely, I believe.
No.
Oh, no, it did.
No, yeah, because you can,
weird.
like if you ash the shield, it gets rid of the shield, but not the bot. That's why, that's why it's got, like, the broken armor.
Oh,
icon,
yeah. Okay.
And then they spotted it now.
They should have bait out Spiker and hope he just TP's back into the robot.
That'd be really
Get a free kill. That would be so funny. Spiker may be thinking about it on the first floor of elevators. Overall, good start for Los. Once again, bringing out the Glaz. Warden is in play this time, though, for Hot and Cold, and they're still doing a good job of just playing comfortable upstairs. There is tons of information, though, for this initial swing, but Kansan wins the fight across the top floor. Beautiful shot on the Dark. And Dafo will trade onto Baby Shark. This clear, maybe fizzling out, as after Wildcard get that initial pick, they realize how much time they've wasted. They want to fall back into sight. They still have those Toxic Babes. They still have Hot and Cold. What a Nitro Cell. And still the ability to maybe counter the smoke grenade emphasis that Los have been bringing since round 2.
They also killed the Ram before she was really able to do anything. You can see there's no vert established in stock. There's no vert established in Janitor other than that open hatch. If there was a Roam Archives, I'm sure they would really be missing that Ram too. But luckily, Los, whether they know it or not, don't really have to deal with an Archives Teller's extension here. It's mainly just Kansan, who's currently on Marble Stairs, and then the rest of the players on the first floor. Spiker in Elevator, the other two in sight. Los with 40 seconds left. Lion Call may herald the execute here. No, it's just going to protect Nuxka while he opens the quad wall. He and Hot and Cold now back-to-back on this soft wall. No info on either side, though. Nuxka going to expose himself. Hot and Cold misses the shot. C4 in, not going to land, and now they know exactly where he is. Here's a second player. Make that a third player coming in to clean him up. Kansan with the refrag, though, make it 2. A triple kill for Kansan, answered back by the triple from Dafo. Leaves us in a 2v2. Spiker, of course, still full HP, but so is this Glaz of Perez, who is holding Kansan here. There's the smoke grenade. Perez, though, he doesn't have the rifle out, so he just dies in the middle of his smoke instead of being able to kill Kansan, and it gives Kansan a 4th.
What a crazy round, Harrison.
I thought for sure he was like, okay, I'm going to smoke blue, I'm going to swing it with my Glaz rifle, and if he's not there, I'll pick up Case. Why's he got the bearing out?
I've got no idea. No idea at all, but great rotate there from Spiker at the very end of the round, getting a pick up above, I believe, if not towards the bomb site, to assist Kansan, who was just on a reign of terror as smoke. Coming for the final bans of this first half, gonna have the Azami and Glaz. I'm not too shocked about the Glaz. Wildcard have been facing off against a lot of smoke grenades and setting or using those smokes to set up for an execute. Now they might not need to bring the Warden as often unless we start seeing Los emphasizing the Ying. Overall, not too bad of a ban setup for either teams. It also looked like, for Los, they went even on the trade department. They start applying pressure into sight. Dafo on another massive lurk, getting 3 kills from Archives. everything looked like it was going their way until Kansan just put his foot down.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know how to describe that. He isolated almost everybody on Los, and they just didn't have a lot of utility to really force back those power positions. They were solely reliant on taking those gunfights and hoping they could just win out the trade game.
I also don't know if someone was holding his blue and he just out-dueled them and then killed someone else, or if they were not watching the flank at all, because that's where he was able to get those 2 kills from after he fell back. So either way, Wildcard now up to nothing. They go to Teller's office and Archives. They'll play all 4 sites here, albeit with a very different lineup than what we've seen from them so far. This is the first time we're seeing the Solus and the Echo get played as well as the Mozzie, so there's going to be a lot of information for Wildcard and some denial thanks to that Mozzie. We've seen a lot of teams so far this event when they play the Echo. It is a very active Echo. It's almost like droning your roamers in to find the attack, because you still, because you have 3. You still have 2 others that you can place on each of those bomb sites. So I'm excited to see if Hot and Cold does end up doing that with the roamers like Bay and Baby Shark.
Especially when you have emphasis on the roam clear off of shields. Yokais are a great counter to that cover shields bring, making the roamer's job a lot easier when taking those gunfights. And again, tons of information to assert flanks, to go for a pincer if the shield player is obviously isolated, which we've seen a couple of times in some of our matches today. Once again, Los, a fairly slow start to bank, just double checking to make sure that no one remains on this top floor. To only be Baby Shark, I believe, who's in red ping, but Spiker down below with the Nitro Cell, hugging it through the vert, I believe, and it being caught on a window, blowing up Dark. And again, the Boogie drones not even getting inside the building for a Teller's bomb site.
Yeah.
That's one of the best ops to get rid of for Wildcard.
It's a way, way more important operator on this attack than she is on open area. Again, because, I mean, you can see on B and A, right? If we get another overhead view, the entire thing is wood. There is not a safe spot in A and B. So that ram being taken care of is a massive pick for Wildcard. It makes the site so much safer. It means that Perez has to do it with the super shorty now. Look at him. This is going to take so much time, and of course it's not going to give you nearly the same amount of control as the ram would. He's just trucking away.
We'll be forced to commit someone upstairs as well to hold that vert. Maybe making things that 5 versus 3 could be very challenging to clear out some of those longer angles. A lot of teams defending Tellers like to play by open area, using a long cutoff to basically just eye down the site in half. And a lot more time being used up here. Los maybe trying to commit to pushing out this player over by open area. Perez will win that fight against Kansan, but here comes the swing from Dapo, looking to cause chaos towards Tellers. Bay still working one up down below by blue stairs, and a massive swing for Baby Shark to keep Wildcard in the lead.
Perez looking for the trade, but Baby Shark, as he stands up, cleans him up. Daffo dies off screen, and Wildcard, thanks to the play inside open area, shut them out of Archives. And again, you have to think, how much better would that attack have been if nobody could play in the site because of the ram? That's also going to prompt a Los timeout. Well timed, I think.
Got all the synergy as well from the rest of Wildcard, keeping someone top blue. You have people playing over by open area. You are forcing Los to either clear you out or die to crossfires when you try to push into the bomb site. That could be an easy 3-2-1 swing if everyone's focused on pushing into the bomb site, going for that plant. You get flanked from the player going in bottom square from basement. You've got those long angles from someone open area. Could also have the potential to go for a flank up above. Wildcard still had a lot at their disposal, and it did kind of kickstart off of Spiker with that initial entry onto Dark. It slowed down Los drastically, and when they were faced to deal with the massive extension Wildcard still had, they just didn't have enough time to get everything covered that they needed to before going into sight.
Wildcard playing around a lot of that information really well, too. Hot and Cold with those yokais. Very influential in letting the other defenders know where they needed to rotate, where they needed to make a stand. And now we go back down to the basement where Wildcard, again, changed their lineup quite a bit. As compared to round 1, they're obviously keeping the Tachanka and the Goyo and the Thorn, but now they've got the Smoke to combo with the Tachanka and the Goyo, so there is so much utility that says, no, you can't go here. I'm sorry. And I mean, if you combine them all, right? The Goyos delay 20 seconds. Smoke Babes are like 10 seconds each. The Tachanka, basically perpetual until he runs out of the Shamika. Plus, you've got the Mozzie who's going to be on that roam. Spiker all the way upstairs with all that drone denial. They see how much time Los are taking, and they want to double down on it.
I think Los as well realizing the lack of a Warden here, so they'll opt to go in for the Ying. It could make a lot of space, don't get me wrong, but you mentioned the plethora of utility that Wildcard had. They could easily trade Shamikas and Goyo packs against those Ying Candelas, and one of the only Twitch drones Dark will have has been destroyed at just the 30-second marker of round number 5. Great observation there from Hot and Cold, I believe it was, down below. Wildcard as well, I also like that, yes, they're emphasizing this bunker composition, but they are still roaming. They've been doing a great job of getting those early round entries, especially onto Dark as well in round number 3 and 4, and it's really slowed down Los, where there's such an execute-focused comp off of having a successful roam clear. If they don't win that first entry, they're kind of just sitting ducks, especially against a comp like this, Harrison.
I also just realized when Spiker got Deimos tracked that he's not roaming. He just set up pests upstairs and then left, maybe to just try and delay the roam game without actually having to contest, because if you don't know where your opponents are, it's going to make you a lot more hesitant to try and clear in that upstairs. But I think Los now know that they've got full control here of the first 2 floors, especially as now the Thorn of Baby Shark has dropped back from open area, but it's cost Los half the round and nearly all their drones.
Spiker actually using some drones of his own, getting extra information.
Oh yeah,
on
he's got 2.
Ooh, even setting one up for the vault drop. I like this. You could easily send 2 people to shut that position down. Kansas, I think, playing close by from the rotate, if not that being Hot and Cold here. Tons of value from the Mozzie Pest. Even realizing that it's going to mostly be a server execute with the help of that Ying. Bay maybe just playing for his life here, but with Los's struggle to clear out the back server rack, I wouldn't be shocked if he still gets away with robbery once again.
Although he is going to be incredibly blind. The nade will flush him out from his position. No, the nade actually misses, and Bay can still sit pretty behind server stack. So that's going to waste a Candela. Second one comes in. Finally, the drop comes through from Dash, and Bay is cleaned up. But it's cost you a couple more Candelas than maybe you would have liked. It's cost you a lot of time. There's 40 seconds left, and still you have to deal with, while you've killed Smoke, the Goyos and the Tachankas. The C4 from Spiker playing in Gold Vault could also come into play. There's also information on whether or not Los go for some kind of back hit or lurk thanks to Spiker's drones. You see all the Tachanka fire coming out and blanketing the floor in A, and it could now just be a red drop for this attack as you see them starting to adjust. Perez with 2 huge kills as he works his way in, make it 3 in the middle of the bomb site, and Wildcard have completely lost the plot thanks to this Deimos. C4 out from Spiker completely misses. It's a buddy ace between the Deimos and the Ying, and Los recover beautifully.
By the skin of their teeth, they managed to push past, realizing that they aren't going to have any chance of getting that diffuser down and just looking for gunfights. And Wildcard just not prepared for it. I think Baby Shark was focusing more on the hatch drop from Red, not being gun up and ready for Paris to be that aggressive in sight. Getting 3 different kills on Deimos. Massive recovery there from Los. And Wildcard still in the lead, of course, in the first half, but a 4-2 split would be nice with how defender-sided Bank usually is. And I was gonna, sing their praises. It looked like Wildcard had that round in the bag. Bay wasted so much time. He wasted all these resources, the Ying Candelas, the grenades. And now with him being dead, he can just cycle cams to give info for Wildcard as to where exactly this execute is coming from, or not coming from specifically, with where those Mozzie Pests were deployed. But Los, again, just completely committing for that miracle of just pushing deeper into sight and killing those anchors, and it worked like a charm.
Yeah, I mean, when a team is playing so heavily off of their utility like that and trying to play entry denial, sometimes that is just the correct move, is just get in their face, because they're likely not expecting you to cut through all the utility that you have right in front of you. So Los able to now thin the lead that Wildcard held to just 1 round. We're back on CEO. This was the other round that Los won previously. It was here on CEO thanks to a Dafo 3K lurk on Hibana coming up from lobby, up through Spiral, and catching a lot of players completely off guard. Thorn Trap I believe, exploding over towards Stock, I think it was. Not going to deal any damage. Low setting up once again on the windows. They've got Daffo on the lobby repel. This time instead of Hibana, he is on Lion. I think Low's figuring, you know what? We couldn't really get Kanto open last time, and we were still able to win. Let's just take an operator who's actually going to do something like Lion, where he doesn't have to be with the team. He can just press that button, and it'll go, and we don't have to waste a pick on a hard breach we're not going to use.
A lot more versatile of an operator. Also, like Perez bringing out the Rotero drones, there is no Azami, obviously, because she's banned, but still having those Rotero drones breaking the shield, getting rid of a lot of crucial barbed wire that you see set up in those choke points. Maybe even having a Rotero drone fly in towards Cans and just getting him off that mirror. But I believe, with the help of this Capitao, it's already done that job quite swimmingly.
Yeah.
Back wall being destroyed off the Rotero drone as well. I believe one of the 2 walls was left soft. So that does give a new avenue for Los to enter into the bomb site, but they would still like to get Kansan out of Janitor because he has that Nitro Cell. He's right off of the bomb site. Landing that at just the right time could easily kill whoever's trying to go in for this plant. And Kansan, interestingly enough, pops out a second mirror from his back pocket, keeping Janitor as a stronghold.
Yeah, I mean, thinking, you know what, if they're going to dedicate all this utility to taking out the first mirror window, maybe they won't have quite enough for the second, and it's right. Dash is out of aces, so this mirror and Janitor is going to stay there. Bay, of course, covering Kansan to make sure he can't get walked up on Janitor with that stock shield that Los have not even really begun to clear out. This is going to be all up to the window presence from Dash, Dark, and Nuxka on the North Repel, Daffo on Overwatch by Lobby Repel, and Perez holding the cross square through those head holes in the bomb site. Another Lion scan goes out. Dash, another kill as he kills Bay, trying to get aggressive on the stock windows. And now Kansan has lost the man covering him in the hallway. He's going to have to worry about his backside. That's where Perez is pushing. He gets the kill. In comes Dark towards Quad, wins the fight against Hot and Cold. Sorry, that's Daffo up Marble to kill Hot and Cold. Kansan trying to keep his team in this desperately. He gets another Baby Shark. Good for another. Make it 2. It's just him against Dash. Ex-teammates, ex-import teammates on this NA squad. Left in a 1 versus 1. And in comes Dash. He's got no idea where Baby Shark is. Wildcard win the half 4-2.
Great positioning there from Baby Shark. The 3K to keep a 4-2 half for Wildcard on bank. Wait and see what the coaches have to say after that brilliant recovery by Wildcard on the top floor.
Nossas defesas, eles têm full domínio. A gente vai jogar na Fúria, lembra de dar diferentes cenários pros caras. Eu vou de vigil aqui na Fúria, porque eu sou anti-demos, anti-bagulho, vou caber Ibanazão. O Pérez vai de...
Ela.
Ela e o Dark vai de Solis, né?
Sim, eu vou de Eco.
Você vai de Eco pra danar pra nós, perfeito. No CO eles têm um 3-1, um full verde e o plant loud. Plant loud é só comportamento, a gente já sabe. No full verde, a gente falou, a Clash vai ser muito forte contra o full verde. E eu vou jogar de tubarão no secretário também. Isso se eles banirem o Castle ou o Azami, né? Que a gente não faz a outstroke. Senão a gente vai fazer a outstroke default. E aí eles têm um 3-1, que eu acho que a nossa default já é muito forte contra isso, né? Então, principalmente com o ban capitão, eles vão se foder pra fazer essa 3-1 aí. Na área aberta, eles têm o full domínio, aquela triple shield e um 3-1 padrão. A gente vai fazer a Secret, eu vou de Echo.
One picking garage and picking lob, so remember about that, right? But I think for still bomb site, remember normally 5-0, they have the variation with clash or without it, right? If someone going below saying again, Paris can be this guy going below, remember to cook them, right? Remember the call that you can give for us. If you have the mount, let's abuse the mount. We're banning Goyo for a reason, so let's use that. Of course, just understand if they have a clash can be not that much smart. Of course, you guys do a good prep phase, of course. So remember if you're doing the
Do you know what op would play, or what person would play clash? Nuxka?
No. Probably Nuzga because he does on attack, right? But
okay,
I think it's better like you drones, etc. All that. And for open area, guys, remember 3-2, right? We talk about the archives pinch. Sharkamp and play the snake on the copper window. Prepare the copper window for us. Let us know if there is anyone in the bomb site. You can find a gap on the copper window for the open area archives pinch. Correct?
I might play the glass. I think I'm gonna play the glass.
Yeah, the glass. Yes, the glass. Sorry, but same idea. If you saw someone with you, it is important being super clear because if there's one guy with you for Bay, for Hot and Cold, for Spike, it's better for them to push archives, right? For Spiker and for Bay in that case, right?
Yeah.
All right. No idea what was said in the Los timeout. It is really interesting, though, to see that Hugzord, at least from the set, like, I don't know if it flips in the second minute or something, but from what we've seen of the Los timeouts, it is all Dash. Hugzord is barely talking. It's just Dash going over strategy. You can see him flipping the papers. On the other side, Wildcard, Lagonis telling his team, be wary of the clash, you know, just in case they play it, because that's going to shut down our shield play. I think it was Baby Shark said, you know, I might just play the Glaz. Glaz is obviously incredibly good on Bank. Ace and Capitao being our first 2 bans from low, so taking out basically the premier hard breach, other than Hibana, I guess, so that's pretty much just for basement. That's crazy. I did not know that's where Dafo came from. That's why I was confused, because I saw him like on the rappel before and on the roof, and I was like, okay, I guess this guy's on marble. He dropped Skylight. And then Capitao, of course, again, being really good on Bank for those smoke plants, especially downstairs, flushing out players inside Red Hall, etc. Whereas Cade and Goyo are the bans for Wildcard. So taking away the only operator with static entry denial, static area denial utility, and forcing Los, you know, if you want to deny an area, you're going to have to play Tachanka or Smoke and be active on it.
Los very heavily committing to this roam upstairs. Got the Vigil for drone denial. Dark, basically the same thing on the Solus, but a shotgun as their primary as well. And Perez, all 3 Gersmots in their pocket. That might shortly change if one deployed over by Marble. They are going to live and die off of this roam, hoping to work some picks. It is kind of a double-edged sword. Yes, you have more resources to take fights early in the round, but if those fights don't go your way, there's basically no chance of you stopping and execute. If Wildcard win 2 picks in that minute to minute 30 marker, just going on a default roam clear with the help of this Dokkaebi and Deimos and Monte in the hot and cold's running, interestingly enough, you know, this could be a crucial round to win for Wildcard, winning not only on the basement site, but an early Bank attack for a 5-2 split.
Also very odd to see after such an incredible game earlier today, hot and cold on a donut so far, 0-5. And of course, being on the Monty might take a little bit for him to wake up too, because this is not an operator conducive to very many kills. He gets harassed by the Echo, and there's the swing from Perez, but Spiker more than ready for it. The 1-2-3 from Los not working out in the favor. Instead, they will lose their Ella. They will lose the opening pick. Dash not getting pinged by the Grim thanks to his gadget. Getting called by the Dokkaebi in his position now, getting called out by the Monty of Hot and Cold. But there's yet again the Yokai. Hot and Cold, I don't really know if he just forgot about it. Maybe he expected Spiker to be right behind him, but either way, the Yokai strikes again, and Spiker gets smoked by the pixel angle. Dash finally gets the trade, but it's cost you your Monty.
Yeah, a lot of execute operators now gone for Wildcard, and again, living and dying off this roam. Los going 2 for 2 is not bad, especially at one of those operators being the Montaigne off the board, and they've got no clue about the player open, but you whiff!
Oh, hell no!
What?
Well, what did I just watch?
Dafo in a prime position loses to Baby Shark with the DMR. That is not what you want to have happen. Dark could maybe recover, though. Rotating from kitchen.
I actually can't believe we just saw that. And I think they know. Look, they know.
Oh,
Dark
no,
taking
he's
a
getting
ton of
hunted
damage.
down.
Here's the cutoff attempt from Baby Shark. They know exactly where he's gone. It's a triple kill for the Hibana, enabled by the super mega ultra whiff from Dafo, and it leaves Nuxka alone in a 1 versus 3. We could be in a 2v2 right now had that not happened, but now he's getting Deimos tracked. He's getting Dokkaebi called. He's getting flashed. This guy's getting harassed like there's no tomorrow. Bay is hungry for the kill. The shotgun comes out, deals damage to Kansan. Now Wildcard are like, hold on a sec. We got to stop swinging this guy. Kansan's going to get this bomb down. They're just going to try to play their range. Bay gets the kill, and Wildcard with the first round on their attack.
And, you know, the initial start for Los was fantastic. They did lose the entry, but you still have that Yokai drone allowing for Dash on Vigil to get not 1, but 2 picks off the info, and the Yokai blast concussing the Montaigne shield for a brief moment. That's now 2 picks going your way. You've burnt a lot of time upstairs. You still have open area control, but...
Tell me we got slow-mo. Tell me we got slow-mo.
Oh, there it is. You know, we do say it's a super whiff, but the initial shot, just unfortunate, tracking him as Baby Shark hopped down through the hatch. But the minute Wildcard were given an inch, they just took a mile. Everybody began hunting down Dark, I believe it was, from bottom square. They had presence from the top floor, the beginning of square. They had the rest of those players coming in from both archives and open area. No chance for him to fall back. You guarantee that man advantage for the execute, and still having the Dokkaebi and the Deimos scan, it was practically impossible to lose that 3v1, unless they just kept holding W on the guy involved. That might have been a clutch.
That would have been really
Lowe's.
funny. I love you could literally see like the one shotgun shot came out and they
They're
were like,
like,
oh,
whoa,
hold on.
Yeah.
Wait. You know what's also really awesome? You know, we talked about Hot and Cold being 0-6, but he's allowed to do that when Baby Shark is dropping 11-3 in 7 rounds, which is incredibly refreshing to see because the kickoff was not kind to Baby Shark at all. It was not. I think he was one of the lowest rated players, especially heading into playoffs, but it seems like now that we're back on land, he is finding his groove. He is back to being the world eater that we know he can be. And if it wasn't for Baby Shark, Wildcard might be down 5-2. He's gotten 3 kills in 3 different rounds.
I think starting out in the first round, too, actually, that buddy ace between him and Bay.
Yeah.
Great job assisting his teammate in a literal death spot, unable to die. Got CEO now in play for Los. Nothing out of the ordinary from their composition. Almost identical to what Wildcard brought, I think, besides the lack of a Valkyrie. The Wildcard being introduced here for Los. We still have tons of range breach for Wildcard, the help of that Havana X Kairos charges, Montaigne in play once again for Hot and Cold. With this back wall being opened up, again, there's no bandit in play. Cade has been banned. Could make pushing up that staircase a little bit easier for Hot and Cold, but you'd still want something like those flashbangs or a Grim canister to make the space for Hot and Cold to get past that barbed wire, maybe get some pressure applied from Banana.
Buck applying pressure underneath stock, forcing Perez back into the hallway as his wall now gets opened, and Baby Shark takes the fight against Nuxka. That's the mute dead. Dark very soon to follow, and Wildcard are once again off to the races with these kills. There's no response from Los, just some HP off of Baby Shark and Bay. And Hot and Cold, you can see him getting ready to work his way up Spiral with the assistance of Spiker. Flores coming out, destroying the Kibas on site. Perez's wall being opened up even more by Kanzan. But Dash going to get aggressive against Bay outside top square, so he gets 1 pick back for his team. But Wildcard now, a minute to play with, a man up. And very soon, this Monty is going to come into play.
I think he's waiting on his teammates to rappel into sight because no one's behind him towards ATM. Getting Montaigne up this staircase, providing information and causing chaos. If no one looks to challenge him directly, that could be an easy pistol kill for Hot and Cold while his teammates push sight.
Smoke's coming out to try and prevent anyone from swinging him E3 should there be someone playing there. There isn't, but Dash gets caught in the sight rotate, I believe, by Baby Shark. He's been downed, maybe recoverable as Daffo gets up close on this Monty, and like you mentioned, Hot and Cold doesn't have any help, and Daffo smokes Kanzan off the windows. Hot and Cold now in this 1v1's got to try and land the melee, but Daffo gets the jump on him. Baby Shark finishes Perez, and with Dash down, it's all up to Daffo with such little time remaining. Wildcard, they need to get this bomb down. Spiker starting the plant. Daffo needs 1 kill to win it. Baby Shark is sitting right on top of him, though. In comes the swing. Daffo caught mid-sprint. Baby Shark, another massive round, and Wildcard are 1 point away from moving to the 2-0 bracket.
And I believe another 3, if not a 4K for Baby Shark in that round, starting strong with the entry onto Nuxka, killing the isolated Azami, and establishing a ton of vert presence in the process. And although we didn't see Hot and Cold specifically, getting a kill or pushing up quite a lot past Banana, he distracted an entire defender for like 30 seconds. That is huge when Wildcard have a glorified 3 versus 1. What'd you say, Harrison?
I said it was 4 for Baby Shark.
I thought so, because he killed 3 upstairs. He got that wall bang through the shelf, and then 2 kills towards the execute covering his teammate, which, incredible pincer maneuver by Wildcard, and setting up the plant behind that hard wall, so Los was forced to extend into Baby Shark's line of sight. Brilliant job there, just playing for the win condition. Wildcard, series point on the line, I believe, and that could bring them up into promotion for tomorrow as well in the Swiss stage. So you'll love to see it there for Wildcard. Los still looking to hold on here. They're going down into open area, I believe it to be.
Yes.
For them.
Yep.
Luckily you told the truth again. You've yet to catch me with a lie today.
I'm
You're trying to be
lulling
helpful.
you. I'm lulling you into a false sense of security so that when I eventually lie to you, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah. Actually,
It'll happen.
Actually, John, that's not his name. Yeah. This is not the team we're casting. Oh, that's not good.
Baby Shark has completely taken over this game, and there's a lot of, not only is, Baby Shark killing everyone he sees, there's also the mental side of it, right? because Los can read numbers. So they're looking at the scoreboard and they're going, wow. Like, it can be so hard sometimes to shut down the guy who is just owning your entire team. And again, it goes into that mental where Los are, they can't not be aware of the fact that Baby Shark has taken over this game. And it can kind of affect you. You know, if you're swinging, is this Baby Shark? Am I going to kill him? Is he going to smoke me? It can force you to play a little bit more passively than you normally would. And here comes Spiker, speaking of not passive at all, trying to get the Valkyrie, but he doesn't use the flash, and it costs him his life. Luckily, though, Bay is there for 2 kills, trying to get a third through the wall. Dapo not able to find him with the shotgun, finally takes him down, but in the meantime, his entire team is gone. Now staring down the Monty as Nuxka kills Baby Shark with barbed wire. Okay, this has maybe just become winnable, but no. Kanzan from the backside takes him down with the pistol, and Wildcard win this in dominant fashion. 7-2, just 1 BO3 away from playoffs.
The most decisive team we have seen in the Swift stage, Harrison, winning 7-1 to Falcons earlier today and then 7-2 against Los on Bank. That was beautiful. Baby Shark, incredible performance by him. And the rest of his team not even falling that far behind. Yes, Hot and Cold had a donut, but he was playing a lot of supportive operators, providing tons of information for his team, and he gave a lot of info too to let Spiker walk in and create that space. Yes, he died on the entry, but he was immediately traded, and everyone just again hit a 3-2-1 flood. Los, not playing off of each other, just start falling left, right, and center, and just leaving no room for Wildcard to drop the bag there.
Yeah, it looks like this sub situation from Wildcard is working out beautifully. Like Spiker said in the interview, if you watched it on Jayswill's Twitter, mentioning, you know, Hot and Cold was the best guy available, and with a chip on his shoulder, we want him. He's a vocal player, and he has been a crucial part of Wildcard's success so far. Like you said, 7-1, 7-2. It has been quite the ride for Wildcard.
There he is, the man of the hour. Hot and Cold. Great. I was going to say again, you know, just the team play that we saw from Wildcard in that matchup was beautiful. Even helping their players who were in death spots. It felt like there were so many positions where they could have just let someone fall back to die. They could have just played for the long game, but instead they doubled down, noticing the flaws of Los, just struggling to clear out those initial extensions, and it worked wonders. They only lost 2 rounds. It was what? 1 in the first half, 1 in the second half overall. That's a great half for Bank. One of the more defender-sided maps. It was impressive.
They were both in the first half. They took.
You're right. It was a 4-2 split. Yeah, they were perfect on their attack.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-0, and that is going to send us to a break. We will be back with Jonah and the winners just after this.
Well, Wildcard are certainly having a day. 7-1, 7-2. They give up 3 rounds on the day and go undefeated as we kick off Phase 2. Spiker, this team is looking really good right now from the outside. How is it feeling to be in the mix right now?
I mean, it feels great. Comms are flowing, with Matt. Like, obviously, he's not in their IGL, so comms are just, flowing insanely well. Our team plays great. It's very rare that somebody's dying without a trade. Honestly, I feel like the rounds that we lost were misplays by us. So, yeah, it feels great.
You were telling me yesterday that you were still trying to figure out the flow. You didn't know exactly what this team would feel like with Matt in his role. Yeah. What is it feeling like? How are things going?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. We're doing stuff that we've never done before because, we have a better shield player than I am on the Monty. So, we're doing stuff we've never done before. So, we're loose, we're versatile, and we're deadly.
All right, we look forward to seeing you guys down the road. We'll play for a spot in the playoffs tomorrow. But for now, we'll go back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Jonah. Always love getting to hear from Brady, Spiker, Lukens. But that will do it for games on the A stream. Actually, we are all done. We have, I think, on the A stream is Wildcard and G2 moving to 2-0. We've got 5 Fears though moving to 0-2 after some really close games.
Dark Zero as well winning their matchup against NIP. Was that the first match of our day? One of the first games on the B stream, I believe, actually. So, oh no, that was their round 2 game. They lost to G2. It was. I'm talking about Dark Zero. So they lost to G2 in round 1. Round 2, they beat NIP 7-3. So they're not knocked down into elimination just yet. NIP have unfortunately been. Maybe they'll face off against 5 Fears. That would be an interesting game to say the least.
Yeah, right. I think the 0-2 teams right now are NIP, 5 Fears, and CAG. The 2-0 teams are G2, FaZe, Twisted Minds, and Wildcard. So they're in the BO3s. I was scrolling Twitter a little bit during the break. I don't know how the All Gamers Furia game, if it's over, but at one point, All Gamers was up 5-1 after the first half. So if that game is still going on, definitely tune to the B stream, or maybe they'll throw up the B stream on the A stream because we're done. That's it. First day is wraps, and we will be back tomorrow, the same time for more games. I don't know what time that is. I think it's 10:30 here, which is Mountain Time. Who the hell knows how to convert Mountain Time? It's a fake time zone. But thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow and on the B stream. Go watch.